What? Upon hearing this, Su Hongnan looked up in astonishment. Elder Zan, what do you mean? This time, the Su family bore the full brunt of the attack from the king of the underworld, with the blame resting squarely on Su Guoqin and himself. Now that Su Guoqin was deceased, the burden fell solely on Su Hongnan's shoulders. Su Zan slowly turned around, picked up the cup from the table, and spoke with a hint of amusement. Aren't you curious why I wish to reconcile with the king of the underworld? Why? Su Hongnan asked, perplexed. Because if we were to engage him in battle, one of our two remaining Dao realm members in the Su family would undoubtedly perish, Su Zan replied calmly. Without our two Dao realm experts, the strength of the Su family would plummet to that of the lower-tier families. But Elder Jiangsun was slain at the hands of the king of the underworld. Are we to let this vendetta go unavenged? Su Hongnan asked, his expression grim. Revenge is indeed necessary, Su Zan asserted, but it does not have to be carried out by our own hands. Not by our own hands? Su Hongnan was taken aback, then suddenly had an epiphany. Could it be? You are correct. Su Zan suddenly turned, his gaze piercing as he looked at Su Hongnan. Why not have the Chen family act on our behalf? Rather than engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the king of the underworld, we should have the Chen family target him instead. If the king of the underworld is defeated, we will have ample means to deal with the Chu family. If the king of the underworld prevails, the Chen family will certainly be incensed. We could seize the opportunity to extract some benefits from them. From every perspective, the Su family stands to gain. Su Zan's words left all the members of the Su family present in stunned silence. Su Hongnan, as the head of the family, was filled with admiration. Enduring this moment of humiliation would ultimately benefit the Su family. This calamity could also be viewed as an opportunity. Su Zan truly was the authoritative voice of the Su family, possessing far more experience than Su Hongnan. He should be returning soon, Su Zan remarked as he glanced at his watch. He? Who? Su Hongnan asked, puzzled. At that moment, a figure clad in blue entered from outside. Big brother, I have conveyed the message to the Chen family. The figure in blue stepped forward and suddenly spoke. Su Hongnan looked closely. This person was the elder in blue, the second remaining Dao realm expert of the Su family. Su Wu. I understand, Su Zan replied casually. What did the Chen family say? Chen Juran has already begun preparations to deal with the Chu family. Su Wu smiled. He is currently mobilizing troops, and I believe it won't be long before they are poised at the gates of the Chu family. Ha ha ha. Su Zan laughed heartily. Indeed, as I anticipated. He had expected that once the king of the underworld made an appearance, Chen Juran would not sit idly by. As soon as the Chen family takes action, we will follow suit. Su Zan's eyes gleamed with determination. The vengeance for Jiangsun and Guoqin must be avenged. Though two members had been slain by the king of the underworld, Su Zan maintained a stoic facade, concealing the turmoil within. If he were not the pillar of the Su family, he would have already confronted the king of the underworld with reckless abandon. Yet, the outcome remained the same. With the Chen family's assistance, eliminating the king of the underworld and exterminating the Chu family would be a mere formality. Send the order for all members of the Su family at the Master Realm and above to assemble. Su Zan commanded. Once the Chen family strikes, we shall set forth to the Chu family. His words brought expressions of joy to the faces of the Su family present in the hall. Yes. Su Hongnan proclaimed loudly. We will dutifully follow Elder Zan's orders. The atmosphere within the Su family was now invigorated. At this moment, the entire capital was rife with undercurrents. Not only the Su, Chu, and Chen families, but also the other 6 families sensed an unusual atmosphere. However, none of them intended to ally with the Chen family, nor did they plan to assist the Su family. they unanimously chose to observe from the sidelines. Yet, the news of the Su family's impending battle spread rapidly through various channels, reaching far and wide within just 2 hours. Soon, numerous posts appeared on platforms such as the Capital Martial Arts Forum and the Cultivators Forum. Major incident. The king of the underworld descends upon the Su family, slaying 2 elders before departing. The Su family has lost 1 Dao realm expert and 1 Grand Master. The king of the underworld has re-emerged. Could this be a provocation towards the Chen family? Countless discussions concerning the Su, Chen, and Chu families circulated. Yet, the focus of it all was one individual. The king of the underworld. The very figure who, at the Chen family banquet, single-handedly repelled the elder council of the Chen family, defeating the Dao realm elder Chen Daoi and departing with grace. Meanwhile, within the Chen family, Chen Ziyuan was confined to her chamber. Suddenly, she received a piece of news. Half an hour ago, the king of the underworld appeared at the Su family, slaying 2 individuals and leaving with ease. What? Chen Ziyuan exclaimed in shock. That scoundrel Chu Ming dares to show his face again? A look of disbelief crossed her beautiful eyes. She was the only one aware that the king of the underworld was, in fact, Chu Ming. How much time has passed? Has he already healed from his injuries? Chen Ziyuan mused anxiously. During the banquet, she had witnessed Chu Ming being left in a near-death state by the Chen family's elder. It had only been a few days. There was no way Chu Ming could have fully recovered. The thought of this filled Chen Ziyuan's face with worry. However, gazing around her confinement, she couldn't help but sigh. Since the banquet, she had been held captive, unable to go anywhere, let alone visit the Chu family to see Chu Ming. I hope he is all right, Chen Ziyuan sighed. On the other side of the Chen estate, Chen Tiangu was pacing in his study. At the same time Chen Ziyuan received her news, he too was informed. Moreover, due to this incident, Chen Juran had already begun mobilizing troops within the Chen family, preparing to annihilate the Chu family. How could this king of the underworld, in a severely wounded state, slay a Dao realm expert from the Su family? It's inconceivable. Chen Tiangus's brow furrowed deeply. Could it be that his injuries have healed? Chen Tiangu found his speculation absurd. Yet, if that were not the case, how could the king of the underworld possess the capability to kill a Dao realm expert? If that is true, then the king of the underworld must have anticipated that Elder Ju Ran would go to the Chu family, Chen Tiangu pondered aloud. What could be his ultimate goal? Chen Tiangus's frown deepened. At that moment, he found himself unable to decipher the king of the underworld's train of thought. The king of the underworld's appearance at the Su family was utterly unpredictable. Moreover, it had caught both the Chen family and the other clans off guard. I wonder what outcome Elder Ju Ran will face in the Chu family. With that thought, Chen Tiangu sighed deeply. At this moment, the Chen family was entirely under the control of Chen Juran. Though the Chen family was vast and powerful, filled with experts, even a cunning strategist like Chen Tiangu could not foresee the conclusion of this encounter with the enigmatic king of the underworld. This will not do. I must see for myself. Chen Tiangu sighed once again. He was genuinely concerned that Chen Juran might encounter unforeseen troubles while leading the forces to the Chu family. Gathering forces will take 4 to 5 hours. I should seize this opportunity to meet with Elder Juran. With that, Chen Tiangu opened the door to his study and promptly departed. Beyond the Chen family, the other clans were also stirred into action. Suzanne's strategic maneuvering had truly fired the first shot. At this moment, war had begun. The arrival of the Chen family's forces at the Chu family was merely a matter of time. The skies over the capital grew ever darker. Dark clouds rolled ominously on the horizon. At the same moment, within the grand residence of the Chu family, Chu Nanqian had returned with his entourage. Upon their arrival, the family doctor rushed forward to carry away the injured, including Tang Lin. The recent turmoil instigated by the Su family had left numerous offspring of the Chu family wounded, many of whom were targeted due to their resistance. The most grievously injured among them was Tang Lin, who bore countless wounds, over 80 inflicted by Su Mengfei's whip. Witnessing such injuries ignited a deep fury within Chu Ming, who yearned to eliminate that woman, yet he understood that Su Mengfei could not be killed at this juncture. To do so before Suzanne would provoke a fierce retaliation from the Su family. Suzanne's strength was slightly inferior to that of Chen Juran, and should Chu Ming engage him in combat, it would inevitably lead to a deadly confrontation. At that point, the Chen family would arrive, and there would be no second chance to delay Chen Juran with the might of the blood-killing formation. Chu Ming would be doomed. Therefore, he had restrained himself, merely disfiguring Su Mengfei. Moreover, he left behind something on her. After all, it was not solely Suzanne plotting against him. Chu Ming was also scheming against Suzanne. Chapter 247. In the north, the dragon comes. At this moment, Chu Ming was in a state poised for battle against Chen Juran. He was confident in this regard. With 2 hours remaining until dawn, Chu Ming mused that as long as Suzanne was not foolish, he would certainly notify the Chen family. They would arrive before dawn. He needed to be in peak condition to confront Chen Juran by that time. Chu Ming gazed up at the night sky and took a deep breath. Just then, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. It was a message from Chu Nanqian. There has been a change in the reception room. Come quickly. This brief notification left Chu Ming puzzled. What further developments could possibly arise at this critical moment for the Chu family? Furrowing his brow, he swiftly made his way to the family's conference room. Within just 2 minutes, he arrived at the door. Grandfather, what is happening now? He began, but upon entering, he was met by the sight of an elderly man clad in white, his hair as white as snow. Seated upon the sofa in the reception room, the aura emanating from this elder was formidable, so much so that it caused Chu Ming to tremble. This overwhelming presence was something he had only sensed from one individual before, Tang Hao. This meant that the white-haired elder before him was the Heavenly King. The term Heavenly King referred to those who had reached the late stage of the Tao entry realm, title reserved for the most exceptional among them. So this was indeed the much-discussed disciple of the King of Hell. The white-haired elder glanced at Chu Ming and spoke calmly. Not bad, for one so young to possess the cultivation of a Grand Master. Your talent is remarkable. This statement rendered not only Chu Ming but also the others from the Chu family astonished. Chu Ming possessed the prowess of a Grand Master. How could this be? All eyes, including those of Chu Pingyi and Chu Ci, turned toward Chu Ming. Heavenly King Bai, you must be mistaken, Chu Nanqian said with a wry smile. My unaccomplished grandson currently possesses at most the cultivation of a master. Are you doubting my judgment? The white-haired elder replied coolly, which silenced Chu Nanqian instantly. He recognized the displeasure in the elder's tone and dared not utter another word. Chu Ming assessed the elder's features. Suddenly recalling someone, Bai Yutang from the Qianlong Mansion. In the original narrative, this individual was indeed the Heavenly King of the Qianlong Mansion. When the protagonist first revealed his abilities, the Qianlong Mansion had sent him to recruit the protagonist. If Chu Ming's conjecture was correct, this man was undoubtedly Bai Yutang. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to the Chu family today, Heavenly King Bai? Chu Ming inquired. Taking a seat and adopting a serious tone, this demeanor caused many within the Chu family to furrow their brows, particularly Chu Nanqian, who was utterly taken aback. Chu Ming, how are you speaking? He exclaimed. Quickly offering a smile to Bai Yutang, Heavenly King Bai, please forgive my foolish grandson for his lack of manners. Bai Yutang scrutinized Chu Ming for several moments. Interesting, he remarked, smiling. At merely 24 years of age, you are but a step away from the Tao entry realm. It is indeed the first time in a century that such a talent has emerged in Huaxia. His words sent shockwaves through Chu Ming, whose expression shifted dramatically. Panic flickered in his eyes as he realized Bai Yutang had laid bare his cultivation before so many witnesses. The faces of the Chu family were now filled with astonishment. Chu Ming is now at the half-step Tao entry level. How is this possible? Heavenly King Bai, I am merely a master, Chu Ming replied with a smile. You must have misjudged me, correct? He poured a cup of tea for Bai Yutang, all the while maintaining a deep, penetrating gaze fixed upon him. Bai Yuteng observed the swirling tea leaves and chuckled, understanding Chu Ming's intent. Ha, it appears I truly have misjudged. Nevertheless, for one of your age to reach the master stage is indeed extraordinary. This statement relieved many within the Chu family, especially Chu Ci, who felt a weight lift from his heart. If Chu Ming were at the half-step Dao entry level, then he would have no hope of catching up. However, if he were merely a master, Chu Ci could still strive to match him. So, Heavenly King Bai, is there an important matter you wish to discuss? Chu Ming pressed. It's not of great significance. Bai Yuteng replied. I come as an envoy of the Dragon Lord of the North, tasked with recruiting any talents that have emerged in the northern region, and that is all. Upon hearing this, Chu Nanqian's eyes widened in shock. The Dragon Lord of the North seeking to recruit talents? Could it be that this talent refers to... Indeed, it is you, Chu Ming, Bai Yuteng stated nonchalantly. The Qianlong Mansion has been observing you for several days now. And you have indeed met the Dragon Lord's expectations. Thus, I am here to invite you to join the Qianlong Mansion. The weight of this invitation was staggering. Not only Chu Ci and Chu Pingyi but even Chu Nanqian felt an overwhelming surprise. The Qianlong Mansion had sent a heavenly king to invite Chu Ming. Chu Ming remained silent, his mind racing with thoughts of the Qianlong Mansion. The Qianlong Mansion was the highest organization for cultivators in Huaxia. Overseeing all practitioners within the nation. It was divided into 4 factions: East, South, West and North. The Dragon Lord of the North was a transcendent powerhouse of the northern faction. Tang Hao, who was imprisoned in the dungeon of the Chen family, had once belonged to the North. The amalgamation of the 4 factions represented the most formidable power in Huaxia. The Qianlong Mansion had played a pivotal role in past wars, including the National Defense War and border conflicts. Chu Ming, Chu Nanqian urged, you must accept this invitation. With you in the Chu family, we shall bring glory to our ancestors. Chu Nanqian was overjoyed, never having anticipated that Bai Yuteng would extend such an olive branch to Chu Ming. If he could follow the Dragon Lord of the North, the crisis facing the Chu family would undoubtedly be resolved. The Chen family, no matter how arrogant, would not dare provoke the Qianlong Mansion. The authority of the Qianlong Mansion superseded all families. Chu Ming gazed thoughtfully at Bai Yuteng. He recalled that in the original tale, the protagonist, Chu Kuang, had rejected such an offer without a second thought. As the King of Hell, he indeed had no need to concern himself with the Qianlong Mansion, but Chu Ming was not the same. He was merely a villain. If he could seize this opportunity to safeguard the Chu family, he would gladly accept. However, the regulations of the Qianlong Mansion were stringent, and should his identity as the King of Hell be discovered, it would surely lead to calamity. Thus, faced with such a monumental opportunity, Chu Ming hesitated. Chu Ming, Chu Nanqian implored, what are you still considering? What could possibly displease you? At that moment Chu Nanqian wished fervently that he were the one deliberating instead. Heavenly King Bai, allow me to speak on behalf of Chu Ming, he said, smiling obsequiously. Before he could finish, Bai Yuteng's icy gaze fell upon Chu Nanqian. Am I addressing you? He asked coldly. The abruptness of this question rendered Chu Nanqian speechless. He detected the dissatisfaction in Bai Yuteng's tone, and promptly sealed his lips. Though his eyes remained fixed on Chu Ming, silently urging him. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ming shook his head. Heavenly King Bai, I must decline. Decline. The mere utterance of that word left everyone stunned. Not only Chu Nanqian but even Bai Yuteng was momentarily taken aback. In Huaxia, among the thousands of young people who would dare reject the Qianlong Mansion's olive branch, Bai Yuteng had not anticipated such a turn of events today. Chu Ming, Chu Nanqian cried, you impertinent fool. Think carefully before you speak. I am thinking quite clearly. I refuse, Chu Ming declared. The Qianlong Mansion cannot provide me with what I seek. And what is it that you desire? Bai Yuteng inquired, his brow furrowing. Spirit stones, cultivation, techniques, or perhaps the protection of the Qianlong Mansion. None of those, Chu Ming sighed. You wouldn't understand. He pondered for a long time, and only then did he realize that since killing Chu Kuang, his inner self had undergone a transformation. At this moment, Chu Ming was unwilling to remain in Huaxia or linger on Blue and White Star. He yearned to explore the underworld. Joining the Qianlong Mansion might grant him some resources, but with the urban cultivation app, he could acquire even more. Thus there was no necessity. You must understand, young man, that the Qianlong Mansion's olive branch is only extended once. Bai Yuteng warned. If you refuse this time, I cannot guarantee I will return next time. I am aware, Chu Ming replied indifferently, yet he found Bai Yuteng's words somewhat amusing. In the original tale, the Qianlong Mansion had extended its hand to the protagonist, Chu Quan, not just once. Moreover, they had secretly aided him all to win him over. The notion of an olive branch being offered only once was a fallacy, as long as one was sufficiently exceptional. Even the Qianlong Mansion would be willing to bow down and plead. I hope you do not regret the choices you made today, Bai Yuteng lamented. I had high hopes for a talent like you to develop within the Qianlong Mansion. My apologies, Chu Ming replied with a calm smile. In that case. Bai Yuteng began to rise. However, at that moment, his phone in his pocket vibrated unexpectedly. Upon taking it out, his expression shifted dramatically as he read the message on the screen. He glanced at Chu Ming in surprise, and after a moment of hesitation, he sat back down. What is it, Lord Bai? Chu Ming inquired in return. Bai Yuteng hesitated for quite some time before uncertainly asking Chu Ming. It is of no consequence if you do not join the Qianlong Mansion, but I wonder if you would be willing to serve as an honorary envoy of the Qianlong Mansion. His words sent a tremor through those present. An envoy of Qianlong. That was a status even more prestigious than joining the Qianlong Mansion itself. Upon hearing this, Chu Nanqian was left dumbfounded. The Qianlong Mansion had gone to such lengths to win over Chu Ming? How could this be possible? Lord Bai, are you sure you want my unworthy grandson to become the envoy of Qianlong? Chu Nanqian asked cautiously, feeling as though the situation was surreal. Not only him, but the faces of Chu Xi and Chu Ping behind him also turned grim. If Chu Ming were truly to become the envoy, then they would have no hope of redemption. This is a direct order from the Dragon Sovereign. Bai Yuteng replied calmly. Now, it depends on Chu Ming's decision. Chapter 248. The Might of the Heavenly King. As soon as these words were uttered, everyone's gaze converged on Chu Ming. If he nodded, he would become the envoy of the Qianlong Mansion, an identity that Chu Xi and the others could only dream of. With a Qianlong envoy in the family, who would dare to provoke the Chu family? Chu Ming, however, pondered for several seconds. He looked up at Bai Yuteng and said, Lord Bai, may I have 3 days to consider? Given the imminent threat posed by the Chen family, this was indeed not the time for such discussions. A title at most serves as a deterrent. If the Chu family were no more, then that deterrent would be meaningless. Consider? Chu Nanqian exclaimed in frustration. You fool! That is the Qianlong envoy. Do you understand? Seeing Chu Ming's hesitation, Chu Nanqian was tempted to rush over and knock some sense into him. 3 days? Bai Yuteng frowned but conceded. With your talent, I am willing to wait. Thank you, Lord Bai. Chu Ming replied with a faint smile. In the original text, the second invitation from the Qianlong Mansion came with this condition, but the protagonist declined. The next day, however, the Qianlong Mansion presented the proof of the envoy's identity. The Qianlong Jade Pendant. Should he refuse, it would mean becoming an enemy of the Qianlong Mansion. This effectively coerced the protagonist into being considered a member of the Qianlong Mansion. Chu Ming was well aware of this tactic. If the Qianlong Mansion regarded him as they did Chu Quan, then acquiring the Qianlong Jade Pendant would merely be a matter of time. Does your Chu family have guest rooms? I shall stay here for 3 days while awaiting your news. Bai Yuteng inquired calmly. Chu Nanqian was taken aback. Bai Yuteng was willing to stay in the Chu family. That was splendid. As long as Bai Yuteng was present, the Chen family would surely not dare to provoke them. Yes, yes, yes. Chu Nanqian quickly commanded. Chu Xi, hurry, arrange our best guest room for Lord Bai. Chu Xi hesitated for a moment before promptly responding, I will go right away. He dashed out of the reception room to execute Chu Nanqian's orders. Not only him, but even the servants understood the esteemed status of Bai Yuteng, and each wore a solemn expression. Lord Bai, please wait here for a moment. We will prepare everything shortly, Chu Nanqian said with a smile, his heart brimming with joy at Bai Yuteng's presence, which instilled him with confidence. However, before Chu Nanqian could bask in his delight for long, a thunderous voice echoed from the entrance of the Chu family estate. King of the underworld, come out! The booming voice reverberated, shaking even the windows of the reception room. It was Chen Juran. Chu Nanqian's expression changed drastically. This was unfortunate timing for him. Chen Juran? Bai Yuteng took a sip of tea calmly, remarking, "Is he the one who fought with the king of the underworld a few days ago?" "Yes, that's the one," Chu Nanqian replied with a bitter expression. "As you know, my unworthy grandson is the disciple of the king of the underworld, which is why Chen Juran has come knocking." Hearing this, Bai Yuteng glanced at Chu Ming, seemingly understanding something. The king of the underworld managed to escape from the encirclement of the Chen family. It was clear he had reached a profound level of mastery. Bai Yuteng asked, "Where is he now?" "I am under the Dragon Sovereign's orders, and if there is an opportunity I would like to meet him." Chu Nanqian replied awkwardly, "He has a tendency to appear and disappear without a trace." "So I am not certain." Bai Yuteng frowned. "Very well, take me to see Chen Juran first," he stated nonchalantly. "During these 3 days I guarantee the safety of your Chu family." Chu Nanqian was overjoyed. "Thank you, Lord Bai." After saying this, he noticed Chu Ming's silence and hastily approached him. "You fool, why aren't you thanking Lord Bai?" Chu Ming remained unmoved. He simply looked at Bai Yuteng with curiosity, pondering what brought the Dragon Sovereign behind Bai Yuteng to the Chu family. He initially thought that his identity as the king of the underworld had been seen through by Bai Yuteng, but it seemed that was not the case. "Chu Ming, are you deaf?" Chu Nanqian urged anxiously. "Do you not understand the consequences of displeasing Lord Bai?" "Enough," Bai Yuteng said, casting a profound glance at Chu Ming. "Geniuses possess their own pride. I am indifferent." Yet beneath his gaze lay a hint of displeasure. "Take me to see the situation." Yes, please follow me," Chu Nanqian replied with a forced smile. Before leaving, he shot a glare at Chu Ming. Chu Ming, however, appeared unconcerned. Even if Bai Yuteng hadn't come, given his current peak Grandmaster level and the extraordinary abilities of the Eternal Underworld Path technique, he could likely contend with Chen Juran. Yet, if Bai Yuteng were to assist, it would indeed save Chu Ming considerable effort. The rumbling sounds at the entrance of the Chu family estate continued unabated. "Master, the guards cannot hold them back." "Master, the intruders have already breached the premises." "Master, please go and take a look." Along the way, many guards of the Chu family rushed in with pale faces. Chu Nanqian led Bai Yuteng and Chu Ming toward the main entrance. But with every step closer, his heartbeat quickened. He was facing the Chen family. Moreover, it was Chen Juran, the elder of the Chen family, which made Chu Nanqian's breathing grow increasingly heavy. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Chu family estate. The gates had been destroyed and a line of people stood at the threshold, dressed in white. Chen Juran was flanked by 2 elders alongside the elder council of the Chen family standing there. "King of the underworld, are you not coming out? If you do not appear soon, I will start killing people." Chen Juran's voice echoed throughout the entire Chu family estate. Chu Nanqian took a deep breath and stepped forward to confront the formidable figures of the Chen family. "Elder Juran, the king of the underworld is not in our Chu family," he declared through gritted teeth. "Even if you search every corner of our estate, you will not find him." "HMPH," Chen Juran sneered, his gaze darkening. "Just a few hours ago, the king of the underworld appeared at the Su family estate, slaughtering 1 entering Dao Master and 1 elder. He saved your Chu family's descendants. Do you truly believe that the king of the underworld would not be here?" At these words, Chu Nanqian's body trembled. Hearing it from both Chu Liuyu and now directly from Chen Juran felt entirely different. Chu Nanqian was left even more shocked. The king of the underworld truly killed an entering Dao Master from the Su family. Su Guoqin was indeed dead. Yet, he could only helplessly reply, "Chu Nanqian, swear to the heavens that if I knew the whereabouts of the king of the underworld, may lightning strike me." "Elder Juran, is that enough?" "How interesting," Chen Juran chuckled coldly. "Today, even if you talk until your mouth is raw, I will capture everyone from the Chu family. The Su family has captured your people, so the king of the underworld will appear. If I kill them instead, what do you think will happen?" Chen Juran's laughter sent chills down Chu Nanqian's spine. This Chen Juran was indeed planning something ruthless. "Elder Juran, are you not afraid of the wrath of the other families?" Chu Nanqian gritted his teeth. "What you propose is akin to slaughtering innocent people. How can you justify it?" "I do not care," Chen Juran replied indifferently. "All I desire is the life of the king of the underworld. For this, I am willing to go to any lengths. You are faced with 2 options. 1. Hand over the king of the underworld obediently and I can guarantee not to harm a single hair of the Chu family. 2. If the king of the underworld does not appear, I will kill 1 person every 5 minutes. Choose." The 2 choices presented by Chen Juran left Chu Nanqian as pale as a ghost. This was nothing short of bandit logic. Where was he to find the king of the underworld? Yet Chu Nantian did not feel entirely fearful, for he had someone standing behind him, Bai Yutang. As long as Bai Yutang was present, the Chu family should be safe today. After all, Bai Yutang's strength was at the heavenly king level, a pinnacle figure among those who had entered Dao. His power far surpassed that of Chen Juran, who was merely at the early stages of entering Dao. Chu Nantian summoned his courage and coldly declared, "I shall tell you one last time. I do not know the whereabouts of the Underworld King. I present you with two options. First, you may withdraw now, and I will act as if nothing has transpired. Second, we shall engage in battle, and you shall bear the consequences. Do not blame me for not warning you." Chu Nantian's words left the Chen family members momentarily stunned. Soon after, derisive laughter echoed around them. Has Chu Nantian lost his mind? How dare he speak to Elder Juran in such a manner? Ha! How amusing! It seems Chu Nantian is prepared to fight to the death, even if he were to risk his life. What of it? He could hardly harm a single hair on Elder Juran. Within the Chen family ranks, many regarded Chu Nantian as if he were a fool. Meanwhile, Chen Ming observed Chu Nantian's retreating figure with a sigh. This Chu Nantian, believing he has the support of Bai Yutang, has become quite arrogant. In his usual demeanor, Chu Nantian would scarcely dare to raise his voice against Chen Juran. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Chu Nantian's bravado, Chen Juran laughed in fury. Chu Nantian, you are indeed bold. I am eager to see how you will make us bear the consequences. The mirth in Chen Juran's eyes gradually turned to indifference. With a wave of his hand, he commanded the Chen family's forces to surround the three, leaving no one unscathed. At Chen Juran's command, the Chen family warriors sprang into action. Chu Nantian was taken aback and quickly retreated several steps, anxiously positioning himself behind Chen Ming and Bai Yutang. Lord Bai, I rely on you, Chu Nantian said with a forced smile. Chen Ming cast a disdainful glance at Chu Nantian. Though this old fox had shown some spirit, he was still just that, a cunning old fox. In response to Chu Nantian's words, Bai Yutang remained silent, his gaze coldly sweeping over the formidable members of the Chen family. I do not wish to intervene. If you leave now, it is not too late. Bai Yutang's voice resonated throughout the venue. The expressions of the Chen family members grew increasingly peculiar. Who do you think you are? Chen Juran scoffed. Do you truly believe your strength can protect the Chus? I do not know where Chu Nantian found you, but before Chen Juran could finish, Bai Yutang's figure suddenly vanished from his sight. Chapter 249. The Chen family's retreat. This scene rendered Chen Juran's words abruptly cut off. Instinctively, he glanced around. Bai Yutang's disappearance was so swift that even he failed to perceive it. Yet, barely a breath later, Bai Yutang reappeared behind Chen Juran, his hand gently pressing against the latter's back. I truly do not wish to strike, Bai Yutang spoke calmly. If you force my hand, the consequences are yours to bear. An overwhelming sense of danger coiled around Chen Juran like a vice. At that moment, his complexion paled, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He could sense that this elderly figure in white far surpassed his own strength. When did the Chu family acquire such a master? The appearance of this scene sent a shockwave through the hearts of all present. Meanwhile, Chen Ming narrowed his eyes as he watched Bai Yutang. Even with his mastery over the underworld's path, he had only glimpsed a fraction of Bai Yutang's movements. Is this the prowess of someone at the late stage of the path? The sheer power radiating from each gesture was astounding. Chen Ming's eyes glinted with determination. One day, he too shall become such a being. Esteemed sir, Chen Juran hastily spoke, please refrain from striking. With the pressure upon him, Chen Juran realized that if Bai Yutang so desired, he could leave him severely injured, if not dead. This was merely their first encounter. Even he had not fully comprehended Bai Yutang's movements, let alone the other elders of the Chen family. Should he utter any words that provoke? The Chen family may very well face annihilation here. What is it? Bai Yutang sneered. Are you having second thoughts? Whatever happened to your earlier bravado? Esteemed sir, may I inquire who you are? Chen Juran asked carefully. I am not worthy of such a title, Bai Yutang replied coldly. I shall merely inform you of one thing. The expert from the Qianlong mansion that you captured years ago is my sworn brother. This revelation struck the hearts of all in the Chen family like a bolt of lightning. Indeed, the Chen family had captured an expert from the Qianlong mansion years prior. Tang Hao. You are Tang Hao's sworn brother. Chen Juren's face paled as he immediately recognized the identity of this man. You are Bai Yutang, the White King. And what do you think? Bai Yutang replied impassively. Cold sweat broke out on Chen Juren's forehead. No wonder he was so effortlessly subdued. That was the king of the Qianlong mansion. Only the ancestral elders of the Chen family could possibly contend with him. The senior elders of the Chen family were far from his equal. Upon hearing Bai Yutang's words, Chen Ming too recalled the past. Indeed, Tang Hao and Bai Yutang were sworn brothers. However, this was only briefly mentioned in the original text, with no further elaboration. In subsequent chapters, both Bai Yutang and Tang Hao appeared infrequently, causing Chen Ming to forget. Now remembering, it indeed made sense. So that is why he would willingly assist the Chu family, Chen Ming realized, understanding that his displeasure with the Chen family was indeed justified. How could he not harbor resentment against the Chen family, given that his sworn brother had languished in their dungeons for over 30 years? Yet, the Qianlong mansion had an agreement with the major families to refrain from conflict. Except when provoked, typically the families managed their own territories while the Qianlong mansion provided leadership, thus clashes between Qianlong mansion experts and family members were rare. White King. Chen Juren's expression darkened. Are you intending to protect the Chu family? Since I have intervened, do you believe I would not protect them? Bai Yutang retorted coldly. Since you wish to protect the Chu family, we shall not intrude further, Chen Juren replied stiffly, forcing a smile. However, some time ago a villain known as the Underworld King hid within the Chu family, hence he is not in the Chu family. No, you have misunderstood our intentions. We merely wish to. I have said he is not in the Chu family. Do you not comprehend? Bai Yutang repeated, tightening his grip, a surge of power radiating from his palm, feeling the terrifying strength emanating from behind him. Chen Juren faltered. He understood clearly that as long as Bai Yutang was present, he could not lay a finger on the Chu family, unless the ancestors of the Chen family intervened. But those ancestors were far afield, unlikely to be summoned back over such a minor issue. Since Bai Yutang asserted that the Underworld King was not within the Chu family, then we shall take our leave. Chen Juren awkwardly smiled. Might you release me? I shall take my leave at once. Faced with the intimidating Bai Yutang, Chen Juren felt no desire to fight. This was not a foe he could contend with. Begone! Bai Yutang commanded coldly, retracting his hand. Very well. Chen Juren retreated several steps. Bowing to Bai Yutang. In that moment, he appeared as compliant as a younger sibling. Then we shall not disturb the White King's rest. Chen Juren lightly coughed and ordered the Chen family members. All of you return with me. Upon hearing this, the Chen family members were taken aback. Return. After gathering for several hours and traveling under the stars to reach the Chu family, they were to leave just like that? Elder Juren, Chen Sai suddenly spoke up. Are we not in search of the Underworld King? How can we? Before he could finish, a resounding slap echoed as Chen Juren struck Chen Sai's face. Slap! The blow sent Chen Sai stumbling back several steps. You imbecile! When I say go, we go! Chen Juren yelled furiously. What are you babbling about? Chen Sai covered his right cheek, his face contorted in pain as he lowered his head. We leave, Chen Juren commanded. The Chen family's experts, elders, and senior elders surged out of the Chu family like a tide. Observing the hurried retreat of the Chen family, Chunantian finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He had nearly believed that he and the Chu family were doomed. Thankfully, Bai Yutang had intervened. Thank you, White King, for your timely assistance. Chunantian bowed deeply in respect. There is no need for misunderstanding. I simply found the Chen family intolerable. Bai Yutang replied indifferently. Saving your Chu family was merely incidental. Chunantian, you should prepare yourself. I can only remain in the Chu family for 3 days. After that, the Chen family will surely return with a vengeance. At that time, no one will be able to protect you. Upon hearing this, Chunantian's countenance changed drastically. He had to admit that Bai Yutang spoke the truth. Given Chen Juren's temperament, once Bai Yutang departed, he would undoubtedly return to confront them, when that time came. How could they withstand the Chen family's onslaught? White King, our Chu family is willing to pay a price. Please. Chunantian trembled, lowering his head to Bai Yutang. Yet, before he could finish, Bai Yutang interrupted. Were it not for my sworn brother being captured by the Chen family, I would not have intervened today. Chunantian, do not place all your hopes upon me. I cannot guarantee your safety. Bai Yuteng's words chilled Chunanqian's heart. Meanwhile, Mo Chen's expression grew peculiar. He still possessed the jade pendant that Tang Hao had given him. Tang Hao had said that as long as he showed this pendant to any member of the Tianlong mansion in the northern region, he could gain their assistance. If he were to present this item to Bai Yuteng, would the outcome be even more favorable? As Chunanqian hesitated, Bai Yuteng's gaze fell upon Chen Ming. Chen Ming, you have a little over 2 days to consider the matter regarding Long Zun. Bai Yuteng stated coldly. If you come to a decision, seek me out. For any other matters, do not trouble me. Bai Yuteng left. After uttering those words, Chu Ming gazed at Bai Yuteng's retreating figure, unable to suppress a bitter smile. It seemed that his previous attitude had caused Bai Yuteng to feel displeased. Nevertheless, it mattered not. He had devised a plan to confront the impending crisis in 3 days. Given his current cultivation level, it was indeed a daunting task to contend with Chen Juren. Chu Ming had previously prepared himself for a fight to the death. However, due to Bai Yuteng's relationship with the Heavenly Dragon Manor, Chu Ming was granted a 3-day buffer period. During these 3 days, he had one significant task: to upgrade the Dark Blade. Grandfather, I shall take my leave now, Chu Ming said. I will carefully consider matters regarding the Heavenly Dragon Manor. What nonsense are you thinking? Chunanqian exclaimed, stomping his foot. Such a golden opportunity, and you still need to think. What are you pondering? Grandfather, if I were to approach Bai Yuteng now, do you think he would remain in the Chu family? Chu Ming quietly countered. This question left Chunanqian momentarily speechless. Indeed, even if Chu Ming were to become the Heavenly Dragon Envoy, what difference would it make? The inevitable would still come to pass. The Chen family could not be thwarted. With Chen Juren's status and identity, he would certainly not fear a Heavenly Dragon Envoy. But Bai Yuteng was different. With Bai Yuteng intervening, Chen Juren would lack the audacity to attack the Chu family. Are you stalling for time? Chunanqian suddenly realized. Yes, Chu Ming replied calmly. Grandfather, do not be afraid. In 3 days, I will have a means to deal with the Chen family. This statement left Chunanqian in a daze. Chu Ming, could it be that your master? Chunanqian could only think of one possibility. The king of the underworld would intervene to assist the Chu family. My master is currently experiencing a breakthrough in his realm due to insights gained from this battle. Chu Ming fabricated a lie. Once the 3 days are over, even if Chen Juren were to summon the 3 patriarchs of the Chen family, it would be futile. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Chunanqian gasped in disbelief. Chu Ming, you actually have such confidence in the king of the underworld? However, it made sense. The king of the underworld had previously defeated Chen Daoi despite being weakened, and he had even manipulated formations to detain Chen Juren and others. Once he achieved a breakthrough, his power would undoubtedly soar. To deal with Chen Juren was not beyond possibility. Very well, I shall await your good news. Chunanqian took a deep breath. The fate of the Chu family rests upon your master. Indeed, Chu Ming smiled. Rest assured, he will not let you down. After uttering these words, Chu Ming gently nodded at Chunanqian before turning to leave. He would never allow the Chu family to fall while he was present. Even if the Chu family had treated him poorly, even if they rejected him, Chu Ming would not simply abandon them. After all, the Chu family was his foundation, the very essence his parents had sacrificed their lives for. Chu Ming vowed to protect it at all costs. Chapter 250. Upgrading the Dark Blade. As dawn broke, Chu Ming sat upright on his bed, surrounded by a plethora of weaponry. 3 extreme blood blades and 1 dark blade. He meticulously assessed the materials he had at hand. It was insufficient. He needed to exchange for 3 more extreme blood blades. Chu Ming grimaced at the thought. 1 extreme blood blade required 500 plot points. And to forge the dark blade to its 3rd tier, he needed 6 in total. Thus, he had to acquire 3 more extreme blood blades, amounting to 2,000 plot points, before the Chen family's wedding banquet. The total points he possessed did not even reach that number. Let us do it. Chu Ming gritted his teeth and pressed the exchange button. Congratulations. You have successfully exchanged for 3 extreme blood blades. Remaining plot points, 424. Gazing at the 3 additional extreme blood blades in his inventory, Chu Ming took a deep breath. He then waved his hand, tossing all 6 extreme blood blades into the app. The app's forging page began to illuminate. Would you like to proceed with the forging? Chu Ming clicked yes. Material authenticity verified. Current materials: extreme blood blade, Extreme Blood Blade, a weapon used by Chen Hongdao, the ancestor of the Chen family, to slay foreign invaders during the National Defense War, crafted with the combined efforts of 9 renowned artisans from Huaxia, said to possess the might to shake the foundations of Huaxia. Consuming 160 plot points, commencing weapon forging. Remaining plot points, 264. Seeing the instantaneous disappearance of 160 plot points, Chu Ming had grown somewhat numb to the experience. 1,000 plot points, just like that. Gone. He was once again left destitute. Points truly do vanish swiftly. Chu Ming sighed, hoping for some reward points after defeating Chen Juran. Throughout his numerous battles, Chu Ming had discovered that only a significant plot change would yield rewards. The characters involved in major plots were far too numerous. In his recent assault on the Su family, where he eliminated the Su family's Supreme Elder Su Jiangxun and Grand Elder Su Guoqin, he had not received any plot points. Thus, it was highly likely that the plot points would only be awarded after breaking the Chu family's predicament. After all, the Su family's actions this time were part of the Chen family's scheme. Chu Ming's revenge was naturally included. He hoped to at least break even at that point. Chu Ming sighed. Forging will take 3 days. No other weapons can be forged during this period, please take note. Remaining forging time, 2 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, 27 seconds. Upon reading this notification, Chu Ming nodded slightly, just as he had anticipated. The forging of the Dark Blade would indeed require 3 days. During this time, Bai Yuteng must remain stationed at the Chu family. Otherwise, if he departed prematurely, the Chu family would find themselves in a precarious situation. With his current strength, Chu Ming was not yet capable of fending off so many attackers. Should Bai Yuteng leave the Chu family, Chen Juran would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. Chu Ming inhaled deeply, contemplating that the worst-case scenario would be him facing the entire Chen family alone. A grave expression settled on Chu Ming's face. Confronting Chen Juran alone, Chu Ming believed he could manage. However, behind Chen Juran stood 2 who had entered the Dao realm, followed by the elder council of the Chen family. If these individuals were to join forces in an assault, Chu Ming would surely be unable to withstand it. As long as he could wait for the completion of the Dark Blade's forging, he should be able to eliminate the Grand Master in an instant. A fierce glint flickered in Chu Ming's eyes. Blocking the Chen family's advance would not be an insurmountable challenge. Staring at the forging details displayed on his phone, Chu Ming felt a heaviness in his breath. He had never anticipated that after killing the protagonist Chu Kuang, the situation would become so perilous. Furthermore, he had yet to confirm the fate of Chu Kuang. Generally speaking, his blade had pierced through Chu Kuang's heart. There was no way Chu Kuang could have survived. Once matters with the Chen family concluded, he would pursue the whereabouts of Chu Kuang. Chu Ming silently resolved, only by witnessing his death with his own eyes could he find peace. The protagonist, after all, was the protagonist. As a protagonist, they were naturally protected by fortune. Even the heavenly Tao of this blue-white star would safeguard the protagonist. Meanwhile, Chu Ming was the antagonist, having read numerous novels. He had yet to encounter a protagonist slain by an antagonist. It was always the antagonist who faced annihilation at the hands of the protagonist. Regardless of the circumstances, I must survive. Chu Ming inhaled deeply and sat cross-legged. His eyes shimmered with unwavering determination. But just as Chu Ming resolved to cultivate, a faint sound suddenly emerged from the entrance. Who is it? Chu Ming sprang to his feet, his gaze icy as it fell upon the corner of the doorway. The sound originated from that very spot. Chu Ming opened the door, and a figure clad in white suddenly slipped beneath his arm. You. Chu Ming was taken aback. Upon focusing his gaze, his expression changed drastically. Chen Xian. Chu Ming exclaimed in disbelief, how did you get here? At that moment Chen Xian was dressed in a voluminous white robe, resembling a certain elder of the Chen family. The family's experts have all been dispatched. Granting me this opportunity, Chen Xian giggled. So, what do you think? This young lady still possesses considerable capability, doesn't she? Faced with this version of Chen Xian, Chu Ming found himself at a loss for words. You need to hurry back. Chu Ming glared at her. If Chen Juran discovers you, you might very well lose your life. And what if I do? Chen Xian chuckled. Having come this far, would it not be foolish to return? Chu Ming. Indeed, while Chen Xian had the skill to escape, it did not guarantee her ability to return unnoticed. the Chen family had likely discovered her absence by now, given Chen Juren's temper. He would not show any mercy. If Chen Xian were to return, a severe beating would be unavoidable. Considering this, Chu Ming's gaze shifted to Chen Xian. He noticed a bloodstain on her forehead. Although partially concealed by her hair, it was still clearly visible. You're injured? Chu Ming asked, his tone peculiar. No, Chen Xian replied, clearing her throat. A few days ago, I had a disagreement with Chen Juren, and he struck me. He struck you? A hint of surprise flickered in Chu Ming's eyes. Though Chen Xian downplayed the incident, he could easily imagine the force behind Chen Juren's blow. The bloodstain, even if healed, remained evident, and her hair could not hide it. Did Chen Juren truly strike his own kin? Chu Ming questioned coldly. I have no idea, Chen Xian sighed. In his eyes, I now only count as half a member of the Chen family. After all, the one I am to marry is the king of the underworld. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming clenched his fists. Chen Juren, in a moment of prideful rivalry, was willing to stir up turmoil throughout the entire capital. Deep within Chu Ming's eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent began to surface. Previously, he had refrained from harming the Chen family due to his concern for Chen Xian. However, upon seeing the scar on her forehead, an inexplicable wave of killing intent surged within him. Chen Juren had crossed the line. Chu Ming, no more words, Chen Xian said with a smile. Look what I've brought you. After rummaging through her bosom for a moment, she suddenly produced a document. Take a look at its contents. She handed the document to Chu Ming. What is this? Chu Ming furrowed his brow as he glanced at Chen Xian before reluctantly accepting the document, but the moment he scanned its contents, his expression shifted dramatically. This is, how is it? Useful to you, I presume? Chen Xian smiled. I knew it would be beneficial, so I stole it. Chu Ming's breath grew heavy. The information contained within was none other than the 3 formations previously set by Chu Kuang. The Stone Man formation, the 5 Poisons formation, and the Heavenly Blood Slaughter formation. The Chen family had secretly restored them. How did you come by such information? Chu Ming inquired, puzzled. Shouldn't the Chen family be heavily guarded? I suspect my grandfather allowed me to obtain it on purpose, Chen Xian speculated. The archive room was completely unguarded, and I found it without much effort. Chu Ming cast a peculiar glance at Chen Xian. He recalled the words spoken to him by Chen Tianjiu, the head of the Chen family, before his decisive battle with Chen Daoyi. This matter today is not my intention. If you survive, my Chen family shall no longer oppose you. These 2 statements led Chu Ming to believe that Chen Tianjiu had made up his mind. There is indeed a possibility. Chu Ming smiled faintly. Chen Tianjiu, you truly have gone to great lengths. He calmly examined the contents of the document. Suddenly, he felt that Chen Xian's escape might also be related to Chen Tianjiu. Given Chen Tiangu's intelligence, he must have known about Chen Xian's actions. Yet he chose to turn a blind eye. You are conveying a message. The Chen family does not wish to oppose me. Correct? Chu Ming spoke softly, his gaze I see why. In other words, the only one who wishes to kill me now is that Chen Juren. Having established this, he felt no hesitation in taking action. Previously, he had held back against the Chen family out of consideration for Chen Xian. But now there was no need for restraint. By allowing Chen Xian to escape, Chen Tianjiu had sent Chu Ming a signal. Kill or be killed. Chu Ming, what's wrong? Chen Xian waved her right hand in front of him. She noticed that Chu Ming was lost in thought while staring at the document in his hand. It's nothing. Chu Ming snapped back to reality, his mind resolute. I understand your situation. I will make good use of these 3 formations. Good, as long as you're satisfied, Chen Xian giggled. She surveyed Chu Ming's room and suddenly plopped down onto his soft bed. As a reward, tonight I sleep in the bed and you sleep on the floor. No objections, mind you. I've been running since last night and I'm utterly exhausted. This bed is mine now. Her words left Chu Ming slightly taken aback. He shot a glare at Chen Xian, but just as he was about to retort, knock knock, the door was suddenly knocked upon. Someone's coming, Chu Ming quickly urged. You need to hide or it will be disastrous if you're seen. And if I am? Chen Xian replied nonchalantly, the engagement has already taken place. I am now your fiancée. What could possibly happen if I'm spotted? Chu Ming shot her a look. Stop with the nonsense and hurry under the bed. His tone was urgent and commanding. Chen Xian gazed at him with a hint of resentment before reluctantly crawling beneath the bed. Once he ensured everything was secure, Chu Ming opened the door. However, the visitor left him momentarily stunned. It was Bai Yutang. Lord Bai Tian is looking for me. Is there something you need? Chu Ming asked. Come in and speak, Bai Yutang replied indifferently. Chu Ming felt a sudden tightening in his chest. Chen Xian was still hiding under the bed. What would happen if Bai Yutang discovered her? Lord Bai Tian, if there is something to discuss, let us do it here. It's not very convenient to go inside. Chu Ming cleared his throat. Bai Yutang remained silent, but his icy gaze bore down on Chu Ming, an invisible pressure suddenly weighing heavily upon him. Chu Ming's expression turned grim. Very well, please enter. Faced with Bai Yutang's insistence, Chu Ming conceded. At that moment, he felt that he might not even withstand a single attack from Bai Yutang. The might of the Lord was enough to intimidate Chu Ming into submission. Once inside Chu Ming's room, Bai Yutang promptly shut the door. This detail made Chu Ming's demeanor grow serious. What did Bai Yutang intend to do? I came here because of a matter, Bai Yutang stated. Just now, a messenger from the Qianlong mansion found me and handed me something. Bai Yutang retrieved an exquisitely packaged box from his pocket. What is this? Chu Ming asked, perplexed. The jade pendant of the Qianlong messenger. Bai Yutang revealed the box and opened it slightly, revealing a dark red jade pendant resting quietly within. Chu Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. He quickly leaned closer, realizing that this pendant was indeed identical to the description in the original text. Crimson concealed within emerald, the dragon's hue revealed. 8 characters vividly depicted the pendant's appearance. The dark red jade seemed to emit a faint greenish hue. Just a glance at it made Chu Ming feel as though a faint, elusive dragon hovered above the pendant. The dragon sovereign spoke. Bai Yutang continued indifferently. This is a gift for you, but if you do not accept it, you may crush it in 3 days, and the Qianlong mansion will no longer seek to recruit you. Bai Yutang pushed the box toward Chu Ming. Chu Ming's breath quickened. As a reader of this book, he understood the significance of this jade pendant. Once he dripped his blood into it, the pendant would be refined by him. And if he desired, the elusive dragon could fully manifest. This was the identification token of the Qianlong messenger. Generally, only exceptionally talented individuals at the half-step Dao stage would be granted such a token by the Qianlong mansion. This is indeed a remarkable item, Chu Ming began to praise, but suddenly a pair of hands clasped around his calf. In an instant, the hands twisted his flesh 180 degrees. Chu Ming's eyes widened in shock. His face reddening, he gritted his teeth to suppress a cry. What's wrong with you? Bai Yutang glanced at Chu Ming with a furrowed brow. Nothing, Chu Ming stammered, forcing himself to remain composed. This item is so precious. I am just a bit overwhelmed. Is that so? Bai Yutang regarded Chu Ming with a strange expression. Yes, indeed. Chu Ming quickly stamped his foot, finally freeing himself from the grip beneath the bed. What on earth does that damn Chen Xian want? Just then, Chu Ming's phone vibrated. It was a message from Chen Xian. Chu Ming, hurry and send this old man away. There's too much dust under the bed. I can't stand it. Chu Ming's expression darkened instantly. Was this the reason Chen Xian pinched him? He truly felt his calf was unjustly treated. Understood, just endure a bit longer. He suppressed his anger and replied with a gentle tone. You've been acting a bit strange since just now. Bai Yutang remarked, his brow furrowed. The matter I'm discussing is not trivial. Do you understand? I understand. Chu Ming coughed lightly. In that case, I will accept this item for now. Chu Ming carefully closed the box and placed it into the cabinet. Lord Bai Tian, if there is nothing else, I will escort you out, Chu Ming immediately suggested. No rush, Bai Yutang replied coolly. You need to tell me how you reached the half-step Dao stage at such a young age. To my knowledge, only one person has achieved this in a century in Huaxia. Are you the second? Bai Yutang's words caused Chu Ming's expression to darken further. What could he say? That it was all due to the Wangu Mingdao Ju. Wouldn't the Qianlong mansion send powerful individuals to force Chu Ming to reveal the cultivation method of Wangu Mingdao Ju? Chu Ming was not foolish enough to do that. It's all thanks to my master's guidance. Chu Ming replied awkwardly. He is a rogue cultivator, yet so many elders from the Chen family can't contain him. Your master is indeed quite a figure, Bai Yutang said, pouring himself a cup of white liquor from the jar on Chu Ming's cabinet. However, I have never met him. Originally, I came to your Chu family to meet this legendary king of the underworld, but it seems that opportunity has eluded me." Upon hearing this, Chu Ming offered no response, merely forcing a smile. If Bai Yutang were to meet the king of the underworld, it would certainly spell trouble. Chu Ming feared that his own background would soon be known to the Qianlong mansion. "I know your plans," Bai Yutang said coldly. "You simply intend to delay me for 3 days, allowing the Chen family to refrain from causing trouble for your Chu family. I suspect that by then, the king of the underworld's injuries will be nearly healed, right?" Hearing Bai Yutang's words, Chu Ming suddenly froze. Although Bai Yutang did not guess the details correctly, he had grasped the general idea. Chu Ming indeed had this intention. However, the 3 days were necessary for the Ming Dao to upgrade. His injuries had already been completely healed before heading to the Su family. It seemed that Bai Yutang's insight was sharper than Chu Ming had anticipated. Chu Ming could only manage a bitter smile. "Chumming, I must inform you that my intervention on behalf of the Chu family has reached its limit," Bai Yutang stated coolly. "If the Chen family seeks to target you in the next 3 days, I shall not intervene." Upon hearing this, Chumming's expression darkened considerably. Should Chen Juyan become aware of this and launch a preemptive strike against the Chu family, Chumming would undoubtedly find himself defenseless, deprived of the assistance of the Ming Dao. He would surely find himself at a disadvantage in any confrontation with Chen Juyan. Moreover, there were numerous elders from the Chen family poised for battle. The likelihood of Chumming emerging victorious was exceedingly slim. "I have a long-standing grudge against the Chen family, which is why I have acted this once. However, if you think I will continually come to your aid, you are gravely mistaken," Bai Yutang scoffed. Lifting the cup of liquor in his hand, he took a sip of the baijiu, but suddenly he froze. This liquor. He gazed at the cup. The baijiu had a pale yellow hue, clearly of superior quality. Yet the flavor. "Where is this from?" Bai Yutang inquired with a furrowed brow. "You mean this? It is?" Just as Chumming was about to respond, a sharp pain shot through his calf. He grimaced and quickly looked down. He discovered that Chen Xian's hands had somehow returned to grip him again. Chumming's phone vibrated. "I found quite a few nails under the bed. If you don't get rid of this old man soon." Heh. Chumming felt a chill run down his spine at Chen Xian's message. He hurriedly shifted his chair, distancing himself from the edge of the bed. "Hiding won't help. If I don't stab you, I'll stab that old man." Upon reading this message, Chumming's face turned pale. It was one thing for Chen Xian to stab him, but if she targeted Bai Yutang, that would be a serious issue. "Just give me a moment longer." After sending the message, Chumming quickly glanced at Bai Yutang, only to find that Bai Yutang's expression had soured. "You have been acting strangely since earlier," Bai Yutang remarked icily. "Did Chu Nanqian not teach you about etiquette?" Chumming cleared his throat and smiled apologetically. "I apologize, Lord Bai Tian. I'm feeling somewhat unwell. I believe the injuries I sustained during the Chen family's wedding banquet have yet to heal." "I do not care whether you are healed or not," Bai Yutang replied coldly. "Tell me, where did this liquor come from?" "It is from Linju City," Chumming replied. "I brought it back a few days ago when I was passing through." Upon hearing the name Linju City, Bai Yutang fell silent for a moment. Was it merely a coincidence? Bai Yutang murmured softly. His old friend had a particular fondness for Linju liquor. After every battle he had endured with Bai Yutang, he would present this liquor for Bai Yutang to savor. The taste of this liquor was something Bai Yutang would never forget. "Lord Bai Tian, are you reminiscing about the past?" Chumming countered. Hearing this, Bai Yutang lifted his gaze to regard Chumming. "My affairs are of no concern to you." Bai Yutang snorted. "What a pity," Chumming sighed. "This liquor carries a tale of its own." "What tale?" "A tavern maiden who waited a lifetime for her beloved. When her beloved finally returned to see her, she had already turned to dust." Chumming's words caused Bai Yutang to shudder. He narrowed his eyes and demanded in a cold voice, "Who told you this?" "I have forgotten," Chumming replied with a faint smile. "Perhaps it was the tavern keeper? Or perhaps it was that white-haired prisoner languishing in the dungeon." Bai Yutang's body trembled. The white-haired prisoner in the dungeon? Could it be that Chumming knows something? "What did you see in the Chen family?" Bai Yutang's expression grew grave. "Who informed you of this?" His old friend's fondness for liquor was a secret known only to those close to him. If Chumming were not aware of the truth, he would never dare to speak so boldly. "Lord Bai Tian, your assumptions are misguided." Chumming was smiling, but suddenly his expression turned crimson. A piercing pain shot through his ankle. He immediately looked down to find Chen Xian hammering a nail into his ankle. Chumming quickly pulled out his phone and messaged Chen Xian. I understand. Just give me 3 more minutes. Just 3 minutes. Upon receiving the message, the hand gripping the nail retreated. Chapter 252. Chumming's conditions. When Chumming lifted his head again, Bai Yutang was already squinting at him, sweat beaded on Chumming's forehead. What is going on with you? Bai Yutang inquired coldly. I will ask you again. Where did you hear that story? Before he could finish, an aura of oppressive force emanated from Bai Yutang. Faced with Chumming's demeanor, he was growing angry. Yet, more than that, he was anxious to uncover the origins of the tale. The tavern maiden, fine liquor, the prisoner below. He could not believe this was mere coincidence. Lord Bai Tian, what do you think I could possibly witness within the Chen family? Chumming retorted, how would I know? Bai Yutang snorted, right now, I simply want to know what you truly know. This concerned his old friend Tang Hao, and Bai Yutang was becoming increasingly anxious. Over 30 years had passed without a word. He had made several attempts to infiltrate the Chen family dungeon, only to be discovered and driven away. His identity as a member of the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion could not be revealed. Otherwise, he would certainly have used brute force to break through the Chen family's dungeon's defenses. Therefore, Chumming's few words were of utmost importance to him. Before I speak of these matters, I expect Lord Bai Tian to retract your previous statements. Chumming said quietly, what statements? Bai Yutang was taken aback. For instance, I will not intervene for 3 days, and I will not concern myself with the Chen family targeting the Chu family. Chumming smiled. I find such words quite unpleasant. The glint in Bai Yutang's eyes sharpened. Are you threatening me? To think that a mere descendant of the Chu family could threaten the esteemed Tianwang of the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion. Absurd. Utterly absurd. Faced with the furious Bai Yutang, Chumming remained silent, merely producing a jade plaque from his robes and slamming it onto the table. What of threats? He replied coolly. This declaration caused Bai Yutang to breathe rapidly. Veins bulging on his forehead. Insulting. You. Bai Yutang's words were cut short when he caught sight of the jade plaque on the table. It was a palm-sized carving made of jadeite, with the words Qianlong inscribed on the front. This? Bai Yutang's voice faltered, his face paling. This is the Qianwangling. As a Qianwang of the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion, he was all too familiar with the Qianwangling. How do you possess such an artifact? Bai Yutang exclaimed in shock. The Qianwangling was a symbol of each Qianwang's identity. Could it be that Chumming had the backing of a Qianwang from the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion? Impossible. Not only do I possess such an item, but I also wish to show you another, Chumming said, flipping the jade plaque over. The back bore the name Tang Hao. The sight of those 2 characters left Bai Yutang in a daze. Tang Hao, Tang Hao. His body trembled and he instinctively took a step back. The presence of Tang Hao's name on the Qianwangling signified what? This plaque was Tang Hao's Qianwangling. How could you? Bai Yutang stammered, looking at Chumming with confusion. He could not comprehend. Even if Tang Hao were alive, he would be imprisoned in the 3rd level of the Chen family dungeon. That place was off limits to anyone but the Chen family's direct descendants. Moreover, even if one were to enter without Tang Hao's consent, this jade plaque would never be revealed. Why then, did Chumming possess it? So Lord Bai Tian, do you now agree with my perspective? Chumming smiled faintly. This jade plaque was entrusted to him by Tang Hao before he departed. Tang Hao had said that as long as he presented the plaque to someone from the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion, perhaps someone would recognize it. Bai Yutang could not possibly be unaware of the implications behind this plaque. Upon hearing Chumming's words, Bai Yutang took a deep breath. He studied Chumming earnestly, then, he sighed and said, I shall grant you my protection for the Chu family for 3 days. However, in exchange, you must tell me what your relationship with Tang Hao is. It is a deal, Chumming replied, satisfied. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred, and his smile vanished. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a fair hand emerging from beneath the bed. That hand, clutching a screw, was poised to stab Bai Yutang in the calf. Chumming's face turned pale with fright. Stop! He shouted suddenly. The fair hand paused and then retreated, yet his shout had caught Bai Yutang off guard. Bai Yutang had just picked up the jade plaque to examine it, and Chumming's sudden exclamation caused his hand to freeze in midair. What are you doing? Bai Yutang asked, a perplexed expression on his face. I merely wish to verify the authenticity of this jade plaque. Do not be agitated. I am not, Chuming protested helplessly. He had only intended to prevent Chen Xian from acting recklessly beneath the bed, not anticipating that Bai Yutang would misunderstand. He quickly pulled out his phone and messaged Chen Xian. Your Highness, please do not take any further action. He is a Qianwang. If you injure him, both of us will be finished. After a moment Chen Xian replied, Chuming, I do not care whether he is a Qianwang or a Diwang. The 3 minutes you mentioned have already passed. Have him leave. Cold sweat broke out on Chuming's forehead. Just 3 more minutes. I will conclude this matter and have him leave immediately. I do not believe you. I swear, just 3 minutes. If I cannot have him leave within that time, do as you see fit. That is your word. Indeed it is. Very well, then I shall wait for you for another 3 minutes. If that old man is still here in 3 minutes, I will immediately stab him in the calf. Did you hear me? Yes, yes, I understand. Chuming put away his phone, letting out a helpless sigh. Both the man in front of him and the one under the bed were not to be trifled with. Unfortunately, he found himself caught in the middle, making Chuming feel like he belonged nowhere. This jade tablet is indeed genuine. Bai Yutang assessed that it should be an identification token belonging to Tang Hao, not the main jade tablet. The primary jade tablet still belongs to old Tang. I did not ask him for it, Chuming smiled and asked, so does Bai Qianwang want to engage in a transaction with me during the day? What kind of transaction? Bai Yutang inquired, puzzled. I will take you to meet Tang Hao. And you must guarantee the safety of the Chu family for 7 days. You can take me to see Tang Hao. Bai Yutang was taken aback. He was in the Chen family's dungeon on the 3rd level. Yes, and what of it? I have my ways of getting in, Chuming replied. As long as you can ensure the safety of the Chu family for 7 days, I will take you there. Upon hearing Chuming's words, Bai Yutang hesitated for a moment. Under normal circumstances, he would have agreed without a second thought. However, he was under orders from Longzun to return to the northern region in 3 days. Thus Bai Yutang had no choice but to leave. Let's change the terms, Bai Yutang said. I can offer you any rare treasures or wealth you desire, but 7 days is impossible. Bai Qianwang felt that if the Chu family were no more, what use would he have for those items? Chuming countered. This statement caused Bai Yutang to pause slightly. Indeed, if the Chu family were to perish, giving him those items would be of no avail. Yet I truly cannot manage 7 days, Bai Yutang sighed, confessing, to be honest, Longzun has pressing matters for me to attend to, and I cannot linger in the capital. Longzun, is there no room for negotiation? Chuming inquired, difficult. Bai Yutang replied with a single word. Chuming pondered for a moment. Longzun, the master of the northern region, was indeed a formidable character? The entire northern region was firmly under his control. One could say his will was the will of the northern region. He was a proud yet capable powerhouse. Then there is nothing to be done, Chuming said, putting away the jade tablet. Once I resolve the issues with the Chen family, I may no longer have the ability to take you to see old Tang. Therefore, Bai Qianwang, you must think carefully. Facing Chuming's attitude, Bai Yutang fell into silence. He had not seen Tang Hao for over 30 years and did not know whether he was alive or dead. Now, an opportunity lay before him. As long as he could satisfy Chuming, he could meet Tang Hao and ascertain his condition. Bai Yutang could not let such an opportunity slip away. In that case, I will give you a Dao-invoking artifact, Bai Yutang declared. This artifact is stored in my warehouse in the capital. Once I retrieve it, we can discuss further. How does that sound? A Dao-invoking artifact? Chuming was slightly taken aback upon hearing this name. To be honest, he was tempted. Generally speaking, such artifacts could be exchanged for plot points through the Urban Cultivation app. However, he was unsure how many plot points could be redeemed. 1 is not enough. If you send a few more, I will take you over immediately. Chuming smiled and proposed. What do you think? This remark left Bai Yutang stunned. Chuming had quite the appetite. However, for the sake of meeting Tang Hao, he endured. Fine, a few more it is. Bai Yutang gritted his teeth and said, once I return from the warehouse in the capital, we will set off immediately. Agreed. It's a promise. Chuming smiled. It's a promise. Bai Yutang cast a deep glance at Chuming. Chuming's eyes were clear, appearing exceedingly sincere. I will be back shortly. He frowned slightly before departing from the doorway. Upon seeing the door close, Chuming finally let out a sigh of relief. However, he had not fully relaxed when 2 sharp metallic screws were pressed against his neck. Chuming, Chen Xian's voice came from behind him. Look at me. My lady, how can I turn around to look at you when you are holding me hostage like this? Chu Ming replied helplessly. The 2 screws in Chen Xian's hand were nearly capable of piercing Chu Ming's neck. Under such circumstances, he could not move an inch. HMPH. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian finally withdrew the screws and coldly huffed at Chu Ming. Chu Ming turned around and discovered that Chen Xian was now covered in dirt. Her face smudged with grime. Her outfit was nearly in tatters. He finally understood why Chen Xian was so agitated. A girl who cherished her beauty being reduced to this state would complain just as anyone else would. How could you let me end up like this? Chen Xian exclaimed angrily. Tell me. Chu Ming cleared his throat. Why don't you wash up first? We can talk after you are clean, he suggested helplessly. Fine, you said it. Chen Xian shot him a glare before heading straight for the bathroom in the room. Chapter 253. Is there someone in your room? The bathroom in Chu Ming's room was made of semi-transparent glass. From his room, one could vaguely see Chen Xian's motions as she undressed. Wait! Chu Ming immediately called out. Don't wash here. What's wrong? Do you want to do something to me? Chen Xian's laughter rang like silver bells. The Grand King of the Underworld unable to control himself. This remark made Chu Ming roll his eyes. Indeed, Chen Xian was not an ordinary girl. His worries were unfounded. Well, go ahead and wash. I can clearly see your outline. Chu Ming scoffed. If you have the ability to wash, I have the ability to watch. Is that so? Chen Xian was unafraid. If you have the ability to watch, I have the ability to wash. As she spoke, Chen Xian gently removed her inner garments. Despite the semi-transparent glass obscuring the view, Chu Ming felt a rush of blood to his head upon witnessing the scene. This audacious woman. Did Chen Xian think she could toy with him without consequence? Fine, take your time washing, Chu Ming said coldly. Before long, Bai Yutang will return. I want to see if you can remain this calm. This comment caused Chen Xian in the bathroom to stiffen noticeably. That old man will come back? She asked with an odd tone. He only went to fetch the artifact. Chu Ming sneered. Didn't you say you were brave? Then go ahead and wash. Following that, the bathroom fell silent. Chu Ming could see that Chen Xian was putting on her clothes. This woman seemed to be afraid after all. Miss Chen, what's wrong? Chu Ming said triumphantly, feeling timid. You were so. Before Chu Ming could finish his sentence, Chen Xian stepped out of the bathroom. Upon seeing the outfit she wore, Chu Ming was taken aback. It was a loose cotton jacket, designed to be slightly fitted, which highlighted Chen Xian's figure prominently. Most importantly, this cotton jacket belonged to him. Chu Ming, what do you think? Chen Xian laughed charmingly. Does it look good? This jacket carries your scent. This statement made Chu Ming's expression darken considerably. I just happened to steal a piece of clothing from a family elder and ran out. Putting on yours is much more fitting, Chu Ming. Your face is a bit red. Are you running a fever? Chu Ming, want to guess if I am wearing anything under this cotton jacket? Chen Xian's words floated lightly into Chu Ming's ears. His breathing grew increasingly heavy. Chen Xian's beauty could only be described as breathtaking. Such a woman, wearing his clothes and sitting on his bed, would fill anyone else with desire. Yet, Chu Ming remained clear-headed. Chen Xian was deliberately teasing him. She knew Bai Yutang would return at any moment, confident that he would not act against her. This woman, Chen Xian, was too cunning. What's wrong, Chu Ming? Why are you silent? Chen Xian laughed. Are you shy? The Grand King of the Underworld can feel bashful too. Chen Xian's laughter rang clearly in Chu Ming's ears. Chu Ming shot her a glare. What do you want? He retorted. What do you think? Chen Xian gently sat beside Chu Ming. A faint fragrance wafted in the air, lingering around him. What do you want? How would I know? What if I said I want you? Chen Xian smiled mischievously as she attempted to lean on Chu Ming's shoulder. In a swift motion, Chu Ming flipped over, pinning Chen Xian beneath him. Do not provoke me, Chu Ming said indifferently. Otherwise, you shall not leave this place today. Interesting, Chen Xian chuckled. I would like to see how you prevent me from leaving. Alright. If you have the guts, close your eyes, Chu Ming sneered. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian was taken aback for a moment before pouting. Then you can try, I shall. Chu Ming scoffed. As Chen Xian closed her eyes, Chu Ming quickly retrieved a bundle of rope from his storage bag. With lightning speed, he tied Chen Xian's hands and feet together. At that moment, Chen Xian had yet to react. By the time she realized what was happening, Chu Ming had securely bound her. He even attempted to tie her up like a zongzi. Chu Ming What are you doing? Chen Xian exclaimed, both shocked and furious. She truly had not anticipated that Chu Ming would take such action. According to the normal progression of events, she had created an atmosphere of intimacy. And Chu Ming should have taken the bait. Once he did, Chen Xian would counterattack, seizing the upper hand. In this manner, Chu Ming's Achilles heel was firmly grasped by her. From this point onward, whenever Chen Xian spoke to the east, Chu Ming would no longer dare to respond from the west. However, Chen Xian's elaborate scheme was utterly shattered by Chu Ming's actions. She truly could not comprehend what Chu Ming was attempting to achieve. I told you there's no way you're leaving here today. Chu Ming sneered at Chen Xian. Are you not aware that you are counting on me to refrain from taking action against you? Once I conclude my dealings with Bai Yutang, I shall return to address you. This woman, Chen Xian, had far too many tricks up her sleeve. Chu Ming had nearly fallen into her trap, luckily at a crucial moment. The phoenix jade pendant in his possession trembled gently, extinguishing the flames of desire that surged within him. Otherwise, he could scarcely imagine what actions he might have taken today. Chu Ming, you. Chen Xian's fury ignited upon hearing his words. After all she had done, how could Chu Ming still maintain his composure? Chu Ming, you even a man? Chen Xian retorted angrily. If it were anyone else, they would have already fallen for my ploy. Well, that may be true for others, Chu Ming replied with a smile. You see, I am the king of Hell. A dignified king of Hell could never be bested by you, Chu Ming. Chen Xian ground her teeth in frustration. She had managed to ensnare Chu Ming numerous times, yet this time, she had genuinely lost to him. This man, Chu Ming, was an enigma to her. Just stay put for now, Chu Ming said, crumpling the white paper on the table and stuffing it into Chen Xian's mouth. Consider this a moment of reflection on where you have erred. He continued, once Bai Yutang departs, I shall release you. With that, he bundled Chen Xian into the cupboard, fuming with rage, her face flushed with indignation. Yet she found herself powerless. Chu Ming's counter was far beyond her expectations. She had assumed that this time, like all the others, he would inevitably fall into her trap, but she had not anticipated his series of actions. Meanwhile, Chu Ming was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Once the crisis facing the Chu family was resolved, he would have ample time to deal with Chen Xian, but now was not the time for such endeavors. A single misstep could lead to his complete downfall. Observing the intense gaze Chen Xian fixed upon him, Chu Ming could only shrug helplessly. He then closed the wardrobe. Just then, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Chu Ming's heart raced. Upon realizing the sound originated from the entrance, he finally exhaled in relief. It must be Bai Yutang returning, Chu Ming surmised. His speed truly is remarkable. Bai Yutang had gone to a certain location in the capital to procure the magical artifacts Chu Ming had requested. Given Bai Yutang's king-level speed, he would undoubtedly return within half an hour. With this thought in mind, Chu Ming promptly opened the door. Sure enough, Bai Yutang entered, bearing an array of weapons, which he unceremoniously tossed onto the floor. 5 weapons in total: swords, staffs, and spears. As Chu Ming gazed at the artifacts strewn about, his eyes sparkled with excitement. These weapons could only be wielded by those who had entered the Tao realm. When powered by the spiritual energy of the Tao realm, they would significantly enhance one's combat prowess. For an average Tao realm practitioner, acquiring even one of these would be a tremendous boon. However, Chu Ming understood that the potency of these weapons paled in comparison to the Hell Blade. His intention was solely to exchange these weapons for storyline points and subsequently utilize them. Is this sufficient? Bai Yutang inquired. Can you now share the method with me? Chu Ming gently touched the 5 weapons on the ground, nodding slightly. Yes, it's time. Excellent. Bai Yutang laughed heartily. He sat down at the tea table in Chu Ming's room, grinning. As long as everything you say is truthful and you fulfill the task you previously mentioned, all of these will belong to you. However, Bai Yutang's expression suddenly shifted as he furrowed his brow. Chu Ming, has someone been here? This question caught Chu Ming off guard, and he glanced at Bai Yutang in surprise. How had Bai Yutang detected this? Chu Ming's peripheral vision darted towards the wardrobe, where Chen Xian was concealed. If discovered, it could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings with Bai Yutang. Why do you say that, King Bai? Chu Ming countered. Your room is clearly infused with a fragrance, Bai Yutang remarked. It seems a woman has indeed visited, correct? Chu Ming was taken aback. He was astonished that Bai Yutang could discern such a detail. Indeed, a maid had come by, and the lingering scent of her perfume was evident. Clearing his throat, Chu Ming remarked, "This shouldn't affect our dealings, should it?" Bai Yuteng frowned. "While it may not impact our arrangement, I must caution you. Our business must remain undisclosed to any third party." "That is certain," Chu Ming promptly affirmed. "You are aware that the rules of Qianlong Mansion are stringent. The Dragon Sovereign has expressly forbidden our involvement in clan disputes. If discovered, expulsion from Qianlong Mansion would be a light punishment." Bai Yuteng spoke gravely. "If not for the matter concerning Tang Hao, he would not have so readily acquiesced to Chu Ming's request. Should Qianlong Mansion learn of this, the Dragon Sovereign would undoubtedly impose penalties upon him. Rest assured, King Bai, there is absolutely no third party involved here," Chu Ming reassured, clearing his throat. He was deliberately avoiding glancing in the direction of the wardrobe, fearing that Bai Yuteng might sense someone was hidden within. "All right, I trust you," Bai Yuteng spoke calmly. "Since the items I brought are satisfactory, it is now your turn to demonstrate your sincerity." Previously, Chu Ming had informed Bai Yuteng that once the magical artifacts were in place, he would be able to see Tang Hao. Now, it was time to deliver on that promise. Chapter 254. Brothers reunited. Facing Bai Yuteng's eager anticipation, Chu Ming placed the magical artifacts on the table. "Do you truly wish to see Tang Hao?" Chu Ming inquired. "What makes you ask that?" Bai Yuteng replied, frowning. "If I did not wish to see him, why would I have brought so many artifacts to seek you out? What I am asking is, do you genuinely want to see Tang Hao?" Chu Ming reiterated. "Do you not have a means to facilitate my meeting with him?" Bai Yuteng's frown deepened. "If you cannot provide a way." His words trailed off abruptly. Bai Yuteng suddenly caught sight of the unwavering determination in Chu Ming's eyes. In that instant, he comprehended Chu Ming's intentions. After 30 years, had he truly prepared himself for a reunion with Tang Hao? When Tang Hao was captured, Bai Yuteng had not returned in time. He had missed the final farewell with his lifelong brother. Could he now sincerely follow Chu Ming to meet Tang Hao without any reservations? "You are hesitating," Chu Ming stated calmly. "Indeed, I am hesitating." Bai Yuteng inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze on Chu Ming. "But I have come to realize that if I do not go, I will carry this guilt for a lifetime. Whether it be sin or punishment, I must go." Bai Yuteng spoke quietly. "The regrets of the past can now be mended, and I shall not flee, nor will I shrink back." What a commendable resolve to neither flee nor shrink. Chu Ming smiled. This was the very response he had been waiting for. The past between Tang Hao and Bai Yuteng was something he only partially remembered. In the original narrative, when Tang Hao broke free from the Chen family's dungeon and laid eyes on Bai Yuteng for the first time, he uttered a single phrase, "Brother, I have returned." It was this phrase that haunted Bai Yuteng with guilt until his dying breath. He had failed to fulfill the promise made all those years ago, which had led to Tang Hao's imprisonment in the Chen family's dungeon for 30 years. By leading Bai Yuteng into the Chen family's dungeon today, Chu Ming was, in essence, helping both Tang Hao and Bai Yuteng resolve their unfinished business. "Hold on to my hand," Chu Ming softly declared. "I will take you to see him." "Hold on to your hand?" Bai Yuteng was momentarily taken aback, hesitantly placing his hand on Chu Ming's arm. "If you dare to deceive me." At that very moment, a flicker of light danced in Chu Ming's eyes as a mysterious spatial power enveloped both of them. Bai Yuteng felt as though the world around him blurred and shifted. The art of spatial displacement. When Bai Yuteng regained his senses, he found himself in a dimly lit prison. Before him sat an elderly man with white hair, sipping wine. Upon noticing Chu Ming and Bai Yuteng's arrival, the old man was momentarily startled, nearly dropping his wine cup. "Kid Chu, can you please stop appearing out of nowhere every time?" the white-haired elder exclaimed in irritation. "Old Tang, this time it's urgent, so I came over first." Chu Ming replied, his complexion pale. "I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed. I need to meditate and recover for a while." Bringing a king-level individual along while employing spatial displacement consumed far more energy than Chu Ming had anticipated. Had he not recently broken through to the half-step Dao realm, he would have surely faltered midway. "Do you have any wine?" Tang Hao inquired. "You haven't visited in several days, and I've been saving the wine." "I brought some," Chu Ming replied with a sigh, retrieving 2 bottles of wine from his storage pouch. "Just these 2. Make them last, as I haven't returned to Linju yet to bring you more." 2 bottles? Tang Hao exclaimed joyfully. "Fantastic. That should keep me going for a few days. By the way, who did you bring with you?" Tang Hao set down the wine bottle and poured himself a generous glass. Finally casting a glance at Bai Yuteng, Bai Yutang looked at Tang Hao, his eyes brimming with emotion as he hoarsely uttered, "Haozi." This simple address caused Tang Hao to freeze in place, his wine cup clattering to the ground. His expression turned to one of utter disbelief. "You? Who are you, old Bai?" Tang Hao gazed at Bai Yutang with astonishment. Through the dim light within the confines of the cell, Tang Hao finally discerned the features of Bai Yutang. 3 decades ago, Bai Yutang was a figure of striking handsomeness, yet now he was adorned with a face full of white whiskers. Coupled with the poor lighting of the prison, Tang Hao did not recognize Bai Yutang at first glance. However, the sound of Bai Yutang's voice, that he could still identify. "It truly is you." Tang Hao's eyes brimmed with tears. He thought he had misjudged, but who else could this person be, if not Bai Yutang? 30 years. A full 30 years. Haozi. Bai Yutang immediately knelt before Tang Hao regarding the events of the past. Bai Yutang had not anticipated that Chu Ming would indeed bring him to meet Tang Hao. In this fleeting moment, he had thought that even if Chu Ming could manage it, it would require a considerable cost. "I have heard of the events from back then." Tang Hao shook his head with a sigh. "You arrived too late to that battle, yet I do not blame you. It was my own folly, Haozi." Bai Yutang's tears flowed freely. "It is I who caused you to languish in this wretched place for 30 years. It is my fault." "Enough." Tang Hao helped Bai Yutang to his feet. "Brother, there is no need for such lamentation. Throughout these 30 years I have never held you accountable. The previous master of the Chen family was ungrateful. I fought him and accidentally took his life. This guilt is mine to bear. Fortunately, Lord Longzun interceded on my behalf, sparing me from the death sentence that the Chen family sought to impose. Truth be told, even if you had come sooner, I would still have been captured." Tang Hao forced a bitter smile. The memories of those past events were as vivid as if they had just transpired. Chu Ming sat in the corner, his eyes observing the two. Indeed, Tang Hao had never blamed Bai Yutang in the original narrative, yet Bai Yutang carried the burden of guilt until his dying breath. Though his appearances were few, through their interactions Chu Ming recalled certain details. "If you two have finished reminiscing, please assist me for a moment," Chu Ming stated. "I have exhausted my spiritual energy. Could one of you protect me while I recover?" Upon hearing this, both Tang Hao and Bai Yutang shot a glare at Chu Ming. "You rascal, be quiet." They spoke in unison. Chu Ming's face fell at their words. These two, how could they be so ungrateful? Yet it was understandable. Old friends reunited after 30 years would naturally have much to discuss. Tang Hao and Bai Yutang conversed for a full half-hour, utilizing the spiritual stones from his storage pouch. Chu Ming managed to restore nearly 80% of his energy. Transporting with the king-level power had cost him 60% of his strength. Chu Ming slowly opened his eyes. It appeared that transporting more individuals would lead to even greater consumption. Previously, when he transported Chen Yuhao, the energy expended was less due to Chen Yuhao's low cultivation. The contrast was now stark. Chu Ming sighed. Nevertheless, with 80% of his spiritual energy, he could still return Bai Yutang safely. "If you two have finished your conversation, I must take my leave." Chu Ming lightly coughed, interrupting their nostalgia. "Otherwise, if someone from the Chen family arrives, it will surely spell trouble. This is the 3rd level of the Chen family's dungeon. The elders of the Chen family are all present here, not to mention a master like Chen Juran. Even those at the king level are among them. If one of them were to discover us, even Bai Yutang would likely face dire consequences." "Very well, we shall pause here for now," Tang Hao said with a smile. "After all, with young Chu here, you can come whenever you wish." Hearing this, Chu Ming's expression darkened. Did Tang Hao truly consider him a mere human-shaped teleportation array? Did he not realize that each teleportation cost him 60% of his strength? It was not that simple. "Haozi." Bai Yutang hesitated before speaking. "Why do you not leave with Chu Ming? Since he can take me away, he can surely take you as well. It is my own unwillingness to depart." Tang Hao replied indifferently. "I still have a score to settle with the Chen family." This statement moved Bai Yutang deeply. The head of the Chen family had fallen at Tang Hao's hands. The Chen family had laid a net to capture him. Ultimately, after that battle, Tang Hao was apprehended. Were it not for Lord Longzun's plea, Tang Hao would have perished. "I will repay every grievance the Chen family has inflicted upon me," Tang Hao said somberly. "Having endured for 30 years, I am not short of a few more days." Tang Hao's cultivation was nearing the out-of-body realm. With a little more time for seclusion, he would surely break through and shatter the confines of the Chen family's dungeon. "Very well, I respect your choice. Bai Yutang nodded solemnly. By the way, Tang Hao glanced at Chu Ming. This lad named Chu has a connection with me. If you can assist him in any way, please do so. Bai Yutang turned to Chu Ming as well. Very well. He agreed. Since you have said so, I will certainly help. For the past 30 years, Bai Yutang had felt indebted to Tang Hao. Now that he saw Tang Hao, he would undoubtedly do his utmost to fulfill his wishes. Very well, you two should leave. There may be people from the Chen family arriving today, and you could be at risk of exposure at any moment. Tang Hao spoke with a grave expression. Hearing this, Chu Ming could not help but roll his eyes. He wanted to retort to Tang Hao, if you are aware that the Chen family is coming, why did you talk for so long? However, he dared not voice his thoughts, faced with Tang Hao, who was a half-step into the out-of-body realm, along with Bai Yutang, a king-level master. Chu Ming had no choice but to concede. Haozi, take care. Bai Yutang patted Tang Hao's shoulder. Once I resolve the matters entrusted to me by Lord Longzun, I shall come to see you again. Brother, go. Tang Hao nodded. Trust me, I will be out soon. All right. Bai Yutang suddenly exerted strength with his right hand. Smiling as he spoke, then, he turned to Chu Ming. Let us depart. Are you certain you wish to leave? Chu Ming cleared his throat. I must remind you, if the Chen family destroys the Chu family, you may never have the chance to return. This remark caused Bai Yutang to glare at Chu Ming. Do you think I am unaware of your ulterior motives? I will ensure your Chu family's safety for 3 days. And then provide something to deter the Chen family. Will that suffice? Very well. Chu Ming smiled instantly. Chapter 255. The Chen family strikes back. Upon returning to the Chu family, Bai Yutang immediately exited Chu Ming's room. The meeting with Tang Hao had alleviated the knots in his heart. Feeling inspired, he sought to meditate for a while. Chu Ming, too, felt relieved. After Bai Yutang departed, he finally released Chen Xian, whom he had hidden in his wardrobe. Yet, the moment he untied Chen Xian's bindings, slap! A resounding blow landed on Chu Ming's face. Stunned, Chu Ming exclaimed, I am angry. Chen Xian gritted her teeth in fury. Chu Ming, do you have any idea how long you've kept me locked up? Then you shouldn't have hit me. Chu Ming glared at her. You brought this upon yourself. Can you blame me? I don't care. Chen Xian huffed. You bully me, you scoundrel. With that, Chen Xian suddenly swung her hand, attempting to slap Chu Ming again, but at that moment Chu Ming was already on guard. He swiftly grasped Chen Xian's wrist. You dare come again? Chu Ming glared at Chen Xian. I will. Chen Xian retorted angrily. I kindly brought you the information and this is how you treat me? Wasn't there a special circumstance? Chu Ming firmly held both of Chen Xian's hands. If you hadn't provoked me, would I have dealt with you this way? Chu Ming, you have changed. Now you know how to shift blame. I have not changed. Chu Ming rolled his eyes. I already slapped you. What more do you want? Apologize on your knees and I will forgive you. Chen Xian declared defiantly. I in your dreams. Chu Ming immediately countered. Stop making a fuss and I might just let you go, then don't let go. Chen Xian retorted coldly. I want to see how long you can hold on to me. Woman, do not overstep your bounds. Chu Ming's expression turned cold. What now? Do you wish to silence me? HMPH, Chu Ming said coldly. I must inform you, there is another bed here. Are you not afraid of what I might do? Just you. Chen Xian scoffed. Chu young master, I truly do not believe you can do anything to me today. If Chu Ming intended to do anything to her, he would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? At times Chen Xian genuinely questioned whether Chu Ming was capable in that regard. Seeing the smile on Chen Xian's face, Chu Ming's expression darkened a few shades. The Chu Ming before his transmigration had indeed been well versed in all vices. However, the current Chu Ming, having crossed over, maintained a clean lifestyle, abstaining from all indulgences. Moreover, with the crisis of the Chen family still unresolved, he had no desire to engage in such pursuits. His words were merely a threat to Chen Xian. Enough. Chu Ming tossed Chen Xian onto the bed. Instead of arguing here, it was better to contemplate their next steps. Chen Xian had escaped from the Chen family. Now that it was dawn, the Chen family would undoubtedly discover her absence. Given Chen Juran's temperament, he would never let this matter rest. The Chen family may have already initiated a search for Chen Xian, should the Chen family realize that Chen Xian was at the Chu family's residence. Chu Ming would need to prepare a countermeasure, regardless of what happens next. Apologize. Chen Xian rose, huffing at Chu Ming. Fine, it was my mistake, my lady. Chu Ming sighed. Is it all well now? Can we sit down and have a proper chat? Hee, that sounds more agreeable, Chen Xian chuckled. In light of your apology, I shall refrain from holding it against you. In truth, Chen Xian was not as angry as she pretended to be, for some reason. Every time she laid eyes on Chu Ming, a sense of joy washed over her, particularly when she observed Chu Ming's helplessness in acquiescing to her whims. Her spirits soared even higher. Now, the fact that you have fled must surely have reached Chen Juren by now. Chu Ming deduced. If all goes as expected, Chen Juren will undoubtedly resort to some extreme measures, such as, Chen Xian retorted. Do you think he might take action against those close to you? Chu Ming inquired. Perhaps punishing your grandfather or others? Upon hearing this, Chen Xian was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, there was a possibility. Given Chen Juren's temperament, he would undoubtedly erupt with fury upon discovering her escape. Chen Tiangu cherished her, always yielding to Chen Xian's wishes, but Chen Juren would not. Chen Juren would certainly employ ruthless tactics to track down Chen Xian. Am I correct? Chu Ming sighed. You, my dear, never consider the consequences of your actions. The smile on Chen Xian's face gradually faded, replaced by concern. Chu Ming, what do you think we should do? I've already escaped. There's no going back now, Chen Xian queried. Point 2 options. Chu Ming raised his index and middle fingers. First, we take the initiative, disseminating information to lure Chen Juren out so I can deal with him. Second, we let Chen Juren come to us, and then I can join forces with Bai Yutang to confront him. The formation diagram you provided is quite handy for this purpose. To break this impasse, these are the only two viable strategies. Chu Ming's words caused Chen Xian to furrow her brows. Chu Ming, can you truly contend with that old fellow Chen Juren? Indeed, Chu Ming asserted confidently, his cultivation and strength are merely at the peak of the initial stage of entry, and after our previous encounter, he is undoubtedly still injured. I estimate that even if he plays all his cards, he cannot reach the mid-stage of entry. To be frank, if you give me 3 days, I will have 100% certainty of defeating him. Chu Ming's declaration sent a jolt through Chen Xian. She was astonished. While others may be unaware of the Dark King's age, she knew all too well. Chu Ming was only 24. The outside world speculated that the Dark King must be at least 40. Yet the reality was quite the opposite. For a 24-year-old to challenge Chen Juren, a man who had lived for over half a century, Chu Ming was indeed a little monster. Chu Ming, are you truly certain you can surpass him? Chen Xian asked incredulously. That man is at the peak of the initial stage of entry. His strength is at least twice that of Chen Daoyi. Absolutely, Chu Ming replied with exasperation. Do you think I would make baseless claims regarding something I lack confidence in? Chen Xian found herself speechless. Indeed, reflecting on all their past experiences, Chu Ming had always exhibited immense confidence. It seemed this instance was no exception. Very well, let us proceed with the first option. Chen Xian took a deep breath. The odds of defeating him after he has separated from his allies are far greater than if he comes to us. If Chen Juren were to come, he would undoubtedly be accompanied by the elders of the Chen family and 2 senior elders. At that point, even with Bai Yutang's assistance, Chu Ming would still be facing a 3-pronged assault from entry-level experts. Moreover, in a public setting, should Chu Ming inadvertently kill Chen Juren, it would undoubtedly exacerbate the conflict between the Chen and Chu families. Such an outcome would be unwise. Then we shall set up the formation in advance, Chu Ming stated. Over the next 2 days I will spread the word to draw Chen Juren out. Alright, let's proceed with that plan. Chen Xian began but was interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps outside. Young Master Ming, you in there? Tang Lin's voice called from the doorway. The Chen family has arrived, and the family head wishes to see you. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming and Chen Xian exchanged glances, both expressing surprise. Chen Juren was acting with remarkable swiftness. Without Chu Ming having to utilize any means, Chen Juren had already returned. Had he discovered my presence in the Chu family? Chen Xian felt a pang of anxiety. Faced with the unyielding and fierce Chen Juren, she felt a sense of dread. Stay calm, Chu Ming reassured her. You remain here and rest. I will go check it out. Be careful. That old man is no pushover, Chen Xian warned. Your identity as the Dark King must not be revealed to him. I understand, Chu Ming nodded gently. Even if Chen Xian had not reminded him, he would have kept that in mind. Currently, the Dark Blade was being forged in the app, and even with the protagonist Chu Kuang's Dark Blade in hand, Chu Ming could only hope for a 50-50 chance against Chen Juren. Of course, he would be the one with the advantage. Only upon the completion of the 3rd phase of the Dark Blade would Chu Ming possess the strength to defeat Chen Juren. He was utterly certain of this. After ensuring Chen Xian was tucked safely under the covers, Chu Ming finally opened the door. Young Master Ming, regarding the Chen family, Tang Lin said anxiously. I understand. Chu Ming nodded. Lead me there. All right, Tang Lin replied succinctly. The arrival of the Chen family was indeed sudden. Just a few hours prior, the Chen family had stormed in, but this time their demeanor was considerably less aggressive. Chu Ming suspected this had much to do with Bai Yutang. Even if Chen Juren intended to take action against the Chu family, he would have to consider Bai Yutang's presence. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the reception room of the Chu family. Chu Ming pushed the door open and discovered not only Chu Nanqian but also Chu Pingyi and Chu Pinghu were present. Grandfather, Chu Ming said solemnly, their guests. Upon hearing this, Chu Nanqian's eyes lit up. He quickly raised his head and exclaimed, Chu Ming, you have finally arrived. As Chu Nanqian spoke, he could not help but blink. Noticing the playful expression on Chu Nanqian's face, Chu Ming furrowed his brow. Grandfather, who are the guests? It is I. A low, indifferent voice emanated from the other end of the sofa. A figure, initially facing away from Chu Ming, stood up and slowly turned around. Chen Juren. It was him again. Upon seeing the man's face, Chu Ming's expression chilled. He had not anticipated that merely half a day's time would bring Chen Juren back to the Chu family. What was his aim? It turned out to be the elder of the Chen family. Chu Ming forced a smile. The Chen family has only recently visited. What brings you here again? Previously I was unaware that the Dark King was present. Chen Juren replied coldly, that visit was to search for the Dark King, and I apologize for any offense caused. Oh. And what is the purpose of your visit this time? Chu Ming countered, upon hearing Chu Ming's words. A glint of coldness flickered in Chen Juren's eyes as he spoke deliberately. This time, I am here to seek my Chen family's descendant Chen Xian. Chapter 256. The Dark Blade reappears. This statement not only stunned Chu Nanqian and the others but also left Chu Ming momentarily speechless. How long had it been since Chen Xian had stealthily left? How could Chen Juren have pinpointed the Chu family's location so swiftly? Impossible. Elder Juren, Chu Ming replied, maintaining his calm demeanor, if your descendant is indeed with the Chen family, why come to our Chu family? Ha ha, and now suspect that your Chu family is harboring our Chen family's members. Chen Juren stated, I am merely here to retrieve my Chen family's descendant. Are you really intending to obstruct me? Chu Ming narrowed his eyes. He had not anticipated that Chen Juren would be so troublesome. Before he even considered taking action, he had already been outmaneuvered. Chen Xian was indeed in the Chu family, however Chu Ming could not disclose this. Elder Chen. Chu Nanqian hastily interjected, the Chen Xian you seek is truly not in our Chu family. I assure you of this. My Chu family is straightforward and has no desire to become embroiled in such troubles. If the heavens bear witness, if I Chu Nanqian utter a single lie today, may I meet a miserable end. Chu Nanqian's guarantee made Chu Ming's face twitch. He had barely spoken a few words, yet Chu Nanqian, the old fox, had already expressed his stance. It appeared that Chu Nanqian sought to use this opportunity to resolve the conflict between the Chu and Chen families. Not only Chu Nanqian but others also shared this sentiment to varying degrees. However, only Chu Ming understood that no matter how much Chen Juren spoke, it would be of no consequence. What was destined to happen would still occur. Chu Nanqian, what value does your assurance hold? Chen Juren replied coldly, today, I must search your Chu family. Can you stop me? Upon hearing this, Chu Nanqian's breath hitched. He realized what was unfolding. The pretense of capturing Chen Xian was merely a facade. The real intention was to search for the Dark King. After all, searching for the Dark King would be obstructed by Bai Yutang, yet searching for a member of the Chen family would not warrant Bai Yutang's intervention. Moreover, Chu Nanqian could not ascertain whether Bai Yutang would intervene again on his behalf. I have already given you fair warning, Chen Juren stated indifferently, should your Chu family choose to obstruct me. Feel free to try. The atmosphere in the reception room grew tense at his words. Chen Juren had come with only a few individuals, however, even so Chu Nanqian lacked the courage to impede him. After all, Chen Juren's strength was extraordinary, and even if the entire Chu family banded together, they might not be able to harm him in the slightest. This was the reality of strength. As the Chu family fell silent, a smile crept onto Chen Juren's face. Chu Nanqian, it seems you have made the right decision, he said. Rest assured, if I do not locate anyone, I will not make things difficult for you. Yet if a person is found. Chen Juran's words turned cold. The Chu family has no reason to exist. In that instant a chill ran down Chu Nantian's spine. Was the person Chen Juran spoke of truly Chen Ziyang? Or perhaps it was the Underworld King? Chu Nantian's breath quickened. He was uncertain whether the Underworld King was indeed hiding within the Chu family. If the Underworld King were to reveal himself here, the Chu family would undoubtedly face annihilation. Just as Chen Juran rose preparing to take action, a deep voice suddenly rang out. Wait! The crowd turned to see that the speaker was none other than Chu Ming. Chu Ming, Chu Nantian whispered urgently, don't speak. The individual before them was none other than Chen Juran, the elder of the Chen family. Did Chu Ming truly intend to confront him head-on? It was inconceivable that he could prevail. However, Chu Ming paid no heed to the anxious Chu Nantian. Instead, he stepped forward to face Chen Juran, stating calmly, my Chu family is, after all, one of the 8 prominent families of the capital. You cannot search as you please. Chen Juran did not respond, merely narrowing his eyes. With a crack, the glass coffee table before them suddenly shattered. The crack spread like a spider's web, intricate and dense. In the next moment the table exploded into pieces. Shards of glass grazed Chu Ming's face, a line of blood slowly appearing. You intend to stop me? Chen Juran slowly lifted his gaze, coldly inquiring. Yes, I will stop you, Chu Ming replied, disregarding the blood on his face, his voice low, without concrete evidence. You cannot search my Chu family. Is that so? A glint of murderous intent flashed in Chen Juran's eyes. He stomped his right foot, causing the scattered glass shards on the ground to leap up like sharp knives, viciously stabbing towards Chu Ming. This scene terrified Chu Nantian and Chu Ping, who hastily retreated. Yet Chu Ming's gaze shifted, and in the instant the glass shards approached, his figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was already 5 meters away from Chen Juran. Chen Juran furrowed his brows at Chu Ming's speed. Even he had not clearly seen Chu Ming's movement a moment ago. It was astonishingly swift. What kind of martial art had Chu Ming mastered to achieve such a feat of instantaneous movement over several meters? The onlookers from the Chu family were equally astonished. They too had not grasped what had just transpired. It seemed the rumors circulating outside were indeed correct. Chen Juran slowly rose, coldly fixing his gaze on Chu Ming. You truly are the disciple of the Underworld King. Only the Underworld King could possess such an uncanny ability. You have learned it thoroughly. Thank you for the compliment, Elder Juran, Chu Ming replied indifferently. If you have no further matters, you may leave. Leave? Ha ha ha. Chen Juran laughed heartily. If I cannot find the person I seek today, I will not leave. I shall repeat, there is no one here you seek. Chu Ming took a deep breath. He was stalling for time. Bai Yutang was currently in seclusion, while Tang Lin had gone to inform Bai Yutang before Chu Ming's arrival. Whether he could delay Chen Juran depended entirely on what Chu Ming would do. No. Do you have evidence to prove that? Chen Juran sneered. If I say there is, then there is. Since you wish to obstruct me, I shall discipline your disciple on behalf of the Underworld King. Upon uttering these words, Chen Juran's eyes flickered with fierce intent. The shards of glass on the ground surged in an instant. The members of the Chu family in the reception room hurriedly retreated. Fearing they might be caught in the crossfire, Chu Ming, retreat. Chu Nantian urged anxiously. You cannot defeat him. Even knowing that Chu Ming had become a Grand Master, Chu Nantian did not believe he could overcome Chen Juran. After all, Chen Juran's prowess was clearly at the peak of the initial stage of the Tao. Yet Chu Ming remained undeterred, his full attention focused solely on Chen Juran. He had initially planned to engage in battle as the Underworld King 3 days later. But Chen Juran's sudden reappearance had caught him completely off guard. Plans, after all, could not keep pace with change. In midair, countless glass shards reassembled and coalesced. This sight sent chills down the spines of all present. Was this truly the power of the Tao? Terrifying. This was no longer the realm of mere warriors. The ability to manipulate objects from afar was akin to divine powers. Faced with the Tao, was Chu Ming not going to flee? Fear, dread, panic, concern. Everyone was in disarray. Only Chu Ming stood resolutely before them. One man stands against the tide. Facing the calm Chu Ming, Chen Juran merely offered a cold smile before sweeping his right hand. The multitude of glass shards rained down like a torrential storm. Had it been an ordinary person, they would undoubtedly be reduced to a bloody pulp by such a strike, yet Chu Ming remained calm. Raising his hand, a short blade appeared in his palm. The initial stage of the underworld blade. This was the blade forged by the protagonist Chu Quan. When chasing the protagonist, Chu Ming had stolen it and kept it in his storage bag until now. He had not anticipated that he would use it in such a manner today. Underworld blade, soul shatter. Chu Ming rasped. He swung the blade forward. Immediately, radiant light surged forth. A force no weaker than that of the Tao erupted explosively. This scene not only caused Chu Nanqian, Chu Pinghe and others to change color, but even Chen Juran across from them was taken aback. How is this possible? Chen Juran was stunned. Chu Ming was merely 24 years old. Logically, he should only possess the strength of a grandmaster at most, yet the strike he had just unleashed exhibited such overwhelming power. This was impossible. Chen Juran's face was filled with confusion. But at that moment Chu Ming remained calm and swung the blade forward once more. One strike, another strike. The sharp blade light overlapped, directly shattering the incoming shards of glass. Countless fragments disintegrated into powder, scattering through the air. With a crashing sound, the remaining glass shards whistled past, all landing on the floor behind Chu Ming. His robes billowed in the wind. He was unscathed. Heavens! The crowd gasped in astonishment as they gazed at the figure. Chu Ming had actually withstood this attack. How could this be? Even Chu Nanqian struggled to comprehend it. Chu Ming clearly only possessed the cultivation of a grandmaster. How could he withstand an attack from the Tao? This was beyond his understanding. After all, even Chu Nanqian himself was merely a grandmaster. In the face of the stunned, doubtful and astonished crowd, Chu Ming slowly sheathed his blade. Chen Juran, your attack appears to be nothing more than this. Chu Ming spoke in a deep tone. This statement left everyone present in shock. Chu Ming had actually claimed that the esteemed elder of the Chen family was merely this. This young man was far too arrogant. Standing there with his blade, Chu Ming gazed indifferently at Chen Juran. He was grateful that he had previously seized the protagonist's underworld blade, otherwise confronted with such a multitude of sharp glass shards, he would not have been certain he could completely shatter them into pieces. What troubled him was that Chen Juran had not exerted his full strength. This attack had only demonstrated at most 50% of Chen Juran's power. There was still another 50% he had not unleashed. Just at 50%, Chen Juran had posed a significant threat to Chu Ming. If he were to unleash his full might, Chu Ming would undoubtedly face defeat. After all, the two were separated by an entire stage of cultivation. Chapter 257. 3 days later, the truth revealed. Your power is surprisingly comparable to that of your master? Chen Juran regained his senses, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Chu Ming. He had never imagined that Chu Ming, the young master of the Chu family, would possess such strength. So, the esteemed elder of the Chen family is afraid? Chu Ming returned coldly. Having torn their facade, they were now prepared for a full-scale confrontation. Even if the underworld blade had not yet reached the third tier, Chu Ming was barely capable of contending with Chen Juran. Afraid? Chen Juran scoffed. What if you possess such strength? Chen Juran's eyes glimmered with malice. He was determined to make Chu Ming understand the price of offending him. Since you insist on obstructing me today, then I shall. But at that moment, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang, interrupting his sentence. Chen Juran glanced at the Chu family members, then at his pocket. He immediately silenced the ringtone. Since you insist on obstructing me today, then I shall. His words were cut off once more as the phone rang again. This interruption left the members of the Chu family in a state of bewilderment. Chu Ming looked on, somewhat speechless at Chen Juran's predicament, feeling a sense of embarrassment for him. Chen Juran took a deep breath, retrieving his phone from his pocket and hurling it violently to the ground. Smash! Under his force, the phone shattered into pieces. Now no one can interrupt me. Chen Juran spoke coldly. Listen, Chu Ming, he continued indifferently, if you are sensible today, step aside, and I may spare your life. If you refuse to be sensible. Before Chen Juran could finish, the door to the reception room suddenly burst open. A hurried servant from the Chen family rushed in. Elder Juran, you have a phone call. Chen Juran's expression turned furious. Get lost. Do you not see that I am occupied? Chen Juran snapped angrily. But it's a call from the family head. The servant protested, looking wronged. He said he has urgent matters to report. Chen Tianjiu. Chen Juran took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger that surged within him. After a moment of silence, he finally reached for his phone. "Hello, let us get to the point." Chen Juran spoke coldly. "Elder Juran, I'm relieved to finally reach you." Chen Qiangu's voice came through, tinged with gratitude. "I tried calling several times, but you hung up on me. I thought I told you to get to the point." Chen Juran's tone was frigid. "Well, just 5 minutes ago, news about Xi'an from the western suburbs of the capital came in," Chen Qiangu explained. "I have already dispatched someone to that location, so Elder Juran, what do you think?" Upon hearing this, Chen Juran was taken aback. They found Chen Xi'an so quickly, he couldn't help but glance at Chu Ming, only to find him smiling back, which made Chen Juran's expression darken considerably. Chen Qiangu's voice had undoubtedly reached Chu Ming's ears. "Elder Juran, where are you? Should I come and pick you up?" Chen Qiangu asked respectfully. However, Chen Juran did not respond. With a sudden burst of strength, he crushed the phone in his hand, his expression shifting between rage and despair. "Elder Juran, since you have already located your Chen family member, it seems you need not forcibly search through our Chu family." Chu Ming scoffed. "So please take your leave." This statement left Chen Juran momentarily speechless. He had originally intended to seize the opportunity of searching for Chen Xi'an to conduct a legitimate hunt for the Ming Wang within the Chu family. But Chen Qiangu's call had caught him off guard. In that case, even if it meant taking risks, he would still forcefully search the Chu family. "What are you saying?" Chen Juran coldly laughed. "When did you hear that Chen Xi'an was found? What do you mean by that?" Chu Ming frowned, his gaze towards Chen Juran growing colder. "It means nothing. I am merely suspicious that the Chen family's offspring is among your Chu family." Chen Juran sneered. "Today, I will definitely search the Chu family. Bring them in," Chen Juran commanded, and immediately several black-clad bodyguards from the Chen family rushed in through the door. "Please, Elder Juran, give your orders." The bodyguards spoke in unison. "Listen, today we will turn the entire Chu family upside down until we find our target," Chen Juran declared coldly. "Yes." The black-clad bodyguards of the Chen family immediately acknowledged the command. "I dare anyone to try," Chu Ming spoke harshly, drawing his Ming knife from his waist. "Today, whoever dares to search the Chu family, I will kill them," Chu Ming stated coldly, "even if our Chu family is weak. We are not to be bullied at will." This declaration not only stifled the Chen family's members but also silenced those like Chu Nanqian. In that moment, they suddenly realized that Chu Ming was no longer the frivolous, wasteful young master, but the true heir of the Chu family. Chu Nanqian looked at Chu Ming's back and, gritting his teeth, stepped forward. "Elder Chen, the person you seek is indeed in the western suburbs of the capital." This is what Brother Qiangu himself confirmed. Not only did Chu Ming hear it, but we all did. "Do you not fear that I will summon Lord Bai Yutang to uphold justice?" He added. "I can assure you, while we may not have the person you seek, Lord Bai is still here." If Chu Ming's words had subdued the Chen family's black-clad bodyguards, then Chu Nanqian's words had certainly shaken Chen Juran. So many people had heard Chen Qiangu's words. He could no longer pretend ignorance. If Chu Nanqian were to call upon Bai Yutang, all his plans would come to naught. In that moment, Chen Juran felt a deep loathing for the troublemaker Chen Qiangu. If it weren't for his call, he could have justifiably searched the Chu family. "Leave here, Elder Chen," Chu Nanqian said indifferently. "Chu Ming is right. Even if our Chu family is weak, we are far from being able to be overturned by your mere words." For once, Chu Nanqian stood his ground, and his words moved the members of the Chu family. Chen Juran's expression darkened to an extreme. He feared no one else but Bai Yutang. "Very well, Chu Nanqian, you certainly have the audacity. I have underestimated you." Chen Juran gritted his teeth. "But do not get too complacent. I have received word that Bai Yutang will only stay with your Chu family for 3 days. In 3 days I shall see how you intend to stop me." With that, the faces of both the Chu and Chen families visibly soured, as the lines had clearly been drawn. Chu Nanqian's expression also darkened slightly. He hadn't expected the Chen family's intelligence network to be so formidable, uncovering such a secret of the Chu family. It seemed that the Chen family had long since planted several spies within the Chu household. "Let us discuss the matter of 3 days from now when it arrives," Chu Ming sneered. "Elder Chen, our Chu family does not welcome you. Please leave." Even though Chen Juran was aware of Bai Yutang's involvement, Chu Ming was not afraid. In 3 days, the Ming knife's third stage would be officially forged. By then, with Chu Ming's current half-step into the Dao realm cultivation, he would surely be able to contend with Chen Juran. Since this elder Chen intended to wait 3 days, Chu Ming felt less anxious. Excellent. What a splendid Chu family. Chen Juran laughed in fury. I shall see if in 3 days you can still utter such audacious words. We are leaving, Chen Juran said coldly, waving his hand abruptly. This announcement left the members of the Chen family momentarily stunned. Were they truly just leaving like this? Elder Juran, we came to conduct a search. The attendant who had passed the phone couldn't help but interject, but at that moment Chen Juran suddenly slapped him across the face. Slap! The attendant was sent crashing to the ground. I said leave. Do you not understand? Witnessing this scene, even if some members of the Chen family had their own thoughts, they dared not say another word. Safe travels, Elder Chen, Chu Ming said with a cold smile. Chu Ming, Chen Juran said icily, wait and see, in 3 days I will make you regret those words. With a fierce glare at Chu Ming, Chen Juran finally led his people away. As Chen Juran and the Chen family departed, Chu Nantian finally let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, if the Chen family had truly chosen to take forceful action, Chu Nantian would have had no confidence whatsoever. He was uncertain if Bai Yutang would indeed assist them. The elder of the Chu family had already entered seclusion and had yet to send any word. In other words, apart from Chu Ming, the Chu family had no one to stand against Chen Juran. In just a few minutes, Chen Juran and the Chen family members had exited the gates of the Chu family. Only then did everyone in the Chu family relax, as the heavy burden they had carried was finally lifted. Meanwhile, Chu Ming wiped the sweat from his brow. If a confrontation had truly occurred, with his current abilities, he likely would not have been able to handle Chen Juran. Thankfully, this elder Chen had chosen to retreat. 3 days from now, what to do? Chu Nantian sat despondently on the sofa, his face filled with worry. Chu Ming, have you consulted Lord Bai? Will he protect our Chu family? Grandfather, what do you think? Chu Ming replied calmly, not answering directly. Sigh, it seems impossible to fathom. Chu Nantian sighed. He is a lofty king of the Tianlong mansion, while our Chu family is merely one of the 9 great families at the bottom of the capital. What do we have to ask of him? Though he had spoken boldly today, 3 days from now, Chu Nantian sighed repeatedly, genuinely troubled. Not only him, but the entire Chu family was enveloped in a cloud of anxiety. As long as Bai Yutang left the Chu family, how could they possibly confront the Chen family head-on? This fact was clear to everyone, including Chu Nantian, Chu Pinghe, Chu Pinghu, and even the servants of the Chu family. Everyone understood. Grandfather, I've told you. Chu Ming spoke calmly. 3 days from now, my master will intervene to resolve the issue with Chen Juran. You need not worry. How can I not worry? Chu Nantian retorted. I don't even know where your master is. You expect me to entrust the entire Chu family to him? How can I do that? Chapter 258. United as one. Chu Nantian's concerns were not without merit. Grandfather, make all necessary arrangements and prepare for battle. Chu Ming retrieved a document from his robe and handed it to Chu Nantian. What is this? Chu Nantian asked, his expression peculiar. Didn't the Chen family set up several formations to deal with my master? Chu Ming smiled. This is the layout of those 3 formations. Upon hearing this, Chu Nantian and the others were stunned. Chu Ming obtained the formation diagrams from the Chen family. I heard that those formations were set up by the master Chu who was killed by the Ming Wang. Chu Nantian remarked, taking the formation diagrams with astonishment. Since that person is dead, how did you acquire these diagrams? Don't worry about where they came from, Chu Ming replied. We must set them up before the Chen family's experts arrive again. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Chu Ming gazed out the window at the scenery of the Chu family estate, speaking softly. Grandfather, if we lose this battle, you should understand the consequences. The members of the Chu family inhaled deeply at this statement. The decline of the Chu family was not the end as long as lives remained. However, if targeted by the Chen family, none would escape unscathed. This battle must be won. Very well, I, Chu Nantian, have bowed my head for a lifetime. Today I will gamble it all with you, Chu Nantian said, his breath heavy as he spoke resolutely. For the sake of the Chu family, he was willing to abandon his dignity. He resembled a jester, tirelessly performing for the families of the upper and middle tiers. He willingly donned the guise of an old fox, prepared to sacrifice some members of the Chu family in exchange for their tranquility. Yet now, these individuals sought to shatter that peace. Chu Nanqian would never consent to such a thing. As for the second and third uncles, Chu Ming turned to them, acknowledging, "I understand that I am not favored by you and that we even harbor grievances. However, this time, I hope we can unite our efforts." Chu Ming spoke with utmost sincerity. Second uncle Chu Pingyi had clashed with Chu Ming multiple times over the matter concerning Chu Ci. Meanwhile, third uncle Chu Pinghu also aimed to usurp Chu Ming's resources for the sake of family interests. These two were not to be underestimated in their daily dealings. Yet, at this moment, within this reception room, both understood that no matter how fierce their internal conflicts, they were merely internal. Should outsiders dare to encroach, the Chu family would undoubtedly stand united. This principle was clear to them. Chu Ming, with a solemn tone, stated, "Even if I am not in your good graces and our differences persist, what you are doing today aligns with my own desires. Rest assured, if you fear that I might stab you in the back, there is no need for such worry." The root of Chu Pingyi's discord with Chu Ming had always revolved around Chu Ci's resources. If the Chu family fell, what resources would remain to contend over? Right and wrong aside, with the Chu family on the brink of catastrophe, how could he turn against Chu Ming? "You are my second uncle. And I am as well," Chu Pinghu remarked. To be honest, prior to this matter, I never anticipated your courage and capability to confront Chen Juran. I, Chu Pinghu, am impressed. As for other issues, they could be discussed once this crisis had passed. Now let us proceed as you propose. Chu Pinghu promptly expressed his support. "I understand," Chu Ming replied earnestly. "Thus it is settled. The fate of the Chu family in overcoming this crisis rests upon everyone's resolve." The gathered individuals nodded in unison, responding earnestly, "Indeed. By the way, Chu Ming, I have one more matter to inquire of you," Chu Nanqian interjected, furrowing his brow. "Please, grandfather, go ahead. On that day at the Chen family wedding, I inadvertently caught sight of the deceased Master Chu. I could not shake the feeling that he bore a striking resemblance to someone." Chu Nanqian hesitated before continuing, "The individual expelled from our family years ago." Upon hearing this, Chu Ming hesitated for several seconds. "Grandfather, that person's true name is Chu Quan, the son of fourth uncle," he disclosed, revealing no secrets. He knew such matters could not remain hidden for long. Chu Nanqian would inevitably discover the truth. "It truly is him." Chu Nanqian's complexion paled. How could he have become the Master Chu of the Chen family? And from where did he acquire such knowledge of formations? Sighing softly, Chu Ming replied, "Grandfather, this matter is rather intricate. Once we have navigated through this crisis, I shall explain it to you. At present, he lacked the disposition to divulge such information to Chu Nanqian, nor was he adequately prepared to do so. Of course, he could not speak of Chu Kuang's ties to the King of Hell or the existence of the black phone in his possession. I understand. Chu Nanqian nodded silently. "Then, please inform me when you are ready to share." Sighing, he reflected on the years that had passed without a word from that family. "Truth be told, I deeply regret the decision I made back then," Chu Ming observed. Chu Nanqian calmly. I end the original narrative. It was precisely this regret from Chu Nanqian that stirred the ruthless Chu Kuang's feelings of compassion. Subsequently, under Chu Nanqian's leadership, the Chu family stayed assured, becoming one of the top families in the capital. Yet, that was merely the later plot line. Now, with Chu Kuang slain by Chu Ming, whether those events would unfold again depended entirely on Chu Ming's efforts. I end the original tale. Chu Ming, as the primary antagonist, had already met his demise and never witnessed these developments. If given another chance, Chu Ming would still choose to eliminate Chu Kuang. After all, it was a matter of survival. Either he perished or it would be his own end. "Grandfather, fourth uncle's family resides in Linju City." Chu Ming hesitated before speaking. "If we can overcome this crisis, I will take you to meet them." Chu Nanqian abruptly lifted his gaze. After all these years, it was the first time he had heard news of the Chu Pinghai family. Initially, the Chu family had 4 sons, whom Chu Nanqian named as rivers, lakes and seas, hoping they would achieve great things. Yet, he never anticipated that they would ultimately drift apart, leaving only 2 sons by his side. I understand. Chu Nanqian nodded silently. "Let us speak of this later. For now, we must first address the issue with the Chen family. Alas, I have placed the weight of everything upon your master. Chu Ming, you must not disappoint me. Chu Nanchang sighed heavily. Rest assured, grandfather, Chu Ming assured him, since I have dared to make such a statement, I am prepared for the consequences. 3 days hence Chen Juran is of no concern. Very well, Chu Nanchang replied solemnly. During these 3 days, the entire family will act according to your directives. I shall accompany you in this gamble. Chu Nanchang's words resonated in the ears of all the Chu family members. Some sighed, others felt invigorated, while some were anxious and others remained steadfast in their belief, yet ultimately, they all acknowledged Chu Ming's leadership. Outside, the sky gradually darkened, shrouded in ominous clouds. After departing the reception room, Chu Ming returned directly to his quarters. He was also quite astonished as to how the Chen family had discovered Chen Xian's whereabouts in the western suburbs. After all, Chen Xian was clearly in his room. Upon pushing the door open, he found Chen Xian using the computer in his room for some purpose. You're back. Chen Xian turned with a beaming smile. So did that old ghost Chen Juran leave? Was it you? Chu Ming asked, his expression peculiar. Indeed, Chen Xian explained. I asked a few friends to send messages using my account. The family's intelligence network should have received the news by now. Thus Chen Tiangu has claimed that you appeared in the western suburbs. Chu Ming realized. I know not whether it was in the western suburbs or elsewhere, but it certainly was not the Chu family. Chen Xian chuckled. I suspect that old ghost Chen Juran used my disappearance as an excuse to visit the Chu family in search of the king of Hell. Most likely, Chu Ming sighed. Fortunately, he did not take action. Bai Yutang was in a state of enlightenment and was harmed by the protective array at the entrance when Tang Lin sought him out. That old man with a white beard is rather unreliable. Chen Xian scoffed. You still believe he can protect the Chu family? I doubt it. Chu Ming remained silent. Indeed, if Chu Nanchang had not managed to deceive Chen Juran once conflict erupted, the Chu family would undoubtedly suffer immense casualties. Moreover, Chu Ming would also risk exposing his identity as the king of Hell. He was not yet at the Dao entry stage. Should he attract the attention of the elders from the various great families, troubles would be inevitable. His identity as the king of Hell must remain concealed until he became a true powerhouse. He was not the protagonist Chu Quan blessed with heavenly fortune. Chu Ming only trusted himself. All right, Chu Ming, Chen Xian announced. Now that old man Chen Juran has been deceived, we should discuss our next course of action. Next course of action? What do you mean? Chu Ming replied, puzzled. First and foremost, your bedroom has been commandeered by me, Chen Xian declared with an air of entitlement. As gratitude for my assistance in rescuing your Chu family, you shall serve as my servant for 3 days. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Chu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. This Chen Xian is taking advantage of the situation. You must be dreaming. Chu Ming shot her a glare. You can borrow my bedroom, and the bed may be yours to sleep in, but serving you as a servant for 3 days? Not a chance. Are you saying there is nothing to negotiate? Chen Xian countered. Otherwise, Chu Ming snorted. Do you really expect me, the esteemed young master of the Chu family, to fetch water for you to wash your feet? Absolutely not. Fine, have it your way. Chen Xian replied nonchalantly. I will now instruct my friend to retract the information regarding the western suburbs and replace it with news of the Chu family. Chen Xian's words left Chu Ming momentarily stunned. This familiar scene, this familiar dialogue. What a sensation. It felt as if he had experienced it several times before. Are you attempting to threaten me again? Chu Ming seethed with rage. Do you think I would be intimidated by you once more? Threaten? No, no, no. Chen Xian chuckled mischievously. How could I dare to threaten the esteemed young master of the Chu family? However, if someone refuses my request, I truly cannot predict what might transpire next. Chapter 259. Purgatory. You. Chu Ming gritted his teeth. This Chen Xian was utterly shameless. 3 days was excessive, clenching his jaw. Chu Ming extended his index finger. 1 hour. Not acceptable. It must be 3 days, Chen Xian giggled. If you refuse, you should be well aware of the consequences. Chu Ming's expression darkened as he glared at Chen Xian. This woman was infuriating beyond measure. 3 days it is then. During this time, you will hold off Chen Juran and prevent him from coming over. Chu Ming estimated that he would require another 2.5 days to complete the forging of the 3rd tier of the Hell Blade. As long as he could secure that time frame, everything else could be negotiated. Very well. It is settled. Chen Xian smiled and said to Chu Ming, from this moment forth, you shall be my servant. When I, Chen Xian, command you to go east, you must not venture west. When I instruct you to head north, you must not stray south. Do you understand? Chu Ming cast a glance at Chen Xian. I understand. I shall now go pour you some tea, if that is acceptable. I never expected you to possess such awareness. Chen Xian chuckled. Very well, you are permitted to fetch me some tea, MHM, Chu Ming replied in a low voice. Promptly exiting the room. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. After a full hour and a half, Chen Xian had yet to see Chu Ming return. A sudden realization struck her. She had been deceived. While it was true that Chu Ming had agreed to serve her for 3 days, if he did not present himself during that time, Chen Xian would have no opportunity to command him. Chu Ming. As this truth dawned on her, her expression darkened considerably. She had never anticipated that Chu Ming would pull such a trick on her. She immediately picked up the landline and dialed Chu Ming's mobile phone. Sorry, the number you have dialed is switched off. Frustrated, Chen Xian kicked a cabinet, only to wince as pain shot through her big toe, causing tears to well up in her eyes. Chu Ming. Just wait. Chen Xian gritted her teeth in anger. Truly, the forces of good and evil are ever at odds. Now, as she was concealed within the Chu residence, she had no means to seek out Chu Ming. Under these dual constraints, Chen Xian could only suffer in silence. Meanwhile, in a training room of the Chu family, Chu Ming was engrossed in the messages on his phone. He discovered that even in flight mode, he continued to receive notifications from the Urban Cultivation app. This app resembled a glitch within his phone. Not only could he not delete it, but he could not even move it. To his surprise, his recent visit to the Su family had granted him over 1,000 additional points. As Chu Ming scrolled through his phone, he felt several vibrations in his pocket following Chen Ju's departure. Congratulations! You have successfully altered the original storyline. Story points 100. Reward 100 story points. Related items have been credited to your account. Please swipe to collect. Congratulations! You have successfully altered the original storyline. Story points 200. Reward 200 story points. Related items have been credited to your account. Please swipe to collect. Congratulations! You have successfully altered the original storyline. Story points 400. Reward 400 story points. Related items have been credited to your account. Please swipe to collect. 3 messages in total. It seemed there were indeed no item rewards. Chu Ming sighed, but he was pleased with the abundance of story points. At least it was some compensation. Ever since he had slain Chu Quan, the system had informed him that item rewards had been cancelled, which had distressed him for quite some time, while the point rewards had been meager back then. The items provided by the app had proven quite useful. The app explained that Chu Ming had surpassed the novice phase and no longer required items. He found this rather regrettable. Nevertheless, he decided to validate the spiritual tools that Bai Yuteng had given him and see how many points he could exchange for. Clearing his throat, Chu Ming immediately retrieved the various tools Bai Yuteng had thrown at him earlier. A knife, a gun, a staff, a club and a sword. 5 in total. He activated the app's exchange function and placed one of the white swords on the screen. Evaluating value. Please wait. After a mere 10 seconds. Evaluation complete. Estimated exchange points 1200. Would you like to exchange a staggering 1,200 points? Chu Ming was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that placing the second-tier Underworld blade yielded only 600 points, while the Underworld blade he had seized from Chu Quan had garnered a mere 200. Yet, Bai Yuteng's casually discarded spiritual tools were valued at 1,200. Chu Ming was left questioning the very fabric of reality. What about this gun? After a moment's hesitation, he placed the red tassel spear on the phone's screen. Evaluating value. Please wait. Another 10 seconds passed. Evaluation complete. Estimated exchange points 1,500. Would you like to exchange? Hiss. Chu Ming inhaled sharply, his eyes sparkling with excitement. So each of these could yield over 1,000 points. This means the 5 could potentially net me at least 6,000 points. As this realization dawned upon him, he could not help but smile. His previous expenditures on upgrading his techniques and forging the Underworld blade had nearly drained his points. Now, he could replenish them. If he could amass 6,000 points, he would be able to exchange for numerous items in the storyline marketplace. Let's place them all. Chu Ming proceeded to lay down the remaining iron rod and golden club on the phone screen. The APP determined that these two items could be exchanged for 1,000 points and 1,400 points respectively. Together, these four items totaled exactly 5,100 points. Chu Ming could not help but chuckle. What a windfall! Had he known, he would have asked Bai Yutang to bring more with him. He was now feeling rather greedy. After all, that was 5,100 points. Previously, even after battling Chu Kuang, he had only managed to scrape together a few hundred points. Yet now, these four weapons could yield 5,000. He decided to proceed with the exchange for these four items. Chu Ming placed each weapon down in turn and then tapped the exchange button. Congratulations! You have successfully exchanged for 1,200 story points. Congratulations! You have successfully exchanged for 1,000 story points. Congratulations! You have successfully exchanged for 1,500 story points. Congratulations! You have successfully exchanged for 1,400 story points. Remaining story points, 67-64. Gazing at the numbers in his balance, Chu Ming's face broke into a wide grin. He could now exchange for quite a number of valuable items, even if Chen Ju were to pressure the Chu family 3 days later. Chu Ming's confidence would be greatly bolstered. His gaze fell upon the last weapon left on the ground, a copper knife. The hilt was worn and the blood groove along the blade bore a faint dark red hue. One could infer that in the hands of its previous owner, this knife had once been a force to be reckoned with, having likely claimed countless lives. The murderous aura it exuded rivaled that of the underworld blade. However, as he already possessed the underworld blade, he deemed it prudent to exchange this one instead. With a smile, Chu Ming gently placed the knife on the phone screen. Evaluating value. Please wait. Evaluation complete. Estimated exchange points, 15,000. Would you like to exchange? 1,500 points. Not bad. Chu Ming nodded. This figure was comparable to that of the previous red tassel spear. However, at that moment, he noticed something peculiar. Wait. That zero seemed to have an extra digit beyond 15? Was it 15,000? Chu Ming's breath caught in his throat. Initially, he had failed to see clearly, but upon closer inspection, his expression changed dramatically. 15,000 story points, for this seemingly ordinary knife. How could this be? This knife was valued at 15,000. Chu Ming felt parched. The initial tier underworld blade was worth only 200 story points. The second tier version was merely worth 600 story points. The red tassel spear, white sword, golden club and crimson iron rod, all only fetched over 1,000 points, yet this copper knife was worth tenfold more. What in the world was this knife? Filled with curiosity, Chu Ming opened the identification feature on the exchange interface. Analyzing. Please wait. The phone screen emitted a radiant glow enveloping the copper knife. Identification complete. Heavenly Dragon Purgatory Blade. It is said that a peerless powerhouse named Purgatory once emerged from the Heavenly Dragon Mansion. And this blade was his personal weapon. The identification result was brief, yet it left Chu Ming stunned. Purgatory. As a seasoned reader, he recognized the name. This individual had once served as the Deputy Lord of the Heavenly Dragon Mansion. During the war for the protection of the nation, he single-handedly confronted 10 peak powerhouses from foreign tribes, staunchly defending the land of Huaxia. His contributions to Huaxia were incalculable. However, due to the war, Purgatory had sustained severe injuries and ultimately perished, and the Heavenly Dragon Purgatory Blade was likely lost during that tumultuous time. The decade-long war for the protection of the nation had reached its conclusion with Purgatory's demise. Following that battle, foreign tribes retreated and internal traders withdrew to an island. It had been 60 years since then. I seem to recall that Purgatory might not actually be dead. Chu Ming furrowed his brow. The foolish author had initially stated that he died, yet later mentioned that he had sealed himself somewhere within Huaxia, with the Lord of the Heavenly Dragon Mansion sparing no effort to heal him. Chu Ming pondered for several seconds. He found it difficult to recall the details. The early chapters of Rebirth of the Urban Underworld King had indeed been thrilling, yet the later plotlines had been rather lackluster. Numerous characters intertwined, and despite having read it several times, Chu Ming still sometimes forgot about certain inconsequential supporting characters. He could only recall that this purgatory was not devoid of life, yet its precise location was mentioned only briefly by that foolish author. Leaving Chu Ming utterly oblivious to it, Chapter 260. The blank villain card. If he could locate this purgatory, it would undoubtedly yield considerable benefits for him. Chu Ming pondered for a moment, gazing at the copper dagger in his hand, muttering to himself, although he had 15,000 points available for exchange, what if this item contained clues regarding the purgatory? What then? Chu Ming hesitated instantly. On one side lay 15,000 storyline points, while on the other, the whereabouts of a formidable expert from the Heavenly Dragon Mansion. He decided to hold onto it for now, after much contemplation. He realized there was no rush to utilize the points. Against Chen Juran, the third tier of the Underworld blade should suffice. The origins of the Heavenly Dragon Purgatory blade dissuaded him from the thought of exchanging it. After all, there was only one such blade in existence within this world. If Chu Ming were to relinquish it to that treacherous app, it would be lost forever. He resolved to store it away for future use. Having reached a conclusion, Chu Ming placed the Heavenly Dragon Purgatory blade into his storage bag. Following this exchange, he still had over 6,000 points remaining, which should suffice for acquiring some valuable items. In high spirits, he opened the item shop. 9 turns heart recovery pill. Capable of healing the vast majority of chronic injuries, it is an exceptional item for the elderly. Price: 200 storyline points. Extreme Blood Blade, a weapon used by the ancestor Chen Hongdao of the Chen family during the National Defense War to slay foreign foes. Forged with the combined efforts of 9 renowned craftsmen in China, rumored to possess the power to shake the might of China. Price: 500 storyline points. Premium Spirit Stone, a fine spirit stone produced in the underworld, containing a significant amount of spiritual energy essential for cultivation. Price: 800 storyline points. These 3 items were already available and Chu Ming had exchanged for 2 of them multiple times. Blank villain card. Randomly draws a villain character surrounding the user. Regardless of their stature, ignoring favorability, for ceiling. Price: 1,000 storyline points. Basic Array of the Underworld, a legendary compendium of arrays from the underworld, detailing various practical formations. Note: this item can only be exchanged once. Price: 3,000 storyline points. Underworld Alchemy Method, Intermediate Level, an advanced alchemical manual for cultivators of the underworld, allowing the user to refine pills of 3 quality levels. Fine, Premium and Spirit. Note: there is no need to take it out. Simply click the learning button. Price: 9,000 storyline points. These 3 were newly added and Chu Ming intended to exchange for one of them. The intermediate alchemy method was far too expensive to acquire, so he would make do with the basic one for now. Chu Ming glanced at the price of the alchemy method and couldn't help but sigh. 9,000 storyline points felt utterly exorbitant. The reward for defeating the protagonist was merely a little over 9,000 points. As for the blank villain card, realistically, it was of little use. It only allowed him to check the status of villains and their favorability. Even if he were to enhance their favorability, he could only obtain rewards exclusive to those villains. I currently possess 3 villain cards: Chen Xian, Chen Sai, and Guo Jie. And no matter how many villain cards I have, they won't yield any significant variation. Chu Ming sighed as he opened the villain card interface. Suddenly, he was taken aback. This interface, had it been upgraded? In an instant, 3 messages popped up. Congratulations, your favorability with the fated villain Chen Xian has reached 1500. Reward: White Jade Bracelet, exclusive to Chen Xian. 1. Congratulations, your favorability with the fated villain Chen Xian has reached 2000. Reward: Love Letter, exclusive to Chen Xian. 1. Congratulations, your favorability with the fated villain Chen Xian has reached 3000. Reward: Demon Heart Jade Technique, exclusive to Chen Xian. 1. Seeing these 3 messages, Chu Ming was momentarily stunned. He recalled that he hadn't received any favorability prompts in quite some time. Was it necessary to open this interface to view such notifications? What on earth were these rewards? Chu Ming, with a peculiar expression, clicked to view the descriptions. White Jade Bracelet, an heirloom of Chen Xian's mother, kept in the Chen family's hall, yet never stolen. Presenting it to Chen Xian will yield unexpected benefits. Love Letter, a love letter written by Chen Xian during her childhood crush on a young master from a prominent family. Due to its age, the handwriting is blurred, but some content can still be discerned. Demon Heart Jade Technique, the optimal cultivation method for Chen Xian. Presenting it to Chen Xian will rapidly enhance her cultivation. The White Jade Bracelet, the Love Letter, and the Demon Heart Jade Technique. After reading the descriptions of these three items, Chu Ming felt a wave of incredulity. It seemed that the villain card was not entirely devoid of utility. The White Jade Bracelet and the Demon Heart Jade Technique were one thing, but Chen Xian had written a love letter to someone. Chu Ming suddenly felt a surge of curiosity, while he held no interest in the other two items. He was quite eager to see that one. As the petite princess of the Chen family in the capital, who could the object of her affection possibly be? Without hesitation, Chu Ming extracted the love letter from the app. As a flash of light enveloped him, a love letter landed in the palm of Chu Ming's hand. "Let me take a look." Chu Ming opened the letter. "Dear Mu Ming." He frowned. The very first line of text was enough to halt his reading. A drop of water had blurred the writing in the middle, rendering it illegible. All he could vaguely discern was a character resembling Mu and another that looked like Ming. Unable to ascertain the identity of the object of affection was truly disappointing. Chu Ming pursed his lips, however, his gaze continued scanning down the letter. Soon, he skimmed through the general content. Apart from some sections where the ink had run due to the water, the remaining sentences were relatively clear. The letter was penned by Chen Xian to a certain young master from a prestigious family, expressing her interest in him during a specific banquet and her desire to invite him out for a leisurely outing. Chu Ming speculated that it must have been written when Chen Xian was in her teenage years. 10 years had passed since then. Who would have thought that Chen Xian had such a secret crush? Chu Ming chuckled to himself, and once he resolved matters concerning Chen Juran, he would certainly take the opportunity to tease her. A smile crept onto Chu Ming's lips, such a delightful piece of leverage. He would not let it slip away. The other two items held little intrigue for him, so he decided to move on. He scrolled through the screen, bypassing the White Jade Bracelet and the Demon Heart Jade Technique. Even if he were to hand these two over to Chen Xian, he would first need to deal with the pressing matters at hand. Next up was Chen Sai. Chu Ming opened the next villain card. As expected, there were no rewards. He had hardly any interaction with Chen Sai, so how could there be any rewards? He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Just as he was about to close the villain card, his gaze suddenly fixated on the bottom right corner of the card. There lay the favorability score. Favorability 10. Chu Ming. If memory serves correctly, Chen Sai's favorability towards him had previously been negative. How could it have transformed into a positive number after the Chen family's wedding banquet? This was utterly baffling. His eyes filled with confusion and astonishment. He racked his brain, trying to recall any interactions with Chen Sai. However, apart from their skirmish at the wedding banquet, nothing else came to mind. This was truly perplexing. Furrowing his brow, he wondered if Chen Sai had undergone a change of heart. Had he perhaps aligned himself with Chu Ming? It was obvious that such a scenario was implausible. Yet, as he stared at the favorability score in the bottom right corner of the villain card, Chu Ming felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Whatever the case may be, he would need to investigate Chen Sai further. It was indeed somewhat suspicious. Had there been any changes within the Chen family these past few days? Chu Ming murmured to himself, favorability cannot simply increase for no reason. There must be a cause behind it. Only one card remained, the minor villain, Guo Ji. Chu Ming clicked on Guo Ji's villain card. Unlike the previous two, he noted that Guo Ji's panel remained unchanged. Even the favorability score had barely shifted. Had it perhaps decreased a little? If he recalled correctly, it had been 1,000 points. Now there were only a little over 900. Chu Ming glanced at the favorability score in the bottom right corner. It was likely that during his absence from Linju City, this brat had been driven mad by the rules he had established. With this thought, he couldn't help but chuckle. When leaving Linju City, Chu Ming had indeed ordered Guo Ji to rank within the top 10 of his entire grade. Given Guo Ji's previous performance, it would have been an accomplishment just to avoid being in the bottom tier. Top 10. That was merely a dream. However, he had also made Guo Ji pledge that if he failed to achieve this, Chu Ming would cease to teach him anything further. Guo Ji must have been studying diligently these past few days. After I resolve the matters in the capital, I will return to check in on him. Chu Ming sighed. Chiyu Lake was still the territory he had fought to claim. He would eventually go back. These villain cards were quite intriguing. After pondering for a few seconds, he realized that deducing certain matters from the favorability scores of the villain cards was not entirely without merit. Moreover, reaching a certain favorability level would yield exclusive rewards, which were rather decent items. Chu Ming contemplated for a moment. He hesitated. Should he try drawing another card? When it comes to drawing cards, there are only 0 times or countless times. This was also the point that made Chu Ming hesitate. A single villain card costs 1,000 storyline points, so he decided to draw one more card, leaving the remaining storyline points for exchanging for pills, spirit stones, and the basic array. Chu Ming cleared his throat lightly. After exchanging for the elixirs, spirit stones, and basic formation arrays, he finally opened the panel for the blank villain card. Do you wish to exchange for the item, blank villain card? Chu Ming clicked yes. Congratulations. You have successfully exchanged for the item, blank villain card from the storyline shop. The relevant item has been placed in your backpack. Please collect it promptly. Remaining storyline points, 774, as Chu Ming gazed at his balance. A bitter smile crept across his face. The points came swiftly, yet they vanished just as quickly. He never expected that all the magical artifacts traded with by Yutang had already been depleted. Thus, he was about to enter a period of financial hardship once again. Dismissing such thoughts, he decided to see whom he might draw. Chu Ming shook his head with a wry smile. His entire focus was now on that blank villain card. Who would he draw after all? Chapter 261. The Great Villain Chen Qiangu. Chu Ming took a deep breath and clicked on the blank villain card. A white card sprang forth from the page. Drawing in progress. Drawing successful. Congratulations, you have unlocked the Great Villain Chen Qiangu special character card. The character card has been stored in your inventory. Please swipe to read relevant information. Character: Chen Qiangu. Gender: male. Identity: current head of the Chen family. Obstinate and self-willed, with profound cunning. Note: the Chen family's success or failure hinges on Chen Qiangu. Affinity: 200. Cultivation: Master Realm. Staring at the villain card in the app, Chu Ming was momentarily taken aback. He had drawn Chen Qiangu. What was the meaning of this 200 affinity? Chu Ming was utterly astonished. He recalled that Chen Qiangu would be eager for him to be captured, wouldn't he? Could it be that during the Chen family banquet, these Chen family members had come to respect him? The promise Chen Qiangu made to him before leaving echoed in his mind. As long as the king of the underworld lives, the Chen family will never oppose him. This was indeed intriguing. Chu Ming smiled. It appeared that even if he killed Chen Juran, Chen Qiangu and the others would have no objections. While it was true that Chen Juran was the elder of the Chen family, he was merely a powerful branch member. In contrast, Chen Qiangu and the others were of the main lineage. The bloodlines of the two were vastly different, so Chen Juran cared little for Chen Xian's life or death. What mattered to him was his own reputation. Chen Daoyi was his subordinate, and after being humiliated by a junior, he was willing to defy the unwritten rules of the Chen family to confront Chu Ming. Subsequently, Chu Ming had managed to escape from the Chen family in front of so many prominent families in the capital. This had caused Chen Juran to lose face. Thus, Chen Juran was willing to go to great lengths to eliminate the king of the underworld. Now all the pieces were falling into place. Chu Ming smiled faintly. It seemed that there would be no reservations for the battle 3 days hence. Oh, there's another message. Chu Ming's gaze fell upon the lower right corner of the villain card. Congratulations, your affinity with the great villain Chen Qiangu has reached 100. Reward: Chen family genealogy, Chen Qiangu exclusive. 1. The Chen family genealogy. Chu Ming was taken aback. He awkwardly extracted it from the app. It was a thick tome. As he laid it open, the full extent of it became clear. Chen Qiangu and Chen Xian were listed at the very bottom of the genealogy. Surprisingly, the entire Chen family had thousands of names recorded. Behind these names were the words deceased, indicating those who had already passed away. Chu Ming murmured to himself as he scanned the genealogy. Chen Juran, Chen Daoyi, Chen Sai were all conspicuously listed. If he remembered correctly, Chen Juran was a branch member of the Chen family, not of the main lineage, yet, due to his exceptional talent, he had managed to reach the entry realm with limited resources. Moreover, there were still numerous individuals alive above him. They must be the true experts of the Chen family. Chu Ming took a deep breath. There were actually over 30 of them. Among them, there were likely more than 20 at the entry realm. He recalled there were several transcendent figures in the Chen family as well. Upon seeing this genealogy, Chu Ming finally comprehended just how vast the Chen family truly was. The patriarch of the Chu family was merely at the entry realm. The patriarch of the Su family was also only at the entry realm. However, the Chu family was a lower-tier family and the Su family was only a mid-tier family, compared to the Chen family. Their foundations were shallow. Killing Chen Juran should not lead to significant repercussions. Chu Ming nodded to himself. Now, he just needed to see when the third stage of the Underworld Blade would be completed. Chu Ming exited the villain card interface and looked towards the forging section. Remaining forging time: 2 days 11 hours 58 minutes 27 seconds. The completion of the forging was not far off. A faint smile flickered in Chu Ming's eyes. In the capital at the Chen family residence, Chen Juran paced back and forth in the study with a grim expression. Elder Juran, perhaps you should take a break. Chen Changgu lightly coughed and offered Chen Juran a cup of tea. Slap. Chen Juran coldly waved his hand, knocking the tea from Chen Changgu's grasp onto the floor. You can't even capture a mere woman. Yet you still have the audacity to speak to me. Chen Juran glared at Chen Changgu. This? Chen Changgu's expression turned somewhat grim. That woman was none other than Chen Ziran. An hour ago, Chen Changgu had led the Chen family members to the western suburbs of the capital. Yet he had failed to find any trace of Chen Zian. Not only was Chen Zian missing, but there wasn't a single soul in sight. Chen Changgu immediately realized he had been deceived by this girl. However, Chen Juran soon arrived and he too found no sign of Chen Zian. Chen Juran slapped Chen Changgu right then and there. This marked the second time Chen Changgu had been struck since assuming the role of head of the Chen family. The last time was 2 or 3 decades ago during the border war when many lives were lost due to Chen Changgu's erroneous decision. He had been struck by a highly respected elder of the Chen family. But that elder belonged to the main lineage of Chen Changgu's grandfather's generation. Chen Juran was merely a branch member and Chen Changgu dared not voice his anger. I ask you, with such tight family defenses, how did she manage to escape? Chen Juran asked coldly. Moreover, even if she did escape, how could she appear in the western suburbs in such a short time? This? Chen Changgu fell silent. He had no answer. In truth, he was aware of Chen Zian's escape, however, he had chosen to overlook it. He also believed that Chen Juran had overstepped this time, yet he could never outmatch the authority of Chen Juran. The elder. Unless all the entry realm experts from the Chen family were to emerge, no one could restrain Chen Juran. What do you think the Chen family can achieve under your leadership? Chen Juran glared at Chen Changgu and exclaimed, at such a grand banquet, we were made a mockery by a mere king of the underworld. Now look. You can't even keep track of a woman. What use are you? Hearing Chen Juran's furious roar, Chen Changgu found it difficult to explain himself. Indeed, the power of the king of the underworld had exceeded his expectations, yet he was willing to concede defeat in terms of skill. It was Chen Juran's bullying of the weak that he found despicable. Of course, Chen Changgu did not dare voice this thought in front of Chen Juran. Enough. Chen Juran spoke in a low tone. According to our informants, that damned Bai Yutang will be leaving the Chu family in 3 days. I command you to gather the family's forces and summon those elders back. In 3 days. I want everyone from the Chu family to kneel before me. Do you understand? Chen Changgu's breath caught. I understand. I will take care of it right away. Wait. Just as Chen Changgu was about to turn, Chen Juran suddenly called out to him, there's one more thing. Please, Elder Juran, instruct me. Go, awaken that Master Chu from the medical room, Chen Juran said. Having consumed so many resources from our Chen family, let him handle the Chu family himself this time. Whether he succeeds or fails, it's all fate. After all, he is one of the Chu family. Let them turn on each other. Chen Changgu was taken aback. On the day of the banquet, Master Chu Kuang had fought against the king of the underworld. Master Chu suffered a devastating defeat, his heart pierced through. A normal person would have perished from such a wound long ago. Yet, for reasons unknown, Chu Kuang exhibited extraordinary vitality. Even after his breath had ceased, blood continued to flow from his body. The doctors in the Chen family's medical room immediately decided to place Chu Ming in the most advanced medical pod the Chen family possessed. But even so, Chu Kuang's chance of survival was assessed to be less than 20%. The doctors of the Chen family unanimously concluded that this young man would not survive. However, upon Chen Juran's inspection, he immediately ordered Chen Qiangu to use all of the Chen family's resources to save Chu Kuang. Under the enormous resources of the Chen family, Chu Kuang miraculously survived. Even the doctors marveled at how resilient Chu Kuang's life force was. No one had ever survived a pierced heart, yet Chu Kuang had accomplished the impossible. Elder Juran, Master Chu is still severely injured. Sending him to the Chu family might not be wise. Chen Qiangu hesitated. He just woke up not long ago. Even if he were to take action, it would surely affect his injuries. I ask you, has he said everything he needed to say? Chen Juran turned back and suddenly inquired. Everything he needed to say? Chen Qiangu was taken aback, immediately realizing, during the 1 hour that Chu Kuang had been awake, Chen Juran had sent someone to ensure that Chu Kuang disclosed all the information he knew regarding the king of the underworld. From weapons to identities, Chu Kuang divulged numerous secrets about the Chen family. Since he has already spoken, what purpose does it serve to keep him alive? Chen Juran let out a cold smile. Chen Qianjiu, after all these years, is your heart still not ruthless enough? Chen Qianjiu fell silent. Indeed, Chu Kuang had revealed many astonishing secrets, such as the power of the underworld blade, and the existence of the underworld king and the underworld itself. Yet, he always felt that Chu Kuang was still concealing something from him. Chen Qianjiu, I am asking you a question. Chen Juran's voice grew icy. Chen Qianjiu immediately came to his senses. I understand. Since Elder Juran wishes for Master Chu to confront the Chu family, I will arrange it. Chen Qianjiu, this is your final opportunity, Chen Juran said flatly. If you fail again this time, you should be aware of the consequences. Chen Qianjiu felt a tightening in his breath. Yes, I understand. As the Grand Elder, Chen Juran possessed the authority to impeach the head of the Chen family. Chen Daoyi and several other Grand Elders were all his allies. As long as they deemed Chen Qianjiu unqualified to be the head of the Chen family, many Grand Elders would surely cast their votes in agreement. At that point, his position would undoubtedly be at risk. This realization made Chen Qianjiu tread carefully. Over the years, he had offended many. If he were to be impeached, those around him would inevitably suffer retaliation. He was especially worried about Chen Ziyang. The mysterious expert had once said that Chen Ziyang's life would be filled with sorrow. For Chen Ziyang and for others, he could not afford to lose his position as head of the Chen family. Chapter 262. Chu Kuang awakens. I will now go awaken Master Chu. Chen Qianjiu spoke solemnly. This time I do not wish for you to fail. Chen Juran's tone was frigid. You should know the consequences. Yes, I am fully aware. Chen Qiangu's face turned pale as he exited the study. Once outside, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Under Chen Juran's oppressive aura, even he, a master, felt a shiver. It was the breath of someone at the peak of the early Dao entrance. Alas, for now, he could only proceed as instructed. Chen Qianjiu felt a sense of unease. He wondered how Ziyang was faring in the Chu family. He could easily guess Chen Ziyang's intentions to go to the Chu family. After all, the intelligence from the Chen family indicated a 90% chance that the underworld king was hiding within the Chu family. Furthermore, Chen Ziyang had a good relationship with the Chu family's young master Chu Ming. Regardless of whether the underworld king was alive or dead, he had to ensure Ziyang's safety. Chen Qianjiu thought to himself. If the underworld king is dead, I will take Ziyang abroad. Perhaps we can escape the fate foretold by that expert. Chen Qianjiu felt a deep apprehension. Everything he had done thus far was for Chen Ziyang. The Chen family's wedding banquet, the confrontation with the underworld king, it was all for her. Unfortunately, he had erred. With errors come consequences. Sighing, he made his way to the Chen family's medical room. He needed to negotiate all terms with Chu Kuang before Chen Juran acted against the Chu family. The Chen family's medical room was the most advanced in the entire capital, occupying over 600 square meters. Though termed a medical room, it resembled a medical hall. It was fully equipped with various departments. Akin to a small hospital, among the noble families in the capital, only the top 3 had the privilege to establish such medical facilities within their estates. Chu Kuang was placed in a recovery room on the 3rd floor. Chen Qianjiu arrived at the entrance of the 3rd floor corridor and entered the access code. Identity verification successful. Head of the family welcome. A synthetic mechanical voice echoed through the corridor. Chen Tianjiu stepped into the medical room where Chu Kuang was housed. At that moment Chu Kuang was still submerged in nutrient solution, with various indicators displayed on the large instruments nearby. A dozen doctors were observing, head of the Chen family. Upon seeing Chen Tiangu's arrival, a balding doctor hurried forward. "You have arrived. I came to check on Master Chu." Chen Tianjiu replied flatly. "Tell me, what is Master Chu's current condition?" "Everything is normal," the balding doctor explained. "This patient exhibits the most tenacious vitality I have ever encountered. He was stabbed through the heart, yet now the heart area is beginning to heal itself, and at a rapid pace. The heart area is healing itself." Chen Tianjiu furrowed his brow. "If it were anyone else, they would have perished long ago." He truly did not anticipate that Chu Kuang could pull through. "That is good." Chen Tianjiu nodded, raising his gaze to look at Chu Kuang, who was still submerged in the nutrient solution. "If I were to awaken him now, would there be any issues?" "Awaken him?" The balding doctor appeared momentarily stunned. "There shouldn't be any problems. However, the patient has absorbed a significant amount of medicinal power, and his body's strength is currently unstable, which could lead to... If there are no issues, then commence the awakening." Chen Tianjiu interrupted the balding doctor's words. "Elder Ju Ran has given us limited time." Upon hearing the name Elder Ju Ran, the balding doctor visibly trembled. "Understood." He quickly nodded. "Everyone, prepare for the opening operation." "Yes." Following the balding doctor's command, numerous doctors in white coats sprang into action. They began to depressurize the chamber. Infuse oxygen, stabilize the pressure, stabilize the current, and monitor the patient's vital signs. Open the chamber. With a low command, the medical pod containing Chu Kuang was gently lowered. The glass chamber door slowly opened. The balding doctor immediately stepped forward to drape a robe over the bare body of Chu Kuang. The black robe accentuated Chu Kuang's pallid complexion. "Has he awakened?" Chen Tianjiu inquired. "He should be awake soon," the balding doctor replied. "Head, I must remind you that Master Chu's strength may now be significantly greater than before." "After all, I do not wish to hear about that," Chen Tianjiu interjected. "What I want to know is, when will he awaken?" "Approximately 3 minutes," the balding doctor answered. "This is the usual duration for normal individuals." "As long as he awakens." The balding doctor's words were cut short by several exclamations around them. "Doctor, be careful." The balding doctor froze, but a pale hand had already grasped the nape of his neck. Blood-red pupils appeared behind him. The balding doctor trembled all over, unable to move. "Master Chu, you have awakened?" Chen Tianjiu exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing?" In response to Chen Tiangu's words, Chu Kuang remained silent. Instead, he exerted force with his right hand. Crack! In an instant, the balding doctor's neck was abruptly twisted. He had yet to comprehend the situation before darkness enveloped him, and he knew nothing more. He was dead. This scene terrified the other doctors, causing them to recoil several steps. Some accidentally shattered a bottle of alcohol. Chu Kuang indifferently discarded the balding doctor's corpse aside. He slowly raised his head, his blood-red gaze locked onto Chen Tianjiu. In a hoarse voice reminiscent of a demon clawing its way from hell, he intoned ominously, "Chen Tianjiu, how do you do?" These 6 words transformed the atmosphere within the medical room into an icy chill. At this moment, it was as if the being standing before them was not the resurrected Chu Kuang, but rather a demon. "Master Chu," Chen Tianjiu rebuked, "have you forgotten our prior agreement? The Chen family rescued you from the brink of death and promised to treat your injuries. Yet you resort to murder." Chen Tianjiu was also perplexed. The Chen family had treated Chu Kuang with utmost benevolence, yet Chu Kuang's actions left him utterly astonished. "Agreement? What agreement?" Chu Kuang tilted his head, laughing sinisterly. "Was it the words extracted from me while I was gravely injured? Or was it this time you came to awaken me? And the subsequent agreement? You..." Upon hearing this, Chen Tiangu's brow furrowed deeply. Chu Kuang evidently had no intention of cooperating with the Chen family any longer. "Chu Kuang, do not think that just because you have regained your strength you can act so arrogantly." Chen Tianjiu shouted angrily. "My Chen family can easily subdue you." "Ha ha ha." A withered laugh emanated from Chu Kuang's throat, akin to the sound of fingernails scraping against wood, invoking discomfort and fear. "Today, I shall see how your Chen family intends to capture me." Chu Kuang's voice resonated in everyone's ears. Chen Qiangu's eyes flickered with murderous intent. Someone activate the family-level security alert. Chen Qiangu spoke coldly. I wish to see what abilities you truly possess. One of the doctors in the medical room promptly took his orders, shattering the glass casing of the security alert button, yet in that instant a cold hand grasped the back of his neck. The doctor instantly stiffened, mobilizing the entire Chen family against me. Chu Kuang's voice emerged from behind him. Unfortunately, you cannot accomplish that. Crack. With a swift motion, he exerted force with his right hand, tossing the doctor aside like a broken sack in the corner of the medical room. His breath extinguished. He was dead. Now, who else dares to make a move? Chu Kuang's gaze swept across the medical room. Everyone swallowed hard. Faced with this terrifying Chu Kuang, no one dared to act. Chu Kuang. I never expected you to repay kindness with enmity. Chen Qiangu gritted his teeth in fury. Do you think you can escape from our Chen family estate? In the past, I certainly could not escape. Chu Kuang cackled, but now I possess ample power. As he uttered these words, Chu Kuang slowly extended his right hand. A swirl of azure flames coalesced within the palm of his hand. The cold infernal fire. What is this? The moment Chen Qiangu saw the flames, his breathing quickened. He had encountered this fire in the hands of the King of Hell. How could your Chen family possess such a miraculous healing technique? Chu Kuang laughed as the flames gradually spread, elevating my cultivation from the master realm all the way to the threshold of the Tao. Chen Qiangu's expression darkened to an extreme. He finally comprehended why Chu Kuang dared to act so boldly. The threshold of the Tao. This had already surpassed any member of the Chen family's elder council. Even the second elder of the Chen family only attained the pinnacle of the Grand Master level. Yet this Chu Kuang had reached such heights. What does your power matter? Chen Qiangu gritted his teeth and declared, you shall not escape today. Is that so? Chu Kuang chuckled, dispersing the blue flames throughout the entire medical room. Beneath that eerie flame, the temperature of the room began to plummet. Frost began to form in numerous places, shocking the doctors present. What are you trying to do? Chen Qiangu narrowed his eyes. He sensed that Chu Kuang's actions harbored a profound intent. For no particular reason other than to make your Chen family pay a price, Chu Kuang replied with a faint smile. He had been brought to the capital by the Chen family. Without even informing his own family, his parents must be anxious now, right? Just this alone seals the Chen family's fate. Not to mention how the Chen family had forced Chu Kuang to reveal his secrets and serve them. He is the King of Hell after all, the Lord of the Underworld, subjected to such humiliation. Chen family patriarch, just watch closely, Chu Kuang cackled, his pupils suddenly glimmered with a crimson hue. The path of hell. An ancient nightmare, calamity for all beings. The slaying of immortals, the path of God-slaying thoughts. The cycle concludes and the ages unveil. A formidable aura erupted from beneath Chu Kuang's black robe. The winds howled violently. All the equipment and instruments in the medical room shattered into fragments. The doctors, in the face of this terrifying scene, fled in panic from the medical room. Yet at that very moment, the entire building trembled violently. Chapter 263. The Grand Elder Chen Guofeng. Chen Qiangu was utterly aghast. Halt! He ground his teeth and shouted angrily, channeling his spiritual energy into the palm of his right hand. He attempted to counter the power unleashed by Chu Kuang. But in just a fleeting moment, dazzling light exploded forth. Chen Qiangu's body was suddenly hurled against the wall of the medical room. Bottles and jars shattered all around. The medical room descended into chaos. As Chen Qiangu was about to speak, a sweet taste flooded his throat as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was horrified by the strength that Chu Kuang had unleashed. This Chu Kuang had already reached the threshold of the Tao. How is this possible? Indeed, your Chen family's spiritual medicines are far superior to what I could find myself. Chu Kuang advanced step by step towards Chen Qiangu. With each step he took, the ground trembled violently. Chu Kuang, you repay kindness with malice. Chen Qiangu gritted his teeth, declaring, my Chen family will not let you go. You won't let me go. Chu Kuang laughed heartily. Finding it amusing, exceedingly amusing. Chen Qiangu, did you ever intend to spare me from the very beginning? I know exactly who you are. Chen Qiangu. Chu Kuang's gaze turned icy. He was the reborn King of Hell. In his previous life, the Chen family towered above the clouds, while his Chu family could only serve as their subordinates. the patriarch of the Chen family, Chen Qiangu, a tyrant of his time, had firmly trampled upon all other families in the capital. No family dared to resist. The other two families of the upper three families were no exception. With Chen Qiangu's cunning, he would never allow Chu Kuang to leave safely. This much Chu Kuang understood perfectly. Chu Kuang, you overestimate yourself while underestimating the foundation of my Chen family. Chen Qiangu struggled to rise, his expression dark and foreboding as he spoke. The patriarch of the Chen family possesses the most advanced technological products of the Chen family. Your earlier attack has triggered our alarm system. You cannot escape. As soon as Chen Qiangu's words fell, the entire Chen family estate erupted with alarm bells. Upon hearing the sound, Chu Kuang narrowed his eyes. Even so, I must first kill you today. Chu Kuang raised his hand, causing the shards of glass scattered across the medical room to transform into sharp blades, hurtling towards Chen Qiangu. Chen Qiangu gritted his teeth and rolled clumsily beneath the table in the medical room. However, those glass blades pierced through the table and embedded themselves into his flesh. Chen Qiangu let out a muffled groan. His calves and thighs were viciously impaled by the glass, blood flowing profusely. If this continues, it would only be a matter of time before he was killed by Chu Kuang, patriarch of the Chen family. Chu Kuang drew nearer, declaring, "Today you are undoubtedly doomed." Cold sweat broke out on Chen Qiangu's forehead. In his astonished gaze, the glass shards on the ground suddenly levitated again. Under Chu Kuang's command, the shards transformed once more into lethal blades, hurtling down towards Chen Qiangu's body. Chen Qiangu's body trembled. He attempted to rise to defend himself, but the excruciating pain in his legs caused beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. The blades approached in an instant. If they pierced him now, he would surely die here. But in that very moment, a figure clad in black suddenly appeared before him. Boom! The figure in black waved its sleeve and spiritual energy clashed in midair. Countless glass shards disintegrated into fragments at that moment. Chen Qiangu lifted his head in astonishment, gazing at the newcomer. Grand Elder, the figure before him, a middle-aged man in black robes, was indeed Chen family's Grand Elder, Chen Guofeng, Patriarch. Let us discuss matters later. Chen Guofeng spoke solemnly. First allow me to deal with this scoundrel. Very well. Chen Qiangu suppressed the pain in his legs, drenched in sweat, and nodded. He then leaned against the wall and stumbled out. All right. Watching Chen Qiangu depart, Chen Guofeng turned back to face Chu Kuang. Now, it is only you and me, the Grand Elder of the Chen family. Chu Kuang cackled. Do you truly believe you possess the capability to contend with me now? Whether I possess the capability or not will only be known once we engage in battle, Chen Guofeng replied with a cold smile. It seems you are far more intriguing than Chen Qiangu. Chu Kuang extended his right hand, and a ball of blue flames swiftly coalesced. If that is the case, then let us test it. As soon as he spoke, Chu Kuang's expression turned fierce. The cold infernal fire in his hand rapidly unfurled, transforming into countless streams of light that cascaded towards Chen Guofeng. This strike was even more powerful than when Chu Kuang had faced Chen Qiangu. Yet Chen Guofeng remained steadfast. And the instant the flames approached, his right hand rested upon the hilt of the sword at his waist. Slash! He uttered a single word. The sword was drawn. The piercing sword light swept across the entire medical room. All of the blue flames were completely eradicated in that moment. What? Chu Kuang's countenance changed drastically upon witnessing this scene. He hurriedly retreated to evade, but the sword light grazed his hair, severing a few strands. Boom! The sword energy struck the wall of the medical room, causing the ground to tremble. Dust and smoke billowed. Chu Kuang stared incredulously at Chen Guofeng, unable to believe his eyes. You have actually broken through to the Tao? How is this possible? He remembered that in his previous life, the Chen family's Grand Elder, Chen Guofeng, had never advanced beyond the threshold of the Tao. Yet now, the power that Chen Guofeng unleashed was undoubtedly beyond that threshold. Moreover, the aura of the Tao was unmistakable to Chu Kuang. Thankfully, I did not fail in my mission. The extreme path blood blade brought by your Chu family allowed me to gain insight, enabling my breakthrough. Chen Guofeng smiled faintly, knowing that the conflict between the Chu family and you runs deep. And you too must contend with the Chu family. My breakthrough has always been owing to a debt of gratitude to that person from the Chu family. Allow me to take your life here as a means of repaying that debt. Upon uttering these words, Chen Guofeng swung his sword fiercely. the sword light transformed into a massive net, swiftly enveloping Chu Kuang's figure. Chu Kuang took a deep breath. The earlier confrontation with Chen Guofeng had sent his blood and energy surging. He had not yet fully recovered, and to engage in battle with Chen Guofeng was truly a strain. I must leave this place. Chu Kuang gritted his teeth, summoning the cold infernal fire with all his might. A chilling aura spread instantly, coalescing into a wall of ice before him, but as the sword light descended, the wall of ice collapsed with a resounding crash. Chu Kuang was sent flying, spitting blood. Without the underworld blade, my combat strength is still lacking. Chu Kuang clenched his teeth. The underworld blade was a weapon he had painstakingly forged during a battle that day. It was stolen by a mysterious figure. As he recalled this, Chu Kuang couldn't help but clench his fists. Had I possessed the underworld blade, I would not be in such a dire predicament today. Chu Kuang's breathing became rapid, his complexion pale as he gazed at Chen Guofeng, who stood at the doorway. If this battle continued, he would undoubtedly perish here, not to mention Chen Guofeng. There were many formidable figures within the Chen family whom he could not withstand. Chu Kuang, if you sever your own hands and obediently submit to the Chen family's judgment, perhaps we may spare your life. Chen Guofeng stood with his sword, his expression calm, with his keen insight. He had already discerned that this Chu Kuang was severely wounded. He was confident that with just 3 more strikes, he could surely take this man's life. Ha ha ha. In response to Chen Guofeng's words, Chu Kuang let out a hoarse laugh, his laughter bordering on madness. What are you laughing at? Chen Guofeng asked coldly. I laugh at your overconfidence. Chu Kuang slowly raised his head, and his icy gaze once again glimmered with a shade of crimson. Suddenly, he hurled several bolts of azure flames towards the figure of Chen Guofeng. A chilling aura rapidly enveloped the surroundings. Foolishness. Chen Guofeng scoffed, raising his hand to deliver a strike with his sword. Under this blow, the cold, ethereal flames in midair erupted violently, dispersing into a mist of white ice. Since you refuse to accept your fate, Chu Kuang, you shall meet your demise. Chen Guofeng gradually lifted his sword towards the dissipating white mist. However, at that moment a resounding explosion emanated from within the fog. With the sound of the explosion, Chu Kuang's presence began to fade. This sight left Chen Guofeng utterly astonished. He swiftly dispelled the mist, only to find that Chu Kuang's figure had vanished. Behind the mist lay a gaping hole, revealing the scenery of the Chen family estate outside. He has escaped. Chen Guofeng narrowed his eyes. He had not anticipated that Chu Kuang would discover the weak point of the wall amidst the battle. He immediately took out his phone to inform the elder council stationed at the Chen family estate. Everyone, heed my command. The rogue who injured our family head has fled from the medical room and is now heading towards the forest in the backyard. All hands are to abandon their current tasks and bring this individual back. After issuing his orders, Chen Guofeng sheathed his sword. This crisis had taken him by surprise. This boy was indeed enigmatic. No wonder Qian Jiyu had insisted we fully control him. At merely 20 years of age, he could unleash power comparable to that of a transcendent being, truly unprecedented in a century in Huaxia. Even with the support of my family's spiritual medicines, his combat prowess was astonishing. Such a genius, if left unchecked as an enemy to the Chen family, must be eliminated at once. Chen Guofeng coldly regarded the direction in which Chu Kuang had fled before turning away. Meanwhile, Chu Ming had just exchanged for a formation manual from the storyline shop. Sitting in a training room within the Chu family, he observed it with great delight. If I wish to transform the powers of these 2 formations into what I need, I merely need to adjust the positions of the spiritual stones here. So it is quite simple. It seems the arrangement of this formation is not as difficult as I thought. I shall give it a try shortly. It should work. Chu Kuang smiled broadly as he gazed at the schematic of the formation. Just then, his black phone vibrated abruptly. You have multiple messages from the Urban Cultivation app. Please check. Chapter 264. You are merely a branch. Upon seeing the notification pop up on his phone, Chu Ming was taken aback. He found it peculiar. He hadn't done anything, yet the app sent him a message. Could it be that the Underworld Blade had completed its task ahead of time? How could that be? Confused, Chu Ming unlocked the screen. Congratulations. You have successfully altered the original storyline. Plot points 1000. Reward 1000 plot points. Related items have been credited to your account. Please swipe to collect. Congratulations. Through your relentless efforts, the plot progression has advanced. Current plot progress, 30, bonus reward. Plot points 600, note. The luck index of the original protagonist is at 70. Advancing the plot can significantly weaken the protagonist's luck, thereby enhancing the user's. Seeing these messages, Chu Ming was utterly bewildered. What was happening? I did nothing, so why has the plot progressed? His breathing quickened. He sensed that there must be unknown reasons behind this. How could the protagonist still possess luck? Chu Ming found this particularly perplexing. He was dead. Where could this luck possibly come from? Could it be that he entered the underworld? Chu Ming furrowed his brows. On the day of the Chen family wedding, he had personally plunged the underworld blade into Chu Kuang's heart. And no matter how formidable Chu Kuang was, he should not be capable of resurrection. The inexplicable addition of 2,600 plot points left him deep in thought as he stared at his glowing phone. Time slowly passed. The entire capital was shrouded in dark clouds. Lightning flickered among the ocean of clouds, heralding an impending storm. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the Chen family estate was thick with gloom. Chen Juren stood in the grand hall, his expression one of fury. He had already shattered 3 cups. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Chen Juren roared, you can't even capture a mere descendant of the Chu family. Before him, the injured Chen Changgu, Chen Qianli, and Chen Fengming knelt in submission. Elder Juren, this matter cannot be blamed on my grandfather. Chen Qianli gritted his teeth and spoke. No one knew that Chu Kuang would recover his strength so dramatically. In response to Chen Qianli's defense, Chen Juren merely cast a cold glance. Silence, he uttered tersely. His tone indifferent. Chen Changgu felt a lump in his throat, swallowing the latter half of his sentence. The Chen family under your stewardship has truly been squandered, with the underworld king in front and Chu Kuang behind. You, Chen Changgu, appear unfit to be the family head. Upon hearing this, Chen Changgu's face changed drastically. He hurriedly pleaded, please, Elder Juren, grant me another chance. This time, I will surely accomplish the task you set. A chance? How many chances have I given you? Chen Juren's expression darkened as he spoke. From Chen Daoi to the current Chu Kuang, when have you ever satisfied me? This left Chen Changgu momentarily speechless. Indeed, since opposing the underworld king, he had faced a string of defeats. No need for further discussion, Chen Juren declared. I now command you to recall all your experts to the family. Once Bai Yuteng leaves the Chu family, we shall strike. Understood. Chen Changgu took a deep breath. To preserve his position as the head of the Chen family, it seemed he could only take action against the Chu family. Should he defy Chen Juren's wishes, the consequences would surely be dire. Wait a moment, Elder Juren. Suddenly, a calm voice resonated from behind the crowd. Chen Changgu, Chen Qianli, and others swiftly turned around. Elder? Chen Changgu exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, Chen Guofeng entered the grand hall accompanied by the elder council of the Chen family. Behind him were the second elder Chen Daobi, the third elder Chen Jiankyu, the fourth elder Chen Sai. A total of 8 elders were present. The 9 esteemed elders of the Chen family had united in full force. Chen Guofeng, Chen Juren furrowed his brow, watching the black-clad middle-aged man wielding a long sword with caution. What brings you here? I intend to take personal action against the Chu family this time. Chen Guofeng replied nonchalantly, you plan to intervene personally? Why? Chen Juren narrowed his eyes. Years ago, when Chen Guofeng had been at the half-step transcendent stage, he had been evenly matched with Chen Daoi. Now that he had reached the transcendence realm, his power could likely rival that of Chen Juren. This was the only point that caused Chen Juren concern. I cannot disclose my reasons, Chen Guofeng stated. If you are determined to act against the Chu family, I shall lend you my support. What say you? Chen Guofeng's tone was neither servile nor haughty. Despite being slightly junior to Chen Juren in seniority, his status as a direct descendant allowed him to face Chen Juren without trepidation. Since you have made this request, I naturally agree, Chen Juren replied. However, you have gathered so many people here. I assume that is not the sole purpose of your visit. He narrowed his eyes, casting a sweeping glance at the many elders behind Chen Guofeng. Indeed, you are correct, Chen Guofeng affirmed. In addition to wanting to personally confront the Chu family, I hope you will refrain from intervening. This statement left the kneeling Chen Changgu and the others in shock. For Chen Juren to refrain from intervening? How could that be possible? Ha ha ha. Chen Juren laughed upon hearing this. Chen Guofeng, I thought you had something substantial to say. If you can resolve the issues with the Chu family and the Underworld King, I will refrain from intervening, but if you cannot, I will naturally take action. In the face of Chen Juren's words, Chen Guofeng drew the sword from his back, thrusting its tip forcefully into the marble floor before him. Thud. This sound silenced the entire hall. Chen Juren, I am not jesting with you, Chen Guofeng declared. Regardless of whether I win or lose, should you intervene, it will be tantamount to declaring yourself my enemy. Silence. A profound silence enveloped the room. Chen Changgu, Chen Qianli, Chen Fengming and the others were left dumbfounded. The atmosphere in the hall became tense as everyone held their breath, fixated on Chen Juren. Chen Juren's expression shifted from calm indifference to a deepening pallor. Chen Guofeng, what do you mean by this? Do you understand the severe consequences of your words just now? Consequences? Chen Guofeng chuckled coldly. Chen Juren, I respect you as a senior, which is why I am speaking to you in this manner. Were it anyone else, my sword would already be at their throat. As Chen Changgu and the others observed this scene, their breaths quickened. It was evident. Chen Guofeng was serious. But why would Chen Guofeng put forth such an ostensibly unreasonable demand? Could it be? A thought flashed through Chen Changgu's mind, Yakuza blood blade. This is the secret treasure that the Chu family retrieved for the Chen family. It is rumored that Chen Guofeng broke 3 years of stagnation because of this. Could it be that Chen Guofeng intends to repay the Chu family? It is certainly a possibility. Chen Guofeng, do not overstep your bounds, Chen Juren coldly remarked. You are merely a grand elder, while I hold the position of the supreme elder. You are currently committing an act of insubordination. Insubordination, and what of it? Chen Guofeng scoffed. I will always be a direct descendant. You, a collateral branch, have no right to dictate to the family head. You. Chen Juren clenched his fists. The term collateral branch struck a nerve within him. After all these years, he thought that by striving tirelessly, he had finally ascended to the position of supreme elder and could cast off the burden of those 2 words. But he was mistaken. Those 2 words were like a brand deeply etched into his forehead and his very bloodline. Chen Guofeng, are you challenging me? Chen Juren took a deep breath. Do not think that just because you have entered the Dao realm, you can truly stand against me. I had stepped into this realm a decade earlier than you. And what of it? In response to Chen Juren's words, Chen Guofeng merely laughed derisively. Do you think my years of arduous training in the Hall of Spirits were for naught? At that moment their gazes met, sparks flying. Meanwhile, the other 2 supreme elders from the collateral branch silently stood behind Chen Juren. They, too, were from the collateral lineage and naturally supported all of Chen Juren's decisions. The atmosphere in the room grew exceedingly tense. All eyes were fixed upon the 2. Should they engage in combat, this place would undoubtedly become a battlefield of the Dao realm. The main hall of the Chen family might very well collapse. Yet Chen Juren had no intention of striking. He merely smiled coldly in rage. Good. Good. What a fine direct descendant. He spoke icily. Then go deal with the Chu family. I wish to see what schemes you harbor. I must remind you, if you fail to capture the king of the underworld and eliminate the Chu family, I will join forces with the supreme elders to pass judgment upon you. Chen Guofeng, I may not be able to suppress you, but there are those who can. Chen Juren snorted in disdain. He was not the only one among the collateral descendants to have ascended to the position of supreme elder. Above him, there were others. Since you have agreed, I will naturally not overstep my bounds, Chen Guofeng replied nonchalantly. He withdrew the sword before him from the marble, the blade sheathed with a resounding clang. Let us depart, Chen Guofeng declared. At the same time, those behind him, such as Chen Sai and Chen Daobi, cast a profound glance at Chen Juren. Then, they helped the kneeling Chen Changgu and others to their feet. Everyone retreated like a tide. Only Chen Juren and the 2 supreme elders from the collateral branch remained. Brother, what shall we do? One of them furrowed his brow. It seems Chen Guofeng intends to take action against the Chu family. Which is why he made this demand. Indeed, I sense he undoubtedly has his own agenda, the other added, and it likely does not bode well for us. HMPH. Chen Juren crushed the quilt in his grasp. The glass shards pierced into his palm, causing blood to flow profusely. Let him go, if he wishes. After he engages the king of the underworld, I shall strike when the time is right. Chen Juren gazed at the retreating figures. A cold smile gracing his lips. Adhering to agreements. That is the act of the weak. He waved his sleeve and turned to leave. Outside, the sky was overcast. A flash of lightning illuminated the sky. Heavy rain poured down. Chapter 265. The battle begins. The rain fell for 2 days and 2 nights. At last, on the third day, Chu Ming stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of the reception room. He gazed outside, noting that the vicinity of the Chu family estate had already been fortified with numerous tents set up by the Chen family. This time, the Chen family had come with unwavering resolve. The moment Bai Yuteng leaves the Chu family, they will launch their assault. Chu Ming, should I intervene to deter them? Bai Yuteng inquired. Once I depart, Chen Juren will surely take action. No need. Chu Ming shook his head. You may protect the Chu family for a moment, but not for eternity. Leave this to me. The Grim Blade was completed an hour ago. Even if Chen Juren confronts me now, I am confident I can eliminate him. Should Bai Yuteng intervene, it could backfire. His involvement would signify the entrance of the Heavenly Dragon Mansion. The conflict between the Chu and Chen families is a struggle among noble clans. If the Heavenly Dragon Mansion interferes, it will inevitably trigger a chain reaction. Bai Yuteng may intimidate, but he absolutely cannot provide long-term protection for the Chu family. This much Chu Ming understood all too well. Very well, since you have said this, I shall refrain from intervening. Bai Yuteng replied. Then what have you decided regarding the Dragon Sovereign? Since the Heavenly Dragon Mansion has shown such sincerity, what harm is there in my agreement? Chu Ming smiled faintly. He took out the Heavenly Dragon Jade pendant from his pocket. Suddenly Chu Ming produced a small knife and made a cut on his palm. His blood soaked the jade pendant. A sound of dragon's roar echoed surrounding Chu Ming. You actually know how to refine it with blood? Bai Yuteng looked at Chu Ming in astonishment. He had merely handed the pendant to Chu Ming without disclosing any information regarding it. This Chu Ming has mastered the process so effortlessly. Old Master Tang informed me. Chu Ming explained. That makes sense. Bai Yuteng nodded. No wonder you are so proficient. Indeed, Chu Ming smiled. In truth, he had lied. As a loyal reader, he had long memorized the method of refining the jade pendant. The original text stated, with blood from the palm, blend into spiritual power. If a dragon's roar arises, then success is achieved. Chu Ming had merely tested it lightly and completed the task. This was a secret of the Heavenly Dragon Mansion, and Chu Ming believed that even if he got Tang Hao drunk, the man might not be able to reveal it. Just then, the door to the reception room was hurriedly pushed open. Not good. Chu Ming. Chu Nanqian rushed in, panic evident on his face. What is it? Chu Ming furrowed his brow. I just received news that the Chen family's elder council, led by Chen Juren, has already arrived. Chu Nanqian took a deep breath. What should we do? Chu Ming. Our Chu family lacks the means to withstand them. As Chu Nanqian spoke, his gaze kept drifting toward Bai Yuteng, even winking at Chu Ming. Seeing Chu Nanqian's demeanor, Chu Ming's expression turned peculiar. This old fox clearly intends for Bai Yuteng to stay a while longer. I understand, Chu Ming replied. My master is already prepared. We are merely waiting for Bai Tianwang to leave the family. Upon hearing this, Chu Nanqian became truly anxious. Chu Ming. What the old man means is... Chu Nanqian's eyes nearly bulged out, but Chu Ming seemed to feign ignorance. Enough, grandfather, I know what you mean, Chu Ming said. I have already promised Bai Tianwang that I will personally see him off shortly. You. Chu Nanqian nearly exclaimed in frustration, but upon seeing Bai Yuteng's composed expression, he swallowed the rest of his words. If this were to provoke Bai Yuteng's displeasure, the Chu family would meet a quicker demise. Very well, I shall escort Bai Tianwang, Chu Ming smiled. Chu Nanqian was left speechless. He had originally intended to keep Bai Yuteng for a while longer. He had secretly contacted the Chu family's ancestor from the Bai Sai Guan. Given 7 days, he should receive a reply, but now Chu Ming's impatience had completely sabotaged his plan. Then, Chu Xiaoyu, I bid you farewell. Bai Yuteng coughed lightly. No need to see me off. I shall depart immediately, Chu Xiaoyu. Upon hearing these words, Chu Nanqian was taken aback. Just moments ago, he had called him by name. When had their relationship become so amicable? Ha, no trouble at all, Chu Ming chuckled. I happen to wish to see Chen Juren as well, and will accompany you on your way. This statement further astonished Chu Nanqian. The tone, is Chu Ming a long-lost friend of Bai Yuteng? And he will accompany him? Chu Nanqian's face turned pale. Just as he was about to intervene, the two had already left, conversing and laughing. This scene left Chu Nanqian utterly stunned. Chu Ming, conversing casually with a figure of the Heavenly King realm? Has he lost his mind? Or has the world gone mad? Chu Nantian stood rooted to the spot as Chu Ming and Bai Yutang walked further away. At the entrance of the Chu family estate. The once empty street had already been transformed by the Chen family, who erected tents. The Chen family had mobilized over 200 individuals to encircle the Chu family. This situation was known not only to the entirety of the Chu family but also to other noble clans in the capital. Now, nearly all eyes in the capital were focused on the entrance of the Chu family estate. The moment the Heavenly Dragon Mansion's expert Bai Yutang emerged, the Chen family would launch an overwhelming assault on the Chu family. In this battle, the Chen family's Elder Council and Supreme Elders would engage. Such combat strength surpassed the combined might of ordinary noble clans. Among the three lesser families, each possessed only one individual at the Dao realm to guard them. Meanwhile, the Chu family's Dao realm expert had already entered seclusion. This news had circulated among the noble families to some extent. The information intentionally released by the Chen family aimed to bury the Chu family. Moreover, there were shadows of the Su family involved. Many speculated that the Chu family would not survive the day. The elders of the Chen family gathered alongside Chen Juran and others who had entered the Dao realm. What could the Chu family possibly use to defend against them? The gates of the Chu family stood firmly shut, the atmosphere thick with tension. Every gaze was fixated on the entrance, yet at that moment, the gates slowly creaked open. It's opened. Someone exclaimed, drawing the attention of all. Only one person could emerge from the Chu family, Bai Yutang. No one else was permitted to leave. This was an absolute command from the Chen family. Creak. The gate swung wide, revealing Bai Yutang and Chu Ming stepping forth. Chu Xiaoyu, I shall leave you here, Bai Yutang remarked. I will discuss matters further once you have resolved the troubles here. Very well, Bai Tianwang, safe travels, Chu Ming replied with a smile and a wave. As Bai Yutang stepped forward, all of the Chen family's hounds involuntarily retreated a few paces. The oppressive aura of the Tianwang realm weighed heavily upon their chests. This was the might of the Tianwang realm. Many faces turned pale in response. Bai Yutang's gaze commanded reverence. He scanned the crowd, ultimately resting his eyes on a figure clad in grey at the back, Chen Juran. At this moment, Chen Juran's expression was impassive, watching Bai Yutang with a hint of wariness. Bai Yutang too fixed his gaze on him. Chen Juran, today I take my leave. However, I must remind you that this Chu Ming is my friend. Bai Yutang's voice resonated through the throng, piercing directly into Chen Juran's consciousness. Should you dare to lay a finger on him, I shall undoubtedly come to the Chen family to seek you out. This declaration reverberated throughout the gathering. Every individual present, including every master of the Chen Elder Council, found their breath quickening. Chen Juran's complexion turned ashen. Bai Yutang's words were unmistakably meant to protect Chu Ming. I comprehend your intent, Bai Tianwang. Chen Juran inhaled deeply. I shall not disappoint you. Ha, that is good to hear. Bai Yutang scoffed lightly. His gaze, though calm, felt like a bucket of cold water dousing everyone's spirits. Subsequently, Bai Yutang ascended into the air. The Tianwang realm had already reached such heights. Everyone watched as Bai Yutang's silhouette vanished into the overcast sky. Moments later, Chen Juran finally quelled the fear within him. Bai Yutang had departed. Thus, his plan must now be set into motion. Everyone, heed my command. Chen Juran bellowed, enter the Chu family. At his command, all the masters and enforcers of the Chen family surged toward the gates of the Chu family. Chu Ming narrowed his eyes and took a step back. Soon, the entrance of the Chu family was filled with people. Meanwhile, Chu Nantian, accompanied by all the elite of the Chu family, arrived slowly. Haha, Chu Nantian, it has been a long time. Chen Juran greeted with a smile. Today, I have come as promised. You should be prepared mentally. Chu Nantian's expression was a mix of alarm and gloom. Elder Juran, is there truly no room for negotiation in this matter? Room for negotiation? Chen Juran laughed heartily. Chu Nantian, have you forgotten your own words from that day? Do you truly believe I would grant you any leniency now? Upon hearing this, Chu Nantian took a deep breath. He realized that his previous rebuttal against Chen Juran had indeed severed their ties. Now, any hope of negotiation was but a foolish dream. Since you are ready, I shall not hold back. Chen Juran sneered, signaling his strong followers to advance. At that moment, Chu Ming stepped forward, casting a cold glance toward the Chen family ranks. Before he could transform into the King of Hell. He needed to eliminate a few of the Chen family's grandmasters while still maintaining his identity as Chu Ming. I, Chu Ming, stand here. Who among you from the Chen family dares to duel? With those words, every gaze from the Chen family fell upon him. Moments later, an elder clad in green emerged from the crowd. Chu Ming's eyes narrowed. That was Chen Sai, the fourth elder of the Chen family. Chapter 266. 3 strikes to defeat you. Bring out the king of hell. I have no desire to bully the younger generation, Chen Sai stated coldly, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the Chu family. A mere Chu Ming was hardly worthy of his attention. Silence enveloped the surroundings as the Chu family members exchanged worried glances, their faces pale. Leading the charge was a grandmaster, yet they only possessed the strength of a mere master. How amusing. Do you think yourself strong? Chu Ming scoffed. Chen Sai, I shall only use 3 moves and you will surely lose. At these words, the Chen family's ranks erupted in astonishment. Who was Chu Ming? Merely a young master of the Chu family, a small family heir, insignificant in the eyes of the Chen family. How dare he utter such arrogant words to challenge Chen Sai? 3 moves to defeat Chen Sai. Madness. Ha ha ha. Chen Sai laughed. Youngster, do you understand the words you speak? Perfectly, Chu Ming retorted coldly. I could even allow you to strike first to prevent anyone from saying I bully you. This provocation ignited a glint of cold fury in Chen Sai's eyes. Arrogance, utterly arrogant. Even Chen Qian Li of the Chen family would not dare speak to him in such a manner. How bold was Chu Ming? Very well, if you seek death, then I shall grant it. Chen Sai's eyes narrowed. In that instant, his figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was already before Chu Ming, raising his hand to strike directly at Chu Ming's crown. Die! Chen Sai made no effort to hold back. Killing a junior from the Chu family was no great matter. However, the next moment, something astonishing occurred. Chu Ming reacted with astonishing speed, countering with a palm strike aimed at Chen Sai's right hand. Bang! The 2 forces collided, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Chen Sai felt a rush of blood in his throat, violently spitting out a mouthful. He staggered back dozens of steps, his face a mask of disbelief as he stared at Chu Ming. How is this possible? Not only Chen Sai, but the entire Chen family felt a profound shock. With just 1 palm strike, Chen Sai had sustained injuries? Impossible. The 4th elder could not be bested by a mere junior from the Chu family. This Chu Ming, I recall him as a mere waste of a young master from the Chu family. How could he possess such strength? There is something amiss. This Chu Ming is certainly not as he seems. The crowd buzzed with astonished murmurs. Chen Sai's retreat had left them utterly flabbergasted. Chen Sai, what are you doing? Chen Juran's voice rang coldly. He is just a junior. Why have you not resolved him swiftly? Hearing the crowd's voices, Chen Sai's expression darkened. Though he had only exchanged 1 move with Chu Ming, he had already sensed the depth of Chu Ming's power. Unfathomable. He was baffled. How could a mere young master of the Chu family possess such strength? Even Chen Qianli, who had dedicated years to training with countless resources from the Chen family, had only just crossed into the threshold of the master realm. How could this Chu Ming have such capability? Was it truly that the king of hell had taught him? Just 2 more moves. Chu Ming stood with his left hand resting casually, stating softly. Chen Sai gritted his teeth, unleashing the full force of his spiritual power. He was going all out. A gust of wind erupted, condensing his power in an instant. At that moment, Chen Sai's figure reappeared, transforming his palm into a claw aimed at Chu Ming's throat. Should this strike hit, Chu Ming would surely perish. You are quite impressive. Facing the fierce onslaught of Chen Sai, Chu Ming merely smiled lightly. Unfortunately, you have chosen the wrong opponent. He lifted his elbow, striking directly at the joint of Chen Sai's arm. In the blink of an eye, Chu Ming unleashed 2 more strikes. Each hit landed precisely on Chen Sai's wrist. The sudden surge of immense power neutralized Chen Sai's attack. Following that, Chu Ming hurled a punch toward Chen Sai's chest. With 4 strikes in quick succession, Chen Sai had no opportunity to react. He stared at Chu Ming in disbelief. Suddenly, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Chu Ming took a few steps back, coldly regarding him. 3 moves have passed. You have lost, Chu Ming declared sternly. Chen Sai opened his mouth, attempting to utter something, but the pain in his chest silenced him. Thud. To the astonishment of all present, Chen Sai collapsed to the ground. Chu Ming looked on impassively at this scene. He had now achieved a half-step into the Dao realm, and combined with the mystical Wan Jiuming Dao Ju, he could unleash power equivalent to that of the Dao realm in an instant. For Chen Sai, a novice grandmaster, to withstand such an assault was nearly impossible. Chu Ming's reflexes far surpassed his. The fourth elder has lost. How can this be? The fourth elder is a grandmaster. Is Chu Ming also a grandmaster? How can there be such a young grandmaster? Perhaps there is. The king of hell is not much older yet can battle in the Dao realm. Could it be that his disciples can also fight beyond their rank? Impossible. How could such a thing exist? The Chen family's ranks erupted in speculation. Many gazes toward Chu Ming shifted dramatically. They had previously thought him arrogant, but now it was evident that he was not merely posturing. Chu Ming truly possessed this strength. Who will be next? Chu Ming inquired coldly, his gaze sweeping over all in the Chen family ranks. The Chen family fell into an unusual silence. Meanwhile, the morale of the Chu family surged. Chu Nantian beamed as he observed Chu Ming's back. Chu Ming's ability to swiftly defeat Chen Sai had genuinely astonished him, perhaps this time with the prowess of Chu Ming and his master. They could truly protect the Chu family. Upon hearing Chu Ming's call, Chen Juran's expression darkened like the depths of water. He longed to take action himself, yet his gaze hesitated, glancing warily at the middle-aged man in black beside him. That was Chen Guofeng. If Chen Guofeng remained undefeated, he had no justification for intervening. Moreover, it would be quite humiliating for him to strike against a junior. Chen Juran's indecision cast a pall of silence over the Chen family's ranks. What is it? Does no one dare to step forward? Chu Ming scoffed. Suddenly a middle-aged man in black emerged from the Chen family ranks. Under the watchful eyes of all, he approached Chen Sai, checking for signs of life. Alive, he murmured softly, bring Elder Sai down for medical treatment. With a commanding voice, Chen Guofeng summoned the Chen family medical team. Soon, the unconscious Chen Sai was carried away. On the other side, the gaze of the middle-aged man in black fell upon Chu Ming. You are Chu Ming, the disciple of the King of Hades? He inquired with a hint of detachment. Indeed, Chu Ming replied. The extreme path blood blade of my Chen family, was it you who discovered it? The man in black pressed further. Indeed, it was I. Chu Ming acknowledged. Although the extreme path blood blade was a reward from an APP, it could indeed be considered as having been found by Chu Ming. Excellent, then your next opponent shall be me. Chen Guofeng chuckled, stepping forward with hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed on Chu Ming. That profound look caused Chu Ming's brow to furrow. He had never encountered this man before, yet the aura emanating from him was unmistakably that of an entry into the Dao realm. When did the Chen family acquire such a formidable Taoist master? I am Chen Guofeng, the Grand Elder of the Chen family, he declared calmly. Upon hearing those three words, Chu Ming's eyes widened in realization. He recalled that in the original narrative, the Chen family indeed had a Grand Elder. However, that elder had struggled to break through to the Dao realm and was ultimately killed during the conflict between the Chen family and the protagonist, Chu Kuang. Thus, he had left little impression on Chu Ming. Yet, what puzzled Chu Ming was how this Chen Guofeng had ascended to the Dao realm. According to the original plot, that should not have been the case. What's wrong? You seem to harbor some concerns. Chen Guofeng laughed heartily. If you are afraid, you may step back and let your Chu family elders take your place. At this remark, the faces of the Chu family members turned ashen. One Chen Sai was already a formidable opponent. How could they possibly contend with Chen Guofeng? No need for that. Chu Ming took a deep breath, stating resolutely, if you wish to fight, then let us fight. He concentrated spiritual energy in the palm of his right hand. The unexpected appearance of Chen Guofeng had indeed not been part of Chu Ming's plans. However, this was not the time to expose his identity as the King of Hades. The transformation god king must bide his time. You, young one, possess quite the courage. No wonder the extreme path blood blade has found its way to you. Chen Guofeng laughed, yet at that moment his figure suddenly flickered. A seemingly fierce gust of energy surged towards Chu Ming. Chu Ming narrowed his eyes and raised his hand to deliver a counterstrike. Boom. The two palms collided. However, to Chu Ming's astonishment, Chen Guofeng's strike was surprisingly weak. Weak to the point of matching only Chen Sai's level. Something is amiss. Chu Ming immediately withdrew, stepping back a few paces, his face a mask of confusion as he regarded Chen Guofeng. This Chen Guofeng's attack was not at full strength. Not only was it not full strength, but Chu Ming judged it to be less than 30% of its power. Why? During the exchange of blows, all of Chu Ming's excess energy had been absorbed by Chen Guofeng, yet the latter showed no reaction whatsoever. This left Chu Ming even more bewildered. "You young one, indeed impressive," Chen Guofeng remarked with a grin. "It seems you should possess the strength of the Dao realm by now." Yes. Upon hearing this, not only the Chu family but even the Chen family erupted into chaos. 24 years old and already in the Dao realm? How could this be possible? Chen Juran furrowed his brow. The previous strike had been evenly matched. He could see that, but how could an insignificant Chu Ming contend with Chen Guofeng on equal footing? "What do you mean?" Chu Ming asked cautiously. "Ha, nothing of consequence," Chen Guofeng chuckled. "I surmise that with your talent, you must have been recruited by the Qianlong house, correct? That Bai Yuteng is here to recruit you." Chen Guofeng's words landed like a bombshell among the crowd. The Chen family was in an uproar. Recruited by the Qianlong house? How could a scion of a noble family possibly have such qualifications? Indeed, the Qianlong house has never recruited members from noble families. It is impossible for Chu Ming to possess such qualifications. Yet if he lacked such qualifications, then why would Bai Yuteng, the heavenly king, come to the Chu family? The murmurs among the crowd began to draw connections to Chen Guofeng's assertion. Meanwhile, Chu Ming gazed incredulously at Chen Guofeng. What game is Chen Guofeng playing? Is he not bolstering the stature of the Chu family while undermining the Chen family? Chapter 267. Defection. And so what? Chu Ming frowned and replied, "Do you expect my Chu family to report our actions to you?" "How amusing, truly amusing," Chen Guofeng laughed. "If that is the case, then to deal with you is to confront the Qianlong house, am I right? What exactly do you wish to convey?" Chu Ming inquired. Increasingly perplexed, Chen Guofeng did not respond. Instead, his gaze shifted to the side. "Juran elder, you have heard all this, haven't you?" This statement directed everyone's attention toward the previously silent Chen Juran. At this moment, Chen Juran's expression was as dark as water. He finally understood why Chen Guofeng had chosen to act personally. Chen Guofeng was waiting for this opportunity. If Chu Ming were indeed a member of the Qianlong house, his identity would significantly differ, and this identity required a person to validate it. Otherwise, even if Chu Ming revealed his identity, no one would believe him. But now Chen Guofeng had stepped forward. "Chen Guofeng, what do you mean by this?" Chen Juran said coldly. "What does it matter if he is a member of the Qianlong house? I intend to eradicate the Chu family, not him. Those who are admitted to the Qianlong house under special circumstances are either geniuses or powerful individuals." Chen Guofeng replied coolly, "Juran elder, are you really planning to bring a future expert to our Chen family?" Chen Guofeng's words sent the Chen family into an uproar. The meaning was clear. He intended to assist Chu Ming. This caught many in the Chen family off guard. Even Chu Ming looked at Chen Guofeng with a strange expression. This scene was unexpected. Not just for the Chen family but even for him. Meanwhile, within the Chu family, Chu Nantian and others exchanged bewildered glances. They were utterly taken aback by this outcome. Chen Guofeng. Chen Juran ground his teeth in fury. "You must understand that this boy's master is the king of Hades, the very one who has humiliated our Chen family. And so what?" Chen Guofeng countered, "You cannot kill Chu Ming. You would only create an enemy for our Chen family. Wouldn't you agree?" Faced with Chen Guofeng's words, Chen Juran found himself momentarily speechless. He had to admit that Chen Guofeng was right. Chu Ming's life was protected by Bai Yuteng. Even if he annihilated the Chen family, Chen Juran would not dare to kill Chu Ming. That would indeed invite a calamity. But now, if he retreated in disgrace, Chen Juran could not swallow that humiliation. "Chen Guofeng, your words are futile," he coldly declared. "Today I shall destroy this Chu family. If you do not comply, I will invoke clan regulations." Chen Juran. Chen Guofeng narrowed his eyes. "It seems you have disregarded what I told you that day." "Yes, and so what?" Chen Juran replied in a low voice. "I am the supreme elder, and you are merely an ordinary elder. Do you intend to defy authority?" Ha. Upon hearing this, Chen Guofeng laughed heartily. Well, what a defiance of authority. I shall see what you, a side elder, capable of." Chen Guofeng drew a long sword from behind him. the blade's tip clanged against the ground, producing a soft metallic sound. Simultaneously, a powerful sword intent radiated outward in all directions. Chu Ming's gaze sharpened. With his keen eyesight, he could discern the sharpness of Chen Guofeng's sword intent. If he recalled correctly, Chen Guofeng had been able to fight above his weight with half-step Dao realm cultivation. And now that he had entered the Dao realm, could it be? Chu Ming's eyes gleamed with newfound clarity. Perhaps Chen Guofeng truly possessed the capability to rival Chen Juran. Insolence. In response to Chen Guofeng's provocation, Chen Juran clenched his fists tightly. The Frey-side elder struck a nerve. Since you wish to fight, then let it be so. Chen Juran immediately turned around, his gaze sweeping over the Chen family members. All of you, obey my command and subdue the traitor Chen Guofeng. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Chen family members remained utterly still. Are you all daft? Chen Juran furrowed his brow. I commanded you to take action. His gaze turned cold as it landed on Chen Daobei and others within the crowd. He noticed that the elder group of the Chen family, including the guards of the family head, remained motionless, standing silently in place. It was as if they had not heard Chen Juran's words. A rebellion, truly a rebellion. Chen Juran seethed with rage. He stepped forward and seized Chen Daobei by the collar, coldly stating, I am speaking to you. Are your ears deaf? Although Chen Daobei's face was somewhat pale, he spoke firmly, word by word. We, the elder group of the Chen family, only heed the Grand Elder's words. Please, Juran Elder, let go. This declaration caused Chen Juran's eyes to widen in shock. The elder group of the Chen family was united in solidarity. You have some nerve. Chen Juran shoved Chen Daobei aside and then turned his gaze toward the crowd. Chen Tianjiu, where are you? His furious shout caused the Chen family members to tremble. The murmurs among the crowd erupted, yet Chen Tianjiu did not appear. Chen Changgu, where is he? He furrowed his brows, and in that moment a middle-aged man emerged from the crowd. It was Chen Fengming responding to Elder Chen Juran's words. The family head is unwell and has temporarily taken his leave. Upon hearing this, the veins on Chen Juran's forehead throbbed with rage. This Chen Tiangu is not unwell. He clearly anticipated this scene and slipped away in advance. He thought his plans were foolproof, yet unexpectedly, he was outmaneuvered by Chen Tiangu. Just wait until I return, he will have a reckoning. Chen Juran clenched his fists and spoke coldly, ha ha ha. Chen Guofeng laughed. Chen Juran, it seems your so-called prestige is nothing but a facade. Chen Juran glared icily at Chen Guofeng, then he turned to those behind him. Fengqing, Gucheng, you two shall engage in battle. The two elders in green stepped forward immediately. Chu Ming furrowed his brows upon seeing them. These two were the senior elders who had accompanied Chen Juran during the Chen family's wedding banquet. The collateral four were Chen Juran, Chen Fengqing, Chen Gucheng and Chen Daoi. Clearly these two were also following Chen Juran's orders, capture the traitor Chen Guofeng. Chen Juran pointed decisively, yes. Chen Fengqing and Chen Gucheng surged forward. They drew their daggers and short swords. Chen Guofeng, I advise you not to oppose us. Chen Fengqing stood with his sword drawn, his gaze frigid. You cannot withstand a 2-on-1. Cannot. Chen Guofeng scoffed, how can you say that without having engaged in combat? You have merely just broken through to the Dao realm, you are still no match for us. Chen Fengqing urged. If you stand down, I will plead for your life with Elder Juran. Ha ha ha. At this, Chen Guofeng burst into laughter. A direct descendant elder, yet he seeks mercy from a collateral branch. This is utterly ludicrous. You two, go ahead and try. He stood firm with his sword, his gaze fierce. Chapter 268. The internal strife of the Chen family. The infighting among the Chen elders left the Chu family astounded. Chu Nanqian could conceive of many scenarios, but this was beyond his expectations. Faced with the imminent clash between Chen Guofeng and the two other Chen elders, the only thing he could think of was to flee. Everyone disperse. Chu Nanqian shouted anxiously. If the three Dao realm fighters clashed, those of us who are merely masters could suffer dire consequences. Upon hearing this, the Chu family members swiftly scattered. Just then, a piercing sword light shot skyward from Chen Guofeng's hand. The long sword, like a beam of cold light, lunged towards Chen Fengqing and Chen Gucheng. Clang! The clash of swords erupted in a wave of shocking energy. Yet, to the astonishment of Chen Juran and the others, Chen Guofeng managed to hold his own against two opponents without falling into disadvantage. He truly possesses such strength. Chen Juren narrowed his eyes, fixating on Chen Guofeng in the arena, his expression dark as water. This Chen Guofeng, even at half-step into the Dao realm, could engage in combat with those in the Dao realm. Now, with his fortunate breakthrough, his unleashed strength could overwhelm these seasoned Dao realm fighters. This filled Chen Juren with both shock and fury. Meanwhile, Chu Ming, caught in the turbulence of their battle, found himself retreating. He looked at Chen Guofeng with confusion. He had not anticipated that the character who perished at the hands of the protagonist due to his inability to break through would now exhibit such power. Could it be that the favorable sentiments towards Chen Sai and Chen Changgu stem from this Chen Guofeng? This made Chu Ming furrow his brows. It seems I have altered quite a bit of the plot. Leading to a chain reaction of events. As Chu Ming pondered, the clash between the three intensified. The ground of the Chu family courtyard trembled with each connection of blade and sword, not only the Chu family, but even the experts of the Chen family were fixated on the movements of the three. A battle in the Dao realm is not easily witnessed. Perhaps, seizing this opportunity, Chu Ming surveyed his surroundings. Realizing everyone's attention was on the three combatants. He quietly concealed himself behind the Chu family formation. No one noticed as Chu Ming vanished. At this moment, nearly everyone's gaze was firmly fixed on the battle. Chen Guofeng unleashed a strike, his sword energy enveloping the area. Chen Fengqing and Chen Guqing struggled to defend themselves, yet even so their garments were inevitably torn in places, leaving them in a woeful state. The eldest elder was able to fend off two opponents and still hold the upper hand. Chen Daobi's eyes lit up. Indeed, after his breakthrough, he has reached the standard of a senior elder. Ha ha ha, it seems today's battle will yield a favorable outcome, Chen Fengming remarked with a smile. It is not in vain that the family head has endured humiliation these past days. After saying this, his gaze inadvertently turned towards the sullen-faced Chen Juren. As a senior elder, Chen Juren should not interfere in the major affairs of the Chen family. However, the members of the Chen family, constrained by Chen Juren's identity and strength, could not help but heed his commands. Since the day the Underworld King appeared, intimidating the strong of the Chen family with unparalleled strength, Chen Changgu had dismissed any thought of opposing the Underworld King. A Dao realm fighter under 40, if he could be recruited as a son-in-law, would surely be a tremendous asset to the Chen family. If hard tactics would not suffice, Chen Changgu would naturally resort to softer ones. Yet, the appearance of Chen Juren disrupted Chen Changgu's plans. Once the eldest elder dealt with these two, the family head would propose to the family management committee to diminish the authority of these individuals as senior elders. Chen Fengming chuckled. Upon hearing this, a trace of admiration appeared in Chen Daobi's eyes. The family head is indeed astute, having already considered this step. Moreover, it is fortunate that the eldest elder could break through, allowing us to turn the tide. Chen Fengming remarked. No matter how domineering Elder Juren is, he is merely a collateral elder. His talent may be exceptional, but it is impossible for him to influence the family's major affairs. The two exchanged glances. In each other's eyes, they saw a glimmer of confidence in victory. Meanwhile, in the arena, as Chen Guofeng's strength surged, the two senior elders of the Chen family found themselves retreating step by step. 2 against 1, yet Chen Guofeng was unable to mount an effective counterattack. This scene left both the Chu and Chen families utterly astonished. The strength of this Chen Guofeng is likely not inferior to Chen Juren. Chu Nanqian spoke gravely. Thankfully, he does not stand against us, or even 2 underworld kings would be insufficient to contend with him. Chu Nanqian sighed deeply. At this point, he suddenly looked around. He realized Chu Ming was missing. Where is the eldest young master? He hurriedly inquired of those behind him. The eldest young master? We have not seen him either. The Chu family's guest elders and others behind him shook their heads in confusion. This kid wouldn't he have run off on his own, would he? Chu Nanqian's eyes widened. Although he believed Chu Ming wouldn't he stoop to such disgraceful behavior in the face of the Chen family's assault, he truly could not be certain. Someone quickly go find the eldest young master. Chu Nanqian urgently commanded 2 of his subordinates. The 2 behind him promptly accepted the order. Just then, a fierce gust of wind swept through the arena. Chu Nanqian couldn't help but look again. Under the sharp sword light of Chen Guofeng, Chen Guqing was sent flying, crashing into the crowd in a disheveled heap. Meanwhile, Chen Fengqing struggled to hold his ground but was forced back several steps under Chen Guofeng's sword. Blood spewing from his mouth. Ha ha ha, do you two wish to continue fighting? Chen Guofeng laughed heartily. Chen Fengqing's expression turned grim. Chen Guofeng's sword was far too fierce, and the long sword in his hand was also a Dao realm artifact. After merely a few exchanges, Chen Fengqing's dagger was already riddled with chips. If this continued, he was likely to be defeated by this sword. Enough. At that moment, the grim-faced Chen Juren suddenly spoke. You traitor, how can you possess such abilities? Allow me to have a word with you. Chen Juren drew his long knife from his back. The blade shimmered, flashing before the eyes of the crowd. How interesting, this is exceedingly entertaining. Chen Guofeng remarked. You are the one who seeks to ensnare my Chen family in injustice. Yet you dare to label me a traitor. There is no point in further discussion. Today, can I not subdue you, traitor? Chen Juren soared into the air, landing before Chen Guofeng. Everyone held their breath, watching this scene unfold. The clash between Chen Juren and Chen Guofeng would determine the outcome of today's events for the Chu family. Not only the members of the Chu family felt the tension, but even those from the Chen family did as well. Chapter 269. Tianhua Pill. The long knife swiftly descended. Chen Guofeng advanced with his sword. Clang! The sharp sound of metal meeting metal rang out abruptly. A fierce wind surged forth, causing everyone to retreat hastily. The force of this strike surpassed that of the previous three-way battle. Chu Nanqian gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Just this one strike had caused the ground of the Chu family courtyard to sink several centimeters. The intensity of the impact at the center of the arena was unimaginable. Chen Guofeng, you are no match for me. Chen Juren sneered coldly, abruptly halting his knife and exerting force. The blade bore down with the weight of 1,000 pounds towards Chen Guofeng. At this moment, beads of cold sweat appeared on Chen Guofeng's forehead. Although he was unafraid of Chen Juren, he realized that if they were to truly engage, he still fell short of this individual. And no wonder? After all, Chen Juren was a seasoned Dao realm fighter, while he had only just broken through to the Dao realm. There was indeed a disparity in their strengths, amidst the flashing blades and swords. Chen Guofeng swiftly withdrew his hand to evade. He was acutely aware that, in a pure contest of strength, he was unlikely to surpass Chen Juren. The sword energy surged forth. Chen Guofeng retreated several dozen steps. Gripping his sword and letting out a low roar, the blade sliced through the air in his grasp as his gaze fixed upon Chen Juren. A flicker of cold light shot forth, followed by a sword that emerged like a dragon. Arrogance. Chen Juren narrowed his eyes and, in an instant, swung his sword to counter the incoming blade's radiance. The ground was cleaved apart, and a tremor reverberated beneath the feet of every onlooker. Is the pinnacle of the initial realm already this formidable? Chu Nanqian gasped for breath, realizing why the ancestor had spent his entire life without breaking through this level. The ancestor of the Chu family was of the same cultivation realm. Yet he had been stuck at this level for nearly 3 decades. Even if the Chu family exhausted all their resources, it would be impossible for him to advance. After entering the Dao, every minor realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Each breakthrough at these minor levels significantly enhanced a warrior's strength. Not to mention one Chu Nanqian. Even 100 of him could not contend with Chen Juren or Chen Guofeng. This exemplified the disparity in power. This, too, was the foundation of the noble families in the capital. By the way, has that scoundrel Chu Ming been found? Chu Nanqian suddenly recalled this matter and hurriedly inquired of his subordinates. Returning to the master, the two sent to find the young master have yet to return. They likely have not found him. Useless. Chu Nanqian was instantly agitated. If Chu Ming was missing, even the sign of the heavenly dragon manor would be of no use. What on earth is Chu Ming doing? Is he truly willing to abandon the family? Chu Nanqian furrowed his brow. In the arena, after the clash of blades, Chen Guofeng and Chen Juren surged towards each other. To the astonishment of the crowd, the two exchanged dozens of moves in an instant. With each strike, a gust of wind scattered outward. These techniques were devoid of any pretenses. Yet, a true master could discern that Chen Guofeng was already in a state of decline. It's over. The elder seems to be exhausted. Chen Daobei gasped, realizing that Chen Juren was even stronger than they had anticipated. It was no wonder that his last engagement was 5 years ago. During these 5 years, his strength must have significantly advanced. Chen Fengming gritted his teeth, realizing that the family head had indeed underestimated the situation. In a battle among experts, if one shows even a hint of weakness, the outcome is already predetermined. Unless Chen Guofeng had a hidden card, it would be impossible for him to triumph over Chen Juran again. As expected, under the relentless blade of Chen Juran, Chen Guofeng was forced to retreat step by step. He stumbled back several dozen steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. In contrast, Chen Juran remained composed, unscathed. Ha ha ha, with your mere abilities, you dare to oppose me? Chen Juran scoffed. Chen Guofeng's expression darkened. Chen Juran, I never expected you to resort to taking a pill to defeat me. How shameless you are. What? The moment this was uttered, all eyes turned to Chen Juran. The Chen family indeed possessed a secret pill that could temporarily enhance a warrior's strength by 20%. This pill was known as the Tianhua pill. However, its consumption would also accelerate the depletion of spiritual energy. The Chen family only used this pill against foreign foes, yet Chen Juran had taken it to confront Chen Guofeng. To deal with you, a traitor. What does it matter if I consumed the Tianhua pill? Chen Juran retorted with a sneer. You have committed treason and should have been imprisoned in the Chen family dungeon. My use of this pill to capture you is justified by both heavenly principles and family rules. You accuse me of being shameless. How utterly laughable. Faced with Chen Juran's words, Chen Guofeng gritted his teeth in fury. He had indeed calculated correctly. If Chen Juran fought with his true strength, he would undoubtedly be no match for him. However, with Chen Juran tearing the facade and consuming the Tianhua pill, Chen Guofeng had already lost half the battle. Words were futile. Today, the victor and vanquished would be determined. You, Chen Guofeng, have misled the masses and your crimes are grave. Considering your position as the elder of the Chen family, I shall spare your life. Chen Juran spoke coldly. But while death may be evaded, living with disgrace cannot. I shall exercise the authority of the family to carry out your execution. Henceforth I strip you of your cultivation, revoke your position as elder, and demote you to an ordinary member of the Chen family. Chen Juran's words resonated clearly in the ears of all present in the Chen family. Chen Daobei's face turned pale. This Chen Juran actually intended to directly cripple Chen Guofeng. Even if he were to make a comeback in the future, Chen Guofeng's cultivation would never return. Wait! Chen Daobei immediately interjected, yet in the next moment Chen Juran had already made his move. The blade's light flashed through the air like thunder. Chen Guofeng gasped for breath. At the instant the blade approached, he narrowed his eyes, preparing to muster all his strength to defend. Boom! A tempest surged. He violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his figure sent reeling backwards. The earlier battle had already inflicted significant internal injuries, and Chen Juran's attack exacerbated his wounds. If another blow were to land, his cultivation might truly shatter. Juran elder, cease this at once. Chen Daobei bellowed in anger. Meanwhile, the elder council of the Chen family surged forward, ready to intervene. However, the two injured supreme elders stood in front of them. Do you also wish to defy authority? Chen Feng coldly questioned. He unleashed his aura, forcing back all the members of the elder council of the Chen family. Meanwhile, the Chu family was thrown into chaos. If Chen Guofeng were to fall, they would truly be doomed. Where on earth is that scoundrel Chu Ming? Chu Nanqian gritted his teeth, anxiously scanning the surroundings. Yet Chu Ming's figure remained elusive. In the arena, Chen Juran's blade energy once again descended upon Chen Guofeng. Everyone shut their eyes, unable to bear to watch. But at that moment, a shadow descended. With a swift motion, he countered with a blade clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the Chu family estate. Chapter 270. The arrival of the King of the Underworld. The fierce wind dissipated. Chen Guofeng on the ground looked in astonishment at the figure in the black robe before him. You? Who are you? He widened his eyes. The tremors of power also caused many to open their eyes. The King of the Underworld. A sudden exclamation erupted from the crowd. It's the King of the Underworld. The King of the Underworld has arrived. Both the Chu and Chen families erupted in cheers from their respective factions. That terrifying mask and black robe could belong to no one else but the King of the Underworld. The King of the Underworld raised his blade, shattering the sword light of Chen Juran. Juran Elder, I hear you have been looking for me. The deep voice of the king of the underworld resonated in everyone's ears. That voice carried a terrifying authority. It truly is him. Chen Fengming gasped, never expecting him to actually appear. Thank goodness he intercepted a blow for the elder. Otherwise the elder would have certainly. Chen Daobei's eyes turned red. He shared a close bond with Chen Guofeng. If anything were to happen to Chen Guofeng, he would undoubtedly feel immense guilt. The king of the underworld. Unlike the astonishment and joy of the Chen family elders at this moment, Chen Juran's brow furrowed upon seeing the sudden appearance of the shadow. He had believed that he would not encounter the king of the underworld today. After all, given the severe injuries the king had sustained that day, he would not dare to show himself to battle the Chen family. Yet, he never anticipated that at this critical juncture of punishing Chen Guofeng, the king of the underworld would actually appear. Are you seeking death? Chen Juran scoffed coldly. Then very well, I will oblige you. Chen Juran raised his long blade, his gaze icy as he turned towards Chu Ming. Immediately, his figure shot forth, the blade's edge aimed at Chu Ming. Yet Chu Ming remained unfazed. In the instant the long blade approached, he raised his right hand. What he grasped tightly in his right hand was the Underworld Blade. The Underworld Blade, third tier. Clang. A crisp sound rang out. As the crowd looked on, they discovered that the two had already created distance between them. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of their blades clashing echoed continuously. In just half a minute, the two had exchanged dozens of moves. Each strike was executed with such swiftness that it instilled fear in the onlookers. You have indeed restored your strength, Chen Juran sneered, but even so, what can you do? You cannot defeat me. He raised his hand, showcasing the long blade once more. Is that so? Chu Ming replied with a faint smile. Chen Juran, do not speak too soon. You are not even in the Dao realm. What can you possibly? Chen Juran was about to retort when a sharp sound of metal fracturing interrupted him. Crack, crack. Chen Juran's words were abruptly cut off. He looked down at the long blade in his hand. To his astonishment, he found a crack had formed in the center of the blade, 3 centimeters long. Though short, it signified that the blade was rendered useless. How did you accomplish that? Chen Juran stared incredulously at Chu Ming. He was baffled. This long blade was a weapon of the Dao realm. Even with the fiercest clash of power, it should not have been so easily destroyed. Yet, after merely exchanging a few moves with the king of the underworld, it had already begun to show signs of fracture. Why? Chen Juran, your blade appears to be nothing exceptional after all. Chu Ming replied with a low laugh. If you retreat now, I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise today, the blade in my hand shall surely taste blood. Chu Ming's voice radiated with sharpness. The Underworld Blade's third tier was now complete. Its razor sharpness far exceeded that of ordinary Dao realm weapons, even if Chu Ming was not a Dao expert. He possessed the confidence to battle one. Ha ha ha, absurd, utterly absurd. Chen Juran laughed maniacally. His expression was one of sheer ferocity. Bang. He cast aside the long blade in his hand. Immediately, he drew 2 daggers from his waist. King of the underworld, I shall see if you truly possess such prowess. In that instant, Chen Juran narrowed his eyes, his figure darting towards Chu Ming like a bolt of lightning. In the chilling twilight, the blade of darkness drew near. Chu Ming tightened his grip around the soul blade. In the fleeting moment when Chen Juran's dagger descended, he once again slashed forward. The glimmer of the blade sliced through the air, intertwining with the dagger. The clash of their powers forced both combatants to stagger back several paces. Almost immediately, they surged forward once more, ready to engage in battle. The fierce winds of their blades astonished all present. When could the king of the underworld hope to contend with Elder Juran? Chen Daobei exclaimed in bewilderment, for during the wedding banquet he had. You are mistaken, Chen Fengming interjected. During the Chen family banquet, the king of the underworld had already dealt with our elders, and when facing Chen Daobei, he was not in his prime condition. Are you implying that he already possesses the strength to rival Elder Juran? Chen Daobei gasped. It must be so. Chen Fengming stated nonchalantly. Consider this. When you all entered Linju City's Chiu Lake, the king of the underworld frightened you away with a single move. If he lacked absolute strength, how could he achieve such feats? Chen Daobei fell silent. Even now, recalling that terrifying scene sent shivers down his spine. Just watch, Chen Fengming remarked. The king of the underworld has yet to unleash his formidable techniques. indicating he has not exerted his full power. In this battle Elder Duran may indeed face defeat. Chen Fengming's words reached the ears of the surrounding elders, their emotions a tangled web of complexity. The king of the underworld is an enemy to the Chen family, yet Elder Duran is an adversary to the Elder Council. The outcome for either would bring no benefit to the Chen family's elders. The family head once mentioned this individual is barely 40. Could he truly be a genius of such caliber, contending against a peak practitioner of the early Dao stage at such a young age? Chen Daobi queried in confusion. The family head could only speculate. Chen Fengming replied, "This king of the underworld wears a mask. No one knows his true age. Such a powerful road cultivator. How has he honed his skills?" Chen Daobi's gaze fixated intensely on the king of the underworld. As the crowd debated, the king of the underworld's attacks grew increasingly ferocious. Meanwhile, Chen Duran had already shifted from offense to defense. Unlike the Chen family's complex expressions, the Chu family was invigorated. Splendid. That rascal Chu Ming seems to have spoken the truth. The strength of the king of the underworld indeed surpasses that of Elder Duran. Chu Nanqian beamed with joy upon witnessing this scene. It appears the family is saved. Chu Nanqian stroked his white beard, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, with the king of the underworld present. Even if Chu Ming were to go missing, it would matter not. As long as the Chu family is preserved, that is of utmost importance. At this moment, all eyes were riveted on the duel unfolding before them. The blades clashed incessantly. After exchanging hundreds of blows, both combatants drew apart. "King of the underworld, do not assume I fear you," Chen Duran declared coldly, tightening his grip on the dagger. This dagger bore numerous nicks, yet it remained intact and ready for battle. Chapter 271. King of the underworld, you shall fall. Chen Duran, I have already granted you your opportunity, Chu Yan rasped. Henceforth I shall not hold back. Not hold back? Chen Duran scoffed. How utterly ridiculous. King of the underworld, do you believe that possessing a divine weapon allows you to stand against me? With a sudden flourish of his robes, the full force of his power erupted forth. Merely standing there, the shockwave rolled forward. Today, it is your honor that I am compelled to exert my full strength. Chen Duran retrieved a vial of elixir from his robes, with a decisive motion. He crushed it. The powdered elixir fell into his palm. Chen Duran swallowed it whole. Heavenly transformation pill. Chen Guofeng, supported by others, grimaced as he spoke. He actually consumed a second one. King of the underworld. Be cautious. His strength will be even greater than before, Chen Guofeng shouted. Chu Ming narrowed his eyes. He was all too familiar with the heavenly transformation pill. As a nearly unstoppable force in the early stages of reborn as the urban king of the underworld. This elixir could amplify a warrior's strength by up to 50%. One pill boosts power by 20%. 2 pills by 40%. 3 pills by 50%. Even a half-step Dao practitioner, after consuming the heavenly transformation pill, could contend with those at the Dao stage. The cost, however, is the inability to gather spiritual energy for several days post-battle. To think, Chen Duran, you are so despicable, Chu Ming remarked coolly. Despicable? Chen Duran laughed incredulously. This world has always been one of survival of the fittest. What does it matter if I am deemed despicable? Since that is the case, then today you shall not escape. With a fierce flutter of his black robe, Chu Ming gripped the soul blade tightly. He too had become serious. The two stood 20 paces apart, locked in a tense standoff. The gazes of the onlookers were firmly fixed upon these two. Chu Nanqian swallowed hard, not daring to utter a word. He could only watch anxiously as the king of the underworld battled. Chu Xi, Chu Pingyi, and others shared similar sentiments. All around, everyone held their breath, their hearts pounding. The sky darkened ominously. Suddenly a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. The lightning seemed to cleave the battlefield in two. In that instant, both figures vanished from sight. Immediately thereafter, the sharp glint of blades swept across the arena. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the air. Waves of energy dispersed in all directions. At that moment, the thunder finally rumbled forth. The resounding noise, however, could not overshadow the chilling sounds of their collision. The motions of the two combatants were so swift that even Chen Fengming and the others could scarcely perceive them. Is this the clash of peak practitioners in the early Dao stage? Chen Fengming gazed in astonishment at the scene. His own strength barely reached the master level, and witnessing such a fierce battle shook his very spirit. No, they have already transcended the early Dao stage. Chen Daobi remarked, they have already attained the level of mid-Dao practitioners. What? Mid-Dao stage? Chen Fengming gasped, the king of the underworld is clearly not at the Dao stage. How could he possess such strength? I cannot say, Chen Daobi shook his head. In terms of momentum, the king of the underworld is slightly inferior to Elder Juren, but did you notice the blade in his hand? What about that blade? Chen Fengming queried, puzzled. That blade is suppressing Elder Juren's 2 daggers, Chen Daobi assessed. I suspect that if they were to exchange blows for another 100 strikes, Elder Juren's daggers would surely shatter. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Chen Fengming inhaled sharply. The dagger in Chen Juren's hand is a bona fide Dao weapon. Furthermore, it is of exceptionally high grade. Even after a century of use, it would show no signs of wear. Yet, merely engaging in battle with the king of the underworld could lead to its destruction. Could the blade in the king of the underworld's grasp be of the celestial level? Chen Fengming asked incredulously. I do not know, Chen Daobi spoke solemnly. If that blade were to cleave down, we might very well be doomed. This statement left all the elders of the Chen family speechless. Such overwhelming strength. Such a formidable weapon. What manner of prodigy is this king of the underworld? In the arena, Chu Ming and Chen Juren had already exchanged over 100 blows. Amidst the fray, Chu Ming consumed 2 elixirs. It must be said that after Chen Juren ingested the heavenly transformation pill, his strength was no longer something Chu Ming could withstand. After only a few exchanges, Chu Ming suffered significant internal injuries. Had he not exchanged for the 9 turns heart restoration pill from the app in advance, he might have already faced defeat. Conversely, Chen Juren, gazing at the king of the underworld before him, grew increasingly anxious. The heavenly transformation pill, though formidable, had a time limit. Once that time elapsed, his power would greatly diminish. Moreover, he realized that his dagger was nearing its breaking point. He must eliminate this foe within 100 exchanges. Chen Juren gritted his teeth fiercely. Lightning filled the sky, heavy rain poured down. The black robe of Chu Ming and the clothing of Chen Juren became drenched. Their breaths were labored, yet their eyes remained fiercely locked on each other. King of the underworld, you are destined to die, Chen Juren roared, thrusting the dagger towards Chu Ming's figure. Lightning split the curtain of rain. Chu Ming gritted his teeth and raised his hand to counter with a strike. Clang! The blade of the soul blade intercepted the fiercely thrust dagger. Crack! Amid the sound of rain, the metal fragmentation echoed suddenly. To the astonishment of all, the dagger shattered into pieces. Even Chu Ming's pupils widened at the sight of the disintegrating dagger. This is the moment, Chen Juren sneered coldly, thrusting another dagger fiercely towards Chu Ming's abdomen. Chu Ming gritted his teeth and twisted his body. The sharp edge of the dagger pierced through his black robe. Blood spilled onto the ground. No way! Witnessing this scene, the onlookers beneath the rain gasped in horror, their eyes wide with disbelief. Finally blood was drawn. The king of the underworld, it seems, still cannot rival Elder Juren. Chen Daobi sighed deeply. Meanwhile, on the Chu family side, Chu Nanshan's body trembled suddenly. If the king of the underworld falls, the only fate awaiting the Chu family is annihilation. The king of the underworld. He gritted his teeth, staring at the shadowy figure in the rain. Not just him, the entire Chu family held their breath, praying that the king of the underworld could endure this moment. The torrential rain poured down. Water coursed along Chu Ming's waist. His complexion turned ashen, not a word escaping his lips. Blood mingled with the rain as it pooled on the ground. Ha ha ha. Chen Juren stepped back a few paces, laughing heartily. King of the underworld, you have been defeated. He cast aside the nearly ruined dagger, laughing triumphantly towards the heavens. Those who oppose me are destined for death. You, Chen Guofeng, are no exception. Ha 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 ha. Chen Juren's laughter reverberated beneath the somber sky. Upon hearing that spine-chilling sound, the members of the Chen and Chu families wore expressions of profound complexity. Chapter 272. The final battle. The King of Hell has actually lost. Chu Nantian's breathing grew labored. The rain poured down in torrents, drenching him like a drowned rat. It was over. Everything was over. The Chu family was finished. If the King of Hell has lost, does that not imply? Chen Daobei and Chen Fengming exchanged glances, horror flickering in their eyes. Once Chen Juren gains the upper hand, all of Chen Guofeng's efforts will be rendered futile. Laughter echoed amidst the downpour. A desolate and chilling aura spread relentlessly. Yet at that moment, Chu Ming plunged the hell blade fiercely into the ground before him. Chen Ju ran, Chu Ming murmured, bowing his head. A blue flame ignited in his palm. This flame burned eerily amidst the rain. The raindrops seemed ethereal, having no effect on the nature of the flame. And the next instant, Chu Ming pressed the flame against his waist. He let out a skyward howl, a piercing cry that sent shivers down the spines of all present. "Has the King of Hell gone mad?" Chen Daobei exclaimed in astonishment. Had he just infused that blue flame into his own body? Chen Daobei had tasted the terror of that blue flame before. To simply cover it like that was tantamount to suicide. No, his intent is. Chen Fengming clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Ming in the arena, amidst Chu Ming's anguished roar. The wound at his waist was unexpectedly encased in ice. This, not to mention the masters of inner power, even the elders of the Chen family were utterly astounded by this scene. The King of Hell actually used blue fire to staunch his own blood. Is he not afraid of harming his meridians? Chen Daobei spoke in disbelief. A ruthless individual, truly a ruthless individual. Chen Fengming trembled. If it were me, I would never have thought of such a course of action. The agony of having that blue fire pressed against a wound was enough to send chills down their spines just at the thought of it, yet the King of Hell had truly accomplished it. Chen Ju ran. Chu Ming suddenly looked up. Unbeknownst to him, his pupils had transformed into a crimson hue. The eternal hell path technique was now fully unleashed. A violent surge of spiritual power flooded Chu Ming's body. His right hand trembled, tightly gripping the hilt of the hell blade. Simultaneously, an overwhelming blade intent radiated outward. The entire venue, all present, were struck with astonishment as they felt their weapons trembling uncontrollably. All the swords, blades and daggers resonated in unison. How could this be? Chen Daobei stared in bewilderment at the scene before him. He gripped the long sword at his waist tightly, yet he found the quivering of the sword was beyond his control. What on earth is that blade? Chen Fengming gasped in astonishment. He had never witnessed such a bizarre sight. The faint ringing of the weapons resounded through the heavens. Even the chaotic sound of rain was drowned out. You, Chen Ju ran gazed in terror at the King of Hell before him. He noticed that the blood-stained dagger in his right hand was also vibrating softly, but unlike the others, after a few seconds of soft ringing. The dagger in Chen Ju ran's hand exploded violently. The shards pierced his left hand. He involuntarily stepped back several paces, his face a mask of shock as he looked towards Chu Ming. The grievances that had accumulated over these days were finally coming to an end. Chu Ming slowly withdrew the hell blade embedded in the ground. The blade was washed by the rain, yet its sharpness remained unchanged. A mere display of trickery. Chen Ju ran forcibly suppressed the fear rising within him. Faced with the enigmatic King of Hell, he resolved to end this swiftly. He realized that the power coursing through him was beginning to wane. In other words, the effects of the Tianhua Dan were nearing their conclusion. The moment Chu Ming rose, he struck again. This palm shattered the curtain of rain, reaching directly for Chu Ming. Everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to the unfolding scene. Yet Chu Ming remained unmoved. In the instant Chen Ju ran approached, Chu Ming swung the blade forward. The blade's light erupted with a fierce cold gleam amidst the rain. Chen Ju ran, with a serious expression, met it with his bare hands. Boom! The clash of palm wind and blade light unleashed a wave of force. Within that gust, Chen Ju ran's figure surged closer to Chu Ming once more. The downpour fell like a curtain. Chu Ming and Chen Ju ran clashed amidst the rain. This scene left all members of the Chen and Chu families in awe and dread. How daring was Chen Ju ran to confront the King of Hell barehanded? Chu Nantian breathed heavily. The King of Hell's blade was indeed razor-sharp. His own weapon had already been shattered by the King of Hell, and even if he took up another weapon, it would be obliterated in mere moments. Chu Ping, who observed the battle from the sidelines, his complexion pale as he remarked, confronting barehanded is Chen Ju ran's desperate choice. Indeed, Chu Nantian sighed. Never expecting the King of Hell to be so formidable. If he does not fall, our Chu family status will surely rise. Chu Ping, who cautioned, Father, regarding the matter of making the King of Hell our Chu family's honorary elder. Once that rascal Chu Ming returns, I will discuss it with him, Chu Nantian replied. At present, everything we have rests upon the shoulders of the King of Hell. Chu Pinghu nodded. The two had already contemplated the aftermath. Yet they could never foresee that the one battling against Chen Juran was none other than Chu Ming. For the survival of the Chu family, he had paid an exceedingly painful price. Although the cold ghostly flame had sealed his wound, like the Tianhua Dan consumed by Chen Juran, it too had a time limit. Once that time elapsed and the wound necrosed, Chu Ming would find it exceedingly difficult to heal once more. The King of Hell, on the Chen family side, Chen Guofeng, having regained some composure, fixed his gaze intently on the scene, with his keen insight. He could naturally discern the true cultivation level of the King of Hell. This King of Hell had not yet reached the threshold of the Dao realm, yet despite this, he could still contend against Chen Juran. This astonished Chen Guofeng immensely. Brother, do not be anxious. Chen Daobei stepped forward to steady the slightly trembling Chen Guofeng. Chen Juran cannot win. Do not say too much. Keep your eyes on Chen Fengqing and Chen Jiucheng, Chen Guofeng replied. They were injured by me and their strength is currently no more than that of a Grand Master. You must take people over. If the King of Hell prevails, you must intercept them. Understood? Chen Daobei nodded. Although the two honorary elders, Chen Fengqing and Chen Jiucheng, possessed Dao realm cultivation, given their injuries, they might not necessarily be their match. The airwaves in the arena were slowing down. The battle was evidently nearing its conclusion. All eyes were fixed upon the two figures within. Chapter 273. Perhaps. It is destined. Rain poured heavily. The tumult of battle had noticeably diminished. The airwaves dispersed. The black robe of the King of Hell had been riddled with numerous holes. His aura was disordered. Breaths coming in rapid gasps. Chen Juran was not faring much better. His blue attire was extensively stained with blood. The sharpness of the Hell blade had inflicted severe suffering upon him. King of Hell, Chen Juran gritted his teeth as he spoke. He raised his hand, preparing to unleash another palm strike. Spiritual power slowly coalesced. At that moment, Chu Ming gritted his teeth and rose. The brilliance of the Hell blade crashing down upon Chen Juran. To the astonishment of all, Chen Juran was pushed back several steps by this strike. King of Hell. Chen Juran howled to the heavens. At this moment, all of his spiritual power coalesced in the palm of his hand. He surged forward, launching a palm strike aimed at Chu Ming's crown. This palm contained Chen Juran's final strength. Beneath his mask, Chu Ming's expression was grave. As Chen Juran approached, he lifted the Hell blade, fiercely slicing forward. Boom! The blade's light was sharp and the palm's force was astonishing. Chu Ming was sent stumbling back several dozen steps, a mouthful of blood erupting from him. Chen Juran's body, however, remained rigid in place. At this moment, everything fell silent. All eyes were upon the two men in the arena. Chen Juran's face was ashen, rain cascading down upon him. Chu Ming, wielding the Hell blade, coldly regarded Chen Juran. The gaze beneath his mask was filled with exhaustion. They stood in silence, facing each other for several seconds. What is the name of your blade? Suddenly Chen Juran rasped the question. Hell blade 3rd tier. Chu Ming replied. The Hell blade of the 3rd tier, you say? Chen Juran suddenly laughed, a laugh filled with sorrow. At that moment, a gash running from his right shoulder across his waist slowly manifested on his body. A sight that was utterly shocking. The rain washed over him continuously, his blood mingling with the water as it flowed to the ground. Chen Juran fixed his gaze upon Chu Ming. He had exhausted all his spiritual power. King of Hell, today I concede defeat to you. With great reluctance, he spoke in a low voice. Chu Ming offered no reply, merely observing Chen Juran silently. Perhaps it is destined for us, the collateral branch. He smiled bitterly, slowly closing his eyes. Thud. In that torrential rain, Chen Juran fell backward. Blood began to flow slowly from beneath him. Elder Juran, Chen Fengqing and Chen Jiucheng, witnessing this scene, were profoundly shaken. They rushed forward. Chen Fengqing trembled as he placed his fingers upon Chen Juran's pulse. His breath was faint, not yet dead. There is still hope. Chen Fengqing spoke hurriedly. Jiucheng, go kill that King of Hell. I will take Elder Juran home. All right. Chen Gucheng nodded instantly. He suddenly turned around, drawing the long knife from his waist and fixed his gaze on Chu Ming. Chu Ming was momentarily taken aback by this scene. Gritting his teeth, he rose to his feet, attempting to lift the Ming knife. He was acutely aware that, given his current condition, engaging in combat with Chen Gucheng would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Yet, if he chose not to fight, he would also face certain death. Weakly, Chu Ming raised the Ming knife, but in the next moment, he found himself awkwardly kneeling in the rain. He had reached a point of utter exhaustion. Chen Gucheng let out a cold smile, steadily approaching with his knife drawn. His movements heightened the vigilance of the Chu family. Chu Nanqian hurriedly led his men forward. "Stop," Chu Nanqian declared. "If you dare take another step forward, the Chu family will pay a grievous price to ensure you remain here." The Ming king fought on their behalf, defeating Chen Juran, though Chu Nanqian lacked strength and was an old fox. He understood the importance of gratitude. If he did not step forward now, he would be placing the entire Chu family in a position of treachery. "Does your Chu family dare to obstruct me?" Chen Gucheng laughed. "Step aside. Otherwise it will not be the Ming king who dies first, but you." Chu Nanqian's face turned pale, yet he did not retreat. Despite their limited power, the Chu family knew that their current standing was a result of the Ming king's sacrifice. Therefore, they were prepared to sacrifice themselves for the Ming king. People can be cunning, deceitful, and ruthless for their own gain. However, one must understand the importance of gratitude. Those who comprehend this are called heroes, while those who do not are mere scum. And the entire Chu family, including Chu Pingyi and Chu Ci, refused to become scum. "You worthless fools," Chen Gucheng scoffed. "Since you seek death, I shall grant it." He raised his long knife, but at that very moment Chen Daobi, accompanied by the elder council of the Chen family, surrounded Chen Gucheng. "Wait!" Chen Daobi stepped forward with his sword. "Gucheng elder, this is a battle between the Ming king and elder Juran. If you intervene, it will bring disgrace to the Chen family for violating the principles of righteousness." "Chen Daobi, are you attempting to stop me as well?" Chen Gucheng exclaimed in shock and anger. "I am the supreme elder, and you are nothing. Today, even if you are the supreme elder, we shall not allow you to lay a finger on the Ming king." Chen Daobi unfurled his long sword. The other elders drew their weapons in unison. Apart from Chen Guofeng and Chen Sai, the other 7 elders gathered here solely to protect the Ming king. "You." Chen Gucheng gritted his teeth, staring at the 7. He could disregard the Chu family, but he could not ignore the elder council of the Chen family. "Please leave, Gucheng elder," Chen Daobi coldly stated. "We do not wish to engage." "Fine, you have some gall," Chen Gucheng retorted with a furious laugh. "Just wait, the family council will judge all of you." With a cold snort, he sheathed his long knife and departed in a huff. He was well aware that with the elder council of the Chen family obstructing him, he could not contend with them in his severely injured state. Today, he was destined to be unable to kill the Ming king. Chen Daobi watched coldly as Chen Gucheng's figure vanished, letting out a scoff. A side branch supreme elder dared to be so arrogant. After he spoke, he turned around. However, at that moment, a piercing scream suddenly erupted from the crowd of the Chu family. "The Ming king is gone." This scream left Chu Nanqian, Chen Daobi, Chen Fengming, and others stunned. As the crowd dispersed, they hurriedly turned their gaze towards the spot where the Ming king had been. To their astonishment, all that remained was a pool of blood. A black robe and a shattered mask. The Ming king had truly vanished. "Impossible," Chu Nanqian exclaimed in disbelief. "With so many people here, how did he escape? This Ming king really possesses such capabilities?" Chen Daobi's expression darkened. He had initially intended to bring the Ming king back for treatment, not only to acknowledge the Ming king's identity but also to repay a favor. Yet, Chen Daobi never anticipated that this Ming king would vanish so swiftly. In such a brief moment, the figure had disappeared, leaving everyone under the heavy rain utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 274. Destiny at the Chu family. In front of Chu Ming's room, Chu Ming staggered as he leaned against the door. Fortunately, there was no one in the corridor. Otherwise, his identity might have been exposed. Upon opening the door, he found Chen Xian watching a drama in the room. Seeing Chu Ming in such a state, Chen Xian was startled. Did Chen Juran come? Chu Ming's residence was somewhat distant from the Chu family gate, and Chen Xian had not noticed the events occurring outside. Chu Ming glanced at her, feeling exhausted as he collapsed onto the bed. "Whoever comes, do not open the door." After uttering these words, he promptly fainted. The injuries Chu Ming had sustained this time were far more severe than when he had forcefully used the cold Ming ghost flame. He had never experienced such a level of injury before. To confront Chen Juran across a major realm was indeed beyond his capabilities. Chu Ming. Chen Xian gently shook Chu Ming. He can't be dead. Right. She quickly checked for his breath, relieved to find he was still alive. What on earth happened? Chen Xian frowned as she looked at Chu Ming, who was covered in blood. Discreetly she began to bandage his wounds. At this moment Chu Ming's consciousness had drifted away. In a realm of darkness, his weary spirit floated aimlessly, like a fish lost in the void, wandering in the darkness. Chu Ming. A voice echoed from the distant void, calling out to him. Who is calling me? Chu Ming murmured. Chu Ming. The voice did not answer, merely continuing to call his name. Exhausted, Chu Ming opened his eyes. He discovered that the darkness ahead had transformed. A black phone suddenly materialized. You are a black phone? Chu Ming muttered. Yes, and yet not entirely. Then who are you? I am neither anyone nor everyone. The profound voice penetrated Chu Ming's consciousness, reaching the depths of his heart. What do you mean? Chu Ming replied, puzzled. It means nothing at all. The voice continued. Chu Ming gritted his teeth and looked up again, but in that instant the black phone morphed. The heavy exterior of the phone gradually vanished, revealing a massive white book before Chu Ming. This. Chu Ming stared in astonishment at this scene. Is this the true form of the black phone? Chu Ming, your destiny is not yet complete, the voice continued. Find Chu Kuang and kill him. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming's eyes widened in shock. Chu Kuang is still alive? How is that possible? He had personally plunged the Ming knife into Chu Kuang's heart. Who are you? Chu Ming suddenly exclaimed. Who am I? Once you complete all this you will know. The voice slowly replied. Are you the black phone itself? Or the developer of the urban cultivation app? Chu Ming pressed on. However, neither the darkness nor the light provided any answers to Chu Ming's inquiries. Answer me. Chu Ming's eyes sharpened. He concentrated a blue flame in his palm. Yet just as the flame coalesced, the white book opened a page. The power within Chu Ming instantly dissipated. Useless, the mysterious voice stated. This is your consciousness space. Your physical body is not strong enough. You cannot contend with me. What is your purpose? Chu Ming shifted his question. Purpose? That voice seemed to pause for a moment before responding. To ensure that good will triumph over evil. Good triumphing over evil. Chu Ming's expression turned bewildered upon hearing those 6 words. You carry a destiny concerning the underworld. A great calamity is approaching the underworld. The voice continued. Only by killing Chu Kuang and merging with him can. The voice abruptly halted. Can what? Chu Ming immediately pressed for clarification. Explain yourself. I cannot say more. The voice replied. Speaking further will affect the causality. What causality? I cannot tell you. Only by fulfilling your destiny alongside Chu Kuang can you truly save the underworld. This includes your world, Earth. At the mention of Earth, Chu Ming's body jolted. That was the world he had inhabited before his transmigration. Now, the world he found himself in was called Blue and White Star. Though it resembled Earth, it was never truly Earth. What are you talking about? Chu Ming questioned. You know the way back to Earth, don't you? In response to Chu Ming's inquiries, the voice fell silent. Speak. Chu Ming shouted. What I can tell you is that there is a powerful guardian with the surname on your Earth. So you need not worry, the voice stated. Your task here is to fulfill your destiny. What destiny? Chu Ming was utterly confused. Destiny is destiny, the voice replied. Complete your destiny to save the underworld. After delivering this statement, the white book slowly closed. Soon, a blinding light flashed. Chu Ming instinctively shut his eyes. Don't go. When he opened them again, he found himself gazing at Chen Xian's face. What do you mean don't go? Chen Xian was startled by Chu Ming's sudden outburst. Chen Xian? What happened to the white book? Chu Ming inquired. What white book? Chen Xian replied, even more perplexed. Upon hearing those words, Chu Ming finally surveyed his surroundings. This was his room, and he was entirely bound in bandages, lying on the bed. Chen Xian was seated at the edge of the bed. Beside her was a basin of clear water. Did you dress my wounds? Chu Ming inquired with a peculiar expression. Indeed. Chen Xian replied with a smile. You need not thank me. Once this matter concludes, simply treat me to some delicious food in the capital. I desire Peking duck, braised pork, mapo tofu, sweet and sour pork. All right, all right. Upon hearing this string of dish names, Chu Ming felt a headache coming on. You cannot go back on your word, Chu Ming, Chen Xian retorted indignantly. Last time you promised to be my servant for 3 days. Yet you dared to stand me up. Before Chen Xian could finish her sentence, she noticed Chu Ming lifting the quilt, preparing to rise from the bed. Do not move. You are still severely injured. Chen Xian exclaimed, if you stir too much, your wounds might reopen and I will have to bandage you again. How long was I unconscious? Chu Ming asked, sitting up and inquiring nonchalantly. Not long, just 3 days. Chen Xian responded, during this time, many people knocked on the door, but I did not open it. Strangely, none of them attempted to break in. Chu Ming glanced at Chen Xian and remarked, because I placed a mask of the King of Hell at the door. Chapter 275. Especially you, Chu Ming. You put a mask of the King of Hell? Chen Xian said helplessly. Fortunately, your room has a refrigerator. Otherwise, I might have starved to death. 3 days had indeed passed. And Chu Ming found his focus shifting to the passage of time. He pulled out his black phone from his pocket, but the moment he laid eyes on the device, his body instinctively trembled. Thud. The black phone fell to the ground. You can't even hold onto your phone. Chen Xian scolded. You still claim you are fine. She picked up the black phone and placed it back in Chu Ming's hand. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ming's gaze finally fell upon his palm. The dreams he experienced while unconscious felt too vivid. That black phone had transformed into a white book. This was something that did not exist in the original narrative. What could that white book possibly be? If his dream was indeed real, he feared he had only scratched the surface of the secrets surrounding that black phone. Chu Ming. Chen Xian waved her hand in front of his face. I am fine, Chu Ming replied in a low voice. What is the situation outside? It has gone viral, Chen Xian answered. In these 3 days, your affair with Chen Juran has dominated the trending topics across all forums in the capital. Not only the Capital Forum but also the Martial Artist Forum, the Qianlong Mansion Forum. All forums related to martial artists in the capital are abuzz about this. Has it caused such a stir? Chu Ming furrowed his brow. Not just a stir. Chen Xian elaborated, under the guise of King of Hell, you severely injured a senior elder of the Chen family, bringing him to the brink of death. This is unprecedented in the history of the aristocratic families in the capital. In response to Chen Xian's words, Chu Ming remained silent. Chu Ming, now the title King of Hell has become a code name among the powerful in the capital. Chen Xian continued, besides my Chen family there are the Mo family, the Shangguan family, as well as the Su, Jiu, Jian, Qin, Bai, and Chu families. The scions of the 9 major families in the capital are all discussing you. Moreover, they have concocted several versions of your identity. Allow me to read them to you. Chen Xian took out her phone. King of Hell, a wandering cultivator from Huaxia, hailing from Linju City, aged 35. A disciple of the abbot of the Longyan Temple in Linju City. King of Hell, a wandering cultivator from Huaxia, hailing from the capital, aged 38. Disciple of the elder of the Chu family in the capital. King of Hell, the elder of the Chu family, having returned from a failed seclusion, aged 105, currently unable to recognize his kin in the Chu family, hence assuming the guise of the King of Hell. Hearing these tales, Chu Ming felt overwhelmed. All right, no need to read more, he interjected. I understand. All the identities Chen Xian mentioned were far from his true self. How could these rumors have spread? Chu Ming was genuinely perplexed. Chu Ming, I believe it is best for you not to roam about wearing that mask, considering so many families are keeping an eye on you, Chen Xian cautioned. Also, I just received news that the Chu family has already designated you as an honorary elder. Honorary elder? Chu Ming's expression turned peculiar. What's wrong? Do you find it delightful to be an elder? Chen Xian teased. In the capital's history, there has yet to be a 24-year-old elder. Chu Ming. He could surmise with his toes that this must be the doing of Chu Nanqian. This time, the King of Hell fought for the Chu family. If Chu Nanqian did not take advantage of the situation, he would not be Chu Nanqian. Never mind. Let them do as they please. Chu Ming sighed. What news have you gathered regarding your Chen family? Naturally, I have some, Chen Xian replied. Due to our defeat, the family council personally intervened to resolve the internal conflicts. Among them, Chen Juran, Chen Daoyi, Chen Jiucheng, and Chen Fengqing were all stripped of their positions as family elders and exiled to the family's enterprises as bodyguards. Meanwhile, Chen Guofeng was promoted to elder for his contributions to preserving the Chen family. Chen Xian's words left Chu Ming astonished for a moment. He recalled what Chen Juran had said before collapsing. Perhaps it was destined for our branch to be thus, Chu Ming murmured. Chen Juran's insistence on capturing the King of Hell surely held deeper implications. So Chen Juran did not die, Chen Xian observed. That old man is remarkably resilient. Chu Ming, did you intentionally let him go? Chu Ming shook his head. His strength was already greater than mine. Managing to drain his energy until I could strike him down was my limit. If he had the opportunity to eliminate Chen Juran, he certainly would have done so. Nevertheless, with his current strength just half a step into the Dao realm, defeating Chen Juran was already quite fortunate. Chen Juran had even attempted to harm him and had him confined. Chen Xian grew furious at the recollection. I, Chen Xian, have never endured such humiliation. All right, Chu Ming said, the Chen family should no longer hold any hostility towards me, right? Well, sort of, Chen Xian replied, although the family hasn't publicly stated it. My grandfather sent me a message saying they will no longer pursue the King of Hell, and if he is willing, they are open to collaboration. Faced with the Chen family's attitude, Chu Ming merely smiled faintly. Neither affirming nor denying it, after all the strife with the Chen family, it appeared that a resolution was indeed at hand. By the way, there's one more important matter my grandfather wanted me to convey to you. Chen Xian suddenly said, are you telling me, or the King of Hell? Chu Ming frowned. The distinction between the two was significant. It should be for you, or rather, for the Chu family. Chen Xian clarified. What is it? My grandfather said that Chu Kuang is still alive, Chen Xian suddenly revealed. Upon hearing this, a chill ran down Chu Ming's spine. Chu Kuang is truly alive. How is that possible? How did he survive? Chu Ming exclaimed. I clearly thought I had. It is said that my Chen family utilized advanced medical equipment to mend his injuries, Chen Xian explained. Chen Juran originally intended to use Chu Kuang against you. But that Chu Kuang reportedly killed a doctor and injured several others before fleeing from the family estate. Hiss. Chu Ming inhaled sharply. To be able to kill under Chen Juran's watch and injure so many while escaping. Has Chu Kuang's strength increased again? Chu Ming, you should exercise caution, Chen Xian advised. My grandfather mentioned that Chu Kuang is filled with a thirst for revenge and he now possesses peak grandmaster strength, making it likely that his primary target could be any member of the Chu family, especially you, Chu Ming. Chapter 276. Chen Xian's words caused Chu Ming's body to tremble. She was right. If Chu Kuang sought vengeance, his first choice would undoubtedly be Chu Ming and the King of Hell. And coincidentally, Chu Ming was the King of Hell. The King of Hell was Chu Ming. Regardless of whom he targeted, Chu Ming would inevitably suffer. Yet you need not be overly frightened, Chen Xian reassured. My Chen family is already in pursuit of this individual, and we will certainly inform you as soon as we receive any news. The fact that Chu Kuang was still alive sent a wave of tension through Chu Ming. In the dream world, the events described in that white book had come true. This rekindled the anxiety he had just managed to quell. As long as Chu Kuang lived, Chu Ming would never find peace. Destiny, Chu Ming murmured. In that moment, he finally comprehended the meaning behind those two words. What is destiny? What is fated to be? Chu Kuang is the protagonist, and he, Chu Ming, is the antagonist. A battle between the protagonist and antagonist was inevitable. This was an unavoidable fate. Chu Ming, that Chu Kuang is also injured. Therefore, he is unlikely to act against you in the near future. Chen Xian attempted to persuade. Moreover, with the capabilities of the Chen family, he will soon be captured. No, you do not understand Chu Kuang. Chu Ming gritted his teeth. This man possesses profound cunning and unparalleled means. It is utterly impossible for your Chen family to capture him. In this world, only I, Chu Ming, truly comprehend the depths of Chu Kuang. He has fought through the underworld for 9,000 years. Becoming the sovereign of that realm, how could he possibly be apprehended by the Chen family? Regardless, you cannot go out now, Chen Xian retorted irritably. Do you intend to chase after Chu Kuang in your current pitiful state? That is simply impossible. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming's expression darkened. Indeed, even the mere act of rising had nearly cost him his life. He could not contend against Chu Kuang, nor could he withstand even his cousin Chu Ci at this moment. Focus on your recovery, Chen Xian advised. Your injuries will require at least a month to heal. Chu Ming sighed. Just as Chen Xian had stated, it would be prudent to devote himself to recuperation at this time. Chu Ming, since you have finished your inquiries, it is now my turn to ask, Chen Xian said, glancing at Chu Ming with a peculiar smile. In gratitude to this young lady, shouldn't you express something? What? Chu Ming raised his head. Do you believe I am in a condition to offer you anything in my current state? Chen Xian was momentarily taken aback, indeed, with Chu Ming in such a miserable state. He was hardly in a position to serve her. I don't care, Chen Xian huffed. Even if you are incapable now, you must sign a contract with me, or else you will surely try to wriggle out of it. What do you want? Chu Ming asked helplessly. First, you must serve as my attendant for half a month, including the time you tried to evade me a few days ago, Chen Xian declared. You are not allowed to escape. You must remain in my sight at all times. Do you expect me to accompany you while you bathe and use the restroom too? Chu Ming retorted, bewildered. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian shot him a glare. Of course not. Then how can you demand that I remain in your sight at all times? Chu Ming inquired again. You. Chen Xian pinched Chu Ming's thigh fiercely. Chu Ming cried out in agony. The movement aggravated his injuries, causing him to writhe in pain on the bed, yet, the more he moved, the more intense the pain became. Let this be a lesson for challenging me, Chen Xian scoffed. Chu Ming, you cannot escape now. You must obediently heed my words, understood? Chu Ming was drenched in cold sweat, gritting his teeth as he glared at Chen Xian. You are quite ruthless. Thank you for the compliment. Chen Xian replied with a smile, unfazed by his words, but at that moment a sudden knock echoed at the door. Is anyone there? A deep voice resonated from outside. Chu Ming and Chen Xian exchanged glances. It is my grandfather, Chu Nanqian. Chu Ming recognized the identity of the visitor immediately, wondering why he had come. Why does it matter how he came? Chen Xian's expression shifted. I cannot let him discover that I am hiding here, or I shall have no way to explain. Of course, hurry and hide in the wardrobe, Chu Ming urged without delay. Chen Xian rushed over in a flurry, inadvertently shattering the kettle on the table. Crack! The sharp sound rendered the outside momentarily silent. Chu Ming, I know you are inside. Open the door. Chu Nanqian's voice rang out once more. Chu Ming was at a loss for words. He disregarded the pain in his body and quickly donned a coat to conceal the bandages. He then closed the wardrobe door where Chen Xian was hiding. Creak. The door swung open. Chu Nanqian, Chu Pingyi, and several other servants of the Chu family stood at the threshold. What is it, grandfather? Chu Ming feigned calmness as he inquired. Chu Ming, when did you return? Chu Nanqian scrutinized him. Where were you before? I just got back, Chu Ming replied. My master was gravely injured, so I was attending to him. Is that so? Chu Nanqian nodded thoughtfully. Then, both parties fell into a contemplative silence for half a minute, creating an awkward atmosphere. Chu Ming, will you not invite us in for tea and a chat? Chu Nanqian asked, his expression peculiar, with the group blocking the doorway. Did Chu Ming lack the insight to realize that they needed to be invited in? Oh. Chu Ming suddenly comprehended, stepping back several paces to allow Chu Nanqian and the others to enter. As everyone entered the room, they noticed something rather peculiar. Chu Ming, did a woman visit you here? Chu Nanqian frowned. A woman? No, Chu Ming responded, startled. Upon hearing this, he felt a surge of alarm. Bai Yutang had mentioned something similar before. Now Chu Nanqian was saying the same. Was Chen Xian's presence that conspicuous? No. Chu Nanqian scrutinized Chu Ming closely. His gaze was filled with suspicion. Chu Ming cleared his throat. Never mind. I did not come to discuss this with you. Chu Nanqian plopped down onto the sofa, casually stating, have brought people here to discuss an important matter. What matter? Chu Ming asked. Please sit down, Chu Nanqian instructed. Very well. Chu Ming took a seat across from him. However, he suddenly noticed a set of blankets beneath him. Chen Xian had likely been sleeping there these past few days. Maintaining his composure, he turned to Chu Nanqian. Grandfather, what is this matter of such gravity? It pertains to you and your master, the king of the underworld. Chu Nanqian began. As you know, during the battle 3 days ago, the esteemed king of the underworld appeared to protect our Chu family. Following that battle, our family's status in the capital has somewhat improved. Chapter 277. The Elder of the Chu Family. Part 2. Thus, I have been pondering, Chu Nanqian continued, a hint of a smile gracing his face. Could we ask your master to become the honorary elder of our Chu family? Upon hearing this, Chu Ming instantly understood. the Chu family currently lacked strong protection and would undoubtedly face pressure from the other prominent families. The arrival of Chen Juran was proof of this. If the ancestral elder were to oversee the Chu family, then Chen Juran would think twice before attempting to act against them. Are you suggesting that my master should take on the role of the family's honorary elder? Chu Ming inquired with a smile. Precisely. Chu Nanqian nodded eagerly. I wonder if your master would be inclined to accept. Chu Ming chuckled inwardly. The Chu family had already prematurely announced this news, and now they were coming to discuss it with him. It was akin to issuing a decree after the fact. That is not impossible, Chu Ming replied. However, my master feels that my standing within the family is rather low, and he is not particularly inclined to protect the Chu family. Had it not been for my earnest pleas, he would not have appeared at all. Upon hearing this, Chu Nanqian raised his head, exchanging glances with Chu Pingyi. The two immediately understood Chu Ming's intention. Chu Ming, just speak plainly. What do you desire? Chu Nanqian asked. Although I have been wronged by the family these past few years, I will certainly make amends now. The identity of the king of the underworld as a lone cultivator was known throughout the capital's families. If the Chu family failed to seize this opportunity to ally with him, it was highly likely that other families would do so instead. Chu Nanqian was fully aware of this, nothing in particular. Chu Ming replied softly, meeting Chu Nanqian's gaze. I want you to announce my expulsion from the Chu family. As soon as Chu Ming's words fell, everyone present was left in stunned silence. What did you say? Chu Nanqian questioned, incredulous, fixing his gaze on Chu Ming. I said, I want you to declare that I am no longer the eldest grandson of the Chu family. Rather, I am to be considered a discarded son. Chu Ming asserted. Chu Nanqian and Chu Pingyi exchanged bewildered glances, utterly flabbergasted. Chu Pingyi frowned deeply, speaking up, are you mocking me? I understand that although my second uncle has wronged you in recent years, we are currently at a critical juncture for the family's survival. It is inappropriate for you to voice such rebellious sentiments. For years, Chu Pingyi had sought for Chu Ming to relinquish his position as the eldest grandson of the Chu family. However, he never expected that at such a crucial moment, Chu Ming would utter the very words he had long desired. Grandfather understands your discontent, Chu Nanqian quickly interjected. But you are a member of the Chu family in life and in death. This bloodline carries a legacy. Even if you turn your back on the family, you remain one of us. If Chu Ming were to leave, the king of the underworld would undoubtedly be unwilling to assist the Chu family again. There was no way Chu Nanqian would issue such an order. Are you jesting? Chu Nanqian asked, his expression incredulous. No, I am entirely serious, Chu Ming replied. As for the reason, I shall not disclose it to you for the time being. However, if you can comply with my request, my master will agree to assume the position of honorary elder of the Chu family. The breath of everyone in the room caught in their throats. Observing Chu Ming's earnest expression, it was clear he was not joking. In other words, Chu Ming is serious. Chu Ming, is this what your master has requested? Chu Nanqian asked, his expression peculiar. Why would your master propose such a demand? Does he wish to challenge you? Sort of, Chu Ming replied with a smile. Additionally, the Chen family should have compensated 50 billion. I want 40 billion of that. The remaining 10 billion, my master said, can be considered a courtesy gift to the Chu family. As long as you accept it, it will signify your agreement to this matter. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell into a heavy silence. Chu Nanqian's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. 1 billion. For the current Chu family, it is neither an insignificant amount nor an overwhelming one. How could this lord of the underworld be so generous? This is highly inappropriate, Chu Nanqian remarked. I am, after all, your grandfather. You have committed no grave transgression. How can you be cast out from the family without any discernment? Chu Ming chuckled. Years ago, did you not do something similar? Chu Nanqian was taken aback, and his expression darkened. Years back, due to his discontent with the wife chosen by his fourth son, Chu Pinghai, he had expelled their entire family from the capital. This incident remained a thorn in Chu Nanqian's heart. To claim he felt no regret would be disingenuous, yet he could not bring himself to seek out Chu Pinghai in Linju City. When you inquired about the origins of that Chu Kuang, I can definitively tell you, he is indeed my fourth uncle's son. Chu Ming suddenly interjected while pouring himself a cup of tea. In other words, he is the very youth you expelled years ago. Chu Ming's words struck like a bolt of lightning, shattering Chu Nanqian's composure. Are you saying that the Master Chu who appeared from the Chen family back then is truly my grandson? Chu Nanqian exclaimed in astonishment. Not only he but the surrounding members of the Chu family also displayed expressions of shock, particularly Chu Pingyi, who had not anticipated that the frail youth from years ago had transformed into a distinguished guest of the Chen family. His son Chu Xi had desperately sought to accompany the young master of the Chen family who had shown little interest. The disparity was evident. Yes, he is your grandson and also my cousin, Chu Ming replied calmly, taking a sip of tea, but he was reported dead. Chu Nanqian could hardly believe it. I distinctly remember witnessing the blade in your master's hand pierce his chest during the wedding banquet of the Chen family. Yet, what if I were to say he is alive? Chu Ming asserted. Alive? How could that be? Chu Nanqian faltered. I clearly saw the blade. He did not die, simply did not perish, Chu Ming clarified. Moreover, due to the grievances of years past, he intends to seek revenge. Grandfather, what would you do in my place? Chu Nanqian fell into silence. The seeds sown in the past had borne fruit today. The cycle of cause and effect, retribution unerring. It is fate, Chu Nanqian sighed. I owe a debt to his family. Even if he seeks revenge, I, Chu Nanqian, will accept it. I can perish, but the Chu family must not fall. The foundation left by our ancestors must not crumble in our generation. Chu Nanqian's words were laden with gravity. He was cunning, indeed an old fox, but he merely wished to preserve the dwindling Chu family. Nothing more. Thus I will bear all the sins for the family. Chu Ming stated, those who once mocked them were I. Those who acted against them were also I. Those who took advantage of their misfortune, all were I. Therefore, the one he loathes the most is also me. Chu Ming spoke quietly. As long as I can withstand all the blame, the Chu family shall be spared from disaster. The events of the past, though orchestrated by the villainous Chu Ming, are now entirely disconnected from the present Chu Ming, yet he cannot simply await Chu Kuang's arrival for revenge. He must depart from the Chu family to seek an opportunity to break the deadlock. Chapter 278. Each one's wounds. Chen Xian mentioned that Chu Kuang's cultivation, bolstered by the resources of the Chen family, had reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster stage. With the protagonist's extraordinary fortune, he would soon attain the threshold of the Tao. Those 9,000 years of experience would utterly overwhelm Chu Ming. He could not afford to recuperate here. I understand, Chu Nanqian replied. Chu Ming, I never imagined you would consider the family in this manner. It surprises me greatly. Chu Ming set down his teacup, a faint smile gracing his lips, neither affirming nor denying. While it seemed an act for the Chu family, it was also for his own benefit. With the Chu family backing him, he would inevitably be constrained by Chu Kuang, rendering his actions cumbersome. Moreover, the capital was rife with formidable adversaries and widespread factions, making it an unsuitable battleground for breaking the deadlock. It would be wise to relocate the battlefield back to Linju City. Chu Ming would forge Linju City into an impenetrable fortress. A fortress belonging to him, while Chu Kuang was still being pursued by the Chen family. Chu Ming had to expedite his own cultivation. Only by surpassing Chu Kuang and entering the Tao realm ahead of time would he possess the confidence to confront him. Grandfather, I have nothing further to say. Chu Ming smiled. I hope you can expedite this matter. I understand, but what reason do you wish to provide? Chu Nanqian inquired. Your expulsion from the family must have a justification. A reason. Chu Ming pondered for a moment before suddenly stating, just say that I eloped with a young lady from a prominent family, violating the marriage pact between the Chu and Su families. How does that sound? Are you serious? Chu Nanqian responded with a peculiar expression. Yes, Chu Ming nodded. Just say it. It matters not. Chu Nanqian surveyed the surroundings. Suddenly lowering his voice, he asked, Chu Ming, tell me the truth, is that young lady from the prominent family Chen Xian? This question took Chu Ming by surprise. How could Chu Nanqian have guessed? It seemed so. Chu Nanqian grinned like a cunning old fox. Rest assured, grandfather will keep your secret. If you truly manage to win over the young lady from the Chen family, I would wholeheartedly support you. Chu Ming shot a glare at Chu Nanqian. It was evident that Chu Nanqian's intentions lay in an alliance with the Chen family. Chu Ming could discern this without a doubt. Very well, I have some matters to attend to. Chu Ming cleared his throat. Grandfather, shouldn't you be off to tend to other matters? Oh yes, indeed. Chu Nanqian, an old hand at this, immediately grasped the underlying meaning of Chu Ming's words. Then I shall not intrude on your affairs. I will hasten to make the announcement you requested. Very well. Chu Ming nodded. He watched as Chu Nanqian and his entourage exited the room. once the door closed and tranquility enveloped the room. Chu Ming finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He had forced himself to endure the pain in order to maintain composure before Chu Nanqian. He could not allow him to discover the severity of his injuries. The wound appeared to have torn open. Chu Ming lifted his shirt, revealing the bandage around his waist stained crimson, the result of Chen Duran's blade. With a slight motion, his face paled from the pain. At that moment, Chen Xian happened to push open the wardrobe door. They have left. She surveyed the surroundings and noticed Chu Ming drenched in perspiration. Chu Ming, what's wrong? Her expression shifted, and she rushed forward. It's nothing. Just a torn wound, Chu Ming replied, his pale complexion evident. I'll change the dressing myself in a moment. You should rest. What time is it? You're still being courteous to me. Chen Xian glared at him. Chu Ming, if I hadn't bandaged you, you would have succumbed to infection and perished by now. Chu Ming managed a bitter smile, opting for silence. Indeed, had it not been for Chen Xian's assistance, his condition would have deteriorated due to his previous state. Lie down. I'll change your dressing, Chen Xian insisted. Are you not aware of the severity of your injuries? You still dare to sit here and converse with them? Faced with Chen Xian's reprimand, Chu Ming had no retort. He obediently lay down on the sofa, allowing her to inspect the gap in the bandages. Meanwhile, in a forest on the southern outskirts of the capital, a young man in a black robe staggered forward. My body on the verge of giving out, he rasped, collapsing against a large tree. Leaning against the trunk, the young man in black lifted his robe, revealing a ghastly knife wound that spanned across his chest. I never anticipated that the grandmasters of the Chen family would be so formidable when united. The young man exhaled a breath of rancid air, his face ashen. He is Chu Kuang. After fleeing from the Chen family manor, he had been relentlessly pursued by their members. The knife wound on his chest was inflicted during a confrontation with Chen Guofeng. In recent days, he had been evading capture. Rather than healing, the wound had worsened. If only I can escape the confines of the capital, the Chen family members should not find me. Chu Kuang inhaled deeply. To evade the pursuit of the Chen family's powerful warriors, he had exhausted all his strength. Suddenly, the bushes nearby rustled. Chu Kuang immediately became alert. Gritting his teeth, he rolled into the thicket. The sharp thorns of the underbrush pricked at him painfully, but he remained silent, gritting his teeth to endure. Through the foliage, Chu Kuang could see several burly men in black approaching from not far away. They are from the Chen family. Chu Kuang's breath quickened. They had managed to track him down. Clenching his fists, he seethed. For days, the Chen family's pursuers had clung to him like a relentless adhesive. Chu Kuang had fought fiercely against several grandmasters, yet he was now heavily injured. Although these men in black were merely skilled practitioners, their leader possessed the cultivation of a grandmaster. If Chu Kuang were to expose himself, it would be certain death. Strange, he should be around here, one of the black-clad men remarked, confusion evident in his voice. His aura was just here, and now it has vanished. If we can't find him, we'll search with all our might, commanded the leader of the grandmasters. This person has killed our guest and our physician. We must not allow him to escape. Yes. The men in black nodded in unison. They have been pursuing him for several days. Yet this Chu Kuang slips away like an eel, evading capture time and time again. 5 masters of internal energy along with a grandmaster. Through the thicket, Chu Kuang could discern the strength of these 6 individuals. In my current state, confronting a single grandmaster is already exceedingly challenging, let alone the other 5 masters of internal energy. Chu Kuang's breath quickened. Although the thicket where he had appeared concealed, the risk of being discovered still loomed. At that moment, a radiant flash suddenly erupted in the eastern part of the forest. Chapter 279. A transaction. As the light ascended, the ground trembled beneath it. What transpired over there? The leader of the black-clad figures furrowed his brow and said, let's go take a look. However, leader, Chu Kuang's location is right here. One of the black-clad men produced a device, but the next moment, he stared in astonishment and exclaimed, Leader, Chu Kuang's position has changed. Changed? Where has he gone? To the east? The east? That is where the sound of the explosion originated, the leader of the black-clad men declared. Perhaps our target is there. Retreat, head east. Understood. All the black-clad men nodded in agreement, and a contingent made their way toward the east. Witnessing this scene, Chu Kuang, hidden in the grass, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was a close call. he was nearly discovered by the Chen family. If he were to be captured this time, whether he would retain his life was uncertain. He needed to leave this place swiftly. Otherwise the danger would be too great. Chu Kuang's breath was rapid. He prepared to depart immediately, yet, just as he stepped out from the thicket, a dark mass of figures surged from all directions, encircling him. Chu Kuang's expression turned ghastly. 1 Grandmaster, 2 Grandmasters, a total of 12 Grandmasters. Has the Chen family set a trap to make him lower his guard? Ha ha ha. A laughter echoed from behind the crowd. A young man in white leisurely stepped forward. The 12 Grandmasters respectfully clasped their fists in salute toward him. We await your command, young master, young master. Chu Kuang was taken aback, staring at the individual before him. This young man in white was strikingly handsome. And he recognized him, Chen Qianli. Master Chu, it's been a while. I trust you are well? Chen Qianli asked with a faint smile. Chen Qianli. Chu Kuang narrowed his eyes. Was this your scheme? He gritted his teeth. Gripping the dagger at his waist, even if he were to perish here, he would return to the underworld, but even in death he would take at least one with him. A scheme? No, Master Chu has misunderstood. Chen Qianli replied with a slow smile. I am here to assist you. Assist me? Chu Kuang narrowed his eyes. On what grounds should I trust you? On the basis of this. Chen Qianli produced a mobile phone from his pocket and tossed it to Chu Kuang. What is this? Chu Kuang did not bend down to pick it up but coldly inquired. This is the location of everyone from the Chen family involved in this operation, Chen Qianli explained with a smile. As long as you follow this, you will undoubtedly evade capture. Chu Kuang furrowed his brow. The Chen family's locator. Why would Chen Qianli give this to him? Noticing Chu Kuang's silence, Chen Qianli stood with his hands behind his back and said with a smile. Master Chu, do you know why you have been relentlessly pursued? Why? Chu Kuang retorted coldly, because the black robe you wear is from my Chen family. Chen Qianli chuckled. I presume you stripped it from one of my family's experts? The black uniforms of my family's masters are equipped with locators. Upon hearing this, Chu Kuang's heart sank in shock. No wonder, no matter where he fled, the pursuers from the Chen family could always track him down. Chu Kuang narrowed his eyes as the thoughts of the underworld surged within him. Prompted by Chen Qianli's reminder, he immediately noticed a clue at the hem of the black robe. He drew the dagger from his waist and severed the hem. A minuscule machine ball tumbled into the pile of dry leaves. This device is what has kept you within the grasp of my Chen family, Chen Qianli stated. I have altered your location. Now everyone has headed east. Chen Qianli's words left Chu Kuang in a state of uncertainty. Why help me? For no particular reason. Chen Qianli stepped forward, speaking nonchalantly. Master Chu, I wish to propose a transaction. A transaction? Chu Kuang frowned. Point one that will benefit us both. This statement left Chu Kuang in silence for a moment. Indeed, Chen Qianli's appearance had allowed him to shed the pursuit of the Chen family. Moreover, Chen Qianli had pointed out the tracker on him. If Chu Kuang chose to flee now, he would certainly not be pursued by the Chen family again. What qualification do you have to make a deal with me? Chu Kuang scoffed. Master Chu, do not be so hasty to refuse. Of course, you may leave if you wish. Chen Qianli responded. I will not obstruct you. However, if you wish to return, it will be quite difficult. If I am not mistaken, your intention is to take revenge on the Chu family, correct? What if I told you that my transaction could help you achieve that goal? This statement caused Chu Kuang's brows to furrow tightly. Since Chen Qianli could mention the Chu family's affairs, he must have investigated Chu Kuang's background. The filth of the Chu family I will deal with myself. Chu Kuang retorted coldly. I do not need your assistance. You will deal with them? Ha ha ha. Chen Qianli laughed. Master Chu, you should be unaware, but just 3 days ago the Underworld King battled my family's supreme elder, and my Chen family suffered a crushing defeat. What did you say? Chu Kuang was taken aback. The Underworld King was able to contend with your family's supreme elder? Not just contend, Chen Qianli stated. With the power of the Underworld King, he is already comparable to a mid-stage Taoist master. And he is now the supreme elder of the Chu family. Master Chu, what will you use to confront the Chu family? With your current battered body? Or with your confidence despite having nothing? Chen Qianli's words rendered Chu Kuang's expression exceedingly grim. Both points struck deep at his core. If not for the Chen family, he would have already been pierced through the heart by the Underworld King and met his demise in the capital. He reversed time and returned to life, not to perish here. The various regrets of his past life ignited a vow within him to achieve fulfillment in this life. He absolutely could not die here. With your transaction, can I kill the Underworld King? Chu Kuang narrowed his eyes and asked, not only can you kill the Underworld King, but if the time comes, annihilating the Chu family will also be within your reach. Chen Qianli sneered. So how about it? Are you interested in discussing? Intriguing. A dark smile appeared on Chu Kuang's face. I accept. He might be able to utilize Chen Qianli to achieve his true objectives. He never anticipated that at this dead end, Chen Qianli would extend an olive branch. Without a second thought, he understood Chen Qianli's intentions, to usurp the position of the head of the Chen family, for in his past life, Chen Qianli instigated a coup within the Chen family. Seizing the position from Chen Qianjiu. In this life, he too donned the guise of a sheep while secretly conducting such a wolfish transaction. Ha ha ha, I knew you would agree. Chen Qianli laughed heartily. Master Chu. Please. Indeed, Chu Kuang nodded, and under the gaze of numerous grandmasters, he followed Chen Qianli away from the scene. The sky loomed dark. Within 5 minutes of Chu Kuang's departure, a great fire ignited in that place. Several black cars emerged from the flames. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. Chu Ming sat in his room, diligently training. An invisible stream of energy swirled around him. This energy coiled incessantly around Chu Ming, yet in that instant the cyclone dissipated and the power settled. Huff! Chu Ming exhaled a breath of foul air and opened his eyes. Still no breakthrough into the Taoist realm. Chu Ming sighed. Must I truly find the opportunity as the APP suggests to achieve a significant breakthrough? Chu Ming's complexion darkened. With Chu Kuang's whereabouts unclear, he had to seize the time to break into the Taoist realm. Otherwise, when Chu Kuang returned, he would find himself at a dead end. Forget it, I should return to Linju City and see if I can find that so-called opportunity. Chu Ming removed the bandages from his body. With the medicinal effects of the 9-turn spiritual heart pill, his injuries had largely healed, had it not been for Chen Xian sneaking back to the Chen family 2 days prior. His recovery speed would have astonished her. Knock knock knock. Suddenly a loud knock echoed at Chu Ming's door. Come in. As Chu Ming dressed, he spoke. Tang Lin slowly opened the door, respectfully addressing Chu Ming. Young Master Ming, your luggage is ready. You can depart for Linju City at any time. All right, I understand. Chu Ming nodded. Today was the day he would return to Linju City. He wondered how his friends there were faring. He had been in the capital for over a month. So much had transpired during that time. Now that he calculated the days, it was nearly the end of the year. He pondered whether that lad Guo Ji had been diligent. Was the old man Yu Wenton's health improving? How were Zhao Dongqing's business affairs faring? In addition to the abbot's Wanji of Longyan Temple, I wonder when the secrets of the back mountain of Longyan Temple will be uncovered. It is time to return and take a look. Chumming said with a bitter smile. This trip back to the capital has taken far too long. Young Master Ming, just now Elder Yi and Zhao Dongqing called, saying they have a surprise for you upon your return. Tang Lin remarked. A surprise? Chumming raised an eyebrow. What kind of surprise? They certainly won't tell you. Tang Lin replied, exasperated. Since they called it a surprise, they must be keeping it from you. Those old fellows. Chumming couldn't help but chuckle. Well then, is the flight ready? Young Master Ming, everything is prepared. Tang Lin responded. As soon as you give the word, we can take off for Linju City. All right, let's get ready. We are heading back, Chumming declared. 3 days prior, the Chu family announced the expulsion of Chumming, the young master. The position of young master was to be inherited by Chu Ci. This news stunned the entire aristocracy of the capital. Who does not know that Chumming is the disciple of the Underworld King? How could the Chu family expel him at such a critical juncture? That is tantamount to courting death. However, shortly thereafter, the Underworld King appeared at the Chu residence and took away the token of the elder. This news left the aristocrats of the capital utterly astonished. They had no idea what the Underworld King and the Chu family were contemplating. Nonetheless, Chumming is now alone and free to pursue many matters without restraint. Chapter 280. The aggrieved Guo Ji in Linju City at Chiyu Lake. Yi Long was busily mobilizing his men. Quickly, young Master Ming is returning soon. Move swiftly and ensure the welcome banquet is prepared. Yes, hang that balloon there, and someone go write a message on it. What should we write? Do I need to say it? Write welcome young Master Ming home. Yulong's commanding voice echoed across the Chiyu Lake Square. Just then, a black car approached the entrance of the Chiyu Lake Manor. The moment Yulong spotted the vehicle, his breath caught in his throat. Quickly, tidy up the last few things. Young Master Ming has returned. Everyone scrambled to organize the decorations, positioning themselves on either side of Yulong. At that moment, the black car came to a halt before them. The door swung open and Tang Lin swiftly stepped out. Placing her right hand on the top of the car frame, young Master Ming, please. Chuming's expression remained calm as he slowly exited the vehicle. Young Master. Yulong immediately stepped forward, ingratiatingly saying, it's been 2 months since I last saw you. And you seem even more handsome. Oh, in what way do you mean? Chuming countered abruptly. Yulong was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by that? Would a normal person ask such a question? Yulong cleared his throat. It's your aura, your attire, your face. Everything looks more refined. Chuming shot him a peculiar glance. That's enough. I've only been away for 2 months. How could I have changed so drastically? Yes, Yulong quickly nodded, changing the subject. I've arranged the welcome banquet. What do you think? A welcome banquet? Chuming surveyed the surroundings. Half of the Chiyu Lake Square was adorned with balloons, while the other half was filled with tables and tents. Above the tent it read, Welcome young Master Ming home. Seeing this extravagant setup, Chuming's expression soured slightly. Yulong may not excel in many areas, but he certainly excelled in this. Alright, Chuming said. Are there any guests attending the banquet? Yes, young master. Yulong hastily produced a small booklet, quite a few, including Director Wang from the Environmental Bureau of Linju City, Director Mo from the City Lord's office, and Elder Song from Ninghai City. Yulong's words caused Chuming to furrow his brow. Who are these people? He inquired. What about your grandfather Yi Wending, and Zhao Dongcheng and Abbot Zhuangji? They will be here too, Yulong replied, but Abbot Zhuangji is currently in seclusion for cultivation. So he might not make it. Perhaps he doesn't even know you have returned. The abbot is in seclusion. A glint of intrigue sparkled in Chuming's eyes. Abbot Zhuangji's prowess is that of a grandmaster. If he is in seclusion, it must be to break through to a higher realm. This is several months earlier than in the original storyline. Could it be that my presence has expedited his breakthrough? Chuming mused to himself. There is indeed such a possibility. His arrival has altered much of this world's narrative. If Abbot Zhuangji were to reach a breakthrough ahead of schedule, it wouldn't be entirely improbable. By the way, young Master Jiyu Shengwu from the military is here as well, Yulong added. Elder Jiyu has brought several high-ranking officials from the military, all of whom wish to meet you. Meet me? Chuming's interest was piqued. So the news from the capital has reached Linju City? Absolutely, Yulong laughed heartily. The Underworld King has single-handedly taken on the entire Chen family, and that news has spread throughout the martial arts community of Huaxia. And you, being the disciple of the Underworld King, naturally attract the attention of those in power. I see, Chuming chuckled. These people do possess some discernment. A rogue who has entered the Dao realm is a coveted figure in any region. Should they gain the Underworld King's support, not just the Yi family, but even a small clan could dominate the entire Linju city. This astute old fox Yi Wending has surely realized this. And the other old foxes, like sharks sensing blood, also poised to act.to possess the Underworld King is to possess Linju. Then arrange the meetings, Chuming said nonchalantly. I will meet these individuals. Understood, Yulong replied. It's now 3 in the afternoon. They will arrive around 6 o'clock, young master. I will introduce you to them. Chuming nodded lightly. He did not find this matter disagreeable. Gaining prestige and building connections would bolster his confidence in contending against Chu Kuang. In the original narrative, the protagonist Chu Kuang managed to gather a group of individuals eager to curry favor with him, enabling him to secure everything necessary for his cultivation. If Chuming wishes to diminish the protagonist's fortune, these individuals are undoubtedly valuable assets. Young master, this way please. Yulong smiled gently, guiding Chuming. Just then, commotion erupted at the entrance of the Chiyu Lake Manor. Quickly chase after him. Don't let him escape. Yes, right there, hurry up. The cacophony drew the attention of Chuming, Tang Lin, Yulong and others. Curiosity piqued, they turned to look. They saw security personnel from Chiyu Lake pursuing a figure clad in black. The shadowy figure drew closer, and Chuming's brow furrowed deeply. The individual was battered and bruised, with some areas even bandaged. Strangely, he was covered in shards of glass, clearly having scaled the walls to enter Chiyu Lake. Master! The figure in black called out. As he approached, Chumming recognized his face. "Guo-ji, master, it's me," Guo-ji exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy upon hearing Chumming's voice. However, at that moment, the security personnel lunged at him, pinning him down. "You little rascal, sneaking in here multiple times, do you think I want to teach you a lesson? Hold him down. Don't let him escape this time." "What's going on?" Chumming turned to Yulong and asked. "Young master, I am not sure," Yulong said, breaking out in a cold sweat. "Do you know him? He is my disciple." "Do I need to ask if I know him?" Chumming shot Yulong a glare. "Your disciple?" Yulong gasped. "He is that Guo-ji." Although Tang Lin had called to inquire about Guo-ji, Yulong had not taken it to heart. This was his first encounter with Guo-ji, the slippery fellow who had repeatedly intruded into Chiyu Lake. Quickly, let him go. Everyone step aside," Yulong shouted immediately. "But Brother Long, the security guards hesitated. I said let him go," Yulong barked. "Do you not understand?" "Yes." Everyone immediately released Guo-ji, who then clumsily scrambled to his feet. Chumming's gaze fell on him, and he noticed that Guo-ji was covered in wounds, with several blood-stained bandages adorning his body. "What happened?" Chumming inquired. "They insisted on capturing me," Guo-ji lamented. "I merely wanted to see if you had returned, but they wouldn't let me in desperation. I kept climbing over the wall." "I'm not asking you that." Chumming's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Where did those injuries come from?" As Chumming's words fell, his gaze swept over Yulong and the security personnel, causing them to shudder involuntarily. "Young master, it wasn't us," Yulong hastily asserted. "I swear to you, it truly wasn't them." Guo-ji paled. "It was Wang Bin." "Wang Bin?" Chumming frowned. "The son of Wang Weiguo." "Wang Bin? Yes, that's him," Guo-ji replied. "After you left, news spread that the underworld master perished in the Chen family. Wang Bin, upon hearing this, assumed you had also died in the capital. Thus, he sought out individuals to take action against me." Guo-ji ground his teeth in frustration, tears welling in his eyes. "My father is now imprisoned due to a dispute with Wang Weiguo. My mother, along with those around me, have inexplicably been accused. Now, I am the only one left outside in my family. For this past month I have dared not attend school or return home, fearful of being captured by Wang Bin's men." Guo-ji's words left everyone present momentarily stunned. And no wonder Guo-ji's clothing was so tattered. It was a consequence of this plight. Yulong and the security personnel wore expressions of shame. They had assumed Guo-ji's appearance suggested he was merely a ruffian, which is why they had denied him entry. Little did they know the circumstances lurking behind it all. Could it be that Wang Weiguo truly committed such acts? Chumming narrowed his eyes, a glint of murderous intent flashing within. On that day when Wang Weiguo led a group to Linju Middle School, it was Chumming who intervened to restore order. Wang Weiguo was deterred by the shadow of the underworld king behind Chumming, which prompted him to relent. However, Chumming could never have anticipated that during his 2 months' absence, Wang Weiguo would dare to perpetrate such deeds. "Master, every word I speak is the truth," Guo-ji wept, "pleading for your help to save my family. I care not for myself, as long as you can rescue them." Smack! A resounding slap struck Guo-ji's face. The crisp sound left Guo-ji, Tang Lin, Yulong, and the others utterly bewildered. "As my disciple, Guo-ji, you must not weep, nor plead for mercy," Chumming intoned coldly. "Guo-ji, do you understand?" The force of the slap was neither too heavy nor too light. Yet it rendered Guo-ji breathless. He fought back, tears trembling as he rose to his feet. "Master, I understand." "Good," Chumming nodded, his voice deepening. "Yulong." "At your service." Yulong immediately clasped his fists in respect. "You have 10 minutes, Chumming declared. "I want to know where Wang Weiguo is currently located." Upon hearing this, Yulong gasped. Chumming's intention was clear. He was going to confront Wang Weiguo. "Young Master Ming, the other party belongs to the military district." Yulong couldn't help but remind him. "Do you refuse to go?" Chumming countered, meeting Chumming's icy glare. Yulong hurriedly replied, "No. No, I shall go at once." Chapter 281. "Do you have anything else to say?" Yulong swiftly departed, eager to investigate Wang Weiguo's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Chumming's gaze fell upon Guo-ji. After 2 months apart, Guo-ji's strength had developed into that of an internal energy master, which surprised Chumming, for even Tang Lin had only just reached the level of an internal energy practitioner. although Tang Lin had little time for training over these 2 months. Due to the influence of refining the body in the mortal realm, she was nearing the realm of a grandmaster. In a mere 8 minutes, Yulong hurriedly returned, "Young Master Ming, I found him." Yulong reported immediately. Wang Weiguo and Wang Bin are both at the Hongming Grand Hotel, apparently celebrating Wang Bin's birthday today. The Hongming Grand Hotel? Chu Ming's eyes narrowed. That establishment is under my ownership. A property sold to me at a bargain by Zhao Dongcheng. This makes things even simpler. Chu Ming smirked. Tang Lin, I am here. Tang Lin clasped her fists in respect. Take Guo Ji and change into suitable attire. Meet me at the Hongming Grand Hotel in 1 hour. Chu Ming spoke matter-of-factly. And you? Tang Lin was taken aback. I of course shall go to meet Wang Weiguo. A glimmer of determination sparked in Chu Ming's eyes. Understood, I shall do as instructed. Tang Lin nodded. During the battle at the Chu family, Chu Ming had unleashed the strength of a grandmaster. With such power, Tang Lin felt no concern for Chu Ming's safety. The current Chu Ming was beyond her capacity to protect. Master, can you manage alone? Guo Ji expressed his worry. Those surrounding him are skilled fighters. It would be unwise to confront them directly. All you need to do is rescue my family. Guo Ji? Chu Ming inquired coolly. Who has caused you to hide in fear? It was those men. Then who is responsible for your family being imprisoned? Those men. Guo Ji hesitated to respond. So what more do you have to say? Chu Ming scoffed. Even if I rescue your family, do you think they will spare you? Your perspective is still too naive, Chu Ming remarked. Only by making those who have harmed you feel pain and fear will they dare not come after you again. Currently your strength is insufficient. Allow me to take charge. Upon hearing this, Guo Ji felt a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. Thank you, Master. How many times must I say it? Refer to me as teacher. Chu Ming replied indifferently. Thank you, Teacher Chu. Guo Ji earnestly bowed in respect to Chu Ming. Rest assured, they will soon regret their actions. Chu Ming's gaze was directed toward the horizon, towards the direction of the Hongming Grand Hotel. In Linju City, at the Hongming Grand Hotel, on the 6th floor in the elegant pavilion, Wang Weiguo had invited 6 tables of family and friends for Wang Bin's birthday celebration. He had truly exerted great effort for this son. Thank you all for gracing us with your presence today. Wang Weiguo stood, raising his glass with a hearty laugh. My son may be lacking, but he has grown another year older today. I hope you will all continue to look after him. Among the attendees, half were old subordinates of Wang Weiguo, now occupying significant positions in Linju City. Wang Weiguo had invited these individuals to broaden Wang Bin's horizons and expand his network. The inheritance of connections is an art in itself. Thank you, uncles and friends. Wang Bin also stood, smiling. In the future, should you require anything from Wang Bin, do not hesitate to ask. Haha, young Master Wang is truly generous. Just like his father, he is a fine young man. Truly, a tiger father begets no dog son. The older gentlemen present continuously praised Wang Bin, even though they privately regarded him as nothing more than a ruffian. They still offered their respect out of deference to Wang Weiguo. Hearing these words, Wang Bin beamed with delight. Son, I have prepared a special gift for you, Wang Weiguo said with a smile. Remember when someone bullied you? Look here. Wang Weiguo produced a document from his pocket. What is this? Wang Bin asked in surprise as he tore it open. Inside were several judgment documents, prominently featuring the names of Guo Hongxing and his family. This is that Guo Ji's family. Wang Bin recognized them instantly. Haha, indeed, Wang Weiguo replied coldly, lowering his voice. Son, didn't you send someone to deal with them later? Dad, you knew. Wang Bin replied incredulously. He had actually sent someone privately to handle the matter. How could Wang Weiguo be aware? Dad, not only do I know, but there are also my people among those you sent. Wang Weiguo chuckled, stating that those who dared to humiliate you and me that day could not be spared. Dad, I'm thrilled. Wang Bin's eyes sparkled as he gritted his teeth. It's a pity that Guo Ji is still missing. My men have been unable to locate him. Don't worry. How big can Linju City be? That scoundrel can't run far, Wang Weiguo scoffed, declaring that once the birthday banquet concludes, he would issue a wanted notice, leaving Guo Ji with nowhere to escape. Thank you, Dad. Wang Bin grinned broadly. The Wang family possesses significant influence in Linju City. Who dares to challenge Wang Bin? That would be tantamount to seeking death. Young Master Wang, allow me to propose a toast. An elderly man in the crowd rose with a smile. Wang Bin suddenly realized and also raised his glass. But in that instant, the floor-to-ceiling windows of the elegant pavilion shattered, the lights flickered as a fierce wind swept in from the 6th floor, a few screams erupted from the guests. Several of Wang Weiguo's former subordinates stood up, gazing toward the shattered glass. Who is it? A figure cloaked in black swept into the room, the fabric billowing in the wind. With a sudden motion, a man wearing a mysterious mask appeared before everyone. Hello, Wang Weiguo, who are you? Wang Weiguo frowned, demanding to know how he entered. You don't even recognize me. The man in black chuckled coldly, seeming to relish the moment. His chilling voice echoed throughout the banquet hall. Suddenly a terrified gasp arose from the crowd. He is the Underworld King. He must be the Underworld King. What? At this exclamation, everyone turned their heads in unison, all eyes falling upon the figure. A young man dressed in flamboyant attire stood among them. He is a friend of Wang Bin who practices martial arts. I saw him on the martial arts forum. The young man in floral attire stated. Just days ago, he battled the Chen family twice. The Chen family's elder council, the Chen family's supreme elder council, all suffered defeat. What did you say? This revelation plunged the entire banquet hall into silence. Wang Weiguo appeared to be hearing this for the first time. There had indeed been a post on the martial arts forum, but it was swiftly deleted. The defeat of the Chen family was a scandal that they could not allow to spread throughout Huaxia. Only a select few prominent figures across various regions of Huaxia were privy to such information. Wang Weiguo evidently was not among them. You are the Underworld King? Wang Weiguo swallowed hard, gazing ahead. The cold, penetrating gaze of the man in black was fixed upon him as well. Merely the intensity of that stare sent shivers down Wang Weiguo's spine. Did you not perish at the hands of the Chen family? Wang Weiguo exclaimed in disbelief. How is it possible for you to be here? Perish at the hands of the Chen family? Chu Ming chuckled ominously. Is this your final statement, Wang Weiguo? Do you intend to kill me? Wang Weiguo was taken aback, a flicker of panic appearing in his eyes. I have not wronged you. Why? Before he could finish, a fierce wind swept through. Chu Ming had somehow already appeared before him, his right hand gripping Wang Weiguo's throat. This scene caused the surrounding crowd to recoil in horror. They watched in shock as Chu Ming slowly lifted Wang Weiguo's body. Why? Do you not understand? Chu Ming asked coldly. Wang Weiguo's face flushed as he struggled for oxygen. I was wrong. I am willing to apologize. Please, I beg you. Faced with Chu Ming's overwhelming power, Wang Weiguo lacked even the courage to summon his own strength. This was a man capable of annihilating the elders of the Chen family. Release Wang. Several middle-aged men stepped forward from the crowd. They were all former subordinates of Wang Weiguo. Chu Ming turned to glance at them. You wish to contend with me? What of it? The men retorted fiercely. We are many. I advise you not to overstep your bounds. Moments later, a few more individuals emerged from the throng, surrounding Chu Ming in a tight circle. Interesting, Chu Ming remarked with a faint smile. He discarded Wang Weiguo onto the ground. Immediately, a flame ignited in his right hand, cascading down like a flowing stream. Simultaneously, ice began to coalesce beneath Chu Ming's feet. The frost spread rapidly. What? The faces of the middle-aged men turned ashen as they attempted to muster their spiritual energy to resist, only to discover in terror that their powers were frozen, moving at an agonizingly slow pace. The ice crept up their bodies, from their calves, thighs, abdomen, until it reached their chests. Finally, only their heads remained exposed. King of Hell, stop! I am willing to withdraw, one middle-aged man exclaimed in panic. The freezing process abruptly halted. I am willing to. As the first man spoke, the others hastened to voice their agreement. Had they delayed any longer, the frost would have sealed their mouths, rendering any further pleas futile. All those who stepped forward chimed in. You are wise to recognize your position, Chu Ming said, shaking his right hand. The ice instantly froze in place. This sight sent a wave of fear through the surrounding guests, causing them to retreat in alarm. The chilling atmosphere seemed to freeze their very breaths. Chu Ming slowly lowered his gaze to Wang Weiguo, who lay pale as a ghost on the ground. Wang Weiguo, do you have anything to say? Chu Ming spoke calmly, reigniting a ghostly blue flame in his palm. Chapter 282. It was all my doing. The ethereal blue flame cast a frigid ambience throughout the private room. The onlookers dared not utter a sound, their eyes wide with shock as they beheld the scene before them. Wang Weiguo's face was illuminated by the blue fire. rendering it a ghastly hue. A master of the underworld, could it be that we have some misunderstanding? Wang Weiguo stammered anxiously. Misunderstanding? Chu Ming laughed coldly. He seized Wang Weiguo by the neck, his voice icy. Do you know Guoji? Guoji! At the mention of this name, Wang Weiguo's breath hitched. Suddenly, he comprehended the true purpose of the King of Hell's presence. Wang Weiguo had not anticipated that this fearsome figure would come here in response to a mere Guoji. It seemed utterly inconceivable. No answer. Chu Ming's gaze sharpened. In that case, I shall not grant you another chance. The blue flame in Chu Ming's right hand drew closer to Wang Weiguo's face. The frigid air sent tremors throughout Wang Weiguo's body. Frost began to envelop his cheek, the flesh peeling away like crumbling walls, yet he felt no pain. Instead, he sensed a gradual loss. Wang Weiguo was frantic, yet utterly powerless. He felt no physical agony, but the emotional torment was far worse. The onlookers were paralyzed with fear at this unprecedented display of torment. Terror gripped the hearts of all present. Soon, the frost reached the vicinity of Wang Weiguo's right eye. A master of the underworld. I will speak. I will tell all. Wang Weiguo cried out in desperation. Chu Ming remained unmoved, the icy ethereal flames inching ever closer to Wang Weiguo. It was me, it was all my doing. I am willing to take responsibility. I beseech you, spare me. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming let out a cold snort and tossed Wang Weiguo to the ground. Trembling, Wang Weiguo reached for his right cheek, only to have a patch of frozen flesh peel away. Startled by the sight of his own skin in his palm, Wang Weiguo stumbled back, nearly falling several meters. The piece of flesh emitted a ghostly white mist. The eyes of the onlookers were filled with dread. A devil! This was the method of a demon. Was this King of Hell truly a fiend risen from the depths of the netherworld? Well, how do you intend to take responsibility? Chu Ming approached step by step, his deep voice resonating in Wang Weiguo's ear. Wang Weiguo dared not falter, quickly prostrating himself. I am willing to apologize to Guoji and ensure the release of their family. Oh, are not their families guilty? Would it not be inappropriate to release them? Chu Ming countered coldly. Wang Weiguo hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth. Even if they are guilty, as long as you are willing, I can arrange their release. Before he could finish, Chu Ming's foot collided with Wang Weiguo's chest. Wang Weiguo was sent sprawling, crashing beneath an ice sculpture. The crowd gasped in shock. You still wish to deny it? Chu Ming said coldly. Guoji's father Guo Hongxing, along with his mother, grandparents, all were wrongfully imprisoned due to your machinations. I am here to seek justice for them, not to allow you to abuse your power. If they are guilty, it is a verdict you imposed. Wang Weiguo, do not presume that your clandestine actions escape my notice. Even now, as death looms, Wang Weiguo still seeks to preserve his dignity before the crowd. Had you confessed, I might have spared your life today, but should you remain silent, I shall see who dares to stand in my way. Chu Ming's voice echoed throughout the private room. Every guest held their breath. Wang Weiguo's son, Wang Bin, turned pale, collapsing to the ground. At this moment, no one dared to move for fear of provoking the King of Hell. Wang Weiguo breathed heavily, gazing into the terrifying mask of the King of Hell. Before finally gritting his teeth and confessing, it was I who, in a fit of rage, framed Guoji's family, leading to their imprisonment. It was also I, driven by my own desires, who ordered my subordinates to hunt down Guoji. All these deeds were mine alone, and others had no part in it. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. They had not expected a person of Wang Weiguo's stature to resort to such underhanded tactics against an ordinary family. In truth, the confrontation at Linju High School had ignited Wang Weiguo's ire. Later, having learned of the conflict between the King of Hell and the Chen family, he assumed the King of Hell had perished in the capital. Thus, he brazenly targeted Guoji's family. However, the King of Hell had not died. He had vanquished the elders of the Chen family and returned to Linju. This was an unthinkable fact for Wang Weiguo. All the malevolence stems from you? Chu Ming inquired coldly. Yes, it was all my doing, Wang Weiguo admitted. Do you still wish to argue? Chu Ming narrowed his eyes. Should I discover that your son was involved? Do you comprehend the consequences? At this, Wang Weiguo's face drained of color. In truth, Wang Bin was one of the principal figures in this affair, having been misled into believing the King of Hell was dead. Wang Bin dispatched men to ambush Guoji. However, Guoji, having achieved remarkable cultivation, managed to escape after defeating half of Wang Bin's subordinates. Enraged, Wang Bin reported the incident to Wang Weiguo. The father-son duo soon plotted to take action against Guo Ji's family. Faced with Chu Ming's inquiry, Wang Weiguo breathed rapidly. He clenched his jaw and declared, "I swear, my son had no part in this. All the actions were solely my own." This declaration startled Wang Bin, who paused momentarily. "Dad!" Wang Bin cried out. Chu Ming's gaze remained fixed on Wang Weiguo. He had long suspected Wang Bin's involvement in these events. Wang Weiguo's attempt to shoulder all the blame alone was astonishing. His indulgence of his son had reached such an extreme. "Master of the underworld," Wang Weiguo pleaded, "I have wronged you. I, Wang Weiguo, am willing to die as atonement. I implore you to spare my son." "You now express concern for your family," Chu Ming replied coldly. "Did you consider this when you targeted Guo Ji?" This prompted a grim expression to cross Wang Weiguo's face. He cared only for his family. The lives of others mattered not to him. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed at the door of the private room. All eyes turned toward the entrance. At this critical juncture, who would dare to enter? "Open the door," Chu Ming commanded coldly. The two young men by the door were startled and hurriedly opened the private room. The newcomers were Tang Lin and Guo Ji. "Hello, we are," Tang Lin began as she stepped into the room, but was abruptly struck by the scene before her. A man clad in a black robe and a terrifying mask stood among several middle-aged individuals frozen into ice sculptures, with Wang Weiguo kneeling on the ground. The sight left both Tang Lin and Guo Ji in astonishment. "Guo Ji," Chu Ming spoke in a low tone, beckoning him forward. He deliberately lowered his voice to mask his identity from Guo Ji. Guo Ji, still in a daze, stepped forward and everyone parted to make way for him. "What do you intend to do with Wang Weiguo?" Chu Ming inquired. "What to do?" Guo Ji was taken aback, yet, as his gaze fell upon the kneeling Wang Weiguo, his eyes reddened. Involuntarily gritting his teeth, he approached and seized Wang Weiguo by the collar, exclaiming, "You scoundrel!" He landed a punch on Wang Weiguo's left cheek, causing shards of ice to scatter across the ground. This time, Wang Weiguo felt the pain, a sharp agony that elicited a piercing scream from him. The onlookers swallowed hard at the sight. Wang Weiguo's face, already frozen in such a state, was nearly shattered by Guo Ji's blow. The mere thought of such suffering sent shivers down their spines, especially since they were witnessing it firsthand. "I was wrong," Wang Weiguo cried in despair. "It's all my fault. Please stop hitting me." "Stop hitting you?" Guo Ji gritted his teeth, gripping Wang Weiguo's clothing. "My father, a diligent teacher, may have had his flaws, but he certainly did not deserve to be sentenced to life imprisonment by your people. My mother, along with my grandparents, were all framed by your kind. Wang Weiguo and Guo Ji have already lost my family, and you dare tell me to stop?" With that, Guo Ji's fist struck Wang Weiguo in the face again. Wang Weiguo howled in agony as he was sent flying backward. With Chu Ming's spiritual power suppressing him, Wang Weiguo's mastery was rendered ineffective, and Guo Ji's furious blow left him battered and bruised. "Wang Weiguo!" Guo Ji roared as he advanced, but at that moment, Wang Bin suddenly rushed forth from the crowd. "Guo Ji, it's all my fault. Please spare my father." Wang Bin clung to Guo Ji's legs, confessing, "I know about what you did to your family, but that was for my own sake. If you must strike, then strike me." "Strike you?" Guo Ji, upon witnessing this scene, seized Wang Bin by the collar and punched him in the face. The blow sent Wang Bin staggering back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Don't rush. I'll deal with you later." Guo Ji fumed, "My family has suffered immensely at your hands." Wang Bin, Wang Weiguo, it matters not how you treat me, but you must not lay a finger on my family. For the past month, Guo Ji had been unable to return home or attend school, constantly thinking of how to confront Wang Bin and Wang Weiguo for mutual destruction. Yet, Wang Bin and Wang Weiguo were not individuals he could easily encounter. Thus, he lingered by Chiyu Lake, praying for Chu Ming's swift return. He believed that once Chu Ming was back, a solution would surely present itself. Thankfully, he had waited long enough. "Guo Ji, it was entirely my fault," Wang Bin cried as he knelt. "I beg you to spare my father." "Now you plead for mercy," Guo Ji replied coldly. "How did I beg you not to harm my family back then? What did you say?" Guo Ji managed a bitter smile. "You said that the victor takes all, and only those with strength can kill their opponent." Chapter 283. Guo Ji's Trial. Upon hearing Guo Ji's words, both Wang Bin and Wang Weiguo turned ashen. Indeed, it was Wang Bin who had once whispered that very phrase into Guo Ji's ear, "Only the strong can kill." While the weak are destined to perish, Guoji, I realize my mistakes. Wang Bin's face turned pale as he pleaded, please, let us go today. Guoji clenched his fists and struck Wang Bin in the face again. Wang Bin was sent reeling, his right cheek swelling. The grim fate of Wang Weiguo and his son left the assembled guests feeling conflicted. They had come to celebrate Wang Bin's birthday, only to find themselves embroiled in such chaos due to the appearance of the Grim King. It was the first time they learned of Wang Weiguo's covert dealings against Guoji's family. Had they been in Guoji's position, they too would likely feel the same fury. Wang Weiguo, Wang Bin. Guoji spoke coldly, his anger flaring. Just these few punches were not enough to quell his rage. But at that moment a broad hand fell upon Guoji's shoulder. He turned, startled, to find it was the Grim King. Master, Guoji acknowledged respectfully, regaining his composure. I apologize for my impulsiveness. Upon entering, Guoji had immediately spotted Wang Weiguo and Wang Bin, and his anger had surged. Now he recalled the Grim King's presence and felt his face flush with embarrassment. You've dealt with these two. How do you wish to proceed? Chu Ming inquired in a deep voice. Let it be. Guoji took a deep breath. As long as they release my family, I am willing to wipe the slate clean. Wipe the slate clean? Chu Ming chuckled and shook his head. No, you're thinking too simplistically. This statement left Guoji momentarily stunned, as the surrounding guests were equally taken aback. What did the Grim King intend to convey? Today, I will ensure your family is released. You need not worry about that, Chu Ming said indifferently. Thank you, Master. Guoji's face lit up with joy. But don't be too quick to rejoice, Chu Ming scoffed. If your master lacks the time to discipline you, you must strive to improve yourself. After saying this, Chu Ming's gaze fell upon Wang Weiguo and Wang Bin. I permit you both to confront Guoji, but you must not seek outside assistance, nor harm his family. If revenge is to be sought, it must be directed solely at yourselves. Do you understand? The words from Chu Ming cast a heavy silence over the room. Wang Weiguo, Wang Bin, and Guoji were all momentarily stunned. None had anticipated the Grim King would utter such words. Grim King, are you saying we can confront Guoji? Wang Weiguo asked, his voice trembling in disbelief. Indeed, if you possess the capability, you may confront Guoji on your own. However, should I discover you involving others or targeting Guoji's family? Chu Ming's words trailed off as a blue flame ignited in his right hand. He flung the flame onto a nearby table, which instantly froze and shattered into icy shards. This spectacle drew gasps of shock from the crowd. The middle-aged individuals encased in ice felt a chill of dread. It was clear that the Grim King had yet to unleash his full power. Otherwise, their bodies would likely have turned into a pile of ice shards by now. This is the consequence. Chu Ming remarked coolly, if you agree, I will disregard the past. If not today, both of you will surely pay with your lives. Wang Weiguo and Wang Bin trembled in fear, fully aware of what Chu Ming implied. He intended for them to serve as sparring partners for Guoji. Grim King, if you are certain, I accept. Wang Weiguo gritted his teeth. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes, with the Grim King's intimidation. He certainly dared not act against Guoji, yet, now that the Grim King had uttered such words, what was the harm in being a sparring partner? After all, he was a master-level figure. What could it mean to confront a mere Guoji? Wang Bin, however, hesitated, knowing he was no match for Guoji. Guoji, what about you? Chu Ming turned to him. Guoji's expression darkened slightly. Master, this may be a bit. His cultivation had yet to reach the master level. He feared he would not withstand even a single strike from Wang Weiguo. Chu Ming's proposal seemed to threaten his very life. What do you fear? If your master had not come to speak with me, do you think you could stand here today? Your family has been wrongfully sentenced by them. If you possessed master-level strength, would you fear them in the slightest? Guoji, your master tells me you are a piece of unrefined jade. It appears you are not so. The Grim King's words struck Guoji deeply, causing him to tighten his fists. The Grim King was right. This time it was due to his lack of strength. Had he been powerful enough, how could he possibly fear Wang Weiguo and his son? I understand. Guoji gritted his teeth. I accept this challenge. If I do not vent my anger with these two punches today, I will wait for you both to seek me out. Excellent. A smile crept beneath the mask of Chu Ming. His intentions today were not merely to support Guoji but also to present him with an opponent. With Wang Weiguo in such a state, his strength would surely be diminished. At Guo Ji's current level, even if he could not win, he could at least escape. Wang Weiguo was the perfect candidate for Guo Ji's training. The next time Guo Ji encountered such a situation, he might not have Chu Ming to aid him. Only by ensuring Guo Ji possessed sufficient strength could Chu Ming feel at ease leaving Linju City. Wang Weiguo, remember what you said today? Chu Ming remarked coldly, a smirk on his lips. A gust of wind swirled beneath his feet, and before the astonished crowd, he transformed into a shadow and leaped through the window. They were on the 6th floor. Many were astonished that the king of the underworld could come and go with such ease. Wang Weiguo, Wang Bin, and Guo Ji gritted their teeth and said, "Release my family and I shall entertain you properly." After uttering these words, Guo Ji turned and departed. Tang Lin surveyed the private room and, observing the fear and complexity etched on the faces of those present, slowly bowed and smiled. "I apologize for the disturbance. Please continue, everyone." Her words rendered the attendees' expressions exceedingly peculiar. Under such circumstances, the birthday celebration was surely destined to be cancelled. Within 10 minutes of Tang Lin and the others' departure, an ambulance arrived at the Hongming Grand Hotel. Wang Weiguo, Wang Bin, and all of Wang Weiguo's former subordinates were promptly taken to the hospital. The sky over Linju City gradually darkened. On another front, Chu Ming removed his black cloak. This time, he had appeared as the king of the underworld, not only to assist Guo Ji but also to send a message to the capital. The king of the underworld had departed from the capital. Consequently, the prominent families in the capital would undoubtedly harbor their own thoughts and dispatch individuals to Linju City. Moreover, if Chu Quan were to learn of this matter, he would surely return here as well. The fate of Linju City had been sealed the moment the king of the underworld made his appearance. Just as Chu Ming was folding his clothing, his phone vibrated. Was it a call from Tang Lin? Had something occurred? Furrowing his brow, Chu Ming promptly answered, "Young Master Ming." Tang Lin's voice came through. "Jiyu Shengwu and Jiyu Tuan have arrived." "And what of Jiyu Shengwu? Is there anything remarkable about his arrival?" Chu Ming responded with a hint of exasperation. "Not exactly. He mentioned he wished to speak with you regarding some matters that he would like you to convey to the king of the underworld." Tang Lin explained respectfully, "Some matters?" Chu Ming frowned deeply. What could Jiyu Shengwu possibly have to discuss with the king of the underworld? That is rather unusual. Do you think you would be available to meet him? Tang Lin inquired. If not, I can refuse him on your behalf. There's no need. Let him wait for me in the reception room, Chu Ming replied calmly. I shall be there shortly. Understood. Tang Lin nodded, hanging up the phone. Jiyu Shengwu was indeed intriguing. Chu Ming changed into a different jacket, feeling the bandages on his body, which were still applied by Chen Xian. He would change them himself upon returning, with a wry smile. Chu Ming stood up and left the basement. As he was to attend the welcome banquet that evening, Yi Long was busy arranging the venue. The sky over Linju City was somewhat overcast, as if it were about to rain. As Chu Ming walked along, he noticed people setting up a tent through the corridor windows and couldn't help but smile softly. He arrived at the entrance of the reception room and, upon pushing the door open, found Jiyu Shengwu already seated on the sofa with several military guards behind him. Upon seeing Chu Ming, Jiyu Shengwu unusually rose, smiling as he grasped Chu Ming's right hand. "Young Master Chu, it has been quite some time. I trust you have been well?" "Ha, has Commander Jiyu come today to attend my welcome banquet?" Chu Ming replied with a smile. "Originally yes, but due to certain matters, I arrived early," Jiyu Shengwu said, clearing his throat. "Come, let us sit and discuss." "Very well." Faced with Jiyu Shengwu's enthusiasm, Chu Ming was not taken aback. After all, he had the king of the underworld standing behind him. And with the king's formidable track record, various factions were eager to court favor. Naturally, the military was no exception. "Commander Jiyu, do you seek my assistance regarding urgent matters?" Chu Ming asked, taking a sip of tea from the table and inquiring calmly. "Not necessarily urgent," Jiyu Shengwu replied. "Just an hour ago I heard news of your master, the king of the underworld, appearing at the Hongming Grand Hotel. Oh, what of it?" "The king of the underworld is targeting Wang Weiguo." Jiyu Shengwu sighed. "Under normal circumstances I wouldn't be concerned, however, it appears that there may be someone behind Wang Weiguo." At this revelation, Chu Ming narrowed his eyes. In the original narrative, little was revealed about Wang Weiguo. The notion that he had backing was unknown to Chu Ming. In that case, I am eager to hear more details, Chu Ming stated, maintaining his composure. Gu Shengwu hesitated briefly before continuing. In the past 2 months, my intelligence indicates that Wang Weiguo has been closely aligned with individuals from the Qianlong Mansion. Chapter 284. Jiu Yu's decision closely aligned with individuals from the Qianlong Mansion. Chu Ming frowned. Commander Jiu, do you have evidence to support this claim? Of course, Jiu Shengwu replied, producing a photograph from his pocket. Chu Ming leaned in to examine it. The image depicted 2 men. One was Wang Weiguo, while the other was an elderly man in white attire. This elder was Qin Jianlin, the envoy from the Qianlong Mansion in Linzhou. Jiu Shengwu explained. The Qianlong Mansion holds a transcendent position and typically does not involve itself in family matters. Yet, Qin Jianlin may very well intervene to assist Wang Weiguo for personal reasons. Hearing Jiu Shengwu's words, Chu Ming paused in silence for several seconds, scrutinizing the photograph. He was aware of Qin Jianlin, who, in the original narrative, was known to be protective of his kin, and had previously encountered the protagonist, Chu Quan. Ultimately, the entire Qianlong Mansion in Linzhou fell to Chu Quan. Strictly speaking, he could be considered a villain, yet one that Chu Ming deemed deserving of elimination. Young Master Chu, you should also know that the Qianlong Mansion is divided into 4 sections in our Huaxia. Jiu Shengwu began slowly. In the north, we have the Longzun. In the south, the Wuwang. In the west, the Xiu monarch. And in the east, we have the Guangzun. 2 monarchs and 2 kings govern the 4 regions of southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. If we were to offend Qin Jianlin, we would likely incur the wrath of the Guangzun. This statement prompted Chu Ming to nod in acknowledgement. As a loyal reader of Rebirth, as the urban king of the underworld, he was well aware of the distribution of these powers. However, by the story's latter stages, the Eastern Guangzun clashed with the protagonist, Chu Kuang, resulting in a battle for titles, ultimately leading to the Guangzun's defeat. However, that was a tale for another time. Currently, both Chu Kuang and Chu Ming would find it perilous to confront the Guangzun. Commander Jiu, I comprehend your implication. Chu Ming smiled. You believe that my master has offended Wang Weiguo, and thus Wang Weiguo may very well lament before Qin Jianlin. Given Wang Weiguo's character, it is highly likely he would resort to such actions. Jiu Shengwu sighed. I know him too well. After years of collaboration, I can discern his nature. Intriguing indeed. Chu Ming chuckled. Let him come. I am curious to see what this so-called envoy from Linzhou is capable of. Chu Ming's assertion left Jiu Shengwu momentarily stunned. Not only him, but even the military guards behind him looked at Chu Ming with astonishment. Young Master Chu, do not underestimate Qin Jianlin, Jiu Shengwu urged. Though we may speak casually here, upon meeting him even I would address him as Envoy Qin. Moreover, his strength may very well surpass that of your master, the king of the underworld. He is at the Dao entry level. Just another Dao entry-level practitioner, Chu Ming laughed. If I am not mistaken, he is merely at the early stage of that realm, correct? 2 years ago, the former envoy of Linzhou retired and passed the position to him, who had just broken through, am I right? Jiu Shengwu was taken aback by Chu Ming's words. Young Master Chu, you are indeed correct. I did not anticipate that you would possess such knowledge. Jiu Shengwu frowned, scrutinizing Chu Ming. I merely heard it through casual conversation, Chu Ming replied with a slight smile, neither confirming nor denying. He was familiar with Qin Jianlin, as he was one of the major antagonists appearing early in the story. Nevertheless, Qin Jianlin's strength paled in comparison to the elder of the Chen family. In fact, Chen Daoi was even stronger. Having already dispatched the elder of the Chen family, Chu Ming had no need to fear a character like Qin Jianlin. Originally, in the narrative, the protagonist Chu Kuang had progressed through various battles against numerous powerful foes, ultimately defeating the envoy of the Qianlong Mansion in Linzhou, namely Qin Jianlin. Following that, the protagonist had ventured to the capital to confront the Chu and Chen families. However, due to Chu Ming's alterations to the storyline, the confrontation with the Chen family's boss occurred prematurely. By a twist of fate, Chu Ming had inadvertently faced off against the Chen family, completing a task meant for the protagonist. Now, having vanquished a major antagonist, how could Chu Ming possibly fear a minor character like Qin Jianlin? Young Master Chu, you are far too arrogant, Jiu Shengwu exclaimed, growing anxious at Chu Ming's demeanor. He is the envoy of the Qianlong Mansion in Linzhou. Regardless of his standing, he is on par with the elder of the Chen family. On par? Chu Ming inquired with a smile. How could you possibly know that? Jiyu Shengwu had no idea how formidable the elder of the Chen family truly was. Just Chen Daoyi alone could likely contend with all the strong individuals in Linju City. Regardless, confronting Qin Jianlin is not advisable. Jiyu Shengwu sighed. I came today to urge you to persuade the king of the underworld to avoid conflict with this individual. Is that so? This matter is indeed quite intriguing, Chu Ming chuckled. Since Director Jiyu has shown such good intentions, I shall relay your message to my master. However, whether he is willing to avoid conflict ultimately depends on his own disposition. His words caused Jiyu Shengwu's brow to furrow in concern. He felt that Chu Ming was being overly optimistic. If Qin Jianlin truly decided to support Wang Weiguo, it could spell doom not only for the forces at Chiyu Lake but even for the prominent families within Linju City. Director Jiyu Chu Ming continued with a smile, let us enjoy some tea. I will naturally take care of the other matters. Sighing deeply, Jiyu Shengwu fell silent. Meanwhile, in the First People's Hospital of Linju City, Wang Weiguo, having just emerged from surgery, was wheeled out of the ICU. Dad. At the sight, Wang Bin immediately rushed to the door. Wang Weiguo, still under the effects of anesthesia, could only blink. Young Master Wang, your father is out of immediate danger, the master tending physician remarked. However, I am quite curious as to how he came to be in such a state, while his life is preserved, if skin grafting is not performed in due course. Your father's face may suffer severe repercussions, doctor. No matter the cost, we can afford it. Wang Bin hurriedly replied. Haha, since you possess the means, I shan't elaborate further, the attending physician said, removing his mask and unbuttoning his white coat. His name tag read, Jiyu Yuding. Dr. Jiyu, there is another surgery that requires your expertise, a nurse interjected hastily. The patients who arrived with these two exhibit similar symptoms. So many have been frozen. Jiyu Yuding furrowed his brow, turning to Wang Bin. Young Master Wang, what exactly has transpired? Would you be willing to share? Hesitating for a moment, Wang Bin remained silent. Very well, if you choose not to disclose, I shall respect your wishes, Jiyu Yuding replied with a smile. Regardless, I will exert all efforts to treat the patients. However, if you conceal the reason behind their conditions and it leads to a recurrence, that cannot be laid at the feet of us physicians. I must clarify that in advance. Wang Bin bit his lip, haunted by the image of the confrontation between the Underworld King and Jiyu Ji. How could he articulate such details? All right then, since young Master Wang does not intend to speak, I will attend to other patients, Jiyu Yuding stated with resignation. I will return to check on your father later. As Jiyu Yuding prepared to leave, Wang Bin suddenly called out, wait, Dr. Jiyu. Jiyu Yuding paused. It was the Underworld King, Wang Bin declared. The Underworld King attacked us. The Underworld King. The very mention of the name drained color from Jiyu Yuding's face. The man who had stirred the winds of chaos in the capital. Even now, long after the Chen family banquet had passed, the entire city still buzzed with tales of him. The Underworld King had actually appeared in Linju City. How could this be? What on earth had happened? Jiyu Yuding turned abruptly, the gravity of the situation etched on his face. Wang Bin gritted his teeth and recounted the events to Jiyu Yuding. From the initial concern to disbelief, Jiyu Yuding's expression shifted dramatically. You mean to say that Chu Ming is the disciple of the Underworld King, and this Jiyu Ji is Chu Ming's disciple as well? After hearing Wang Bin's account, Jiyu Yuding spoke in shock. He never imagined that the patients before him were linked to both the Underworld King and Chu Ming. Indeed, Wang Bin confirmed through clenched teeth. Because we dealt with Jiyu Ji, the Underworld King retaliated against us. Those individuals were injured due to his mysterious means. Hiss. Jiyu Yuding inhaled sharply. Previously, he had been at odds with Chu Ming over Su Mingfei. However, after receiving information from Chu Ming that allowed the Jiyu family to effectively suppress the Su family's advances, their relationship had improved significantly later. Jiyu Yuding learned of the connection between the Underworld King and Chu Ming. He felt fortunate that he had not opposed Chu Ming outright. In contrast, the Su family faced dire consequences for their opposition. Their elder, Su Guoqin, had perished, and even Su Mingfei had retreated from public view. That night, no one knew what had befallen the Su family. However, the 7 days of mourning were no mere facade. Now, the injured from the Underworld King's attack lay before him. Cold sweat beaded on Jiyu Yuding's forehead. You have indeed provoked the Underworld King. Taking a deep breath, he spoke gravely. Young Master Wang, I cannot assist you with this surgery. Wang Bin was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. Doctor, what do you mean? As a physician, I am aware that my words may contravene medical ethics, but I cannot perform the surgery for you, Jiu Yuding stated. I will ensure that someone else monitors your father's surgery. I will not involve myself further in this matter. Wang Bin stared in astonishment at Jiu Yuding. Not only him, but the nurse beside him also looked dumbfounded at the attending physician's refusal to treat. If word of this spread, it would be a scandal. What do you mean by this, doctor? Wang Bin implored, urgency creeping into his voice. Quite literally, Jiu Yuding replied. I shall be frank. I cannot provoke the underworld king. I will find you a suitable doctor. You need not worry about that, Jiu Yuding concluded, stripping off his white gloves and turning to leave. Wang Bin stood in stunned silence, watching as Jiu Yuding's figure receded. He never anticipated such a straightforward refusal from the doctor. The Jiu family held significant standing in the capital. How could he not dare to confront this underworld king? What kind of person is this so-called underworld king? The nurse murmured in confusion. Do not speak. This matter is beyond our discussion, another nurse quickly cautioned. Wang Bin remained rooted in place, bewildered. How could this be? Sir, there is no need to worry. Our hospital has many excellent attending physicians apart from Dr. Jiu. And they will surely be able to assist you, the young nurse assured him. But at that moment, Wang Bin's mind was in turmoil. The underworld king might be even more formidable than he had imagined. Just then, a low-aged voice reached Wang Bin's ears. Young man, what has happened? Wang Bin looked up in surprise to see an elderly man clad in a black and white coat. Grandfather Qin, Wang Bin exclaimed. Taken aback, what brings you here? This elder had met Wang Bin several times, and even the carefree Wang Bin felt compelled to behave respectfully in his presence due to the elder's status as the envoy of Linju. Qin Jianlin. I heard your father was admitted to the hospital, so I came to check on him, Qin Jianlin said, glancing at the gurney where Wang Weiguo lay unconscious. Though the critical surgery had been completed and his life was saved, the damage to his facial blood vessels from the frost would likely leave him with severe scarring, spirit energy suppression, ice magic attack. It seems the one who harmed your father is quite the expert. Qin Jianlin narrowed his eyes. Who did this? It was the underworld king. Wang Bin replied, recounting the events. The underworld king? Qin Jianlin was momentarily taken aback. The same one who repelled the elders of the Chen family a few days ago? Yes, indeed, interesting, Qin Jianlin chuckled. I never expected such a rogue to dare lay hands on my subordinates. Grandfather Qin, you must help my father, Wang Bin pleaded. That underworld king is excessively arrogant. He even claimed that even if you were present, he would not hesitate to strike. What? He truly said that? Qin Jianlin's gaze sharpened, fixing intently on Wang Bin. Wang Bin inhaled deeply, though the underworld king had not explicitly made those statements. Given the current circumstances, even if Wang Bin were to fabricate the claim, Qin Jianlin would likely believe him. Yes, he said that. Wang Bin affirmed. Moreover, he insisted on injuring my father and has harmed many of his former subordinates. Such audacity. Qin Jianlin's gaze turned. I see why. In Linju City, there are still those who dare to provoke my Qianlong Mansion envoy. The status of Qianlong Mansion was exceedingly elevated. In most cities, the power dynamics were balanced among the city lord's mansion, the military and the prominent families. However, Qianlong Mansion stood above these three forces. Grandfather Qin, I implore you to seek justice. Wang Bin cried. If we do not make the underworld king pay for his actions, he will run rampant throughout Linju City. Wang Bin's words only served to deepen the coldness in Qin Jianlin's eyes. Rest assured, I shall not allow him to act with impunity, Qin Jianlin declared with a snort. To wreak havoc in Linju City, he must learn the extent of his abilities. Only having dealt with the Chen family elders does he dare to be so reckless. The underworld king is doomed. Qin Jianlin's gaze was frigid. Apart from his own mastery of the Dao, Qianlong Mansion boasted over a dozen grandmasters in its ranks. Their collective strength surpassed that of the Chen family's elder council. However, he remained unaware that just days prior, the Chen family's elder had fought with the underworld king and suffered defeat. This information had been sealed by the Chen family, known only to a select few esteemed families. Grandfather Qin, it is said that the underworld king resides by Chiyu Lake. Wang Bin remarked. That is the territory of the Yi family. You see, just a mere Yi family? Qin Jianlin scoffed. If they choose to remain in the shadows, that is one thing, but if they dare to show themselves, I shall not hesitate to see one less aristocratic family in Linju. The power of a noble family is but a jest in the face of Tianlong Mansion. You stay here with your father. I will handle the matter concerning the king of the underworld. Qin Jianlin spoke with a calm demeanor. Thank you, grandfather Qin. Wang Bin responded hastily, gratitude evident in his voice. A flicker of coldness passed through his eyes. With Qin Jianlin's intervention, figures like Guo Ji, Chu Ming, and the king of the underworld would all meet their demise. Meanwhile, in the square by Chiyu Lake, dusk had settled. The lights flickered across the plaza. A total of 15 banquet tables had been laid out in the grand pavilion of the square. Chu Ming sat in the villa overlooking Chiyu Lake from the third floor. Surprised by the sheer number of guests, he smiled faintly. Young Master Ming, it appears your reputation has grown to such an extent that it can intimidate the entire Linju region, Tang Lin remarked. Even some noble families from Jinling have arrived. It is not my fame, but that of the king of the underworld, Chu Ming replied. I am well aware of my own capabilities. Indeed, it is the fame of the king of the underworld. However, as his sole disciple, it can also be considered your reputation, Tang Lin replied with a smile. True, Chu Ming nodded. Tang Lin adjusted his suit and inquired, by the way, Tang Lin, how have you fared with the cultivation method I entrusted to you? This reminded Chu Ming of the matter. He had scarcely had time to practice due to issues with the Chen family. Tang Lin replied bashfully, I have not disgraced my duty. I have achieved a breakthrough. Oh? Chu Ming glanced at Tang Lin. Indeed, the aura surrounding her indicated that she had become a genuine master of internal energy. Due to a lack of resources, Tang Lin had been stuck at the stage of a chi practitioner. Now, with the resources and superior cultivation method provided by Chu Ming, her progress had been remarkable. Even Guo Ji has become a master of internal energy. You must strive hard, Chu Ming encouraged. Yes, thank you for the reminder. Young Master Ming, Tang Lin replied respectfully, I will not disappoint your expectations. We are but two here. There is no need for such formality. Chu Ming chuckled. Tang Lin, relax a little. Upon hearing this, Tang Lin's tense expression softened somewhat. It's just that I feel there is an air of authority about you, young Master Ming. Tang Lin admitted shyly. Perhaps it is because you have grown stronger. Haha, is that so? Chu Ming laughed. Now let us go meet those so-called illustrious families. Very well, I shall arrange for the banquet to begin, Tang Lin responded eagerly, leading Chu Ming onward. As they exited the villa and approached the square, the sky loomed dark, threatening rain. Yet the lights of the plaza shone brilliantly. Ladies and gentlemen, Chu Ming suddenly called out, his voice booming across the gathering without the aid of a microphone. The chatter among the esteemed guests quieted as they turned their attention to the stage. It is Chu Ming, the young master of the Chu family. I had heard that the young master of the Chu family was nothing but a fool. I did not expect him to be a dragon among men upon meeting him. Indeed, to be accepted as a disciple by the king of the underworld, he must possess exceptional talent and formidable strength. It seems the Chu family has turned its fortunes around thanks to the king of the underworld. I heard that this Chu Ming defeated an elder of the Chen family by his own strength. What? Does that not imply he possesses at least the abilities of a master? Perhaps, the guests murmured amongst themselves. Unfamiliar with Chu Ming yet eager to curry favor with him, today, you have all come to Chiyu Lake to welcome me, Chu Ming. I first wish to express my gratitude for your presence. Chu Ming declared with vigor. I have no grand speeches to make, but regarding my esteemed master. At this, the crowd became electrified. If it were merely Chu Ming, they would not have traveled such a distance. But the king of the underworld was an entirely different matter. He was a figure capable of contending with the Chen family. To have the protection of the king of the underworld meant that, not only in Linju but across the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions, few would dare to provoke them. My master does not enjoy crowds, thus any gifts you may offer will be graciously returned, Chu Ming stated. The crowd collectively froze. They had come to Chiyu Lake primarily to meet the legendary king of the underworld. Was not Chu Ming's declaration a dismissal of many of their intentions? However, should you wish to form friendships with me, I welcome it, Chu Ming continued, yet this remark elicited little response from the guests. After all, they sought to befriend the king of the underworld, not merely Chu Ming. Such an alliance seemed rather insignificant given the difference in status. Observing the guests' attitudes, Chu Ming could not help but smirk inwardly. Indeed, They were merely sycophants. If they only knew that the so-called king of the underworld was none other than Chu Ming himself. Their expressions would surely be priceless. Enough of idle chatter. Let us commence the banquet, Chu Ming proclaimed, gesturing grandly. His voice resonated throughout the plaza. Just then, a chilling shout pierced the air. Hold on. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming's brow furrowed. The guests around him, including Tang Lin and Yulong, turned towards the source of the voice. A group of individuals was slowly approaching from one end of the square. Leading them was an elderly man clad in a black and white robe. What is the meaning of this? Yulong exclaimed, panic-stricken, hastily reaching for his phone to contact the security at the entrance of Chiyu Lake. Yet, without exception, no one answered. Why Yulong quickly realized that the situation might be dire. What is happening? Chu Ming turned to Yulong, who was now drenched in sweat. I am unsure. We cannot reach any of the security personnel. They have likely been dealt with, Yulong replied, his expression grim. Is that so? Chu Ming narrowed his eyes, gazing at the approaching crowd. The elderly man in the black and white robe seemed familiar. Suddenly, a photograph shown to him by Jiyu Shengwu flashed through his mind. Qin Jianlin. Chu Ming spoke coldly, surprised that he had arrived so quickly. Qin Jianlin? Yulong froze at the mention of the name, his complexion paling instantly. Isn't he the celestial dragon envoy of Tianlong Mansion? What is he doing here? It concerns Wang Weiguo. Chu Ming glanced at Yulong, then leaped from the stage towards the square. Tang Lin followed him calmly, while Yulong stood frozen, paralyzed by the identity of the newcomers. In the center of the plaza, Qin Jianlin strode in with over 20 men in black, entering through the gates of Chiyu Lake. King of the underworld, come out! Qin Jianlin's voice echoed throughout the square. All the guests focused their attention on him. It is the celestial dragon envoy, a voice from the crowd exclaimed, and those 5 words silenced the throng. Murmurs erupted as confusion filled the air. What? The celestial dragon envoy? What brings him here? Judging by his demeanor, he did not seem to be here for the banquet. Could he be here to disrupt the festivities? Most likely, given the number of people he brought with him. Could it be that he intends to suppress the king of the underworld's influence? This king of the underworld has apparently crossed him. Could this be the end? The expressions of the crowd were a mixture of complexity, surprise, confusion, and horror. At this moment, each person harbored their own thoughts. If the celestial dragon envoy Qin Jianlin sought to suppress the king of the underworld, they would need to reconsider their associations with Chiyu Lake. After all, the status of Tianlong Mansion was paramount. These lesser families could not afford to provoke them. Among the crowd, Jiyu Shengwu sighed deeply. As expected, he has come. Jiyu Shengwu had anticipated this turn of events but did not expect Qin Jianlin to arrive at Chiyu Lake so swiftly. This time Chiyu Lake was doomed. King of the underworld, come forth. Another deep call echoed through the air. Amitabha. Suddenly an elderly man clad in monk robes stepped forward. It was Master Zhuangji. Qin Shizu, could you grant this old monk a favor and withdraw for today? Withdraw? Qin Jianlin laughed heartily. Zhuangji, in the past, I respected you as the abbot of Longyan Temple, which is why I afforded you some courtesy. However, this king of the underworld has harmed one of my young friends and has boldly declared intentions to confront me. I, Qin Jianlin, must seek retribution. Otherwise I would be ridiculed by the world. Upon hearing this, Master Zhuangji furrowed his brow. When will this cycle of vengeance cease, Qin Shizu? If there is a matter to discuss, let us do so peacefully. He clasped his hands together and bowed slowly, invoking the notion that it is better to resolve enmity than to cultivate it. Better to resolve enmity than to cultivate it. You dare to utter such words? Qin Jianlin snorted coldly. Zhuangji, I address you with respect, but if I did not regard you, you would merely be a bald donkey. A bald donkey dares to speak arrogantly before me. Qin Jianlin's voice resonated in the ears of the crowd in the square, causing their expressions to subtly shift. In Linju City, the only one audacious enough to insult Master Zhuangji as a bald donkey must be this Qin Jianlin. Amitabha. In response to Qin Jianlin's slander, Master Zhuangji merely spoke calmly. Whether Qin Benefactor calls me a bald donkey or says whatever else, today at Chiyu Lake it is unwise to resort to violence. You deem it unwise, so it is unwise. Qin Jianlin scoffed. I insist today is a fitting occasion for revenge. What can you do about it? Alas. Master Zhuangji sighed. If that is indeed the case, this old monk can only test the strength of Qin Benefactor. After all, the master of Chiyu Lake has shown kindness to this old monk. Chu Ming once gifted Longyan Temple with 2 sets of Buddhist teachings. Under the enlightenment of those teachings, Master Zhuangji's cultivation has ascended rapidly. Furthermore, these teachings, bestowed by Chu Ming upon Longyan Temple, can be passed down through generations. This kindness is akin to divine favor. With every cause there is an effect. Master Zhuangji spoke calmly. Even if this old monk were to perish at the hands of kin benefactor today, it would merely be the cycle of cause and effect. HMPH. Qin Jianlin sneered, "What cause and effect nonsense! If you old bald donkey do not step aside today, you shall die." Qin Jianlin waved his hand, and 2 middle-aged men in black emerged behind him. Both of these men possessed the strength of Grand Masters. "To deal with a mere master like you, they are more than sufficient." Qin Jianlin scoffed, "Do you think you can stop us? You ought to weigh your own worth." The 2 men in black advanced. Standing 7 or 8 meters away from Master Zhuangji, alas, it seems a battle is inevitable today. Master Zhuangji removed his cassock, revealing the white training attire beneath. "Gentlemen, please." He joined his palms together in a respectful bow towards the 2. In that instant, the 2 middle-aged men in black launched their attack. A fierce wind whipped up. The force of their punches surged towards him, yet Master Zhuangji merely turned slightly, evading their onslaught. However, the next second, the 2 men joined forces, reaching for Master Zhuangji's shoulders. Buddhism. Master Zhuangji glared furiously, resembling a mighty Vajra, and forcefully repelled their hands. The shockwave surged forth, causing the 2 men in black to stagger back. Qin Jianlin promptly supported the retreating figures, Grand Masters. His gaze turned towards Master Zhuangji. In his recollection, this Master Zhuangji was merely at the Master Realm. When did Zhuangji become a Grand Master? Moreover, his prowess even surpassed that of his 2 subordinates. How can this be? Not only him, but even the guests were taken aback. The abbot of Longyan Temple, Master Zhuangji, was known to be at the Master Realm. This was no secret in Linju City. Yet now, Master Zhuangji had unleashed the power of a Grand Master, leaving everyone utterly astonished. Master Zhuangji had concealed such strength. Jiu Shengwu's eyes brightened. He had managed to deceive so many. Master Zhuangji's power left many in a state of bewilderment. "Haha, it appears the Buddhist teachings I bestowed upon you have proven effective." Chu Ming's voice came from behind Master Zhuangji. "Chu benefactor." Master Zhuangji turned and offered a slight bow to Chu Ming. "The events of today arise from my inferior disciple's actions, so there is no need for the abbot to intervene on my behalf." Chu Ming smiled lightly, "Merely a bunch of useless individuals. I can handle them myself." This statement caused the guests to shift uneasily. The expression on their faces changed subtly. This Chu Ming dares to declare Qin Jianlin and his group as useless. How audacious! Indeed, even if his master, the King of Hades, were to meet Qin Jianlin, he would likely show great respect. Yet Chu Ming dares to label them as worthless. Alas, this individual, despite his remarkable talent, lacks the temperament to achieve greatness. "It seems our visit today was in vain." Many sighed in unison. This statement was undoubtedly a provocation directed at Qin Jianlin. Qin Jianlin would not let Chu Ming off easily. "You are Chu Ming?" Upon hearing Chu Ming's words, Qin Jianlin's eyes narrowed suddenly, a flash of menace flickering within. "Indeed, I am," Chu Ming replied nonchalantly. "Do you think you can come here and disrupt my Chiyu Lake with just your lot? How laughable! Even if my master does not intervene, you cannot touch this place in the slightest." Hearing this, Qin Jianlin erupted in laughter. What an arrogant young man! After laughing, he coldly remarked, "Indeed, like master like disciple. Your master harmed my people and I have come to seek justice from him. If he does not show himself, I will take you back and force him to appear. I shall see how long the so-called King of Hades can endure." Qin Jianlin's gaze was frigid as he waved his hand. The 2 black-clad men inhaled deeply and advanced once more, directly launching their assault on Chu Ming. As the 2 approached with ferocity, Master Zhuangji prepared to assist Chu Ming, yet Chu Ming pressed a hand upon his shoulder. "Master Zhuangji, please remain calm, Chu benefactor. Just watch." Chu Ming spoke coolly. In an instant, his figure vanished like a flash of lightning. At the moment the 2 Grand Masters attacked, he unleashed his fists. The power of the underworld surged forth, swirling the winds. The 2 Grand Masters had yet to register their astonishment before they felt a sharp pain in their chests and were sent flying. This scene left everyone utterly astounded. "What?" Jiu Shengwu spat out his tea, staring in horror at the square. They had only exchanged a single blow, and these two grandmasters were defeated. How is this possible? Not only Jiu Shengwu but even Masters Wanji Yilong, Yi Wendong, Zhao Dongcheng, and others were equally astonished. When did young Master Chu's strength become so formidable? Yilong spoke in disbelief. I remember when he first arrived. He was only... Yilong recalled the events that transpired 2 months prior. He clearly remembered that at that time Chu Ming's strength was merely that of an internal energy expert. Yet now, he could instantly defeat grandmasters. What in the world happened in these 2 months? Not only him but the black-clad men by Qin Jianlin were also dumbstruck, staring at the scene before them. The two men lay sprawled at Qin Jianlin's feet, blood splattering onto his shoes. What are you doing? Qin Jianlin furrowed his brows. Was it that bald donkey Zhuangji who struck you? The two men attempted to speak but the pain in their chests rendered them voiceless. The sensation was akin to having their hearts ripped out and their lungs ached intensely. They were left in shock. That young man named Chu Ming managed to inflict such damage upon them in a single exchange. Chapter 287. The Strength of Chu Ming. Qin Envoy, it appears your subordinates are quite lacking in skill. Chu Ming's voice resonated calmly throughout the area. This statement caused the expressions of the crowd to subtly shift. You employed underhanded tactics. Qin Jianlin suddenly lifted his head, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon the front. Underhanded tactics? Ridiculous, Chu Ming scoffed. I merely threw 2 punches, and they fell to the ground. It is your men who lack the skill and seek to blame me. With your meager strength, how could you possibly contend with them? Qin Jianlin replied coldly. Chu Ming, you are nothing but a useless young master from the Chu family in the capital. Who do you think you are? Useless young master? A glint of menace flashed in Chu Ming's eyes. How intriguing. I did not expect someone of Qin Envoy's stature to utter such words. Then allow me to show you the prowess of this so-called useless young master. Chu Ming narrowed his eyes. In an instant, his figure dissipated into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already before Qin Jianlin. This scene left everyone in a state of shock. This Chu Ming dares to take the initiative against Qin Jianlin? He truly seeks death. Insolent. Qin Jianlin snorted coldly, striking down towards Chu Ming's chest with a palm. Yet what awaited him was Chu Ming's right palm. Boom. The entire venue trembled. The shockwaves burst forth. The crowd held their breath, instinctively turning their gazes forward. As the dust settled, both Chu Ming and Qin Jianlin staggered back several dozen paces, standing at opposite ends of the square. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. This Chu Ming actually managed to withstand Qin Jianlin's palm. This... Jiu Shengwu's breath quickened, instinctively rising to his feet, gazing towards the center. If Qin Jianlin had not gone easy, could it be that Chu Ming... Very strange. Yi Wendong furrowed his brow. I can distinctly sense a powerful aura emanating from Chu Ming. Not only the two of them, but the other guests were equally astounded. The power that Chu Ming unleashed far exceeded their expectations. This was simply unimaginable. Only those at the Dao realm could contend with Qin Jianlin. Yet, where could one find such a young Dao realm expert? Impossible. Qin Jianlin gritted his teeth, glaring at Chu Ming. You actually possess the strength of the Dao realm? Yes, and what of it? Chu Ming scoffed. Do you think with your limited power, you can roam freely in Linju City? Chu Ming was currently on the verge of the Dao realm. However, due to the power of the eternal underworld path, his cultivation was inherently more profound than that of other practitioners. Against Qin Jianlin, who had only recently broken through to the intra-level realm, Chu Ming found the confrontation to be a mere child's play. Even the elder members of the Chen family might struggle against Chu Ming, so what was a mere Qin Jianlin worth? You young fool, you seek your own demise. Qin Jianlin gritted his teeth. In front of so many witnesses, he could not subdue a junior, which would be a tremendous embarrassment for him. Qin Envoy, allow us to deal with him. Suddenly, numerous figures clad in black emerged behind Qin Jianlin. No need for that. Qin Jianlin took a deep breath. He is but a junior. I can handle him myself. To require assistance against a junior would be a disgrace of the highest order for Qin Jianlin. No matter what, he must capture Chu Ming today. Qin Envoy, you certainly have some backbone. Chu Ming chuckled. To be honest, if all those grandmasters behind you were to swarm me, I might indeed feel some trepidation. But against you alone, you might as well save your breath. Chu Ming's words rang true. If surrounded by grandmasters, the danger would not be less than facing someone at the intra-level realm. Yet, Hearing this made Qin Jianlin's expression darken. "You young fool, I shan't engage in a war of words with you. Soon enough, you will find no reason to smile." With fists clenched, Qin Jianlin stepped forward, his figure closing in on Chu Ming like a gust of wind. In response, Chu Ming also gathered his strength, and at the moment Qin Jianlin moved, his own figure became even faster. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the two exchanged 4 blows. They then distanced themselves, only to engage once more. Within mere minutes, their silhouettes filled half the square. Ordinary spectators could scarcely perceive their movements, only catching glimpses of 2 shadowy figures darting about. Only those at the Grandmaster or Master level could just barely discern their actions. Young Master Chu can actually contend evenly with Qin Jianlin? Jiyu Shengwu was utterly astonished. At this moment, he finally understood why Chu Ming had remained indifferent to his advice. With such strength, how could he possibly care about a Qin Jianlin? Moreover, behind Chu Ming stood the enigmatic and formidable king of the underworld. If Qin Jianlin could not match Chu Ming, how could he contend with the king of the underworld? What on earth had transpired in the capital over the past 2 months? Yi Wandong was equally incredulous. Young Master Chu is so young, yet his power has become so terrifying. Dongzi, not just you, I too am astonished. Jiyu Shengwu inhaled deeply, having been in the military for so long. I have seen prodigies reach the master level at a young age, but none have reached the absurd level of young Master Chu. In their 20s, even the most exceptional talents merely achieved the inner strength master level. Like some descendants of the Chen family, even the most monstrous among them could only reach the master level, yet the power Chu Ming exhibited now was evidently at the entry-level realm. An entry-level realm master in his 20s, Jiyu Shengwu had never even contemplated such a notion. The king of the underworld must be an exceptional teacher. Zhao Dongqing suddenly interjected. Who else could elevate a person's strength in such a short time? Upon hearing Zhao Dongqing's words, the crowd nodded in agreement with great difficulty. Although it was hard to believe, the scene before them compelled them to accept the truth. Only the king of the underworld could accomplish such feats. Not only was the king of the underworld immensely powerful, but he also trained his disciples to be this formidable. Even if Qin Envoy were to emerge victorious today, the heavens of Linju would have changed. If he struggled so against a disciple, what would happen if he crossed paths with the king of the underworld? Speculations ran rampant among the crowd. Meanwhile, Qin Jianlin was drenched in sweat, his face a picture of despair. He realized he could not grasp Chu Ming's movements at all. After hundreds of exchanges, he had sustained significant injuries, while Chu Ming only grew more valiant. In this ebb and flow, his defeat became inevitable. Yet, Qin Jianlin found himself utterly unable to extricate himself from the situation, with so many eyes upon him, and the subordinates of the Heavenly Dragon Manor also watching his every move. If he were to concede defeat, his standing in Linju would plummet. Chapter 288. Why do you not bow? Qin Jianlin gritted his teeth. In that instant, he suddenly retreated several steps, his right hand forming a claw. A powerful energy coalesced in his palm. In an instant, his gaze turned fierce, and his figure shot forth towards Chu Ming like a bolt of lightning. Qin Jianlin was about to get serious. Chu Ming narrowed his eyes, feeling the weight of the moment. In terms of cultivation, he was undoubtedly inferior to Qin Jianlin. Even with the profound energy of the Eternal Dark Path technique, there remained a gap between a half-step entry-level and a true entry-level master. He had managed to hold his own against Chen Duran partly due to the use of the Underworld Blade, but he did not wish to resort to it in this instance. Cold Dark Ghost Fire. Chu Ming ignited a blue flame in his palm, launching a punch to meet the fierce claw wind. Boom. The clash of claw and fist sent flames scattering. Ice spread along their arms, crystallizing as it went. At that moment everyone held their breath, their full attention captured by the spectacle. In the clash of masters, every detail mattered. Both Chu Ming and Qin Jianlin's eyes were filled with intensity. You are defeated. Qin Jianlin snorted coldly, his power surging instantly. Not necessarily. Chu Ming's right hand trembled, the cold dark ghost fire once again expanding. Boom. The point of contact erupted with a gust of wind. Both figures staggered backward. Chu Ming fell into Tang Lin's embrace, while Qin Jianlin tumbled helplessly into the arms of the black-clad men from the Heavenly Dragon Manor. Both their faces were ashen. Mutually assured destruction. Jiyu Shengwu instinctively stepped forward, horrified at the outcome. It actually ended up like this. This implied that Chu Ming's strength was on par with Qin Jianlin's. Yi Wandong gasped, his emotions complex as he sat down. The power dynamics in Linzhou had always been dominated by the Heavenly Dragon Manor, the military, the city lord's mansion, and the great families. Each city adhered to this structure, yet today, in Linzhou, that structure was shattered. Someone had challenged the authority of the Heavenly Dragon Manor. To be able to fight to a standstill with the envoy of the Heavenly Dragon was already remarkable, yet, the martial artist present could see that in this battle, Chu Ming had the upper hand. Junior, Qin Jianlin's expression darkened as he stood, his gaze fixed intently on the not-so-distant Chu Ming. I admit you indeed possess some skill. However, no matter how skilled you are today, you cannot surpass me nor the Heavenly Dragon Manor. Qin Jianlin clenched his fists. Although he could not deal with this young man named Chu today, he still had one final move. Qin Jianlin took out a jade pendant from his robe. It was a greenish-red gem with a dragon's hidden HUE.by order of the Heavenly Dragon, all must obey. Qin Jianlin bellowed, raising the jade pendant above his head. At this sight, the crowd was momentarily stunned. Then, not only did the black-clad men of the Heavenly Dragon Manor react, but even Jiyu Shengwu from the military, Yi Wandong, Zhao Dongcheng, and several officials from the city lord's mansion turned pale. They all emerged from their tents and bowed towards Qin Jianlin. We await the orders of the Heavenly Dragon Envoy. The status of the Heavenly Dragon Manor surpassed the three major powers. The position of the Heavenly Dragon Envoy was even more transcendent. Even if they were reluctant, no one dared to challenge the authority of the Heavenly Dragon Manor. Even the abbot Zhuangji sighed at this scene, placing his palms together in reverence towards Qin Jianlin. Amitabha, almost everyone bowed in submission, save for Chu Ming and Tang Lin, who remained unmoved. A cold smile crept onto Qin Jianlin's lips. Young man named Chu, why do you not bow upon seeing the Heavenly Dragon order? Do you not know that if you refuse to bow, you are challenging the authority of the Heavenly Dragon Manor? Do you wish to be a traitor to Huaxia? As these words fell, all eyes turned to Chu Ming. Ming Xiao, quickly bow your head. Yi Long urged, if Qin Jianlin labels you as such it will be disastrous. For Qin Jianlin to act, he needed a justification. If Chu Ming refused to bow now, he would provide him with that very reason. He could wholly justify using the power of the Heavenly Dragon Manor to annihilate Chiyu Lake. Bow? Why should I bow? Chu Ming scoffed. Ming Xiao. Yi Long's face showed urgency. If you bow, even if he wishes to act against you, he will lack a reason. Ridiculous, Chu Ming retorted with a cold snort. Today I will not bow. What can Qin Jianlin do to me? Chu Ming's declaration was resolute. Everyone gazed at him in astonishment. For many years, only Chu Ming dared to provoke the Heavenly Dragon Manor of Linzhou. Jiyu Shengwu, Yi Wandong, and others wore complex expressions. In this situation, Chu Ming's desire to assert himself was indeed a foolish endeavor. Ha ha ha. Qin Jianlin laughed heartily. What can you do to me? Chu Ming, do you think that just because you are the young master of the capital you can act with impunity? Come, seize this traitor for me. Qin Jianlin had originally intended to force Chu Ming to bow, to give himself an avenue of retreat, but he never imagined that Chu Ming would be so obstinate. Thus, he directly labeled Chu Ming as such, and no one would dare to question it. Upon hearing Qin Jianlin's command, the black-clad men of the Heavenly Dragon Manor rushed forward, surrounding both Chu Ming and Tang Lin. Interesting, Chu Ming remarked with a faint smile. He retrieved a token from his robe. This token bore a striking resemblance to the one in Qin Jianlin's hand. With a sudden surge, Chu Ming infused his spiritual energy into it. In that instant, the sound of a dragon's roar echoed. Heavenly Dragon Envoy Chu Ming is here. Who dares to behave recklessly? Chu Ming's voice resonated throughout the square. This scene left the grandmasters of the Qianlong mansion utterly stunned. Not only him, but also Jiyu Shengwu, Yi Wendong, Yi Long. Everyone wore expressions of bewilderment. Even Qin Jianlin's eyes widened in shock. What? He gasped, scrutinizing the token in Chu Ming's hand. It was undoubtedly the Qianlong token. This meant Chu Ming was the Qianlong envoy. How could this be possible? Observing the reactions of the crowd, Chu Ming smirked coldly. He scanned the room and bellowed, you all, why do you not bow? Do you dare show disrespect to the Qianlong mansion? Upon hearing this, the grandmasters of the Qianlong mansion exchanged glances, hesitating. Chu Ming's identity had left them in profound shock. However, as time passed, Someone in the crowd stepped back a few paces and cupped their fists in salute to Chu Ming. We have met the Qianlong envoy. This action caused the other hesitant grandmasters to turn pale as they all bowed in respect to Chu Ming. Jiyu Shengwu, Yi Wendong, Zhao Dongcheng, and others followed suit. We have met the Qianlong envoy. Witnessing this, Chu Ming smirked coldly. His gaze returned to Qin Jianlin. Did you just claim I am a traitor to Huaxia? Qin Jianlin, you have slandered a fellow of the Qianlong mansion. What punishment do you deserve? Chapter 289. Qin Jianlin, come forth. Chu Ming's inquiry left Qin Jianlin momentarily at a loss. He never anticipated that Chu Ming would produce the Qianlong jade pendant at such a critical moment. This was the insignia bestowed by the Qianlong mansion upon its envoys. Each jade pendant was unique. Qin Jianlin, answer me. Chu Ming's voice echoed again. What are your intentions? Cold sweat trickled down Qin Jianlin's forehead. He clenched his fists, staring coldly at Chu Ming. All eyes in the crowd were now fixated on him. Chu Ming, is it? Very well. I shall remember you. Qin Jianlin gritted his teeth, fully aware that if he continued to entangle himself today, he would lose face in front of this assembly. We are leaving. With a wave of his hand, the cloaked grandmasters fell in line. Envoy Qin, are we truly departing like this? A grandmaster in the crowd asked. Reluctant slap, Qin Jianlin struck him across the face, leaving him dazed. Otherwise, do you have a better plan? Qin Jianlin retorted coldly. The grandmaster, clutching his face, wore a grim expression. He indeed had no alternative. Wait, once I ascertain the true identity of this Chu, I will return to reclaim my dignity, Qin Jianlin declared ominously. His words sent a shiver through the surrounding grandmasters. Those marked by Qin Jianlin's eye typically met with dire fates. Meanwhile, the crowd watched in astonishment as Qin Jianlin retreated in disgrace. Their faces a mixture of shock and complexity. As they gazed at Chu Ming's departing figure, many harbored fervent admiration. Previously, when Chu Ming claimed he could not summon the underworld king and could only befriend him, many had expressed discontent. After all, he was merely Chu Ming, and even if they befriended him, it felt like a compromise of their own status. However, now that Chu Ming had revealed the Qianlong jade pendant, everything had changed. To befriend a Qianlong envoy was an elevation of their own standing. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a light drizzle. Amitabha, today's events have truly astonished this humble monk. Chu Shizu. Master Zhuangji clasped his hands together and bowed gently to Chu Ming. It has been many days since we last met. You have indeed become a figure of prominence among men. Master Zhuangji, you flatter me, Chu Ming replied with a faint smile. I remain the same Chu Ming. Such titles are of no concern to me. You are too humble, Chu Shizu. Zhuangji nodded calmly. However, Qin Jianlin is known for his vindictiveness. Having offended him today may bring unrest to Chiyu Lake. Indeed, Ming Xiao, that Qin Jianlin does not appear to be a simple adversary. Tang Lin expressed her concerns. If he decides to cause trouble again, it could lead to significant issues. I am well aware of that. Chu Ming chuckled softly, draping his coat over Tang Lin's shoulders. Feeling the warmth envelop her, Tang Lin was momentarily taken aback. Ming Xiao. It's raining. Where this, Chu Ming instructed. I shall return shortly. Chu Ming slowly stepped into the misty rain curtain surrounding Chiyu Lake. As Tang Lin opened her mouth to speak, a sudden flash of lightning illuminated the scene. And by the time it faded, Chu Ming's silhouette had vanished. Ming Xiao, Tang Lin murmured to herself, the coat still carrying a trace of Chu Ming's scent. Meanwhile, Qin Jianlin and his companions were already in their vehicle. Damn it, how could that Chu Ming possibly be the Qianlong envoy? Qin Jianlin's expression darkened as he realized the King of Madness had not issued any orders to appoint a new envoy. From where did he obtain that jade pendant? Envoy Qin, I heard that Chu Ming hails from the capital. Could he possibly be connected to the Northern Dragon Sovereign? One of the Grandmasters whispered. Dragon Sovereign. Qin Jianlin furrowed his brow. The Dragon and Madness Sovereigns had always been at odds. If Chu Ming were truly affiliated with the Dragon Sovereign, he would have reason to deal with him. Yet, he had yet to ascertain his true identity. Moreover, he had the Underworld King backing him. Qin Jianlin gritted his teeth, filled with fury. Today, he sought vengeance for Wang Weiguo and his son. Yet, instead of achieving that, he had been humiliated. He had lost considerable face. Just as Qin Jianlin contemplated how to retaliate, the car abruptly slammed to a halt. Qin Jianlin nearly collided with the seat in front of him. Can you drive? He shouted in frustration. Envoy Qin, look ahead. The driver of the Qianlong mansion stammered, "What is ahead?" Qin Jinlin frowned, turning to look. Upon seeing the scene ahead, his breath caught in his throat. A figure clad in black robes and a mask stood before them. The robe was voluminous and the mask was eerie. A name flashed through Qin Jianlin's mind. Underworld King. He was utterly horrified. The Underworld King had actually appeared. What did he intend to do? Qin Jianlin questioned in confusion. However, before he and his companions could react, the Underworld King raised his right hand, unleashing a blinding flash of blade light. The might of the third tier of the Underworld blade. In an instant, a fissure appeared in the midst of the black vehicle. The sound of cracking echoed as the vehicle split apart, crashing to the sides. Qin Jianlin's scalp tingled. He stared wide-eyed at the shadowy figure in black. Such a technique was beyond his capabilities. With a single stroke, the car was cleaved in two. Not only him, but the other black-robed grandmasters also turned pale. The driver wore a look of terror. His mind blank as he failed to comprehend what had just transpired. Qin Jinlin, come forth. The Underworld King's cold and detached voice reverberated through the rain-soaked air. His voice echoed like a whisper from the depths of hell. Chilling and spine-tingling. It was only at this moment that many grasped why the figure before them was referred to as the Underworld King. Underworld King. Qin Jinlin inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing his fright. Before finally standing, "What do you want?" "What do I want?" The Underworld King replied with a chilling smile. "Do you think you can simply walk away after causing a ruckus in my Qiyu Lake?" Upon hearing this, Qin Jinlin felt a jolt of fear. Indeed, he had come for the sake of Qiyu Lake. "Underworld King, I warn you, I am an envoy of the Qianlong mansion. If you lay a finger on me." The Qianlong mansion. Qin Jinlin spoke through gritted teeth, yet his words were cut short as a sharp blade light grazed his cheek. Two strands of hair floated away in the rain. The Underworld King's icy voice followed. "Are you threatening this king?" Chapter 290. Do not provoke. Chu Ming's cold words rendered Qin Jianlin's body rigid. He had not even seen the movement of that blade just now. This signified the Underworld King had intentionally aimed away. If he were to engage in battle with the Underworld King, he would likely face a disastrous defeat. Just how powerful was he? Qin Jianlin was filled with astonishment. Underworld King. He stammered, "Let us speak properly. There may indeed be some misunderstanding. Chu Ming scoffed, "What I witnessed was you leading your men to trouble my disciple at Qiyu Lake." "Nothing more. No, that is not the case." Qin Jinlin hurriedly countered, "This is all a misunderstanding. My disciple is a figure of excellence. How could I possibly trouble him?" He forced a smile, utterly lacking the courage to fight against this enigmatic Underworld King. Yet, in the next moment, Chu Ming's right hand suddenly twisted. The blade light descended instantly. The vehicle, which had already been cleaved in two, was now shattered into countless pieces. The passengers froze in shock. The driver found himself sitting on the cold ground. Realizing he was left holding only the steering wheel while all the other components had been neatly severed, such a spectacle was something they had never heard of or seen before. "I do not wish to hear your excuses," Chu Ming coldly declared. "What I demand is your explanation. Provide me with a satisfactory account or I shall claim your life today." A blue flame ignited in Chu Ming's left hand. Astonishingly, at the moment the blue flame manifested, the rain curtain around him seemed to freeze. All the raindrops coalesced into tiny beads cascading to the ground. Qin Jianlin's complexion turned ghostly pale as he recalled Wang Weiguo lying in the hospital and the grim fates of his subordinates. In that instant, he comprehended why Wang Weiguo and the others had sustained such grievous injuries. "Your Majesty, I am willing to offer 20 million in funds to Qiyu Lake," Qin Jianlin stammered, his voice filled with desperation. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a blade flashed through the air. Qin Jianlin felt a sudden warmth in his shoulder, and blood gushed forth instantaneously. Pain surged through him, and he was drenched in sweat. Clutching his right shoulder, he discovered a grievous wound on his shoulder, where flesh had been rent asunder, exposing nearly white bone. This scene rendered the masters of the Qianlong mansion speechless. The speed of that blade, which even Qin Jianlin could not evade. How swift was it? The next strike would not be so simple. Chu Ming's gaze turned frigid as he warned, "Qin Jianlin, think carefully before you speak." Gritting his teeth, Qin Jianlin fully realized that his strength was utterly inferior to that of the King of Hades. the blade in the hands of the king of Hades had surely reached the level of a celestial artifact. How could one provoke a being of such formidable power? Your Majesty, I am willing to provide 500 million in funds along with 3 top-tier spiritual stones and 3 bottles of exquisite elixirs. Qin Jianlin declared, vowing, moreover, I assure you that I will no longer trouble Chiyu Lake in the slightest. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming snorted coldly. Remember your words. He extinguished the blue flame in his left hand. And a dark wind swirled at his feet. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Chu Ming vanished into the rain curtain. Observing Chu Ming's receding figure, Qin Jianlin's legs buckled and he collapsed to the ground. He realized that he was drenched in cold sweat from head to toe. This is the King of Hades. Qin Jianlin's breath quickened. He had initially believed that the King of Hades was merely his peer. How mistaken he had been. The power of the King of Hades was undoubtedly beyond his own. In a life-or-death conflict, he feared he would not be able to inflict even the slightest harm upon the King of Hades. In Linju City, the tides were about to change. Qin Jianlin chuckled bitterly to himself. The misty rain washed over the somber sky. 2 hours later, at the First People's Hospital of Linju City, in the inpatient ward, Wang Weiguo had emerged from the brink of death and his frostbite had been properly treated. The newly assigned doctor stated that with proper care and a few minor surgeries, Wang Weiguo's face would recover. Yet, Wang Weiguo's countenance remained grim. He gazed out at the overcast sky, suddenly sighing heavily. Father, do not worry, Wang Bin reassured him with a smile. Grandfather Qin has gone to Chiyu Lake to seek justice for us. I believe that soon, the King of Hades will kneel before us and sincerely apologize. At that time, you can do as you please. Wang Bin's words eased the tension in Wang Weiguo's previously rigid expression. You are right. As long as Grandfather Qin intervenes, there should be no issues. That accursed King of Hades dares to act against us. He is doomed. Wang Weiguo gritted his teeth, though the expression caused him to wince in pain. Father, please remain calm. I believe news will come soon, Wang Bin replied coldly. A mere King of Hades dares to be so audacious. Does he not realize where he is? In Linju City. Having offended Grandfather Qin is tantamount to signing his own death warrant. Well said. Wang Weiguo scoffed. Once your Grandfather Qin has incapacitated him, I shall personally take my revenge. Ideally, I want to slice his face piece by piece so that he may experience the agony of a life worse than death. Indeed, and what of that Guo Ji? Wang Bin spat. A penniless student dares to defy us. Once the King of Hades is vanquished, I shall see what support he still possesses. At that time, I will return my suffering to him 1,000-fold. A myriad-fold. As they discussed the matter, the hearts of the father and son were filled with anticipation and vengeful fury. Yet at that moment, the door to the ward was abruptly pushed open. Wang Weiguo. Someone has come to visit. The nurse's voice rang out from the entrance. Both Wang Weiguo and his son turned to look. An elderly man wrapped in bandages entered. Uncle Qin. Wang Weiguo exclaimed, taken aback. Why are you here? Grandfather Qin, your arm? Wang Bin noticed the bandages on Qin Jianlin's right arm. What happened to your arm? Without uttering a word, Qin Jianlin entered, sitting silently beside Wang Weiguo's hospital bed. He sighed. Weiguo, it is not that I did not warn you. Do not provoke Chiyu Lake or the King of Hades. Upon hearing this, both Wang Weiguo and Wang Bin froze in disbelief. What was Qin Jianlin implying? Grandfather Qin, what do you mean by do not provoke? Wang Bin asked, puzzled. What exactly transpired? Indeed, Uncle Qin, the King of Hades is not particularly powerful. With your strength, can you not subdue him? Wang Weiguo asked in shock. Or does he have a powerful ally? Neither. Qin Jianlin sighed. I do not wish to elaborate on the specifics, remember my words. Do not provoke Chiyu Lake or the King of Hades. Chapter 291. The anxious Wang Weiguo. Qin Jianlin's words left Wang Weiguo and his son exchanging bewildered glances. They could not fathom why the immensely powerful Qin Jianlin would retreat from the King of Hades. I do not wish to say more. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Weiguo, focus on your recovery. Qin Jianlin departed the ward with a grim expression. Wang Weiguo stared blankly at his retreating figure, feeling as though Qin Jianlin had aged a decade. Qin Jianlin shared a long-standing friendship with his father, a secret known only to their two families, yet now Qin Jianlin was warning them not to provoke the King of Hades. Why? Father, what is going on? Wang Bin asked through gritted teeth. How could a master like Grandfather Qin be unable to contend with the King of Hades? He is from the Qianlong mansion. Silence, Wang Weiguo snapped coldly. Wang Bin immediately fell silent. Yet confusion still filled his eyes. Do not look at me like that. I do not know either. Wang Weiguo frowned. Hold on, I will make a call to inquire. Something must have happened. Wang Weiguo took out his phone. Even as he spoke, traces of pain crossed his face. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to clarify what had transpired. The call connected swiftly. On the other end was an old subordinate of Wang Weiguo's, who had since been transferred to work at the Qianlong mansion in Linju City. Hello Xiaosong, it's me, Wang Tuan. Yes, I wish to inquire about what happened this afternoon when the Qin envoy visited Chiyu Lake. Upon hearing Wang Weiguo's inquiry, the old subordinate fell silent. What is it? Wang Weiguo sensed the change in tone. What is it, Xiaosong? Is there something you cannot disclose? Wang Tuan, regarding this matter, the Qin envoy has issued a gag order. The subordinate hesitated. I cannot say much, but I can tell you that the Qin envoy was defeated by a young man named Chu. And on his way back, he was attacked by the King of Hades. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Wang Weiguo and Wang Bin's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Jianlin was defeated by a young man named Chu. He was attacked by the King of Hades. How could this be possible? That is all I can say, the old subordinate replied apologetically. I am sorry, Wang Tuan, but I cannot discuss anything further. Please do not disclose this. I am taking a risk by revealing it out of respect for how you once treated me. I understand. Wang Weiguo inhaled deeply, hastily responding. Wang Tuan, I have some matters to attend to. I will hang up now. All right, Wang Weiguo ended the call, remaining silent for a moment. Wang Bin, observing his father, felt the weight of the silence. How could this be? After a lengthy pause, Wang Weiguo finally spoke incredulously. Uncle Qin actually lost to a young man named Chu. That young man named Chu must be Guoji's master Chu Ming. Wang Bin exclaimed, but this is impossible. I know it seems impossible, yet your grandfather Qin's expression cannot be feigned. Wang Weiguo's brow furrowed. Could it be that this King of Hades has attained the Taoist realm? If that is the case, we are in grave danger. Wang Bin trembled. Father, should we leave Linju City? Hearing his son's words, Wang Weiguo broke into a cold sweat. He did not respond. Father, Wang Bin urged anxiously. Silence. Wang Weiguo gritted his teeth, seething. It is all your fault for stirring up trouble. Now look what we've done. We've provoked someone we should not have. Wang Weiguo's heart raced like a panicked ant on a hot stove. Vengeance and humiliation were no longer within his grasp. To think of avenging himself against someone who even Qin Jianlin could not confront. That would be tantamount to seeking death. Father, if we do not flee soon, it may be too late. Wang Bin's voice quivered with a hint of desperation. He has been frightened to tears. At merely 20 years of age. He has never encountered such a scene before. Flee? Where would he flee to? Wang Weiguo shot him a fierce glare, saying, if the King of Hell intends to deal with us, even if we escape overseas, he will find a way to pursue us. Even your grandfather Qin cannot contend with him. Do you truly believe we can escape? Wang Weiguo's fists clenched tightly, his complexion ashen. Wang Bin mirrored this distress. In a moment of desperation, Wang Weiguo exclaimed, you must quickly find someone to purchase a substantial gift. Then send it to Chiyu Lake. Once I am able to rise from this bed tomorrow, I will accompany you to apologize at Chiyu Lake. We must earnestly plead for forgiveness from Guoji and his master Chu Ming. Perhaps with their intercession, the King of Hell may relent. Upon hearing this, Wang Bin finally regained his composure. He promptly replied, all right, I will do as you say, Father. I will retrieve the family bank card and have someone buy a generous gift to send over. Hurry. If we delay, it may be too late. Wang Weiguo urged. Today, Qin Jianlin's disturbance at Chiyu Lake has undoubtedly provoked the King of Hell. They must apologize at the earliest opportunity. Otherwise, the King of Hell will not spare them. The father and son quickly reached a consensus and sprang into action. Wang Bin stepped out to attend to Wang Weiguo's request, while Wang Weiguo anxiously lay in bed awaiting news. His right hand trembled involuntarily. He deeply regretted having entangled himself with such troublesome figures. Merely an hour later, Wang Bin returned to the hospital room. What happened? Wang Weiguo inquired urgently. I purchased an exquisite jade sculpture at a high price. Along with some gold and silver jewelry. It has already been dispatched, Wang Bin reported. I also wrote a letter stating that once you are able to get out of bed tomorrow, you will personally go to Chiyu Lake to apologize. Good. Well done. Wang Weiguo nodded with excitement. Perhaps if we can obtain Guo Ji and Chu Ming's forgiveness, the King of Hell will let us off lightly. In comparison to their lives, what do some jade sculptures and treasures matter? Yet merely half an hour later, a flamboyantly dressed young ruffian rushed into the ward. Brother Bin, something has happened. What is it? Wang Bin frowned upon seeing the young ruffian. Did I not instruct you to deliver the gifts? I did, he replied defensively, but they sent them back. They also included a letter for you. What? Wang Bin and Wang Weiguo exchanged glances. Wang Bin quickly snatched the note from the jewelry, upon opening it and reading its contents. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead and he collapsed onto the floor. What does it say? Let me see. Wang Weiguo, alarmed, gritted his teeth and rose, enduring the pain as he snatched the note from Wang Bin's hands. The note contained only 8 words. Had I known today, I would not have acted thus. Upon seeing these 8 words, Wang Weiguo's body trembled and he slumped back onto the bed. It's over. It's all over. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a desolate glow upon the father and son. Chapter 292. Su Jingqing Chiyu Lake. The welcoming banquet for Chu Ming had just concluded, and various families and dignitaries approached him privately for casual conversation, bestowing numerous gifts. Chu Ming, having fallen into disfavor, accepted them all. He was in dire need of resources and connections. The protagonist Chu Kuang remained a thorn in his side. Only by becoming more powerful could he gain the confidence to confront the still-living protagonist, Chu Kuang. As most of the guests departed, Jiyu Shengwu took the initiative to remain behind. Young Master Chu, I have a request. In the reception room, Chu Ming raised his head. For Director Jiyu to personally speak, it must be a significant matter. It's not particularly urgent. Jiyu Shengwu chuckled. I just contacted Vice Mayor Su. He was unable to attend today due to official duties, but he is very eager to meet you, young Master Chu. I wonder if you might grace him with your presence tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming frowned. The position of vice mayor, in some regions of Huaxia, is akin to that of a deputy mayor. This vice mayor Su is undoubtedly a high-ranking official within the city lord's estate. If memory serves, his full name is Su Jingcheng, a duplicitous character. In the original plot, this Su Jingcheng bullied the company owned by the protagonist Chu Kuang's family. When Chu Kuang's father, Chu Pinghai, sought an explanation, he was met with violence from Su Jingcheng's men. Upon learning this, Chu Kuang flew into a rage and stormed into Su Jingcheng's home that very night, leaving his entire family in a pool of blood. When Chu Ming first read this scene, he found it exhilarating. However, now, reflecting on it, he recognized the protagonist's actions as excessively extreme. A single misstep led to the slaughter of an entire household. If everyone were like Chu Kuang, madness would reign. Vice Mayor Su, you say? Chu Ming regarded Jiyu Shengwu thoughtfully. Very well, I shall go tomorrow. He was determined to meet this Su Jingcheng, who had suffered such a fate. Should he indeed be utterly depraved, Chu Ming would not hesitate to act. However, if Su Jingcheng demonstrated wisdom, Chu Ming would strive to alter the course of events surrounding the demise of the Su family. That would be splendid. Jiyu Shengwu smiled. I will arrange for lunch at the Hongming Hotel. I will communicate the specifics of the private room to Vice Mayor Su and send them to your phone shortly. Understood. Chu Ming nodded. In that case, I shall take my leave. Jiyu Shengwu bowed respectfully to Chu Ming. Since witnessing Chu Ming's equal prowess against Qin Jianlin, Jiyu Shengwu had considerably lowered his demeanor. After Jiyu Shengwu departed, Tang Lin, puzzled, spoke up. Young Master Ming, you used to avoid such banquets. Why have you agreed this time? Because this Su Jingcheng is rather intriguing, Chu Ming replied with a smile. You must instruct Yulong to mobilize some of the Yi family's experts to ensure the security of the Hongming Hotel tomorrow. What? Tang Lin's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. Young Master Ming, do you intend to? It's merely a precaution, Chu Ming explained. This Su Jingcheng is not a benevolent character. On the surface, Su Jingcheng appears to be an upstanding individual, but behind the scenes, he orchestrates numerous schemes. The author merely touched upon this in the original plot, yet Chu Ming must remain vigilant. Sending Yulong and his men is the wisest course of action. I understand. Tang Lin nodded. I will notify him immediately. With that, Tang Lin left the conference room, leaving Chu Ming alone. He sipped his tea and retrieved his black phone. sure enough, following the confrontation with Qin Jianlin. Numerous messages had appeared on the screen. Most of these notifications were from the Urban Cultivation app. Congratulations, you have successfully altered the original plot. Plot points 500. Reward, 500 plot points. Relevant items have been credited to your account. Please swipe to collect. Congratulations, you have successfully reversed the original plot. Plot points 1000. Reward, 1000 plot points. Relevant items have been credited to your account. Please swipe to collect. Congratulations, through your unremitting efforts, the plot progression has advanced. Current plot progression, 31, additional rewards, plot points x 600. Note, the luck index of the original protagonist is 69. Advancing the plot progression can significantly weaken the protagonist's luck, enhancing the user's remaining plot points, 7124. Upon seeing these messages, Chu Ming was initially taken aback, then realization dawned upon him. The earlier rewards must have come from Su Jianlin, while the latter rewards undoubtedly stemmed from the protagonist. Chu Kuang, indeed, the protagonist yet lives. Gritting his teeth, Chu Ming remarked, due to his influence the plot has automatically shifted, reflecting back upon me. I wonder what crucial elements he has altered. Should he break through to the Dao realm ahead of time, my situation would become even more precarious. I must without fail reach the Dao realm before Chu Kuang acquires his power. Chu Ming gazed at the words on the Urban Cultivation app, his fist clenched tightly. It is imperative to hasten my search for opportunities to break through to the Dao realm. Sighing, Chu Ming thought, if I cannot find anything, I may have to venture once more to the back mountain of Longyan Temple. The back mountain of Longyan Temple conceals the temple's secret, safeguarded for a millennium. It opens the gateway to the netherworld. There many opportunities await to assist Chu Ming, yet he was acutely aware that should the mechanisms of that gate be triggered, the entirety of Linju City would be plunged into chaos. The demons from the netherworld would flood into Linju City. At that moment, the gates of hell would swing wide, and the human realm would descend into turmoil. This is a fate Chu Ming wishes to avoid. Chen Xian had mentioned that Chu Kuang's strength had rapidly ascended to the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level, bolstered by the resources of the Chen family. Chu Ming muttered to himself, if he seeks to attain the Dao realm, he will require even more resources to break through to half-step Dao, and then seek opportunities to fully enter the Dao. However, he himself is the king of hell who has lived for 9,000 years, while I am merely the great villain who has crossed over. My innate understanding of the Dao is inherently inferior to his. If I wish to outpace him, I must seize every moment to comprehend the Dao. Chu Ming took a deep breath. The Dao realm has obstructed countless individuals, otherwise the elders of the Chen family would not be so few. The Chu family has only their ancient ancestor. In other cities, the Dao realm is also exceedingly rare. Regardless of the circumstances, I can only take one step at a time. Chu Ming let out a sigh. Gazing towards the capital city, where no news had yet emerged regarding Chu Kuang. It seemed he would have to begin his inquiries in Linju City. Furrowing his brow, Chu Ming turned off the screen of his black phone. What he possessed in excess compared to Chu Kuang was the fortune contained within this black device. By fully utilizing the resources provided by the app, he might just turn the tide in his favor. Success or failure hinged upon his forthcoming actions in Linju City. Rising to his feet, Chu Ming looked out at the dimly lit sky. Outside the window, the moon was shrouded by dark clouds, and a fierce wind howled. Chapter 293. Replacing the old with the new. Linju City, Hongming Grand Hotel. This was the territory that the Zhao family had partially sold to Chu Ming. The choice of dining location by Su Jingcheng and Jiyu Shengwu was indeed thought-provoking. At 11:30, Chu Ming arrived punctually at the door of the Tianzi No. 1 private room, accompanied by Tang Lin. As he pushed the door open, two middle-aged men seated within immediately stood up. Young Master Chu, spoke Jiyu Shengwu, who had come today to introduce Chu Ming to Su Jingcheng. Director Jiyu arrived quite early. Chu Ming replied with a faint smile, gesturing for Tang Lin to take her seat. Tang Lin obediently sat beside him, while Chu Ming took the honored position at the table. Ha ha, too kind, Jiyu Shengwu chuckled, quickly extending his hand to introduce young Master Chu. This is Su Jingcheng, the deputy city lord. Chu Ming glanced over, noting that Su Jingqing was dressed in a tailored suit, sporting a crew cut and a small mustache. He presented a quintessential image of an elite individual. "Greetings, young Master Chu," Su Jingqing said with a smile, extending his right hand. "Thank you for gracing us with your presence amidst your busy schedule." "You are Su Jingqing?" Chu Ming inquired, smiling lightly as he extended his left hand. "Indeed, that's me," Su Jingqing nodded eagerly. "Have you heard of me, young Master Chu?" "Indeed, I have heard a few things," Chu Ming replied. After a brief handshake, they released each other's hands. Su Jingqing's demeanor did not suggest he was the type to commit heinous acts. Yet in the original narrative, his fate was far worse than Chu Ming's. Chu Ming recalled that Su Jingqing had a nickname, the Smiling Tiger. "I wonder, Deputy City Lord, what brings you to seek my company?" Chu Ming asked directly, sensing the weight of the conversation. "Haha, young Master Chu, you are forthright," Su Jingqing laughed. "Then allow me to be candid." With a wave of his hand, he signaled his subordinates to pour wine for Chu Ming. The red, translucent wine filled the glass, and its aroma wafted enticingly toward him. Chu Ming swelled the glass, inhaling deeply. "A limited edition Burgundy from the last century," he remarked with a smile. "Deputy City Lord, you certainly have exquisite taste." Su Jingqing's generosity was indeed noteworthy. Such wine would cost no less than several 100,000 huaxia coins per bottle, and this offering was likely even more valuable. "Fine wine for fine company," Su Jingqing replied with a gentle smile. "The purpose of my invitation to young Master Chu is to discuss a matter of significance." "And what matter might that be?" Chu Ming countered. "It concerns the Qianlong Mansion." Su Jingqing articulated each word clearly. "The Qianlong Mansion." Upon hearing this phrase, Chu Ming narrowed his eyes. He set down his wine glass and fixed his gaze on Su Jingqing. "What does Deputy City Lord imply? I fail to comprehend." To put it simply, it entails replacing Qin Jianlin, Su Jingqing stated calmly. "I wonder, young Master Chu, do you harbor such thoughts?" The implications of Su Jingqing's words dawned upon Chu Ming. He was astonished by the audacity of Su Jingqing's ambitions. The envoy of the Qianlong Mansion in Linju City was not a position one could simply assume. One must first be a member of the Qianlong Mansion and possess the requisite cultivation level. It was unexpected that Su Jingqing was contemplating such a bold move. "Are you suggesting we remove Qin Jianlin from his position as envoy of the Qianlong Mansion?" Chu Ming asked, seeking confirmation. "Indeed." Su Jingqing nodded earnestly, adding, "But the crux lies in how to accomplish this and who would take his place." "Intriguing," Chu Ming chuckled. "Deputy City Lord, you must have your own ideas on this matter." "Correct? Indeed, I do," Su Jingqing replied with a smile. "However, to execute this plan, I require young Master Chu's assistance." Chu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly as he observed the silent Jiyu Shengwu and the solemn-faced Su Jingqing. It appeared that they had reached a consensus. "When did this occur?" Chu Ming inquired, recalling that in the original narrative, Su Jingqing had little association with Jiyu Shengwu, yet now, they sat before him, conspiring to unseat Qin Jianlin. "A month ago," Jiyu Shengwu responded. "Young Master Chu must have remained in the capital and thus been unaware." "What transpired a month ago?" Chu Ming pressed. "A month ago, the military and the city lord's office underwent a reshuffle." Jiyu Shengwu explained. "Many senior officials opposing Qin Jianlin were demoted. Among my old colleagues of the same rank, 3 were forced into retirement, countless others were reassigned. Qin Jianlin had assumed office 3 years prior. Leveraging the resources of Linju City to solidify his power, there had been murmurs of discontent from the start, yet he had ignored them, gradually placing his own people within both factions. A month ago, he had initiated his moves. Jiyu Shengwu's words illuminated the situation for Chu Ming. For reasons unknown, Qin Jianlin had wielded his influence against the military hierarchy. Both Jiyu Shengwu and the city lord's office had suffered as a result. "Su Jingqing and I belong to the neutral factions within both camps, which is why we have so far been spared," Su Jingqing said gravely. "However, in the coming years there's no telling what pretexts he might concoct to replace us. We are left with no option but to unite for self-preservation." Their discourse provided Chu Ming with a clearer understanding of the situation. Qin Jianlin's blade had already struck down upon the military and the city lord's office, leaving those affected to be discarded. Although Jiyu Shengwu and Su Jingqing had narrowly escaped, neither wished to be the next victims of an unexpected coup. No wonder Wang Weiguo had recently grown so close to Qin Jianlin. Chu Ming began to grasp the implications. the upheaval instigated by Qin Jianlin had led a faction of high-ranking officials from both the military and the city lord's office to align with him. Yet, he was puzzled. This sequence of events had not been included in the original narrative. Could it be that his previous interventions had prompted Qin Jianlin to act prematurely? Chu Ming furrowed his brow, wondering if perhaps the original author had simply omitted these details. Regardless, Qin Jianlin's sweeping reforms were indeed detrimental to him. Chu Ming had come to Linju City to establish his own influence to counter the protagonist. Chu Quan, now an unexpected adversary in the form of Qin Jianlin, had emerged. What are young Master Chu's thoughts on this matter? Su Jingqing inquired. Once you give your nod, we will promptly dispatch personnel to proceed with the next steps. Faced with Su Jingqing's query, Chu Ming fell silent. He trusted Jiyu Shengwu, but Su Jingqing was another matter entirely. It was too hasty to forge an alliance based on mere words. Chapter 294. A word of caution after a prolonged silence. Chu Ming finally directed his gaze towards Su Jingqing. Deputy City Lord, since you wish to enlist my participation in this conflict, what assurance can you provide? He inquired coolly. You must understand that opposing the Qianlong Mansion's envoy is a perilous endeavor. In Huaxia, the Qianlong Mansion was synonymous with authority. Su Jingqing's ambitions to challenge this power required a show of sincerity, without which Chu Ming would never acquiesce. Sincerity I possess, Su Jingqing replied gravely. From his pocket, he produced a document and placed it on the table. This is a parcel of land measuring 8,000 square meters in Linju City. He pressed his finger down on the center of the document, sliding it across the table. Chu Ming's right hand gently caught the document. Upon opening it, he discovered details regarding a development zone located in the southern part of Linju City. This land is situated within the Shaoran development zone. Su Jingqing stated. The location is quite favorable and it already has factory buildings. If young Master Chu were to acquire this land, it would undoubtedly benefit the development of Chiyu Lake. Chu Ming examined the specifics of the property. The location was indeed advantageous, but surely the factory buildings had owners. He looked up to question, are there existing proprietors? Indeed, there are owners, Su Jingqing confirmed. However, a month ago, the legal representative of this company was implicated in a crime and has since been incarcerated. The land under his name is currently undergoing judicial auction. If young Master Chu is interested, I can secure it for you at a significantly reduced price. Implicated in a crime? Chu Ming furrowed his brow. What is the name of this company? Pinghai Machinery Production Company Limited, Su Jingqing answered. Upon hearing this name, Chu Ming was taken aback. This was the company owned by the protagonist's father. Chu Pinghai was the legal representative. What had transpired a month ago that led to Chu Pinghai's arrest? Chu Ming's brow furrowed deeper. Oh, it's not a significant matter, Su Jingqing remarked casually, clearing his throat. The company was found to be experiencing cash flow issues. Upon investigation, we discovered a substantial amount of unaccounted cash, up to 10 million, hidden in Chu Pinghai's residence. Asa result, Pinghai Machinery Production Company Limited has been sealed off, thus, this piece of land has been vacated. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming's brow furrowed deeper. This narrative was all too familiar to him. He recalled that the charges against Chu Pinghai had been orchestrated by Su Jingqing. The reason for this was Chu Pinghai's refusal to offer Su Jingqing any benefits. Unlike others, subsequently, Su Jingqing dispatched someone to deliver a box brimming with gold bars to Chu Pinghai's residence, subsequently accusing him of money laundering. Now, due to Chu Ming's involvement, this scenario had been expedited. Does Deputy City Lord Su mean to say that Chu Pinghai is still imprisoned? Chu Ming inquired. No, he was released a few days ago, Su Jingqing replied with a smirk. This individual has been harassing me for the past few days. So if young Master Chu is interested in acquiring the land, I will send someone to deal with him. Rest assured on that front. Su Jingqing's words triggered a flicker of menace in the depths of Chu Ming's eyes. This Su Jingqing was indeed a hypocrite. Although the protagonist, Chu Kuang, was an unabashed lunatic, his father, Chu Pinghai, had led a straightforward and honest life. Chu Ming found it hard to believe that there were illicit funds in their household. It was more likely that Su Jingqing had deliberately planted the ill-gotten gains within Chu Pinghai's home. With his wealth and power, accomplishing such a feat was exceedingly simple for Su Jingqing. There was no need to rush. Chu Ming closed the dossier and spoke calmly. Deputy City Lord Su, there is something I am uncertain whether I should express. Please do, young Master Chu. We are to be partners moving forward. What is there that cannot be said? Su Jingqing replied with a smile. Chu Ming gazed at him, enunciating each word deliberately. If you wish to avoid demise, do not lay a finger on Chu Pinghai. As soon as these words escaped Chu Ming's lips, the atmosphere within the private room turned icy. Gu Shengwu, Su Jingqing, and several of their confidants stared at Chu Ming in astonishment. Silence enveloped the space. Jiu Shengwu furrowed his brow and asked, Young Master Chu, are you aware of what you are saying? I am. Chu Ming replied nonchalantly. What I speak is heartfelt counsel. You may frame anyone you desire, but do not conspire against Chu Pinghai. This was no jest. Chu Pinghai was the father of the madman, Chu Kuang. Given Chu Kuang's deranged mindset, should he discover this matter, his immediate reaction would be to annihilate Su Jingqing's entire family. Chu Ming's warning to Su Jingqing was also a form of consideration for him. However, Su Jingqing's expression was quite remarkable. Young Master Chu, are you threatening me? Su Jingqing's brow furrowed. I came with sincerity. Yet you utter such words. I have stated it as heartfelt counsel. Chu Ming reiterated. If you heed my advice, you shall be grateful in the future. Su Jingqing's eyes narrowed sharply as he fixed his gaze on Chu Ming. Young Master Chu, your words have lost their meaning. I, Su, do not require your guidance in my endeavors. Enough, enough. Jiu Shengwu interjected, eager to mediate the situation. What young Master Chu means is that Chu Pinghai possesses a background. Correct. It seems young Master Chu is aware that he has support behind him. Indeed, he does. Chu Ming replied calmly. Who is it? Jiu Shengwu inquired curiously. His son Chu Kuang. Chu Ming's response plunged the private room into silence once more. Slap! Su Jingqing abruptly slammed his cup down and stood up. Are you toying with us, Chu? In Su Jingqing's eyes, Chu Ming's audacious claims were not only disrespectful but also transparently fabricated lies. There were others who could replace Chu Ming. Cooperation with him was not a necessity. I am not toying with you. Chu Ming sighed. Su Jingqing, I am trying to save you. Ha! Su Jingqing scoffed coldly. Today, it is not I who lack sincerity but you. Let me be frank. We approached you out of respect, but your attitude guarantees that cooperation is impossible. Whether we collaborate or not matters little to me. Chu Ming smiled. I am not a resident of Linju City. Even if Qin Jianlin were to overstep, he would not dare provoke me. Do you truly believe we are unaware? Su Jingqing sneered, pulling out another document from his pocket and tossing it before Chu Ming. Take a good look. Chu Ming calmly picked up the document and flipped it open. It detailed his expulsion from the Chu family, and so, Chu Ming retorted, what does this prove? You have been cast out by the Chu family in the capital. You are now but a stray dog. Su Jingqing declared. We are currently showing you consideration due to your connection to the underworld king. Chu Ming, do not overstep. Upon hearing Su Jingqing's words, Chu Ming erupted into laughter. Ah, Su Jingqing, you are indeed capable of uncovering my affairs in the capital, yet regrettably, what you know is merely the view from the bottom of a well. Chu Ming closed the documents and tossed them back. Chapter 295. The mask is torn asunder. Indeed, Su Jingqing possessed the ability to discover that Chu Ming had been expelled from the capital's Chu family. However, he was only aware of one side of the story, oblivious to the other. The expulsion of Chu Ming from the family was his own decision. Chu Ming, Su Jingqing slammed the table. Are you still pretending? Apart from your mentor, the underworld king, do you have any other support? Do you truly believe you can collaborate with us on your own? Su Jingqing's expression turned frigid. Jiu Shengwu cleared his throat, attempting to mediate. Deputy City Lord Su, let us remain calm. Young Master Chu possesses his own abilities. You must not. Abilities? What abilities does he possess? Su Jingqing snorted. To be frank, I am only showing you respect because of your mentor, the underworld king. Without him, you are nothing. The moment these words were uttered, the atmosphere in the private room plummeted to an icy abyss. Jiu Shengwu grew anxious. Even without the underworld king, the celestial dragon jade pendant that Chu Ming presented that day was irrefutable. However, this information had been sealed off by Chiyu Lake and no one had leaked it. Those who did not attend the banquet only knew that Chiyu Lake had repelled Qin Jianlin. The other details remained a mystery, including to Su Jingqing. Deputy City Lord Su, you have gone too far. Jiu Shengwu admonished. Let us converse civilly. Do not lose your temper. Very well, I shall grant Director Gu this favor today. Su Jingcheng sat down and tossed a document from his pocket. But I must make it clear that our cooperation has never been with you. You are merely a messenger. Within this document lies my sincerity towards the underworld king. I wish to meet him. In the face of Su Jingcheng's demeanor, Chu Ming merely smiled faintly and took the document. It contained information regarding some auction grounds belonging to Pinghai Company. As expected, Su Jingcheng intended to use Pinghai Company as leverage to negotiate with Chu Ming. How laughable! How utterly ridiculous! Su Jingcheng, do you think you can meet my mentor with this? Chu Ming smiled lightly and returned the document. That is impossible. What did you say? Su Jingcheng's gaze sharpened, his eyes turning icy. You cannot touch this company, Chu Ming stated firmly. This is my advice to you. If you choose to disregard it, then so be it. After uttering these words, he abruptly stood up. Tang Lin, we are leaving. Yes. Tang Lin immediately rose and stepped behind Chu Ming, following him out. As they approached the door, Chu Ming suddenly halted. Let me remind you one final time. Your time is limited. Eat what you wish and spend time with your family. If you find yourself in the underworld, you will thank me. With that, Chu Ming exited the private room. His warning had been a gesture of goodwill toward Jiyu Shengwu. If Su Jingcheng chose to ignore it, it would be his own folly. Facing annihilation was of no concern to Chu Ming. Even if he intended to alter the narrative, this detail was insignificant. Chu Ming. Su Jingcheng seethed, slamming his hand on the table. However, Chu Ming had already departed the room. City Lord, should we send someone to pursue him? A nearby cloaked subordinate suddenly asked. Su Jingcheng clenched his fists, his chest heaving. No need. Let him go, Su Jingcheng replied coldly. He is merely a discarded child of the Chu family. I wonder what he can do. Deputy City Lord, do you believe there is some truth to what Chu Ming has said? Jiyu Shengwu furrowed his brow. I cannot shake the feeling that there is some credibility to his words. What credibility could there be? Su Jingcheng retorted icily. The legal representative of Pinghai Company, Chu Pinghai, already has a criminal record. It would be a piece of cake for me to eliminate him. Chu Ming is simply grasping at straws to provoke me. His arrogance now will be his downfall when Qin Jianlin comes after him. I am eager to see what he can do. Su Jingcheng clenched his fists and spoke in a low tone. Upon hearing this, Jiyu Shengwu hesitated to speak, then let out a long sigh. Meanwhile, Chu Ming was already seated in the vehicle heading back to Chiyu Lake. Young Master Ming, is that Pinghai Company? Tang Lin, driving, could not help but ask, is it operated by your fourth uncle? Most likely. Chu Ming replied, but what do your words imply? Tang Lin inquired, puzzled. That Chu Quan has already been killed by the underworld king. Could it be that there are other experts under Chu Pinghai's command? Chu Ming fell silent for a moment before speaking. What if I told you that Chu Quan is not dead? What did you say? Upon hearing these words, Tang Lin instinctively pressed the accelerator of the car. The vehicle came to a halt by the roadside. She turned back in shock, gazing at Chu Ming. Chu Quan is not dead. How could that be? This news was conveyed to me by the Chen family. Chu Ming silently reflected that Chen Ju ran to great lengths to rescue the near-death Chu Quan, yet this very Chu Quan now betrayed the Chen family and vanished without a trace. Taking a deep breath, Tang Lin's wide eyes expressed disbelief. Such a thing actually exists. Hence, this Su Jingcheng dares to act against Pinghai Company. What awaits him is the wrath of Chu Quan. Chu Ming scoffed, you know, even the King of Hell nearly failed to stop Chu Quan. How could a mere deputy city lord like him possibly restrain Chu Quan? Tang Lin suddenly nodded. Indeed, the terrifying power possessed by Chu Quan was something she had witnessed firsthand. Even the Grandmaster of the Chen family might struggle to contain Chu Quan. If Su Jingcheng heeds my advice and abandons his pursuit of Pinghai Company, perhaps he might find a way to survive. Chu Ming sneered, if he refuses to listen, he shall only meet his demise. That madman Chu Quan will not converse with him as I do, Chu Ming stated coolly, if he becomes aware of this news. Su Jingcheng can forget about living in this world. In the original narrative, Su Jingcheng's family was annihilated for this very reason. If Su Jingcheng disregards the council, his fate shall mirror that of the original plot. Some individuals are intent on courting death. Who can possibly stop them? Chu Ming let out a derisive laugh. By the way, once we return, withdraw 300 million from my account to invest in Pinghai Company. Invest in Pinghai Company? Tang Lin was momentarily taken aback. Ming Xiao, why? Isn't his son Chu Kuang associated with us? The events of that year were entirely my fault, Chu Ming sighed. Consider it a form of atonement. You should undertake this in your capacity without revealing my identity. Understood, my subordinate will comply. Tang Lin nodded resolutely. Pinghai Machinery Manufacturing Company Limited had a mere scale of approximately 50 million. By infusing 300 million. Chu Ming could effectively resurrect the company. Realizing this, Tang Lin immediately started the vehicle. The roar of the engine echoed as they sped away. Chapter 296. Pinghai Company. 2 hours later. Within a vacant factory in the southern development zone of Linju City, a middle-aged man clad in a wrinkled suit sat dejectedly, smoking a cigarette. His attire was disheveled, with an untidy collar. His hair and beard were unkempt, and his eyes were bloodshot yet devoid of spirit. As he surveyed the empty factory floor, his brow furrowed, and despair enveloped him. At that moment, a woman ascended the staircase. Though she bore a few wrinkles on her forehead, her exquisite features remained evident. Pinghai, she said with concern, you've been sitting here all night. You should try to get some sleep. Sleep? The middle-aged man closed his reddened eyes and slowly shook his head. How could I possibly sleep? After so many years of hard work, I built this from scratch and now it's all gone. Not a single trace remains. He sighed deeply, his expression bitter. I, Chu Pinghai, was expelled from my family, hoping to achieve something noteworthy to show them. Yet, that is now utterly impossible. Pinghai, it has been confirmed that the cash is not yours. The woman comforted him. Do not dwell too much on it. As long as we are safe, money can always be earned again. Earn again? How? Chu Pinghai clenched his fists. Now that Xiao Kuang is missing, you and I were both imprisoned and only just released. Lian is still in high school. If anything happens to her. After arriving in Linju City, Chu Pinghai and his wife Zhao Changshu raised their 2 children. Now, Chu Kuang was in his final year of high school but had gone missing 2 months ago. While their daughter Chu Lian was in her first year, Chu Pinghai had spent heavily on bodyguards to protect her, realizing that someone was targeting their family. Yet he remained uncertain about the identity of this adversary. Suspecting it to be Su Jingcheng, the deputy city lord of Linju City, rest assured, we will surely receive news about Xiao Kuang, Zhao Changshu said, her eyes reddened. That child is very sensible. He will be fine. Sigh. Chu Pinghai's expression was one of sorrow. Perhaps I should not have been so stubborn back then. Had I softened my stance and spoken a few kind words, my father might have offered us assistance. This matter is all my fault. Zhao Changshu reproached herself. If it weren't for me, your father wouldn't have lost his temper, and this wouldn't have escalated to the point of you leading us to leave home. Changshu, Chu Pinghai turned to her earnestly, moving to Linju City and living with you, I have no regrets. Furthermore, this matter has nothing to do with you. It was my youthful arrogance that caused the quarrel with my father. It has been nearly 10 years, hasn't it? I wonder how he is doing. Chu Pinghai sighed deeply. As the 4th son of the Chu family, he was the youngest and the one most cherished by Chu Nanqian. However, due to his obstinacy, he defied his father's wishes, leading to Chu Nanqian's furious expulsion of their family from the capital. Nearly a decade had passed since then, and Chu Pinghai had not returned to the capital even once. His memories of the Chu family estate had begun to fade significantly. Enough of this, Chu Pinghai lamented. Continuing this conversation is futile. I have severed all ties with the Chu family in the capital. In this world there is no such thing as a remedy for regret. Zhao Changshu observed Chu Pinghai's despondent demeanor, feeling a pang of sympathy. Though he spoke little of it, she understood that he had always kept the Chu family in his thoughts. Particularly Chu Nanqian. Regrettably, the two had become adversaries, rendering their return impossible. Pinghai, what if we could secure an investment? Zhao Changshu proposed. With just 20 million, we should be able to turn the tide, alleviating our current predicament. 20 million? Who would be willing to invest? Chu Pinghai sighed. 20 million is no small sum. Our Pinghai company has struggled for the past 2 years, and with this recent incident, it's unlikely anyone would be foolish enough to invest. Must we watch as they sell our factory and equipment at a loss? Zhao Changshu protested, unwilling to concede. We have worked so hard for so many years. There is no alternative. Chu Pinghai gritted his teeth. If Su Jingcheng seeks to harm us, even if we secure an investment, what difference would it make? He has countless ways to strike at us. Coldness filled Chu Pinghai's gaze. During the banquet, He had merely countered Su Jingqing once, unaware that this would sow the seeds of resentment. In the years since, Pinghai Company had encountered repeated setbacks. Now, he faced the destruction of his family. Although there was no direct evidence linking Su Jingqing to these events, Chu Pinghai was convinced that these matters were undeniably connected to him. Now that Xiao Kuang is missing, we have expended considerable time and resources searching for him, yet to no avail. Chu Pinghai clenched his teeth. If I can gather evidence of Su Jingqing's involvement in this, I will ensure he pays dearly. What has become of Xiao Kuang? Zhao Qiangshu's face was etched with anxiety. He should still be alive, right? Since Xiao Kuang's disappearance, Zhao Qiangshu had been in tears every day. Later, after Chu Pinghai was falsely accused and imprisoned, it was Zhao Qiangshu who tirelessly worked to prove his innocence. In the past 2 months, her hair had noticeably grayed. He is certainly still alive, Chu Pinghai reassured her. Though that boy may act impulsively, he is clever enough not to be easily disposed of. Once I stabilize matters here, I will intensify efforts to find him. We will surely locate him. Chu Pinghai's words echoed through the desolate factory. As Zhao Qiangshu looked at him, her heart ached with sympathy. At that moment, Chu Pinghai's phone rang. Who could be calling me now? He wondered, perplexed, pulling out his phone. Could it be news about Xiao Kuang? Zhao Qiangshu's eyes brightened. Let me see. Chu Pinghai's gaze fell upon the screen, revealing an unfamiliar number. Certainly not a familiar contact. Frowning, he answered the call. Hello? Hello? Is this Mr. Chu Pinghai? A melodious female voice resonated from the other end. Who are you? Chu Pinghai's brow furrowed even more tightly. He was certain he had never heard this woman's voice before. My surname is Tang. You may call me Miss Tang. The woman on the line smiled. I wish to discuss a business opportunity with you. A business opportunity? Chu Pinghai inquired, puzzled. Miss Tang, are you not aware of Pinghai Company's current situation? Our employees have been laid off. We are in no position to operate. I am aware, which is precisely why I am reaching out. The woman replied calmly. Chapter 297. The identity of the partner. Chu Pinghai, I simply wish to know if you are interested in a partnership. Beyond that, I am not concerned. The woman's words fell distinctly upon Chu Pinghai's ears. He hesitated for a few seconds. Miss Tang, you certain you want to collaborate with Pinghai Company? He couldn't help but ask. Given the current predicament, it was baffling that an investor would approach them for collaboration. I am certain. The woman responded. How shall we collaborate? Chu Pinghai solemnly replied. If you expect our Pinghai Company to provide money or personnel, we may find it difficult to proceed. I neither require your funds nor your people, came the woman's calm voice. I offer you 300 million to restructure Pinghai Company. At this declaration, Chu Pinghai was momentarily taken aback. What did you say? He doubted his own hearing. I will invest 300 million in your Pinghai Company. The woman reiterated. Chu Pinghai, if you have any demands, feel free to express them now. 300 million? Chu Pinghai inhaled deeply, his gaze drifting towards Zhao Qiangshu, who through the phone had also clearly heard the woman's words. The couple exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe what they were hearing. Chu Pinghai quickly pressed the phone to silence and whispered to Zhao Qiangshu. Could this be a scam? Pinghai. Zhao Qiangshu trembled slightly, beads of cold sweat appearing on her forehead. This may be an opportunity. You must clarify how she intends to invest in such a critical moment. Someone was offering 300 million to invest in Pinghai Company. If it were genuine, it could completely turn their fortunes around. This chance was one Zhao Qiangshu did not wish to miss. All right, I will inquire. Chu Pinghai steadied his breath, releasing his grip on the phone, and asked the voice on the other end, Miss Tang, how do you envision our collaboration with this 300 million? I will use the name of an investment company to inject capital directly into Pinghai Company, the woman articulated clearly. As for how you utilize the 300 million, that is of no concern to me. Chu Pinghai was momentarily stunned. 300 million granted to him, with the other party expressing no further interest. It was important to remember that 300 million was no small sum. If you are interested, I can send my representative to discuss matters with you, the woman stated. His name is Yulong, and he is currently downstairs in your Pinghai Company's building. You can see him if you look out the window. At her words, the couple was suddenly startled. Chu Pinghai hastily rose and approached the window. Indeed, a Mercedes was parked in front of the factory. It was real. I can't believe such a stroke of luck. Chu Pinghai exclaimed. Pinghai, shall we go and see what they have to say? Zhao Qiangshu suggested softly, considering that if they were genuinely sincere it might be worthwhile, but what if it's a trap? Chu Pinghai responded cautiously. Regardless, we should at least have a conversation. At this point, we have little left to lose, Zhao Qiangshu urged. With Pinghai Company teetering on the brink of bankruptcy and needing funds to locate Chu Quan. Chu Pinghai hesitated for a moment. Finally he picked up his phone and, taking a deep breath, said, Miss Tang, I am willing to negotiate. Please have him come up. Very well, Yu Long will discuss the specifics with you. After relaying this, the woman abruptly hung up. Mere seconds later, three men dressed in suits and wearing sunglasses emerged from the black Mercedes. The leader was notably robust. They have arrived. Chu Pinghai quickly turned to Zhao Qiangshu. Qiangshu, please tidy up the conference room. I need to speak with them. Understood. Zhao Qiangshu immediately turned and left. 5 minutes later, in the dilapidated conference room of Pinghai Company, Yu Long and Chu Pinghai took their seats. Hello Mr. Chu, I am Yu Long here on behalf of Miss Tang to discuss a collaboration with your Pinghai Company. Yu Long removed his sunglasses and produced a document from his jacket. This is a contract drafted by Miss Tang. Please take a look. He tossed the document onto the coffee table with an air of casual arrogance, prompting a shared glance of concern between Chu Pinghai and Zhao Tianzu. No problem, I will review it first. Chu Pinghai replied softly. He then picked up the contract, while Yu Long reclined casually observing him. Chu Pinghai furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the contents of the contract. Within 3 to 4 minutes, he had read through all the terms, but his expression grew increasingly perplexed. Mr. Yi, does Miss Tang intend for us to have full control over this 300 million investment? Her only stipulation is to hold 49% of the shares. Indeed, Yu Long affirmed with a nod. Forgive my impertinence, Mr. Yi, but in my years of business, this is the first time I have encountered such enticing conditions from an investor, Chu Pinghai remarked incredulously. This level of trust in our Pinghai Company is extraordinary. 300 million in funding was no trivial amount. After years of building his business, the total valuation of Pinghai Company was merely 50 million. An investment like this would equate to 6 times the value of Pinghai Company. And yet it would be under his complete discretion. You are correct in your assessment, Yu Long replied. Sign quickly, so I may return to report back. Yu Long's demeanor turned somewhat impatient. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Pinghai asked, Mr. Yi, I wish to know who exactly Miss Tang is. I have never heard of such a young investor in Linzhou. Why do you ask so many questions? Yu Long frowned. Rest assured, signing this contract will not disadvantage you. Chu Pinghai remained silent, acutely aware that opportunities like this were rarely without strings attached. I apologize, but according to my principles, I cannot sign without knowing the identity of my partner. He placed the contract back on the coffee table. What? You would refuse a gift of 300 million? Yu Long exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Chu Pinghai. I need to know the identity of the collaborating party. Chu Pinghai insisted, adhering to his business principles. To hell with your principles. Yu Long barked, sign it already. I don't have time to waste with you. Yu Long himself was already skeptical about investing such a large amount in Pinghai Company. Spending so much money could completely transform the Chiyu Lake area, yet here he was considering a small business. Mr. Yi, please remain calm. I simply wish to know the identity of our partner, Chu Pinghai maintained. I cannot sign with an unknown entity. Yu Long pointed at Chu Pinghai. You are being unreasonable. Chapter 298. The agreement reached. Mr. Yi. Chu Pinghai stood as well. I understand the current situation of my Pinghai Company. Your collaboration presents a significant opportunity for us. However, entering an agreement with an unknown partner poses the greatest risk. I cannot believe that someone would extend such a generous offer at this juncture. If you cannot reveal your identity, I must respectfully decline. Each word resonated deeply with Yu Long, leaving him momentarily stunned. This was a 300 million investment contract, and Chu Pinghai was simply declining? Declining indeed. Yu Long scoffed, don't regret it. We are leaving. He turned to exit, but at that moment, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Yu Long glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Tang Lin. Hello. Yu Long, I warn you. Tang Lin's voice was icy. This is young Master Ming's directive. You must ensure that Chu Pinghai signs the contract today. Otherwise, you'll have to explain yourself to young Master Ming. Upon hearing this, Yu Long's expression froze. explained to Chu Ming. That would be tantamount to a death sentence. If he angered Chu Ming, there would be no escape. Yi Long, if you don't respond, I will inform young Master Ming. Tang Lin's voice echoed from the phone. No, no, no. Yi Long felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. I will return immediately. Is that satisfactory? He was puzzled as to how Tang Lin knew about the situation. Yi Long furrowed his brow and glanced around. Suddenly, he noticed a glint from outside the window. Was someone using binoculars to spy? Yi Long's expression soured. Stop looking. It's my people, Tang Lin said. Hurry and finalize the deal. And be on your best behavior. Understood? All right. Yi Long sighed, pocketing his phone before abruptly turning back. Mr. Chu, I concede to your request. Chu Pinghai was taken aback by Yi Long's sudden change in demeanor. A simple phone call had entirely altered his attitude. Who had made that call? What is it, Mr. Chu? Yi Long cleared his throat. I said I will comply. So Mr. Yi, you are willing to disclose Miss Tang's identity? Chu Pinghai queried. Yes, Yi Long reluctantly replied. Allow me to introduce myself once more. I am Yi Long from the Yi family of Linju. The Yi family of Linju? Chu Pinghai was astonished. Isn't that one of the three great families of Linju? What relation do you have to the esteemed Yi Wendong? He is my grandfather, Yi Long responded. Miss Tang's superior is our family's business partner and currently manages our Yi family's Chiyu Lake operations. A portion of the funds for this 300 million comes from the Chiyu Lake assets. Hearing this revelation, Chu Pinghai was thoroughly astonished. So, are the Yi family collaborating with us? He inquired. In a sense, Yi Long replied. Chu Pinghai, I cannot ascertain why my superior has taken an interest in your company. But consider yourself fortunate to receive our assistance at this critical juncture. May I ask who your superior is? Chu Pinghai inquired cautiously. Well, that's something I truly cannot disclose, Yi Long replied. The only information I can share is this. You may consider that the Yi family is collaborating with you. Chu Pinghai and Zhao Tiangshu exchanged glances. How about this, Mr. Yi? Could you allow me to discuss it with my wife? Chu Pinghai asked. This is rather bothersome, Yi Long replied impatiently. I'll give you 5 minutes. With that, he extracted a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and stepped outside. His two sunglasses-clad subordinates followed suit. In the reception room, only Chu Pinghai and Zhao Tiangshu remained. Tiangshu, what do you think? Chu Pinghai said. Tapping the contract on the table. I have reviewed the contract. There are no issues. It's just that the identity of the boss Yi Long referenced is somewhat enigmatic. Since the contract is sound, there's no need to overthink it. Zhao Tiangshu responded. Some affluent individuals indeed prefer to keep their identities concealed. The fact that you managed to ascertain the Yi family is already quite sufficient. I fear that if you dig deeper, this collaboration may fall through. I share the same sentiment. Chu Pinghai nodded. Previously, his inquiries had been attempts to gauge Yi Long's boundaries, knowing only the Yi family was indeed adequate. The Yi family is one of the 3 prominent clans in Linju City. Possessing ample credibility, the couple deliberated over several significant terms and unanimously agreed that this contract was exceedingly favorable to them, perhaps even excessively so. Have you concluded your discussion? Yi Long extinguished his cigarette and spoke in a low tone. If all is in order, please proceed to sign. Very well. Chu Pinghai nodded, then retrieved a pen and inscribed his name in the designated area of the contract. Done, Yi Long said, taking the contract. This copy is yours. This one is ours and another must be submitted to the notary. Is that agreeable? Absolutely, Chu Pinghai affirmed. This is a necessary procedure. The funds will be transferred to your company's account within the day. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave, Yi Long stated. Mr. Yi, why not stay for a meal? Chu Pinghai invited with a smile. No, thank you, Yi Long replied, shaking his head. If you perform well, we will certainly have opportunities to dine together in the future. After his words, Yi Long departed the reception room with his 2 subordinates. Watching Yi Long and his entourage retreat, Chu Pinghai contemplated the contract in his hands. Throughout the entire process, he felt as if he were in a dream. Who could this mysterious benefactor from the Yi family be that facilitated their collaboration? He pondered. Pinghai, don't you have a friend involved with the Yi family's Chiyu Lake project? You could call and inquire, Zhao Tiangshu suggested. Right, I'll check my contacts and make a call, Chu Pinghai replied, equally curious about the identity of the person who could so effortlessly provide them with such substantial funding. The call was quickly connected. Hello? Brother Zhao, it's me Chu Pinghai. Chu, what prompted you to call? On the other end was Zhao Haijun, a business associate of Chu Pinghai and a minor supervisor from the Zhao family. I wanted to ask, who is the owner of Chiyu Lake from the Yi family? Chu Pinghai inquired. The owner of Chiyu Lake. Zhao Haijun furrowed his brow. I've heard my cousin Zhao Dongqing mention that it seems to be a boss with the surname Chu. However, the full name is not something we minor players would know. Surname Chu. Upon hearing this, Chu Pinghai and Zhao Tiangshu exchanged knowing glances. If it is indeed a surname Chu, could it possibly be? Brother Chu, what brought this to your mind? Zhao Haijun chuckled. You haven't called in over 2 months. I thought you had forgotten about me. To be frank, Chu Pinghai began solemnly, recounting the events of the past 2 months to Zhao Haijun, from Chu Kuang's disappearance to the troubles faced by his company. Chapter 299. The Jade Seal. As Zhao Haijun listened to Chu Pinghai's account, his tone shifted from casual to astonished. Such a thing has occurred. Brother Chu, I sincerely apologize. I had no idea you were facing such significant troubles. Why didn't you inform me? Chu Pinghai sighed. The events unfolded too suddenly. We were overwhelmed and didn't inform anyone else. Hold on, I'll transfer 5 million over to you right now to assist you in this emergency. Zhao Haijun declared. You helped me establish my footing in the Zhao family. It's only right that I assist you. This declaration left Chu Pinghai momentarily speechless. In such circumstances, Zhao Haijun was willing to offer 5 million to help him, which was genuinely unexpected. Zhao, wait. Chu Pinghai quickly interjected. There's no need to rush. The situation has already been resolved. Resolved? Zhao Haijun was taken aback. Did another boss come to your aid? No, Chu Pinghai hesitated before admitting. It was the Yi family who assisted us.